Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if villain Deku had multiple quirks? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A puddle showed a mirror image of the sun in the sky, right as a familiar pair of red sneakers ran across it and made the image ripple. The one who ran across it soon came into focus, showing it was a teenage boy with messy green hair that had a slight black tint to it and large emerald green eyes. Freckles adorned his cheeks as well. His current attire consisted of a black Gakuren-style uniform for junior high with faded gold buttons, and a yellow backpack that looked stuffed to the brim. Rah! Hearing that sound, the boy turned to see a giant man with dreadlocks, a face with a shape that would make one think of a T-Rex, and clothes that pretty much screamed he was a thug had appeared by Tatooine Station out of nowhere. Oh, that's one huge villain, Izuku said, looking excited. What was happening right now wasn't some special effect, a giant robot, or a projection being used for an action movie. It was real. This was an actual villain that had an actual superpower. No one knows how it all started, just that it began during the year of 2025, in the Chinese city of Qingqing. A small power surge happened one late of night and caused all the lights to turn off for 10 minutes, making a newborn baby in a hospital's nursery start crying out of fear. It was expected that the baby would have stopped once the lights eventually turned back on. However, this wasn't what happened, as only 2 minutes after the lights went out, the baby's father, who was watching them at the time and stayed when the power went out, saw the child glow. He caught the phenomenon on camera, and soon, scientists were rushing to figure out what caused this. This question was left at a stalemate for years, only to be answered when children across the globe who had been born after the luminescent baby started showing weak, yet unnatural abilities around the time they turned 4 years old. While the answer of why this was happening had yet to be answered, and wouldn't be discovered for years to come, one thing had become clear to the entire world. Superpowers were no longer a fantasy. It's been more than a century since these quirks, as the world eventually decided to call them, manifested into the world. With these powers marking the next stage in the road of humanity's evolution, society itself had changed to become like the comics and anime of old, as those who abused those powers became the first villains. In turn, this caused those who fought for justice to become the first heroes and making it the newest job profession. "Out of my way!" the thug screamed. He swung his arm, causing bystanders who had begun watching the scene to gasp as debris to fall towards them. However, before it could land on and hurt anyone. "No you don't!" someone shouted. Rushing under the debris in question, a man held up his arms and then jumped to catch it. He had a square jaw which jut out a notable amount, small eyes, and short white hair that spiked out behind his head. His hero costume consisted of a cyan cardigan, which exposed his muscular chest and pectorals, dark blue breeds with white stripes down each side, and plain black shoes. The real theme behind his outfit, however, came from the large headband with a yellow and black striped caution pattern, along with matching wrist guards and a belt around his waist, which had a square and a triangular decoration sitting in its center. "Alright, way to go, Death Arms." A nearby police officer soon saw a rope of water pass by, with some parts of it taking a wheel shape with an X shape inside as another hero arrived. "Please stay back. This area's far too dangerous," he warned. The man in question had a hero costume based on a firefighter, from the yellow jacket down to the red fireman hat, with his hero identity defined by the white mask with a single orange bead embedded in the center. A thin cannon was strapped to his left shoulder and attached to a red water tank on his back, showing where the water from his quirk was coming from. "Whoa, the rescue specialist, Backdraft, is here. He'll keep us safe." Seeing the two heroes gathered before him, Midoriya moved to the front and unzipped his backpack, taking out a notebook labeled Hero Notes V14 on it. As he opened it, preparing to write down anything he saw during this fight, another hero swooped in from overhead. "Kamui Woods." Many girls squealed. The man they cheered for was shown to be a hero whose costume was a dark blue bodysuit mixed with wood, along with a mask that made him look like a humanoid tree without any leaves attached to it. He jumped off a light post and jumped near the ledge of the tracks, making the villain swing one of his arms at him. Kamui was quick to dodge, making the villain growl and look towards him with a strong glare. "Get away!" the villain screamed. Kamui Woods stretched out his arms, which began to stretch out. Using his quirk, he swung himself onto another part of the track and situated himself there for his next move. Wow. He may be new, but he's already making a big name for himself. Izuku cheered, already excited. A man standing by him with plus-shaped horns on his bald head let out a chuckle after hearing that, looking at Izuku with a knowing expression. "That dopey grin is enough to tell me what you are. A fanboy," he stated. "Why, sort of," Izuku admitted, looking away in slight embarrassment. Jumping ahead, Kamui stretched out his arm again to try and restrain one of the villain's arms, only for the thug to roar and toss him around before Kamui released his grip and fell onto the nearby terminal's rooftop. "Assault, robbery, and illegal use of your quirk during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil," he stated. Part of his arm stretched out, which made many recognize his next move. "Here comes his special move," Izuku exclaimed, pointing towards him. "Lacquered chain prison." The villain soon felt his entire body constrained by wooden binds, seemingly defeating him, until his angry expression visibly strained itself to the point everyone saw him go from enraged to furious. "If that's how you want to play, then I'll break you, toothpick," he roared. His skin gained a red tint as his size grew even larger, and his eyes became fully white. Kamui's eyes widened as the binds of his special move were ripped apart, and the villain threw a right hook towards him. Cannon, only for something noticeably but not that much larger, to kick him in the face, knocking the thug off the track as his size regressed. Midoriya and the man next to him, along with death arms and backdraft, immediately turned to look at what Kamui Woods himself was now staring at. He stuttered. Landing next to the villain, the giant object was revealed to be another hero. This one being a voluptuous young woman who had purple eyes with white pupils and long, creamy blonde hair that reached to her waist and two shorter strands that framed her face. Her costume, which easily showed off her curves and beauty, was a purple and pale tan-colored skin-tight bodysuit, which is accented with orange stripes. It was paired with purple gloves and boots that both cut off in a deep V shape by her elbows and thighs respectively. The suit's top also had 3 peculiar orange diamond-shaped dots under her chest, and a purple domino mask with protrusions shaped like ox horns on the sides. Money shot. Money shot. Money shot. Izuku turned as he heard multiple men with cameras repeated that while taking photos of the heroine, making him move away slightly. And that is how a new hero should make their debut, the heroine stated. She soon turned to the male crowd that was still taking pictures of her. "Hey there everyone, you can call me Empty Lady, the world's next hottest hero." The newly revealed Empty Lady greeted, winking at the end. More men began taking pictures. Kamui Woods continued. The police soon apprehended the villain, all while Empty Lady stood beside him and waved to the crowd. This all happened while Midoriya flipped through his notebook, showing a page for Kamui Woods as he opened to a blank section and began sketching Empty Lady onto it, soon followed by information. In no time at all, details on her quirk, her fighting style from what he saw, her strengths and possible weaknesses, had all added to its pages while he mumbled to himself. Her gigantification may or may not have a set limit. While she would be good for fighting larger villains or preventing the collapse of large structures such as buildings, she could easily cause damage if she isn't careful when she grows larger or depending on how she navigates. Perhaps she'll see more work outside of cities. Izuku continued mumbling. Taking notes over there, fanboy? It sounds like you want to be a hero too. The same man noticed. Izuku paused and then looked at him with a smile. Yeah, more than anything, he stated with confidence. At least, that's what it looked like on the outside, but on the inside? He was feeling anything but confident. Following the villain attack, Izuku finally made it to his school, Aldra Junior High, where class soon began. Currently, his teacher was making a small announcement. So, as second-year students, it's not time you start seriously thinking about your futures and what you want to do with your lives yet, but better start early. I could pass out some career aptitude test he began. He soon snatched them off his desk with an angry look. However, it soon turned into a smile as he turned around and threw them behind him. But why bother? After all, most of you kids are going for the hero track, he announced. In response, everyone began to cheer and then showcase their quirks however they could. The sole exception being Izuku and one other. Yes, all of you have some amazing quirks. Though you know there's no power usage allowed in school, so get a hold of yourselves, their teacher reminded them. At that moment, the student who didn't use their quirk, who had spiky blonde hair and small red eyes, finally spoke. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with the rest of these extras. I'm the real deal. The rest of these clowns will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister, that is, if they even get onto the hero track at all, he stated, with both his confident expression and mocking tone in plain sight. Those words made almost all of his classmates look at him with anger. You think you're better than us, Katsuki? A male student screamed. I don't think I know, Bakugo stated, giving a goofy smile to stab his knife of mockery even further into them. His teacher sighed. That attitude of yours aside, you do have impressive test results, so your chances of attending UA are high, he revealed, if only to make everyone shut up. Everyone stared at their teacher in shock, the exception being Midoriya. No way. He's going for one of the 4 great hero schools of Japan, a male student questioned. And the one that everyone claims is the best no less, a female student added in, equally shaken. They only have a 0.2% acceptance rate, another male student said. Bakugo soon broke into a smirk as he jumped onto his desk and let out an explosion from his hands, looking at everyone like he was a king and they were peasants. Which is exactly why it's the only place worthy of me, he stated, pointing one of his smoking hands at himself. He pointed at the students to his left. I aced the mock test, and my quirk has more uses than anyone else at the crappy excuse of a school, he declared. Then he pointed at the students to his right. However, I won't just get accepted there, Bakugo continued, his confidence growing larger. He then pointed at himself with a toothy grin and a focused gaze. I'll become the one who surpasses All Might himself as the #1 hero. The only thing standing in my way of that goal is my last year here and graduating from there, then taking the hero scene by storm, Bakugo announced, still grinning. Realizing that what he said only made things worse, the teacher decided to take a gamble by saying something else, hoping it wouldn't go as badly as he expected it to. Oh yeah, Midoriya wants to attend you today as well, he revealed. Bakugo froze as Izuku flinched, as his classmates slowly turned to look at him. The teacher was about to say more, trying to stop the fire he set off, but before he could, it had already burned. Aside from Bakugo, who was still standing in place, frozen by the words he just heard, his entire class began to laugh at Izuku. Most of them were only doing so because they thought what their teacher said was funny. However, some of them took it a step further. Oh, that was a good one, teach. A male student laughed. As if a quirkless loser like him could ever enter the hero course at any school, much less UA. Another male student stated in a mocking tone, one whose quirk allowed him to extend his fingers up to half of his overall body height. Hearing those words, Izuku lowered his head slightly. Unfortunately, even after a century since quirks had first appeared, 5% of the population was still without one. Most who qualified under this were older people from earlier generations when the rates for being quirkless weren't as low as now. However, for Izuku's generation, the chances of being born without a quirk were as difficult as getting into UA, and by the research available. In 5 short years, it would become completely impossible for anyone to be born without a quirk. Du. The boy screamed and fell off his chair as Bakugo turned towards him and let off his quirk. Even though he wasn't anywhere near Izuku, he was familiar enough with the short-tempered blonde's quirk to react when aimed in his direction. Aside from the 2 who were mocking him, the rest of their class now showed looks of fear and/or horror. Some were familiar with this reaction, while others had only heard of it until that very moment. Listen up. You're even worse than all these extras here, you quirkless wannabe. Do you really think they'd take someone like you when they could have me? Bakugo said with a wide scowl on his face. As Midoriya tries to explain his reasoning, Bakugo slams his hand down, setting off an explosion that knocks the cinnamon bun off his desk. Come on, Gaki. The maniac towers over the cowering boy. You're totally quirkless. And you think you can rub shoulders with me? Midoriya futilely scoots away. Wait, no, Kaken. I wasn't trying to compete with you. Not at all. It's just been my dream. Since I was little, and well, there's no harm in trying. Try. Try what? The entrance exam. Sparks and smoke from Bakugo's palms threatened to end the boy's very existence. What can you even do? Said boy looked down at his feet as he shrank down in place. Get back in your seats, you two. I have to actually teach now. Their teacher stated. The two went back to their seats. As class officially began after that mess, Midoriya tightened his fists as he held a poker face. Despite what Bakugo had said, Midoriya hadn't given up. He had no intention to give up on entering UA High's hero. Except, was that even possible for him? It was the end of class, and Izuku had planned to just go home like usual when Bakugo and his lackeys stopped him. Stealing his notebook from him, Bakugo held it away from Izuku, a cold look on his face. I don't know what you're doing, Deku, but we're not done, he said, waving the notebook in Izuku's face mockingly. One of his lackeys looked at the notebook before asking, What you got there? Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero? The other asked, but it was more of a statement. It's so pathetic. They both laughed. He's delusional. They continued to chortle. Yeah, real funny guys. Just give it back. Before Izuku could reach out a hand and retrieve his notebook, Bakugo used his quirk to explode it, throwing it out the window. That's so mean. Izuku cried, mourning the loss of his notebook. Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they're destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. Bakugo explained like it was fact rather than his big head talking. Apparently, his lackey agreed as a sing-songed. Ego escaped his mouth. Then, Bakugo smiled. Izuku didn't like that smile. It was a smile promising pain and punishment if Izuku didn't do as he said. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying. Or else. Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and he could feel the explosions burning into his Gakuren. The smoke made him a little dizzy, but he was used to it now with all the bullying over the years. As if he'd just finished imparting an order, Bakugo stalked out of the classroom, lackeys in tow. That's just sad. I thought you had at least some fight in you. Lackey number 1 said as he walked out behind Bakugo. He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero. Better to find out now instead of later, I guess. Lackey number 2 added as they kept walking, throwing a glance back at Izuku. There was no pity there, just cold detachment as they agreed with Bakugo's words. The bully himself stopped just as they reached the door. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. He turned around and Izuku could feel hope spark in his heart. Was Bakugo being nice? Did he realize what he said was wrong? The answer was no, and Izuku could feel burning anger in his chest as what Bakugo said next registered with him. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Izuku was furious at the bully's words and his fingers twitched as he adjusted his shirt, after how they'd been damaged by Bakugo. Bakugo really was irredeemable. Izuku knew that people like Bakugo didn't deserve to be heroes. But what could he really do? He was a quirkless second-year middle schooler with no one to support him. While Bakugo was a talented boy with a powerful quirk, a boy whose chances to get into UA were so great that the school as a whole would side with him. The golden boy, the pride of Aldra and Izuku Midoriya's existence, was nothing but a monster. And Izuku will one way or another destroy him. Through his anger, he felt like he was close to spitting flames like his dad. How dare Bakugo say something like that to him? What if he really jumped her? What then? Bakugo would be a murderer then. And that's just him with the ego of a middle school bully. If he was ever a hero, Izuku froze. If he was allowed to be a hero and said something like that to a fan of his, that fan might actually do it. If Bakugo was ever right about anything, it was that heroes held a lot of influence. Hearing something like that from your hero, Izuku knew that would be more than enough to push anyone off the edge. As those thoughts began to fade, Izuku was shown to have already left school and began heading home, going through a short tunnel that had a sewer lid, which slowly began to rattle. Huh. Izuku blinked, turning around. Once he did, he quickly wished he hadn't. Rising from the gap between the lid and the surface, the sludge villain from earlier slowly reformed, making Izuku's eyes widen and his face pale. The villain's eyes opened up as he saw the young boy before him. A villain? Izuku said as he began to panic, feeling his legs shaking. Yes, you'll make the perfect skin suit for me to hide in. The villain smirked. Izuku screamed before he started running. The villain reacted only seconds later, moving 3 times as fast, and capturing him in seconds before forcing some of his slime down his mouth. Izuku's notebook fell out of his hands and clattered onto the ground as the villain began to cackle. Oh, don't worry, kid. I'm just going to take over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you stop struggling, since you won't feel anything soon enough. The villain stated. I can't breathe and I can't. Pull him off. Izuku thought, trying to claw off the villain in vain. Since the villain's body was made of a flexible sludge, it was like trying to grab a fluid. There was nothing he could do to escape on his own. Worse was even if he could pull him off, Izuku was already feeling himself getting weaker. Thank you, kid, you're a real hero to me. Now I'll be able to get out of the city before he tracks me down. The sludge villain said, his eyes squinting in selfish joy. As he began to lose his remaining strength, Izuku teared up. This can't be the end. Someone please. Help me. He begged. The sewer lid shot up, making the sludge villain pause. Then slowly turn around before his eyes widened in horror. No. He already found me? He panicked. You don't need to worry anymore. The man who had been chasing him was crouched down from having just left the sewer, covering him in the tunnel's shadow, but then he stomped onto the ground and was slowly revealed by the light peeking through as he stood up straight. An incredibly large man with an equally muscular and well-defined physique that easily resembled the typical Western comic book superheroes of old age. His hair was short and blonde in color, and swept backwards with 2 distinct tufts that stick up above his head, leaning slightly to each side like a giant V on his forehead. While his face had a bright smile and blue eyes that were unseen, due to being shadowed by his strong expression. Right now, he wasn't in his hero attire. Wearing nothing more than a white shirt, green khakis, and plain brown shoes while holding the same bag of groceries from earlier. Though none of it reduced the awe he emitted. Because I am here! All Might exclaimed. The sludge villain panicked and swung his arm like a sideways WHP at the #1 hero, only for All Might to duck under it and then dash towards him. The villain then tried again with his free arm. All Might stopped himself with his left foot at that moment before pivoting himself on his right, then threw back his right arm. Texas! Which he immediately shot forward, creating wind pressure around the incoming punch. Smash! And slammed it right into the villain's arm. The sludge villain's eyes widened at the overwhelming power, which continued until it struck his own body and started to send his sludge flying. I can't. Together. He grunted as panic surged through him. He let out a powerful scream as his body fully broke apart, which freed Midoriya as he slowly began to fall towards the front. For a brief moment, his blurred vision looked at All Might's heroic form, with his mind struggling to register the sight. Is that? He mumbled. Right as he finished saying these words, Midoriya began to black out. Only for the sensation of something lightly hitting his cheek wake him. Right as he finished saying these words, Izuku began to black out. Only for the sensation of something lightly hitting his cheek wake him. Hey! Wake up! Hey! All Might asked. Finally, Izuku had regained complete consciousness, and looked towards All Might's giant form. Thought we lost you there. He casually greeted. The boy's eyes went completely white from the shock of seeing All Might, his idol, standing right before him. In the flesh. For a moment, he thought he might be dreaming, but the lingering pain in his throat acted as the wake-up pinch he would have otherwise given himself. All Might. He screamed, backing up a little. Looks like you're moving around all right. All Might stated, relieved he rescued the boy without lasting injuries or worse. He let out a playful chuckle. Sorry about back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing. Usually, I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. He apologized. He then let out a playful laugh, all while Izuku just stared with his pupils having turned into small spirals. Anyways, you were a big help, thank you. All Might thanked him. He then held up a pair of cola bottles now containing the villain's slime, and presumably the bit that was what remained of his main body, which he had gathered while Izuku was still unconscious. The evildoer has been captured. He continued. The most amazing hero in the entire world, All Might, is standing right before me. In the flesh, Izuku thought, feeling his mind racing 1,000 miles per second. As he watched All Might, who was still in his pose, the hero's shiny white teeth flashed. He looked so much cooler in person. His mind screamed loudly enough to wake the dead. Izuku started looking for his notebook. I have to get an autograph. Please don't leave just yet. Let me just find my notebook and grab a pencil. He begged. All Might held out his notebook to him. Oh, thank you, Izuku thanked him. He let out a scream as his eyes saw the next blank section he opened to, where All Might's autograph was already present. He even drew a picture his eyes and eyebrows next to it for added flair. You already signed it. Izuku exclaimed happily, his eyes shining as brightly as his smile. Izuku immediately began bowing multiple times in a row, doing so at speeds so fast that it was a miracle that he didn't hurt himself from it. Thank you so much. This will be an heirloom, a family treasure passed down for generations to come. He stated, ignoring how stupid he looked. All Might simply gave him a thumbs up in response. Well, I've got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him, so stay out of trouble. He stated, holding up a hand as his wave goodbye. Izuku gasped, realizing the chance he was about to lose. The chance to ask his idol. Hold on just a second. I have a question I'd like to ask He put his hand on All Might's shoulder at that moment, who then jumped right into the air, then screamed as he was forced to grab All Might's leg before he was slingshot across the sky. All Might soon felt the unexpected weight and saw the boy holding onto his leg. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I love my fans, but this too much. Let go. All Might shouted in shock. I can't. We're flying right now, so if I let go, I'll fall to the ground and die. Izuku replied, his eyelids and mouth flapping in the wind. All Might paused as he realized that. Oh right, that's a good point. He said, slightly embarrassed. The green-haired kid managed to hold back his screams, then made his next reply. I didn't mean for this to happen. I wanted to ask you a question and tried putting my hand on your shoulder to ask you to wait, but then you jumped. He apologized. Relax, it's fine. This mistake is on me. Now please, close your eyes and mouth until we land. All Might replied, feeling the liquids of both splashing onto him. Midoriya gave a slight nod then closed both. Alright, now to find a All Might thought. He soon felt an uncomfortable and unfortunately familiar sensation in his throat. Cough. He brought his hand to his throat, right before coughed out a bit of blood onto it. Sheet. All Might thought worriedly. Their flight ended as All Might finally landed on a building rooftop with a door leading inside. Once Izuku finally felt the lack of wind hitting him, he let go of All Might's leg and showed his face, which now looked like it had all the life essed out of it. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. He mumbled while trembling. And that there is why heroes always keep the civilians who watch them fight villains in a safety area. Even though we may be heroes, we're just as capable of hurting people if we aren't careful with our quirks. All Might warned. Izuku, who was still regaining his bearings, lifted up his left hand and made an O with say he understood. You said that you had a question, right? I'll let you ask it, but make it quick. All Might continued. Hearing that, the timid boy snapped out of it and then hit his chest to regain some of the air his lungs lost from all the screaming he did during the first part of the flight. Alright, what I want to ask you is. He began. The words had trouble coming out, as he remembered some of the things that had been said to him by others. Sometimes, I feel like a failure. That deep down, part of me accepts that there's no hope for me. He thought. He tightened his fists. But even so, I can't give up. Not until I know for sure. That's why I have to ask him. He continued, trying to encourage the words to come out. If you have nothing to say, then I have to go now. All Might said, turning around. Is it possible to become a hero if I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked with a loud shout. At that moment, All Might, who had been ready to leave, froze in place as those words echoed through his ears. Almost like they hit close to home. Little did either of them realize what those words would lead to. And not anything good. Izuku had just asked the NO degree one his question. Silence followed for a few seconds, and then Izuku decided to continue speaking, with tears in his eyes as he did. I'm just a normal kid among a world of people with powers, and who are special because of them, but since I first saw you, I've wanted nothing more than to become a hero. Maybe part of me trying to reject the reality that I can't be one, and maybe it's stupid that I still believe there's a chance, but I need to know. He said, lowering his head. Sniffling a little, he looked up again, his eyes briefly shining from his tears. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Midoriya asked, almost begging. All Might then looked at Izuku again, but just as he was about to respond, whoosh! His body began to steam up, confusing the teenage fanboy before him as he did. CRP. All Might grunted. Right after saying that, a huge puff of steam covered All Might's form and made Midoriya scream. All Might, are you okay? He panicked. Luckily for him, he got his answer as the steam slowly began to disperse, but once he could see All Might again. He felt his eyes go wide before he rubbed them with his arm in disbelief. Standing before him wasn't the giant he idolized, but a withered remnant of it. All Might was now a very skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, a long neck, and his eyebrows now completely absent. His clothes from before had become baggy on his current frame, almost as if they only accommodated his other form. Why you? Huh? You deflated. No, maybe you're an imposter, or... No, not that. I must still be unconscious from that flight and need to wake myself up. Izuku panicked, the shock too great for him to comprehend. All Might let out a sigh, rubbing his head. Well, I let this happen by saying you could ask me a question, so I guess it's only fair I come clean. All Might decided. Huh? Izuku exclaimed. While I won't explain the full details, you know how some guys at a pool SCK in their gut to look buff? My quirk works somewhat like that. He explained, right as an imagined spot showed exactly that. No way. That's way too drastic of a change to be part of you, Quirk. Izuku shouted in disbelief. Well, you aren't wrong. It wasn't always part of my quirk. All Might admitted, his voice lowering. Izuku froze at that. Wasn't? He asked. Toshinori just sat down. Brace yourself now. What I'm about to show you isn't pretty. He warned. Izuku watched as he lifted the left side of his shirt, and then he gasped. What he saw was horrible. Around the same time, in one of the city's alleys, a few grunts were heard as the sound of the Sludge villain could be heard. A small piece of him holding his eyes, which had shrunken with him and now resembled olives at their small size, slid outside of a pipe. Man, how lucky am I that All Might didn't find this part of my sludge. Otherwise he would have caught me right there and then. He sighed in slight relief, closing his eyes. He then opened them, only now they had an annoyed look. Only problem now is he might notice soon enough. I need to find a new vessel before I regrow my body, otherwise I'm trapped here. He realized. Man, that was sick. The Sludge villain let out a sound of surprise, then hid behind a dumpster as he saw a trio of kids passing by. The trio in question was none other than Bakugo and his two cronies, who were passing through for whatever reason. You didn't hold back with Midoriya at all. If he looks ready to wet himself that easily, then you're set. The boy with the finger quirk stated. It's his own fault for trying to be anything but the worthless Deku his is. Honestly, whenever he talked about being a hero. Bakugo replied. He growled. Bang! The can he was holding got charred as he used his quirk on it. Seeing his quirk, the Sludge villain's eyes widened before they squinted to show the smirk his currently hidden mouth was making. Dude, don't let Midoriya get to you. Let's go to the arcade and blow off that steam. The other student suggested. Or we could sneak into the bar by the station, pick up a few ladies maybe? The finger quirk boy said with a snicker. Bakugo turned at him with a glare. You idiots! If we get caught, there's no way UA will accept me as a student. Why the hell do you think I've never used my quirk on Deku since that one time back in kindergarten? Boredom? He screamed at them. Both of them flinched at that, shaking a little. Seriously, actually use your heads instead of spouting CRP like that, because I actually remember to use mine. He grumbled loudly. They relaxed after that. Wow, I guess it's knowing details like those that let Katsuki ace the mock tests. The finger quirk boy whispered, looking at his fellow crony. That must be the reason Midoriya's former longing to be a hero set him off so badly. The other boy whispered back, gulping after he did. Right at that moment, the Sludge villain began to cackle, catching the trio off guard. Hey, who's there? Bakugo warned, holding up his hand as it let off a few warning sparks. They got their answer when the Sludge villain's regenerated slime body rose up, opening its mouth over Bakugo, who had no time to react as it chomped down on him. Boom! Bang! Bam! His two cronies screamed as the entire alley area caught on fire and caught the attention of many, while others began to scream and panic from the explosions. Izuku was still staring in horror at the sight that All Might, or Toshinori in his current form, had revealed to him. Then again, who could blame how he reacted? All Might, the seemingly invincible hero, had a nasty scar. Pretty gross, isn't it? I got this wound in a fight 5 years ago, and it didn't stop at just the skin. My respiratory system was destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach, so it's a miracle that I'm even alive right now. Worse is that all the surgeries have worn me out, and there's no way to fix it. The form you saw before is me using my quirk to recall my old strength, but only for so long. Toshinori explained. He then closed his eyes. As of now, I can only do hero work for 3 hours. He revealed. You can only be active for that long? No way. Izuku breathed. Right after saying that, he realized something. Wait, just who was it that gave you such an injury? Going by the color, it looks like it came from Toxic Chainsaw, but then you would have a cut across your torso. That looks more like someone stabbed right through you. He asked as he analyzed the wound. The injury had a circular shape, with Toshinori's skin looking shriveled and stained with red spots, with a clear area that looked like someone had stabbed right through him. Impressive, you clearly know your stuff. Though you wouldn't be able to figure out who did this to me. After I was injured, both the head of the police force and the highest level of the HPSC did whatever they could to hide this fight from the world. After all, I'm supposed to be the unbreakable symbol of peace, so if anyone learned about this, it would cause a panic. Despite the one who injured me is no longer of this world. Toshinori replied. Izuku froze at those words. A villain that was so powerful that All Might was forced to take his life, instead of taking him in? Just what kind of monster were they? He asked himself. The thought made him shiver in fear and in slight awe at the idea of someone as strong as All Might. For some reason he was curious. He lowered his head, looking at his feet slightly. Not knowing what to say to the man. Some condolences for his condition. Some encouragement. Maybe an apology? Even though you're telling me all of this. It just doesn't seem real. You're the hero who saves everyone and defeats all obstacles with a smile on his face. Izuku said so quietly he was almost muttering. That smile of mine? It's all just an illusion. Toshinori admitted. Izuku looked at him in shock after hearing that. I smile because people need to think that I'm never afraid, but there's a lot of fear behind that smile. Especially as reality is sinking in. The reality that I made a mistake in holding up society on my own. He explained. Mistake? What do you dash? Izuku questioned. Kid, with how you judged my wound, I think you're smart enough to understand the comparison I'm about to make. Imagine hero society is a building, and I'm the sole pillar that's holding it up. Even if that one pillar is enough. What would happen once that one pillar starts to crack, and then eventually breaks? Toshinori asked. It took a moment, but after Toshinori said that, the horror had already appeared on Midoriya's face. Regardless if it was because he died or retired from heroics, because of the gap between him and Endeavor. It wouldn't be long before villains notice and crime rates surge like they did in the era of chaos, just like how All Might is what brought it to an end. He realized as his eyes shook. Toshinori then coughed, breaking Izuku out of his stupor. Anyways, putting that aside, I haven't actually gotten to answering your question yet. He said, realizing how off track he had let things get. But in all honesty, he wasn't looking forward for this conversation. Oh, all right. Izuku replied, straightening himself up while Toshinori sighed. Sorry kid, said Toshinori with a frown as he looked away. Izuku's lively eyes that were once filled with hope went pale at the words. The words that almost mirrored his doctor 8 years ago. What? Asked Izuku in shock. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but I can't let a kid lose his life in an attempt to pursue my path. He said, as his hair formed a shadow over his blue eyes, masking his guilt. Izuku felt his reality in itself shatter to pieces as he looked at the man he idolized for all his life, or the true self of the man who was everything but what he thought. A liar and hypocrite. You liar, mumbled Izuku quietly. Huh? All Might asked confused. You liar. Izuku cried to the top of his lungs, as he knelt down to the floor, crying. It was then that an explosion caught both their attention and they looked at the source. Toshinori quickly ran off to the source. Fires raged across the alleyway that Bakugo and his cronies were last in, with the reformed Sludge villain laughing as he held Bakugo's body in his clutches, somehow being able to activate the boy's quirk while flailing his slimy body around. Both of Bakugo's cronies were surrounded by flames, unable to move without the risk of being engulfed by their blaze. Thus, I hit the quirk jackpot with this kid. With his power, I have the means to take down All Might. The villain laughed manically. He released more explosions as some heroes finally arrived. It was Death Arms alongside a baseball-themed hero and another wearing a white suit, yellow cape, and a helmet shaped like a bird's beak. The three all stared as they saw Bakugo trapped inside of the villain's disgusting form. Damn it, he's taken someone hostage. Death Arms stated, growling slightly at the sight. He slammed his fists together. How dare you prey on a child? He screamed, before rushing towards the slimy monster. He then jumped up into the air and then reeled his fist back before throwing a right hook. Squish. Unfortunately, the moment Death Arms' fist struck the villain's body, it simply absorbed the punch's impact, then swallowed his fist inside of it, making Death Arms gasp. What the hell is this? Some kind of goo? He questioned. The Sludge villain then punched Death Arms into the nearest wall, causing him to slam against a metal door before he rose his slimy hand into the air. Say goodnight, hero. He cackled. He channeled Bakugo's quirk factor, causing his raised hand to spark before he swung it down. Death Arms looked up as it came down, but luckily, the caped hero sped by and grabbed him just in time before the building was set aflame. What kind of quirk lets him be made of goo and cause explosions? The baseball-themed hero questioned. It isn't him making them, look at the kid. Backdraft replied. Everyone looked at Bakugo tried to wrestle himself free, releasing explosions from his hands while doing so. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. Once I get out of here, I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. He loudly screamed, still trying to push free of the sludge. The Sludge villain let out a laugh, as the explosions did nothing more than tickle him. Keep trying kid, it's cute. I could use the performance before I choke you. He laughed. The slime on his body shifted and grabbed Bakugo again, this time pulling some of his mouth area over Bakugo's to cut off his air supply as he released more explosions from his slimy hands. Kamui Woods, who had tried to grab Bakugo during the moment he got free, was forced to pull his arm back to avoid it being set on fire. Unable to grab him, he instead used the opening to rescue the two cronies and some other civilians. Backdraft, douse the flames near him. I can't save the hostage. Kamui requested, moving those he rescued to safety. I can't, not yet at least. There's still a lot civilians in the danger zone. Backdraft responded, spraying some flames. We can't get close either. His quirk is making our attacks useless, and we'll just get blasted if we try. Even worse is he's started suffocating the hostage. Death Arms said, trying to find an opening they take advantage of. A few stomps were heard, causing a woman in the crowd of civilians to gasp and point to its source. Look, it's that new hero, Lady. She'll stop this guy. Hearing this, one of the Sludge villain's eyes moved behind him, allowing him to swing his arm towards a tall building structure as MT Lady approached. A quick explosion caused the building, which had people inside of it, to tilt. MT Lady immediately caught it, but when she tried to shift her feet to move it to a safe spot, it bumped into another building. Looking to the side, she paled as she realized the situation she was now in. No good, this is a one-lane road. I can't get the traction I need. She shouted. Kamui Woods jumped across the buildings and to the damaged building she held. Don't worry. I'll get everyone out. He stated. Demon it, he keeps putting us into a shutout. Are there any other heroes on their way? The baseball-themed hero questioned. It was then that Toshinori finally arrived on the scene, taking a moment to catch his breath. Which is when he saw the horror. What? No, I captured him, didn't I? He thought. Looking at the two bottles he contained, which he still had in his pockets, he saw neither had the villain's eyes. This made his own widen in shock. Demon it. He must have known I'd go looking for him and moved part of his sludge somewhere I couldn't find it. I'm pathetic. Toshinori grunted. Around that point, Izuku had also arrived and saw how bad it looked. Just what kind of villain is doing this? Midoriya thought, moving through the crowd to try and get a better look. He then gasped as he saw it was the Sludge villain. No way, but I thought All Might caught him when dash. Izuku then paused, recalling his sludge was held in not one, but two bottles. It didn't take long for him to theorize how he was here now. Part of his sludge must have gotten away, allowing him to hide escape. What else could go wrong? Izuku thought, feeling himself panic. This is bad, none of the heroes are able to do anything. Izuku regretted saying that once he heard that civilians reply, unaware that wasn't even the worst of it. Can you blame them though? That villain's got access to an exploding quirk from the kid he's got hostage. He froze at that. Exploding quirk? No way, don't tell me. He realized, looking at the Sludge villain again. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Bakugo struggling within the sludge, running out of air. No, he has Bakugo. Izuku panicked. Hey, hold on a second. Isn't that the villain that All Might was chasing earlier? Someone asked. What? All Might? He lost. Another panicked. No way, but he did chase the villain after he went into the sewer. It's possible that he doesn't even know he escaped back to the surface yet. A female civilian replied. The other heroes need him, he better hurry. The second civilian stated, hoping that he'd arrive soon. Toshinori lowered his head in shame. Except, I can't. Why am I so worthless? He thought, gripping near the area of his shirt hiding his wound. Izuku was also listening and knew that their hopes wouldn't be answered. Because of him. He would have had enough time to show up and stop him if I hadn't wasted it. Worse, none of the other heroes have the right quirks. There's no guarantee others are on the way or have the right quirks if they are, or that they'll even get here in time before Kaken suffocates. This is all my fault. He thought. As the Sludge villain kept laughing, Bakugo's eyes started to roll up. Izuku realized what that meant, and felt himself shaking at the sight. As Midoriya stared at the sight of Bakugo's form, something within him began to well up, and before he even realized what he was doing, his notebook fell to the ground, and he began running towards the Sludge villain. A sight that shocked All Might, the civilians, and every other hero on the scene. No, stop. You're gonna get yourself killed. Death Arms screamed. But Izuku didn't stop. No, it was more like he couldn't stop. It was such a shock to see him run out that even the Sludge villain froze. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? He questioned, still running ahead. Only then did the Sludge villain remember what was going on. Wait, why am I freezing up? I've got to kill this brat. He shouted. What do I do now? Izuku thought. At that moment, he recalled the page about Kamui Woods in his notebook. Page 25, right? He thought as he grabbed his backpack and began to pivot. The Sludge villain threw out his arm, only for it to hit Izuku's backpack, which he threw towards him, causing the All Might-themed pencil case inside to break open and make the pencils inside to fly out, with two flying right into the Sludge villain's eyes. My eyes! He roared in pain, closing them in pain. This caused his hold on Bakugo to relax just enough for him to breathe, right as Izuku reached Bakugo. Bakugo! He screamed. The hostage is free. Now's our chance. Kamui Woods shouted. All of the heroes rushed towards the villain. Hurry, we have to save those boys. This thing will kill them. Death Arms shouted. Bakugo finally noticed Izuku, who was attempting to dig him out of the sludge. What the hell? Why are you here? He shouted. I don't know. My legs. They just started moving. Izuku answered frantically. He finally reached his arm and began pulling, though Bakugo's body didn't budge. Get out of here. When will you finally realize that a quirkless loser like you can't be hero? Bakugo roared, glaring at him. Maybe that's true, but... Izuku admitted. He closed his eyes as he remembered everything that he had said, or other had said to him, about his dream. Izuku's eyes opened up, with tears flowing out of them as he briefly let out a whimper. All of the old memories from his painful past coming back to him in that moment. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. He shouted without any doubts. The sludge swallowed Bakugo again as the sludge villain's eyes healed up and reopened to glare at Izuku. DMN brat. I'm done playing with you. He screamed. Explosions went off as the rushing heroes were pushed back, and Izuku was knocked to the ground as the sludge villain readied his hand to slam down and splat his green-haired form across the pavement. Toshinori then growled. I have to do something. No matter the cost. Toshinori thought, forcing out his muscle form through sheer will. He then rushed by the crowd and shielded Izuku just in time, surprising everyone, including Izuku himself. We'll talk later, kid. He said. All Might? How are you, Dash? He asked. Time to finish the job. All Might exclaimed, cutting Izuku off. He ripped the sludge off his arm, with both Midoriya and Bakugo staring at the sight in awe. Damn you, All Might? The sludge villain screamed. He swung his arm out, using Bakugo's sparks once again. Detroit. He grabbed Bakugo, and then punched right through the explosion that was released, surprising the sludge villain as his fist neared his face. Smash! All Might ripped Bakugo free as the punch hit the sludge villain, and then grabbed the area of his body where his eyes were. The rest of him was destroyed as his punch's force was able to create a tornado. MT Lady dropped to the ground, helping Kamui Woods cover some of the civilians from the wind, while the remaining heroes shielded the civilians on the opposite side until the cyclone's winds came to an end. Once they had, All Might breathed a little, with everyone watching him in awe, unaware the sky had darkened until it began to rain. Rain. One civilian said. Look at the clouds, they're moving. Another person pointed out. That wind. It changed the weather. Death Arms said in awe. With those words, everyone began to cheer at All Might's victory, leaving all the other heroes to stare at the hero who was leagues above them. Did that really just happen? He changed the weather with one punch like it was nothing. The first person shouted. All Might soon caught his breath, struggling to hold his muscle form while the public was watching him, and then glanced towards Izuku's frozen form and internally frowning. Shortly after, the sludge villain's remaining piece went into All Might's bottles, which was then contained by the police. Midoriya was on his way home, expecting his mother would freak out. I never did get an answer from All Might. He said with slight sadness. Do you? He flinched and then turned around, seeing Bakugo rushing towards him, catching his breath once he finally stopped. He said nothing at first, but then let out a slight growl. "Listen up. Don't you dare think you saved me today, because you didn't. You did nothing. Don't change your mind about applying to UA's hero course after this. That's my only warning to you," he screamed. Bakugo then turned around and began walking off, leaving Midoriya to stare at him in surprise. "Wait, all of that was just to yell at me?" Midoriya thought, feeling a little weirded out from it, though he could tell why he yelled at him. Because he had to share the attention with Izuku even though he was scolded harshly instead of the praise that was given to the blonde for his strong quirk. Izuku's fists clenched tightly, so tightly his knuckles turned white. He felt so much anger at the selfish attention-seeking BSRD right now that it was getting too much to bear. There was literally nothing that could make this day worse for the green-haired boy. It was a disaster all over. First, the whole class made fun of him for wanting to attend you today, and then he was almost killed by the Sludge villain. Then his dreams shattered by All Might, and Katchan was almost killed by the same villain, and he was scolded by the DMN heroes, and Bakugo just had TOB and a-hole again now. There was nothing that could make today worse. "Young man, we need to talk." Looks like the universe just took Izuku's thoughts as a challenge and won. The green-haired kid turned to see All Might in his skinny form looking at him with frown. His eyes seemed worried but angry. "What were you thinking running in like that into danger, young man?" All Might asked in worry. "If I haven't been there, you would have been dead along with that kid." Izuku looked down at his feet as he pressed his thumbs together and answered nervously. "I'm sorry, sir, it's just, whenever I see someone in distress my legs move on their own before I get the chance to think." Izuku explained with stuttering. All Might let out a sigh as he looked at Izuku with nostalgia and sadness. His face looking like he was torn between sadness and pity. "Look, young man, I told you, it's almost impossible to be a hero without a quirk," All Might said sadly as he glanced to the side, unable to look the boy in the eyes. "I'm sorry." Izuku fell to his knees as he clutched at his chest tightly as All Might said the same words his mother gave him as a child. "You better give up. Despite your sheer courage and selflessness, it's still too dangerous." All Might looked at Izuku with shame. "Without a quirk, you can't be a hero." All Might finished his statement as he turned with guilt and walked away. What he didn't know was that he just stared what most would consider the start of the end. The end of this age and everything related to it. "I'm sorry." Izuku fell to his knees as he clutched at his chest tightly as All Might said the same words his mother gave him as a child. "You better give up. Despite your sheer courage and selflessness, it's still too dangerous." All Might looked at Izuku with immeasurable shame. "Without a quirk, you can't be a hero." All Might finished his statement as he turned with guilt and walked away. "It's alright to dream, but you have to be realistic. There are other jobs you could go for." The barely hero left with a look of absolute guilt, like he did something that will eat at his consciousness forever. Which will, but in the way he thought. As the blonde hero left, Izuku was still on his knees crying, dwelling in his sadness, misery and despair, tears flowing from his eyes like rivers as he sobbed desperately. "Sorry kid, you better give up." The doctor's words echoed in his head. "You better give up, Deku." Bakugo laughed in cruelty. "I'm sorry, Izuku." His mother cried out as she sobbed. "It's impossible. Without a quirk, you can't be a hero," All Might said. Izuku stood up as he wiped his eyes from all the tears. "He won't give up so easily. No. You shouldn't be disheartened this easily, Izuku Midoriya," Izuku declared with determination. Like All Might said, even if you can't be a hero, you still have many other jobs to aim for. So don't give up. Izuku dusted off his clothes as he started walking to his home. Even if his dream is over, that doesn't mean that life is as well. He can still do many other things. It might not be a direct route, but I can still help others. It's too early to give up, Izuku exclaimed as he started walking home. Little did he know he was going to see how distasteful this world truly is very soon. Home was never more welcoming, but at this point, anything was more welcoming than what he went through. It was not easy to hold back your tears in front of your mother or your idol, the man that you looked up to for all of your life turned down your dream. It was emotionally draining to say the least. Izuku? Is everything all right, sweetie? Inko asked in a worried tone. Yeah, everything's all right. Izuku said as he took off his shoes, then rushed to his room hoping his mom wouldn't notice his injuries. He reached his room, his only safe haven, but it looked different. Everything in that room that he loved her so much, that he spent his entire life decorating, disgusted him. But he knew it wasn't the room that changed. He was the one that changed. He laid in bed, rethinking all of his life's decisions, and cried. It wasn't his fault he was born quirkless. He didn't want that. All he wanted was to have a great quirk and help people. Is that too much to ask? Is that a crime that the world decided to put him in torment for the rest of his life? Then there was a knock on the door, which filled Izuku with dread. Izuku? Honey, I saw the news. Are you okay? Inko asked in worry from behind the door, and Izuku let out a groan of absolute despair. Why did she have to find out about this? Honey. His mom called again. I'm fine, Mom. Please, just leave me alone for a bit, please? Izuku asked, his tone filled with despair and sadness. There was a short pause after the green-haired boy's question. Then the sound of footsteps getting farther away was heard, and Izuku let out a sigh. He was tired, he felt tired. But he also felt empty in the inside after he got his dreams shattered like this by the NO degree 1 hero like that. He didn't know what else to do. Sure thing, he decided he could still help other people somehow, but he didn't know how to do that. After some time of thinking of what to do, he drafted into a complete opposite subject from his future, his past. His goddamn past with that bastard Bakugo. If you want to be a hero so bad, there might be another way. Pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Bakugo called out with a laugh. All of Izuku's sorrow, sadness, despair and pain became something new. Hatred to the bastard who hurt him, hatred to the teachers who did nothing, hatred to the people who would look at him in disgust the second they find out he was quirkless. Along with rage, pure unadulterated rage that was bubbling under his skin, threatening to explode outwards. Seriously, was that such a huge crime these days that he was treated like this for 10 years? He really wanted to get back at Bakugo, but he was realistic enough to know that this wouldn't happen in his wildest dreams. Bakugo was his polar opposite, everything Izuku was not: strong, confident, popular, with AF quirk. So how in the name of God could he get back at him? Izuku shook his head as he got up from his bed with a sad look. No need to waste his time on such things. It was pointless. But his feelings of rage and hatred were still boiling, waiting for anything to be unleashed on, but he didn't have that at the moment. Izuku, dinner is ready. Inko called out from the kitchen, and Izuku sighed as he got up and started walking to the dining room. Coming, Izuku said as he went to eat. I was thinking of visiting the Bakugos later this week. Would you like to come with me? Inko asked. Izuku froze mid-step as he was walking, then he yelled as he knelt down and slammed his left fist on the ground. Izuku, honey, are you okay? What's wrong? His mother asked, rushing to his side. She got to her knees beside him and embraced her son in a worried hug. When Izuku didn't respond, her worry only grew. Izuku, I saw what you did on the news. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Baby, please answer me. She asked as she removed herself from the still non-responding Izuku, keeping a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Izuku started, remembering the last 24 hours. He slowly raised his right fist. Izuku? Inko asked nervously. Somewhere deep within Izuku's mind, a drop of liquid red rage dripped down into his soul. The ripples spread far and wide. Hate this life. Izuku roared, slamming his other fist into the floor, as his mother leapt back in shock. Her son had never shown such anger in his life. Izuku. What? She couldn't finish her sentence before Izuku yelled again. Hate Bakugo. Now Inko was even more shocked. She had never heard her son swear before. He's been torturing me for 10 years. Ever since he learned I was quirkless. He what? Inko asked, looking at Izuku with her green eyes filled with confusion and worry. Izuku, why didn't you tell me? I thought he was my friend. Izuku answers. I thought that maybe if I treated him kindly, gave him time, that he'd stop it and we could go back to being on good terms. I guess I realized that wasn't going to happen when school ended earlier today, and he told that if I wanted a quirk I should jump off a roof and hope I get one in the next life. He let out a dark chuckle at that revelation while his mother just gasped in shock. I'll have talked to the Bakugus. But first, I have to calm down my son. Inko thought to herself. Izuku, it's okay, I'm here for you. You know that. I'll talk to the school teachers and… Oh, they know, Izuku interrupted. They know what he and the other students have been doing, and they don't do shit to stop it. If anything, they praise Bakugo. Say someone needs to show the quirkless kid his place in the world, and all that. See. But you want to know the final touch on the worst day of my life? I met All Might. Izuku growled. Dabi, what? Inko's anger was replaced with confusion at this point. How is meeting All Might a bad thing? She asked her son. Izuku let out a low chuckle. Well, you'd think it was a good thing, wouldn't you? He saved me from the same villain that attacked Bakugo earlier when I was walking through an underpass on my way home. Then he signed my hero analysis book number 13, which, by the way, got burned before I left school. Guess who did it? Then I asked him the question I've been needing to ask him for years. Inko knew what that question was. And he said no. Said a quirkless person couldn't be a hero and that I had to be realistic. Oh baby! Tears were threatening to fall from Inko's eyes now. To hear that her son's dream had been shattered by the man he looked up to all his life. And after the incident in the shopping district, he caught me on my way back here. He scolded me and said that I could have gotten myself killed. And I… Tears filled Izuku's eyes again as he slammed his fist into the floor again and he started to cry. But why was I so stupid? He fell into his mother's shoulder, using her long green hair to soak up his tears as she embraced him and rubbed his back soothingly. He didn't notice that his mother was weeping as well. Drip, drip, drip went their tears onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip went the fury into Izuku's soul. After a few minutes the two stopped crying and Inko turned to look her son in the face. Listen to me, Izuku. You are not stupid, no matter what anyone says. If you can't be a hero, then be something else. Not being a pro doesn't mean you're not a hero. You've never said that before, Izuku interrupted. Inko stopped and looked at her son who was staring at her with a blank face. I asked you if I could be a hero without a quirk. You just started crying and saying you were sorry, like I was diseased or something. Izuku stood up and stepped away from his mother who was looking shocked at what her son was saying. You never believed in me and now after 10 years you tell me this? You're just like them. Just like All Might. Just leave me alone. Izuku turned and walked away towards his room. Inko got to her feet and tried to stop him. Izuku, please. No. Izuku spun round and glared at Inko with a look she had never seen her make in his life. The anger in Izuku wasn't dripping anymore, it was pouring like water from a sink. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to look at you. Leave me alone. He turned and stormed up to his room. Inko heard the door slam as he locked himself in. Oh, Izuku! Inko said sadly to herself, as tears started to reappear in her eyes. Izuku sat on the chair in his room, legs folded under his chin, trying to get his thoughts in order. He didn't know what was going on with him. He told his mother that he didn't want to talk to her and to leave him alone. What's wrong with me? He asked himself in his mind. Being in his room didn't seem to help. If anything, it just seemed to make the whirlwind of thoughts in his head worse. The All Might posters on the walls and hero collectibles that once showed his lifelong dream, his obsession, now seemed to mock him. They became a reminder of what he could never be, because of something he could never have. The quirk. Izuku sighed as grabbed a box and put all his collection in it so he could sell it later. No doubt it will get him a lot of money if he sold it to the right person. It was then that his mother entered the room with a sad face. Izuku, I'm so sorry, Inko said as she sat on the floor next to her son and held his right cheek. Don't cry, being a hero isn't everything. You can do amazing things if you put your mind to it, you just need to try. Inko said with a smile. Izuku sighed and nodded his head. He was too tired, but he can try for something else. He won't give up. No way. Izuku trailed off in shock as he looked at his applications. All are rejected. Izuku said in disbelief. Why? I don't know. The school career guider said with a shake of his head. All those police schools, hero innovation engineering schools, and even technician schools rejected your application. I am as helpless as you are. The woman said, then looked at Izuku apologetically. I'm sorry, was all she could add. Izuku exited the woman's office after giving her a polite but dazed bow, then left for class. When Izuku arrived at school the next day, his classmates had already heard both about Kaken's invitation to jump off a roof and Izuku's idiotic run-in with the Sludge villain, and they had apparently decided that the two must be related. Ever since then, his classmates has been as inviting as the blonde, which set him off even more. The loser, there are easier ways to kill yourself. He was just being an attention hog. Can you imagine wanting to die on live TV? Izuku shook his head. He was through the same thing always, so nothing new to him now. Or so he thought. Izuku had been wrong. Suicide baiting was different than what he'd been through before. A few days ago, he definitely suspected that most people would be happy if he died, but now he knew it. Was living even worth it anymore? Maybe it would be easier, but Izuku still couldn't be responsible for making his mom feel guilty. He frowned as he started to walk home. Being quirkless SEKD. Izuku was so distracted by the conversation with the Kara guide lady that he didn't see one of Bakugo's lackeys stick out his foot to trip him until he was already falling. He hit the ground hard and the contents of his backpack scattered all over the hall. The other students simply pretended not to see as they trampled his notes, and Izuku felt his eyes start to water. Look guys, Deku's clumsy and a crybaby. Izuku tried to blink back the tears as he scrambled over the floor, trying to pick up his papers before they were ripped beyond repair. There was a pair of teachers chatting a little further down the hall, but they didn't so much as glance at Izuku even when he cried out as one of the meaner students stepped on his fingers. Oh sorry Deku, I didn't see you there. The kid's smile gave away his insincerity, not that Izuku had been expecting an actual apology anyway. He finished shoving everything back into his bag and stood to get to class, trying to avoid everyone's eyes as he wiped away the tears. He's such a useless weakling, why does he even exist? Izuku kept his head down and did his best to ignore the whispers as he walked into the classroom and made his way to his seat. But the day kept getting worse and worse for Izuku. Look guys, it's Deku. One of the kids at another table called out as Izuku walking into the cafeteria with his shoulders hunched. The students sitting at the nearest table looked ahead and grinned as they walked to him. What's up, Deku? The boy with extendable fingers asked. Still alive. A small group of their classmates had surrounded Izuku. The kids were grinning and laughing like the fingers had just made the funniest joke on earth, but Izuku himself was just staring silently at the ground. He had nothing to do with them. Screw them all. Why so quiet? Another extra, this one with boulders for hair, asked. Finally realized that no one cares what you have to say? Izuku internally growled at that. Seriously, breaking his fingers when he uses his quirk was ridiculously easy. It's much easier than when they are at normal size. Well, it was about time he did. No one cares for what a quirkless loser who wishes to be a hero has to say. The boy with the popping out eyes said, seriously, his quirk was the worst. Izuku could grab a knife and cut the nerves off and he wouldn't have eyes. Or maybe you'd like to gather attention before you try to get yourself killed again? The girl who could barely lift her FANG phone with telekinesis said. God, she was as bad as eyeballs. He could just grab a knife and stab her. What good was her quirk? Aside from Bakugo, they weren't any better than him. Wait, that they weren't better than him. So why? Why the hell did he have to suffer like this? Was being quirkless this bad? Was it such a serious crime? And why was he rejected like this by schools? His grades were enough. Was it because he was quirkless too? How could hero society get to this point? Featuring the footage of a quirkless boy running in to save another boy from a villain while the heroes stood by and did nothing. Izuku and his mother turned to the TV to see the news playing footage of his encounter with the Sludge villain. Izuku internally growled in frustration at that. and an interview from the HNN. Here in the HNN we have a special guest. The newsman said as the camera turned to him, showing a man in a gray suit with short black hair with golden strands. He has dark blue eyes and wears glasses. Please welcome the Minister of Hero Law Enforcement Department, Mr. Mizuki Raida. There was some applause at the announcement. Thank you for having me, Mizuki said with a slight nod. Mr. Mizuki, as you see, the topic is about the footage of the incident downtown spreading around the internet. Then newsman said with a smile. We want to hear comments about the matter where a student was taken hostage by the villain from the ministry itself. There was this reports about this boy who happens to be a Quirkless who rushed in trying to save his classmate while the heroes didn't take any action. Mizuki frowned as he gave the camera a stern frown. First of all, it may seem like an act of honorable bravery, but it was in fact a blatant obstacle for the heroes' operation. You're saying that even though the heroes didn't make a move, the boy's actions were still an obstacle? The newsman asked in surprise. Yes, I am. The boy jumped into the scene while the villain was using the other boy's quirk to cause destruction. It may seem like the heroes weren't doing anything, but they were limiting the destruction to an acceptable level until further reinforcements arrived according to our protocols. Mizuki explained. However, this boy's act does not only increase the chances of him getting hurt but also the chances of aggravating the villain and cause more destruction and possibly hurt the innocents. Mizuki shot a glare at the camera. People may seem that the heroes took no action at the scene, but they were in fact trying to limit the damage to the structures and thoroughly monitor the situation. And as you can see, the situation was smoothly solved by our symbol of peace without any need for the boy's pointless deed. We also had reports that the boy has been applying to many hero schools and many other security agencies. He apparently wants to be a part of the hero working field. Do you have any comments on this? The newsman asked with a smile. To be a hero, one must gain proper training first. Using a quirk without a license is no better than being a villain. I personally think that the boy is not suitable for a hero or any security jobs, Mizuki said sternly. Izuku fell to his knees as he looked at the screen in shock. He knew people were cruel, but this was just too much. From behind, Inko hugged her son with tears in her eyes as she pulled him closer to her in an attempt to comfort him. What the hell is the meaning, Mizuki? Toshinori snapped as he slammed his fist on the minister's desk, his blue eyes glowing dangerously as he was considering smashing the man's face in. How could you let them broadcast such a thing? Did you even consider the kid's future? Please calm down, we had no other choice. We did that out of necessity, Mizuki said calmly as he was looking through the window with his hands behind his back. Necessity? Toshinori repeated with more anger than skepticism. Yes, it's all for your sake, symbol of peace. Mizuki explained. How's that for MY's sake? What about the kid? Toshinori snapped. We have been trying to hide your injury and diminishing time of operation for a while now from the public. It might be a little too harsh, but your image is worth the cost of boy's sacrifice. Hero society must remain strong, Mizuki explained coolly. To achieve that, the symbol of peace must be free from the slightest of faults, Mizuki said as he looked at Toshinori, who looked down. You're saying that because of me that boy was ripped off from his future? Toshinori asked, stunned. Mizuki sighed. Please understand that this for the sake of hero society and yours. Symbol of peace. Toshinori's fist shook in anger. I can't even save mere boy? What kind of pathetic hero am I? Izuku glared daggers at the turned-off TV as his mom was washing the dishes. Him in it all. The heroes always get away with this, but do they ever consider who the F else gets hurt? Izuku paused at that. Who was getting hurt? It wasn't the heroes. It was probably the villains. But what about everyone else? Izuku sat there silently. Everyone else, huh? He muttered. Izuku leaned back and pulled out his phone. He entered the search engine and absent-mindedly typed in, civilian casualties hero. He slowly scrolled through the list. At first it was just news reports. People tragically dying to villain attacks before heroes could save them. Heroes dying in the line of fire. That sort of thing. But the more he scrolled, the more incriminating things he found. Izuku got up. He needed a bigger screen. Izuku ran at his room and slammed the door shut, tuning out his mother's worried calls. He felt a twinge of satisfaction as he looked at the money he got from selling his limited edition All Might merch through the internet. Night Eye paid over 3 million for that CRP. What a fool. Izuku ignored the feeling and went for his computer. When it logged on, he entered the same thing he did into his phone and scrolled through a few pages till he found the interesting parts. It was an old report. A small story in an independent newspaper about a number of accusations that number 2 hero Endeavor was doing more harm than good. People who had been horrifically burned by the pro hero. He wondered how this story hadn't circulated more. He looked into the paper. He really wished he hadn't. The story on Endeavor had come from an issue before it was announced it was closing down operations. As it turns out, the newspaper was sued because of the story, but settled out of court. Their crime was defamation. The Hero Commission had issued the lawsuit and the resulting payout had crushed the newspaper and run them out of business. The story was buried. It wasn't the only story that ended this way. A journalist was fired from a fairly high position in his newspaper for issuing a story about a number of SXL assault allegations involving pro-hero Midnight. Another was a collection of heroes whose reckless behavior had killed innocents. This paper was crushed as well. All Might's name came up a few times in that story. Other stories included how some petty thieves had their arms crushed beyond repair for stealing some money for their family. Another involved the straight-up murder of a suspected villain in his own home, but because he was thought to be working for at the time wanted organization, Villain Factory, all charges were dropped. The sun long set before Izuku took a break. He looked at an image of All Might's that popped in his phone. How many lies have you been involved in? He muttered. The Hero Commission was corrupt beyond repair. Rotten to the core. The people had been led to believe that the heroes were paragons of justice, but that couldn't be right. Not from all he had read. All the proof was in those articles. Images of people who were suffering not because of villains abusing their powers, but of heroes doing the very things they were supposed to be protecting others against. Children idolized them. Wanted to be them. He wanted to be. The realization hit Izuku hard. He felt hot. Far too hot. He also felt sick to his stomach. He grabbed his backpack and filled it with his precious notebook MS, then wrote a note apologizing to his mom, then pulled the money and ran to the door. Izuku, honey? His mom asked him in worry. Where are you going? I'm going for a walk. Izuku lied. He went to her and gave her a hug, confusing her. I love you so much, he said, then bolted outside the apartment. Why? Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs as he stood on top of a building. The same building where All Might crushed his dreams like they were nothing. Am I at fault for being quirkless? Izuku roared hatefully. Izuku looked down at the city lights. It looked appealing, a nice one last view if you ask him. Is it wrong to have a dream? He whispered softly as he removed his shoes. He took off his backpack and took a look at his precious notebooks. The notebooks that he spent years over years cultivating and filling to the brim with knowledge to help him and other heroes or take them down in the most brutal ways possible. He put the backpack next to his red sneakers and closed it before looking down. Diamond it. I curse you all. Izuku whimpered as he readied himself to jump. He had enough, but ironically he was jumping because his dreams are impossible, but because he had them in the first place, because he wanted to be in the same boat as those sickos called heroes, who do nothing but hurt others. You must be terribly sad. A voice spoke behind Izuku. It's tragic, right? I can see how this cursed world pushed you to the brink. Izuku turned to see a shadowy figure a small distance behind him. Is being born quirkless a serious crime? That it tips someone off their right to dream? The man asked while approaching. That type of distorted society, don't you think it is better gone? Of course I do. Izuku replied. This kind of society where heroes talk about some bullshit pipe dreams. After all, they are just shameless effing hypocrites. I hate them. I hate them so much. Izuku cried. Poor child, hurt by selfish and heartless people. How much suffering have you been through? The man asked. No one ever reached their hand to you, am I right? The man got next to Izuku, right in front of him as he put a hand on the boy's shoulder. If you are thinking of throwing your life away, why don't you came with me? He asked. He was a tall man whose face was entirely made up of scar tissue, extending from above his upper lip and covering his entire head and the back of his neck. As such, he had no visible nose, ears, hair, or eyes, though the outlines of his eye sockets were visible. You can be whatever you want, because I am here. The man extended his hand to Izuku, who stared for few seconds but then took it. It was here that the greatest villain was finally born into the world. Why? Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs as he stood on top of a building. The same building where All Might crushed his dreams like they were nothing. Am I at fault for being quirkless? Izuku roared hatefully. Izuku looked down at the city lights. It looked appealing, a nice one last view if you ask him. Is it wrong to have a dream? He whispered softly as he removed his shoes. He took off his backpack and took a look at his precious notebooks. The notebooks that he spent years over years cultivating and filling to the brim with knowledge to help him and other heroes or take them down in the most brutal ways possible. He put the backpack next to his red sneakers and closed it before looking down. Damn it. I curse you all. Izuku whimpered as he readied himself to jump. He had enough, but ironically he was jumping because his dreams are impossible, but because he had them in the first place, because he wanted to be in the same boat as those sickos called heroes, who do nothing but hurt others. The fact that he was one in million that wanted to be heroes, or fake ones anyways, made him nauseous. Because there will be more and more of these bullies as time goes on, he could only hope that they burn each other out in their own greed and selfishness. You must be terribly sad. A voice spoke behind Izuku. It's tragic, right? I can see how this cursed world pushed you to the brink. Izuku turned to see a shadowy figure a small distance behind him. Is being born quirkless a serious crime? That it rips someone off their right to dream? The man asked while approaching. That type of distorted society, don't you think it is better gone? Of course I do. Izuku replied. This kind of society where heroes talk about some bullshit pipe dreams. After all, they are just shameless effing hypocrites. I hate them. I hate them so much. Izuku cried in agony. Tears pouring out of his eyes. Poor child, hurt by selfish and heartless people. How much suffering have you been through? The man asked. No one ever reached their hand to you, am I right? The man got next to Izuku, right in front of him as he put a hand on the boy's shoulder. If you are thinking of throwing your life away, why don't you came with me? He asked. He was a tall man whose face was entirely made up of scar tissue, extending from above his upper lip and covering his entire head and the back of his neck. As such, he had no visible nose, ears, hair, or eyes, though the outlines of his eye sockets were visible. You can be whatever you want, because I am here. The man extended his hand to Izuku, who stared for few seconds but then took it. As Izuku took the hand, they pulled Izuku off the ledge and helped him down. Thank you. Izuku murmured with a weak, broken voice. Almost like a whisper. He felt so tired, so exhausted, so not done with everything. Don't mention it, my boy. Why don't you put your shoes back on and sit down? We have a lot to talk about. The man suggested gently, and Izuku nodded at the suggestion. He was too tired to argue anyways, and he couldn't care less for the man's scary looks. The green-haired boy put his red sneakers back on as he looked at the man. His appearance was strange, but Izuku could tell it wasn't his natural look, but from an accident of the sorts. As Izuku put on his backpack, one of his notebooks fell to the ground, and as he went to grab it, the man did so first. Hero analysis for the future? And no degree 13 no less. The man mused, and Izuku shrank on himself in embarrassment. Yes, it's a hobby of mine since I was a child. I analyze heroes, their quirks, fighting styles, quirks, strengths and weaknesses. Nothing worth noting. Izuku said, looking down while poking his fingers together. He felt embarrassed that the man found about his creepy habit. People always made fun of his notebooks and called them useless, creepy or stalky. This is truly a work of art. Izuku perked up at that. Why would you think this is nothing? I'm very sure that this could help in the rise of multiple heroes further or their downfall. The man said the last part with a suggestive tone, a very sadistic one. Izuku for some reason liked the last part. A lot honestly. Sir, not to be rude but, who are you? Izuku asked timidly, hoping to not anger the scary-looking man who only nodded his head at the question. Excuse me my boy, age must be getting to me, my name is All for One. The now All for One introduced himself with a smile that would scare anyone, but Izuku was too emotionally exhausted to feel a DMN thing. Well sir, All for One dash. Call me Sensei my boy, because from now on, I will help you in your quest. I will help you channel that rage and hatred on those who had it coming, on those who hurt you, and on this messed up world in general. You will get your fulfillment, because I am here. All for One spoke, reveling in using his arch-nemesis's catchphrase against him. It was petty and childish, but it felt good. Izuku nodded. Well sensei, how am I of all people going to get revenge? I am nothing but a quirkless nobody. Weak and talentless. Nothing is special about me. Izuku said, looking down. He was used to everyone telling him that, to the point it became a part of who he is and who he saw himself as. Izuku was looking down, so he didn't notice the villain's frown at the statement. Nonsense my boy, in the opposite in fact. All for One spoke. Let me tell you about myself, but first, why don't we go somewhere more private? All for One snapped his fingers and then black mud started covering Izuku. The supervillain noted that Izuku looked more intrigued by the quirk than frightened, which was very amusing to say the least, as the boy looked at the quirk like it was a toy he wanted to have so badly. The villain felt nostalgia at that. As the black liquid swallowed them both, they disappeared from the rooftop. It was the last time Izuku Midoriya was seen by anyone in Mizudafu. After a bit, Izuku materialized in an old warehouse that was dark and filled to the brim with tanks full of colored liquid, medical equipment, and other scientific tools. Welcome to my lair. This is where I spend most of my time. Take a seat and let's begin our talk. I can tell that you feel very confused right now. All for One instructed, and Izuku obeyed as he took a seat. He was in fact very confused right now and needed some answers. So, I have few questions to you. Sensei. Izuku said, and All for One nodded his head. Ask away my boy. The scarred-faced man said with a hand gesture motioning for the boy to start speaking. Well, for starters, who are you? Not your name but who you are actually, and why do you want to help me? And how do you know who I am? Izuku asked nervously as he looked down, afraid of offending the man. Well, to answer your questions by succession, I am the king of the underworld, the man who controlled Japan from the shadows. I am as old as quirks, and my name is the same name as my quirk, All for One, which allows me to take quirks from others and use it for myself like they are my own, or give them to others. The old villain explained. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Take quirks? That's incredible. This changes everything we know about quirks. How many quirks can you wield? Can you use more than one at the time? How do you take them and transfer them? Is it touch-based? If you are this old, does that mean you have a longevity quirk? How many quirks do you have? That's too many questions for a first meeting. The villain mused, and Izuku slapped a hand to his mouth with an embarrassed look. He started mumbling again, didn't he? God, this is embarrassing. Sorry, I get excited when it comes to quirks. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, and the scarred-faced man chuckled in amusement. Worry not, young Izuku. I tend to do something similar when I see an interesting quirk. Mostly how people waste the potential of their quirks by using them in mundane and pathetic ways. All for One admitted. I know what you mean. There are many heroes who don't realize the full potential of their quirks. Like Midnight, if she used support items like bullets full of her compressed gas, she could shoot people from a long distance to SBMson. Izuku said with a frown. All for One grinned amusement. Good, but let's get back to your questions. The reason why I want to help you is simple. In fact, you have potential, limitless, untapped potential even without a quirk. I have seen your courage, your intelligence, and good heart. And if those fools will not give you the chance, then so will I. You have seen the wrongs of society and was wronged by it, how distasteful this world truly is, and how not just you, but a lot of people have been treated. I want to see how you will change this world if given the chance. The villain king explained to the young boy. It wasn't a lie. When he first saw the boy, all he saw was Yoichi. The boy screamed, "Little brother, in ways All for One wasn't comfortable with, so seeing how he was treated, how he was sent to the brick. The king of the underworld decided that if Yoichi couldn't see his point of view, this boy will. After all, he knows what it's like to see a broken child and give him a home, give him compassion and nurture him. Tenko was the best example for that after all. He was hurt beyond description by his family, and after his quirk decay manifested, he killed his entire family and left in the streets to fend for himself until All for One found him. He thought he found the successor he wanted, but the boy was too impulsive and impatient, unstable sometimes. He would make an amazing villain, but he wasn't leader quality. This boy in front of him, on the other hand? He would make a great leader. He obviously has the talent and smarts, but lacks too much in the physical area along with self-esteem and even self-worth. Maybe burn the boy's old school for self-satisfaction later, but nothing training, praise and experience wouldn't fix. Izuku Midoriya is broken, but not beyond repair. Do you really mean that? You really think I have potential, that I could do something with my life? Izuku asked in shock with his eyes full of tears. It was too good for the little boy to be true. Yes, I do. Those notebooks alone speaks volumes about your intelligence. Something like this coming from a self-taught 14-year-old boy is truly astounding, and as for you believes of being weak, I lived in the dawn of quirks, young Izuku. I know how capable and dangerous the quirkless are. So yes, I know you for a fact that you can do great things if given the chance. All for One confirmed with a nod. Izuku clutched his chest tightly with his hands, as started tears pouring out of his eyes like rivers. For once someone, beside his mother who needed 10 years to do so, told without a doubt that he was talented, that he was of worth, and that he wasn't useless. It felt good. It felt great, like a weight has been lifted up off his shoulders. And the idea that probably the worst villain in the history of Japan was the one to tell him that. It showed Izuku how messed up society truly was. It made him more sure than ever of his choice to destroy it. Thank you, Izuku said as he wiped his tears with a tissue paper that his sensei so kindly offered him. Don't worry about it, for now I'll just give you a brief of it's gonna go from now. We are going to start your training now. From tomorrow you will start basic physical training, and learn how to lead a villain organization from me personally. All for One explained to the boy he decided to take as an apprentice. Izuku gave his sensei a shocked look like he couldn't believe it. Me? A leader? I am not fit for such a role. Who would ever follow me? Izuku asked in shock, waving his arms frantically in panic. All for One chuckled. Don't worry, my boy, you are not alone. Your brother will be your guide in your path to true villainy. The old villain explained calmly with evident amusement. My brother? Izuku repeated slowly. Yes, young Izuku. Your brother. I am taking you as my ward from this very day. You are not the first one though. Years ago I found this boy wide eye in the streets, alone and scared. No one helped him just like you. The civilians and passers-by just told him that a hero will help him. And the heroes? No one did. And why would they? No glory would come from that. He wanted to be a hero just like you and got the reality of who they are shoved in his face. I took him as my own and raised him, in hopes of having a fine successor in him, but even though he proved to be an amazing villain material and one that would be feared by others, he is no leader. All for One patted Izuku's head. But you are. You two would make an amazing team. So do you want to meet him? Izuku looked down at his lap. He knew that he wasn't the only one suffering in this world. He wasn't so self-absorbed that he thought that, but hearing it now made him realize how messed up things truly are. Izuku looked at his sensei and nodded. Yes, I would be glad to do so. Izuku nodded with determination. Tomura Shigaraki scoffed as he watched the repeat of the news about the quirkless boy who charged bravely to save a classmate just to be banished by this Mizuki whatever in live television. The Tsunava Beach, he ruined a quirkless kid's future beyond repair without a care in the FING world. It reminded the fanatic gamer of why in the darkest pits of hell he hated this society. The kid will probably take a swan dive off the roof of some building by tomorrow and nobody will give a flying F about it. FING NPCs, acting like all is great and perfect, smiling like fools while ignoring those in need, or worse, actively pushing them to the brick. Society doesn't like people who are different. They bully them, shun them, try to get them to conform. And some do, they suppress what makes them different until they fit it in. But it's almost always temporary. Those bottled-up emotions and feelings will eventually burst and cause them to act rashly. That's how mist villains are created. Sure, some are just selfish motherfuckers who do bad shit for the sake of it, but most aren't. Most are pushed into villainy, mostly mutants and those with villainous quirks. They are the most likely to be villains. That interview is quite hypocritical, don't you think? Tomura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked, and Tomura scoffed. Obviously, that NPC is blowing sheet ton of hot air for the image of that blonde oaf of hero. Tomura said, irritated as he scratched his neck. You're saying that even though the heroes didn't make a move, the boy's actions were still an obstacle? The newsman asked in surprise. So news guys can ask the right question sometimes. Tomura said sarcastically. I don't think the question did matter much. Kurogiri said. Yes, I am. The boy jumped into the scene while the villain was using the other boy's quirk to cause destruction. It may seem like the heroes weren't doing anything, but they were limiting the destruction to an acceptable level until further reinforcements arrived according to our protocols. Mizuki explained. However, this boy's act does not only increase the chances of him getting hurt but also the chances of aggravating the villain and cause more destruction and possibly hurt the innocents. Bullshit. The only thing you are correct about is that the Sludge F caused a cluster F dashed. Tomura scoffed. Kurogiri only hummed at that. Mizuki shot a glare at the camera. People may seem that the heroes took no action at the scene, but they were in fact trying to limit the damage to the structures and thoroughly monitor the situation. And as you can see, the situation was smoothly solved by our symbol of peace without any need for the boy's pointless deed. The only thing pointless is your face. Tomura grumbled. The boy kinda reminded him of himself. He used to go around and help people as a little kid, but that only got him beaten up at home by his shitty old man. This boy was the exact same thing. We also had reports that the boy has been applying to many hero schools and many other security agencies. He apparently wants to be a part of the hero working field. Do you have any comments on this? The newsman asked with a smile. To be a hero, one must gain proper training first. Using a quirk without a license is no better than being a villain. I personally think that the boy is not suitable for a hero or any security jobs. Mizuki said sternly. Tsunava Beach. Tomura said with a glare. His sensei was right. Hero society was a structure waiting to be torn down to shreds. And he will be the one initiating that. Now ready, Tomura Shigaraki, or will bring your new partner very soon and you should be in presentable shape. Kurogiri reminded. Tomura grinned at that. Yes, his sensei promised to get him a player too to help in his quest. Sensei said he can't do a solo game because he lacked the necessary skills, mostly strategy, leadership and charisma. Well, Tomura in all honesty would admit that he wasn't the best in team playing or leading a campaign. Maybe a player too would be great for his goals, and as Sensei said, they would be brothers. Tomura never had that. Yes, he had a sibling, but in all honesty he didn't like her that much, and his old family SE, Kurogiri and Sensei were all he had, and now he was getting someone else. Bring it on. Kurogiri was texted and he opened a warp gate to transfer whoever this is. Two figures stepped out. The first was Sensei and the second was. Tomura blinked as he rubbed at his eyes. It was the brat from the FING news. He took a glance at the TV and sure enough the picture displayed in the screen was the same as the one in front of him, but the boy now looked more blank, empty, broken, while the picture in the screen showed him to be a bit happier, though Tomura noted that even in the screen the smile was more plastic than real. Which was fair considering the bullshit he has dealt with as a Quirkless for the good part of his life. Hello Tomura, how are you doing today? Sensei asked casually. Tomura was on one of the stools of the bar while Kurogiri was standing on the counter cleaning a glass like a real bartender would. Fine Sensei, and you, how's you health? Tomura asked politely. He knew his teacher wasn't in good shape since his fight with that motherfucker All Might. More than fine, but never mind that. Meet your new partner. Sensei motioned to the boy and Tomura glanced at the boy to see him looking like a nervous wreck. Tomura could work with that, as long as he sees what's special about him. Hello, my name is. The boy looked nervous as he spoke. Deku. Deku Shigaraki. He finished smiling at the last part. Yet Tomura also felt proud of his last name, his connection to his MSTR. Nice to meet you both. The boy bowed formally. Kurogiri bowed back. Greetings young'uns too. I am Kurogiri and I will be here to help you and Tomura in everything you need. Don't hesitate to ask me. Kurogiri said and Deku nodded. So you are player 2? Nice to meet you, I'm Tomura Shigaraki. Tomura introduced himself. So even though you don't have a quirk, what are your skills player 2? All for one handed Tomura a notebook. It was singed and had watermarks on them but Tomura grabbed it and started reading and his eyes almost bugged out. What the F dash? Forget quirks. These notebooks are gold. And with Sensei's quirks this boy would destroy society like it's nothing. Tomura grinned widely as he flipped through the pages. He grinned too widely it threatened to crack his and tear apart his lips. You wanted to be a hero so badly, huh? He did see it. Those notebooks were made with passion. I don't think so. Not anymore. Not that they'd let me anyway. Yes. Quirkless. He said as if it'd slip his mind. He knew how they were treated. Their loss. I read a few pages. Impressive analyses. Think you can do me? Analyze me. What can you tell me about my quirk? Well, Izuku stuttered since this is completely unexpected. He never had someone asked him to do it. He was confused for a bit but then his nerd mode took over. I think you have a 5-digit contact destruction quirk. You can't control it. It destroys everything you touch with your 5 fingers. All the boy did was laugh. I got it wrong? There's no need to laugh. No. You got it exactly right. My quirk is decay. Everything I touch with all my fingers decays into dust. What you just did was impressive. How did you do it? Well, I just noticed that you held the notebook carefully. Almost like you were scared of touching it with all 5 fingers. Same with that game you're holding. I assume that's how you activated your quirk and since you were trying to avoid it, it most likely was something destructive. Player 2 said bashfully. Tomura grinned as walked to him and slung an arm over his shoulder. Wanna come with me and play some Smash? He said as he held up the game he was holding. Izuku didn't know what to think. First Shigaraki nearly forgot that he was quirkless. He said his analyses were impressive. And now he invites him to play video games? It felt surreal to him, but Sensei said that Tomura would understand him and accept him. And he did. I'm nothing much. It's just been a hobby since I was young. Pleasure to meet you Tomura-kun. With that the two went to play together, and all for one smirked to himself, this went better than he expected. Katsuki seethed as he watched the news while eating. Deku. That stupid, quirkless, useless, quirkless, pitiful, quirkless weakling, was the only one to come rushing in to save him. Katsuki Bakugo. He didn't need saving from that nobody. Yet he was the only one to come rushing in like that, and pull him out of that sludge freak. A smirk came to his face. At least he got torn a new one by all the heroes around and now in TV. Too bad All Might didn't let him have it as well. Having his favorite hero tell him what he did was stupid would have put the final nail in the coffin of that loser's dream once and for all. The sound of the phone ringing broke Bakugo out of his thoughts. Choosing to ignore it, he went back to eating his dinner. Hey, Kachi, get the phone will you? Mitsuki, his mother, asked as she helped herself to a mouthful of food. You get it you lazy bat. Katsuki growled back. This earned him a smack behind the head from his now furious mother. Is that any way to talk to your mother, you little turd? She roared in his face. Is that any way to treat your own kid, you old hag? The boy pushed back just as viciously. Come on, guys, not at the table, Masaru asked politely, whilst also making ready to duck under the table if he needed to. Mother and son snarled at each other in a staring contest, while the phone continued to ring. Mitsuki finally gave a tired sigh and got up. I'll get it. Ha! Katsuki rubbed in his victory as he scarfed down the rest of his meal. Mitsuki picked up the phone and brought it to her ear. Hello, Bakugo residents. The Bakugo mother instantly recognized the trembling voice on the other line. Hey, Inko. Long time no talk. Bakugo couldn't help but eavesdrop as he ate, but then instantly regretted it. It was that useless thing. If that little chicken decided to tell her about how he'd been picking on him at school, he was going to be in for a world of hurt. "How's it going?" Mitsuki brightly asked, until her face began to slowly fall into an expression of worry. "Inko, is something wrong?" "No, Izuku isn't here. Why?" "Oh no, Inko. It's gonna be okay. Okay? I'm coming over." Mitsuki slammed the phone onto its holder and ran past the dinner table. Bakugo stopped eating when the conversation started getting tense. He and his father got out of their seats and ran to see the mother fetching her coat out of the cupboard. "Honey, what's wrong?" Masaru asked, showing a rare moment of strong authority. "Izuku's gone missing," was the woman's answer as she pulled her coat on. "I'm heading over to Inko's right now to see what's up. You want to come with Katsuki?" The boy shot his head up at the question. There was a time when he and Deku were once friends, but when he got his quirk and Deku didn't, their friendship became nullified. "Heck no. I don't want anything to do with that quirkless nobody." A hand grabbing hold of his collar and pulling him close to the seething face of his mother made him instantly regret his answer. Mitsuki knew the reason why her son stopped hanging out with Izuku was that the poor boy didn't have a quirk, and it was garbage like this that she couldn't stand coming out of her son's mouth. As much as Mitsuki wanted to let her spoiled brat of a son have it, she had more important things to do. She took a deep breath to calm herself before speaking once more. "I haven't got time for this. We'll talk later." She let the boy go and dashed for the door, slamming it shut. Bakugo stood in the hallway stunned by the look in his mother's eyes. She had never looked at him like that before. Katsuki turned toward his father, who just looked at him with nothing but disappointment. He turned back toward the dinner table and continued with his meal. Katsuki was astounded by how he was being treated. There was only one thing he could do when times like this arose in his life. Blame Fe. It was all his fault for disappearing in the first place. Why was he getting punished? That stupid little crybaby always did get everyone's attention more than him. Well, wherever the little nobody had run off to, he'd better do himself a favor and stay there. Because if Deku ever showed his face again, he was going to get it. Izuku Midoriya never returned home that night. Or the next one. Or the one after that. Inko and Mitsuki contacted the authorities, who put out a missing person alert for the boy. Days turned to weeks, but there was no sign of Izuku anywhere to be found. Local heroes were notified of the boy's disappearance, promising to keep a lookout for him. But even with the heroes' help, Izuku Midoriya was never found, as if he had vanished into thin air. As for Katsuki, he couldn't care less. The bomb boy wouldn't dare to admit it out loud, but he was glad to be rid of the useless broccoli-headed dork. He couldn't fathom why his parents were making such a big deal out of the green-haired nobody in the first place. He also couldn't understand why the loser's mom was so torn up about his disappearance either. The guy was quirkless. What good could he do, other than steal his heir? Whatever, it didn't matter. Now that Deku was long gone, it just helped Bakugo to focus on getting into Yuta. Not that it was going to be any sort of challenge for him. With his quirk, the world was his. An all-you-can-eat buffet laid out just for him, and he was ready to dig in. Who on earth could possibly stop him? Bakugo was sitting at his desk in school, looking up at the ceiling with his usual scowl. He turned back to his side to look at the vacant desk where Deku used to sit. Ever since the quirkiness nobody vanished, the tone around Aldra High School had completely changed. He growled. Even when he wasn't around, the Deku still had to have some notion of existing. Whether he was here in the flesh, or when other people were talking about him. So, what do you think happened to him? Bakugo caught on to a conversation happening between a few students on the other end of the classroom, whispering and taking turns to look back at the empty seat. "I don't know. Do you think maybe he was kidnapped? Or maybe someone got him with their quirk? Well, couldn't he have defended himself? With what? Don't you remember? He didn't have a quirk." "Oh shoot. That's right. Man, I actually feel sorry for the guy." Bakugo could have spit when he heard that. All of a sudden, two figures approached the ash-blonde boy. It was the two cronies who liked to follow him around and picked on Deku whenever he did. One of them was an overweight kid who could grow wings out of his back, while the other had dirty blonde hair and could cause his fingers to grow to unnatural lengths. Finger Boy decided to pull out Izuku's empty seat and plop himself in it, right next to Bakugo. Hey, Bakugo! Isn't this great? That quirkiness nobody's finally gone. Just like you always wanted. He cackled. Bakugo barely looked at the SCK up next to him. Not getting the toughest kids in the school's attention, the snarky kid decided to try again. I bet he took your advice and decided to drop himself off the roof. About time, huh? Who needs a quirkiness freak like him? What is wrong with you? Someone shot up from the group of kids on the far side of the room. Finger Boy and Fat Wings turned to look at who had raised her voice. It was a schoolgirl who could turn her hair into a neon blue WHP. How could you say something like that? Taken by surprise by the girl's words, Finger Boy stood up and began defending himself. But it's true, isn't it? If you don't have a quirk, then what good are you? That's not fair. A boy who had rocks for hair spoke up next. Lots of people without quirks can still do something. Like, join the police force or something. Why are you sticking up for the Deku now? Everyone stopped to look at Bakugo, who had finally said something. He looked down from the ceiling and toward the group of kids. It's not like you were friends with him, right? A girl who could summon a small twister with her right hand hesitantly spoke up next. No, but don't you miss him too, Bakugo? I mean, he did save you from that Sludge villain a few weeks ago. Bakugo shot a deadly glare at the girl the moment she brought up his greatest shame. All of the students froze under the explosive boy's gaze. Even his two cronies were scared stiff as he rose out of his chair and stalked his way toward the small group at the front. He then slammed both his palms on the desks at either side of him, smoke simmering out from the burning wood underneath his hands. Don't ever bring that up again. I didn't need that Deku's help. I don't need anyone's help, and I never will. I'm going to be the best hero this world has ever seen, and I'm going to pave over that stupid incident like the garbage it is. And if that Deku ever shows his face around here again, I'm gonna dash. All of a sudden, the classroom door slid open, and the teacher walked in. All right, class, settle down. Time to start the day. Bakugo, please take your seat. The explosive boy shot the group of kids one last look before stomping off back to his spot, seating himself down and propping his legs up on the chair in front of him. He honestly didn't care what happened to the Deku, whether he took his advice and decided to jump off a building somewhere or not. Midnight had heard a lot of jokes about her being out at midnight, and she had never thought any of them were funny. The rated R heroine was making her nightly patrol around the city, riding her personalized motorcycle. But so far, there had been no word of any bad boys misbehaving. She pouted at that thought. She got herself all dolled up for some fun and had no one to play with. Wasn't there anyone out there that wanted to try to top the Dom? Her earpiece crackled to life before speaking. Dispatch to all hands. We've got a break-in at the South Street Bank. Suspects are considered armed and dangerous. Any authority or heroes, please respond. Midnight placed her finger on the piece. This is Midnight. I'm 2 blocks away from the location. Be there in the crack of a Dabi. Roger that, Midnight. Good hunting. The agent on the other end stammered. Midnight just loved messing with people. Revving her engines, she raced toward the disruption, licking her lips in anticipation. When she arrived, she could easily see 4 men already inside, hacking into one of the ATMs with a hardwired phone, completely unaware of her arrival. Midnight almost felt sorry for these boys, almost. She kicked her C-Whistle onto its stand, then made her way inside the bank. She peeled off the sleeve of her outfit, letting her quirk, somnambulist, drift off her skin and begin clouding the closed-off room. Whoa. What do I spy? A few naughty boys stealing from someone else's piggy bank. The thugs turned around to see Midnight standing there, in a confident and domineering pose. However, her confidence halted a little when she spotted that all 4 of the crooks were wearing gas masks. Why would a bunch of small-time, petty criminals be wearing gas masks of all things, to a bank heist? Oh shoot, the kid was right. She really came. One of the thugs cried out. He had a clothes that resembled a Mexican thug with a dragon tattoo on his left arm. Midnight was caught off guard. There was no way a pack of mediocre thugs could have predicted her showing up, and being ready for her powers like this. How could they have known? Did they plan this? They sure didn't seem the type to formulate such a trap. It looked well thought. Too well thought. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when an enormous fist struck her in the back of her head, making her see stars. The R-rated heroine fell to the ground, her vision shaken and blurred from the thug's sucker punch. Holy shit! A thug with a brown hoodie shouted. We did it! We actually beat a hero. The gang took a moment to celebrate their victory. Midnight struggled to regain her senses. She looked at them and had one idea: that how was she losing to those morons? So, now what do we do now with her? A thug with a green bandana that covered his mouth asked, scratching his chin. The large thug who clocked Midnight from behind smirked as he cracked his gigantic knuckles. He wore a leather jacket that was opened up over nothing, showing his abs. I say we put her down for good. Make sure she can't come after us later. Midnight managed to hear that in her daze, and she did not like it. Was this really the end for her? Dying on the hands of some idiots? She would have settled to die on the hands of some good-looking guy, but none of them were. Not one bit. No. The singular voice silenced all others present. A blurred figure appeared and started coming her way. The thugs parted out of the stranger's way, allowing him to walk up to the downed heroine. The sleep gas heroine managed to get her sights straightened out, just in time to get a look at the figure before her. What surprised her the most about the likely leader of the gang was just how young he appeared to be. The boy didn't seem like much to look at, much like every other no-name delinquent on the street. He wore a dark green hoodie with a yellow backpack on his shoulders, a pair of torn blue jeans, red sneakers, and the lower half of his face was obstructed by the gas mask he wore. But what she did manage to see of his face were his eyes. A pair of sagging, unstable, enraged, hateful green eyes, which she could have sworn were staring right through her. What the hell do you mean, no? The brute barked, obviously not happy to be told otherwise of what he wanted. The boy went about retrieving the HNDCFFS from Midnight's utility belt. If we kill a hero, we'll have more heat on us than being plain old bank robbers. He then locked the woman's wrists to a metal railing nearby. Do you really want every hero in the area on our tail for taking out of their own? Or worse, All Might himself? The crooks break out into a cold sweat at the mention of the symbol of peace. No way in hell itself did they want a piece of him. None of them had a death wish. Thank you so much. Seeing that his words had sunken into their heads, the boy stood back on his feet, leaving Midnight restrained on the floor. Grab what you can and let's go. The cops will be here soon enough. All right. The crew of crooks got back to work, raiding each of the ATMs for all the bags they had in stock. All Midnight could do was watch, defeat hanging heavy over her. How could this have happened to her? How did these guys know that she'd be the one to show up? How could they have been so prepared to deal with her and her quirk this whole time? It was at that moment that it clicked for her. It's you, isn't it? The boy turned back slightly when he heard her. Glad to have gotten the boy's attention. There have been reports of a villain who's been able to analyze heroes and decipher the weaknesses of their powers. And that's you, isn't it? The boy turned back to face her and began to slowly walk toward her. Is that your quirk? Midnight inquired. To recognize people's quirks and the weaknesses they have? The boy knelt down to look the downed heroine in the eyes, his glowing green own piercing into hers. No, it isn't. The dom heroine felt a flutter of nervousness pass through her body but forgot all about it in an instant when the boy began to reach up to his mask. As a matter of fact, he removed the mask and revealed a small button nose, a pair of cheeks pecked with freckles, and the most terrifying smile that Midnight had ever seen on a human face. I don't have a quirk. The R-rated heroine was stunned silent at the sight of such an evil-filled grin. One that would the devil himself a run for his money. I hope you're not too hurt, Ms. Midnight. The young mastermind's smile shrunk from its demented size, yet still held its unhinged nature. I was actually quite a big fan of yours. The honk of a horn caught both their attention, the boy turning back with his smile still in place. Guess it's time to go. Wish I could stick around. But I have better things to do. The boy then stood up and made his way toward the door. Wait! The woman cried out, managing to stop him for a moment. She just couldn't let him go without taking one more question. Who are you? The boy turned back slightly to look her in the eye once more. He placed his mask back upon his face before giving her an answer. Deku. A gentle knocking at the door drew the owner of the small apartment to scurry over and open it up for Mitsuki Bakugo. Hey, Inko, I got your message. How are you doing? Oh, I'm fine. That was a lie. Mitsuki knew that for a fact. The sight of Izuku Midoriya was enough to tell how she was doing. Ragged and tired. Bags under eyes. Hair a tousled mess. She'd even put on a few more pounds. It was too clear to her that Inko was not fine, but Mitsuki kept her friendly smile up for the sake of her old friend. I got your message. Is everything okay? The glycerin woman inquired, cautiously keeping her oblivious act up. Oh, that. I was just hoping you could come by and have dinner with me, that's all. Another lie. Mitsuki made her way inside the stout woman's home and spotted what Inko had made for dinner, laid out on the dining table. Katsudon. Izuku's favorite. Mitsuki quickly learned that whenever Inko made that specific dish, it meant that the day had been rough on her. Though every passing day where Izuku never came home was rough for the distraught mother, the katsudon would be a clear sign that the day had been particularly horrible. Oh, Katuston. Well, I suppose I could stick around for a while. The bomb boy's mother's mask nearly cracked at the sight of deep-fried pork and rice. The two mothers took a seat each at either end of the small table and began to dig in. The tension was so thick in the air, you could cut it with a chainsaw. The two women took small bites of their food as if eating too much would set off some invisible bomb they were somehow aware of. Inko would stare into her dish with a distant look in her eyes, looking up from time to time to see her friend eating as slowly as she was. For the sake of appearances, Mitsuki would shoot the green-haired woman a quick smile before taking another bite, with Inko giving a weaker one back before returning to her dinner. The silent eating went on for another 5 minutes. Inko closed her eyes and set her chopsticks down to one side, a resolute frown on her face. I talked with Hisashi today. Mitsuki stopped mid-bite. Oh no. The levitation woman's face scrunched up in emotional pain as tears began to fall from her eyes. He said it was my fault that it's my fault I lost him. It's my fault he's gone. The glycerin woman slammed her chopsticks down on the table, letting her anger boil over. That stuck-up, yellow-bellied, son of a dash. But he's right. Inko interrupted. It is my fault. No. Mitsuki shot out of her seat and rushed to her friend's side. Inko, no. It is not. Fault. Yes, it is. The distraught mother wailed back. He was 4 years old when he was told he wasn't quirkless, that he wasn't like everyone else. Inko ranted as she gripped her hair in exasperation. When we got home, he rushed right to the computer and kept on watching his favorite clip of All Might for the rest of the day. He looked me in the eye, tears running down his face, and asked. Meet begged me if there was any chance he could be a hero without a quirk. And what did I say? What did I say? Inko. Mitsuki tried to break her friend out of her self-inflicting rant. I'm sorry. The plump woman blubbered. That's all I could say. I drove him away. I gave up on him. I didn't believe in him. You didn't give up on him. The glycerin woman objected. You were trying to protect him. He could have gotten hurt if he tried to be a hero. But I should have just let him try. Inko argued back. My boy, the world's first quirkless hero. Wouldn't that have been something? But I ruined it that I broke him. All Mitsuki could do was hold onto the mother who lost her child, letting her cry her soul out. They both completely forgot about their plates of katsudon, until they had gone cold. Izuku grinned widenly as he counted the money with the small-time gang he had just worked with. It was a small job but a start. Everyone got to start off from somewhere, right? And now he was around. 3 million yen more rich. He can get this all invested into Yi new hideout. Which reminded him that he had more work tomorrow after this. Hey kid. Thanks for the help. This was a piece of cake thanks to your help. The thug with the bandana mask grinned widely as he counted the money. Yeah man. Of course. You don't have one and you led us to victory like it was nothing. We beat a hero. A hero. The one with the brown hoodie cheered loudly. Deku smiled as he looked at the crooks. He lifted his bag and slung the thing over his shoulder as he started walking away. Thanks, pleasure doing business with you people. Until we meet again. The green-haired mastermind said as he started walking out of the old warehouse. The feeling is mutual, ma man. If you ever need help, please contact us. The brood of the team cheered and Deku waved at them with a nod. As he exited the warehouse, he let a large, cruel Cheshire grin into his face. It was getting better by the day. It has been 6 months since he joined the League of Villains. Yeah, the name is kinda cliché, but he and Tomura were proud of it. Soon they will start gathering members for their group. Tomura just wanted to start with some fighters and wreak havoc, but that was too small for Izuku. No, that wouldn't do. Izuku is gonna be the next all-for-one. The Emperor of Villains. And an emperor needs an empire to rule and a lot of underlings to follow him. So to start his empire, he must decide the League into branches to combat the corrupt government and those false heroes that this society worships so much. Each branch will have to be of different field, all serving the League in general and its needs. The Vanguard Action Squad, which does most of the fighting and killing with Tomura-kun as the leader, which he happily accepted the role with gusto. Then there must be something that Izuku thought the villain side needed for as long as it existed, something that heroes had over villains. Support gear and items. Izuku will make the villains as capable of accessing support gear and equipment as heroes. It's only fair to level the field after all. An intelligence, espionage and information gathering department is as necessary to be one step ahead of the heroes, to make sure none of the League of Villains' operations would be struck down by heroes. It also has the secondary purpose of gathering dirt on the heroes to expose them to the world. Oh, and a branch that specialized in heists and thefts. The League needed a money and Izuku will be dead if he kept ribbing banks as the Emperor of Villains. Izuku kept musing on those thoughts as he walked into an alleyway and went inside quickly. He made sure that no one followed him before he grabbed his phone and texted Kurogiri to open a warp gate. Satan 2. Kurogiri, please open a warp gate to this location. XXXXXXX. Chauffeur. Yes, young MSTR. Just like that, a warp gate opened in front of Izuku. The quirk fascinated Izuku to no end. The ability to open warp gates to anywhere as long as you got the coordinates is something that would serve Izuku just fine. Izuku stepped into the warp gate and was enveloped in a cloud of dark mist for a second before he appeared in the familiar bar in Kamino Ward. Hey there, little brother. Tomura greeted as he playing a video game in the couch. How was the heist? Izuku rolled his eyes at his video games obsessed brother. He had no idea how someone who lived on energy drinks, fast food and video games was as deadly as he was. But considering that Izuku has taken out some pros on his own, it wasn't that outlandish. Perfect, Tomura-kun. Midnight didn't know what hit her. Literally, it was actually sad how defeated she looked when I told her I was quirkless. Izuku cackled manically as he sat on a stool facing the self-appointed resident bartender with a beaming smile, so innocent that the mist villain cursed the world for dampening such a smile. Can I get some tea, Kurogiri? Izuku asked politely and the bartender nodded his head. So, when are we starting the recruiting process? Tomura asked, not looking up from his Nintendo Switch, but he was paying attention closely to his little brother and boss. In few more months, Tomura-kun. We need resources. Money is the most valuable budget we could get. Just because Sensei can lend us as much as we need doesn't mean we should. If we are to take over the underworld and rebuild it after All Might wiped most of Sensei's followers and organizations, we should do it with our hard work. Izuku explained as he was writing on his notebook labeled, How to Destroy Hero Society No Degree 2, with extreme focus and a smile that would make all for one proud. Tomura and Kurogiri actually almost felt sorry for society as a whole, almost as the key word since Tomura didn't give a flying F about it. So what about you? Keeping tabs on the situation in the country and the crime underworld? Izuku asked casually and Tomura nodded his head. Yup, the heroes are still as fed up as ever. Nedzu and the HPSC president are still on their Cold War sheet. Oh, which reminds me that the number 3 hero Thunderbolt is assigned an HPSC representative at Udata now. Izuku scowled at that. Oh, as for the underworld, the Quirkless Liberation Front are preparing to make a move. The Creature Rejection Clan are in the same boat, and so is the Inhumane Supremacy Party. As for the Meta Liberation Army, you know how that went out. Tomura shrugged and Izuku nodded grimly. Yes, 2 months ago there was coup of the Meta Liberation Army that even though it failed did quite the number on the hero system. All Might kicked Redestros, but the media and government denied that. Why, you ask? It's because the Detronat Lifestyle Company is a great chunk of the country's economy. If Detronat is down, so is the economy. It was an absolute mess. Ever since Sensei died, in the eyes of the world, all the organizations he oppressed and kept in check were making their moves. Japan was basically in a shadow war. The underground heroics joined forces into one organized community led by Eraserhead and Ms. Joke, and the Nurahata Vigilantes started a vigilante alliance that gathered all vigilantes around Japan, supported them with training and equipment, and the alliance is working side by side with the underground community. Yeah, we will have to deal with those guys later. First the kingdom building, then the decimation of those organizations. And then the domination of Japan. Izuku decided, and Tomura nodded his head in affirmation. You are the boss. Your word is a law. Tomura shrugged. Kurogiri handed Izuku a teacup with hot steaming green tea in it that let out a relaxing smell. Thank you, Kurogiri. Izuku beamed as he sipped on his tea with a content smile on his freckled face. Kurogiri nodded his head as he looked at the 2 kids in front of him proudly. It made him happy to see those 2 maturing so quickly, and he knew that Emster was also watching and feeling proud of them too. Izuku got up from his seat as he stretched his limbs and walked into his bedroom. Good night, you two. I have work in the morning and will take all day, so don't wait for me. Izuku said with a smile as he walked to his room. Izuku breathed as he was standing in the training area with a katana in hand and minor scratches, bruises and cuts all over him. At least his MSTR is generous enough to heal him when he's done. Speaking of the devil. Nomu too, destroy. All for one spoke up from his throne. One of the Nomus waiting at the edges of the room charged forward, reaching to grab Izuku, who jumped out of the way. A long and thin blade was in Izuku's hand. A rapid swing cut the Nomu's hand off. That much he had managed before, but the other hand was coming in for a punch. Even as he had swung with blade, he wasn't fast enough to dodge, so he had to settle for using said sword to block the punch, but it wasn't enough. Izuku flew backwards, feeling his bones creaking as they barely held together. He stumbled as his feet touched the ground a fraction of a second later, but this time he remained on his feet. The Nomu continued its assault, charging forward with its cut and bleeding arms spread wide. After enduring a shattered arm, that was one bear hug Izuku did not want to experience, unless the creature was planning to tear him in two. Izuku's first instinct was to scream and run. His sensei's training was to attack. With adrenaline running through his veins, Izuku charged forward, ducked under the Nomu's arms, and shoved his right hand upwards. Hot droplets fell on Izuku, making him to jump away just in time to avoid being trapped under the falling body. He crouched to stare at the Nomu, the dead Nomu, with its exposed brain split in two and not healing. Excellent. Senses it. Your first clear victory. I didn't mean to kill it. My body just moved before I had time to think. Izuku said in shock. That means you are developing proper fighting instincts. Your analytical abilities are impressive, but sometimes you must be able to just move, he declared, wailing close enough to ruffle Izuku's hair as he spoke in a softer, warmer tone. I know it is a bit shocking to you. With Kurogiri around, it is difficult for you to accept this Nomu was just a brainless creature, but you still did good. In fact, I have a gift for you. Nomu 1, bring the suitcase. The Nomu that had broken Izuku's arm before in his early matches in the start of training took a large black briefcase and brought it to the MSTR and student. The supervillain took it and held it open in front of Izuku. Izuku simply stared at the contents for a moment until he reached in and took out a black face mask reminiscent of the lower half of Sensei's helmet. It was as thick and would easily cover its user's neck, but the front had a thicker shield-like part than his Sensei's. It had pipes coming from it. Is this? Heroes have their unique costumes to help in creating their public image. Many villains have them as well, but primarily to hide their identity, he said. You told Tomura you want to change the society instead of just complaining about it, something I have been proud to hear. Go take a shower and try it on while I clean up this mess. All for one said as he shooed Izuku away. Izuku took the suitcase in silence. He was grateful. Now he was honoring his MSTR by wearing a similar costume. He will start wearing it when he takes all for one. He took off his shirt stained in Nomu blood and took a long shower to wash the rest off himself. As he was drying with a towel, he stopped in front of the bathroom mirror to see if he had washed off everything. He stopped to stare at his reflection and wonder who was the person looking back. Some of the depressed tiredness he accumulated over the years was gone from his face, and his reflection looked older than he remembered, both his face and body, and the later was really starting to show the results of his training. His endurance was never bad, but in the past no muscles had been actually visible. Now he was at least as fit as Bakugo. Just thinking the name made his expression darken and he went back to the briefcase. Izuku changed into the new villain costume. Similarities with his father's usual dress were obvious. The color was the same and the design, but Izuku had hidden holsters in his sleeves for knives. They were more comfortable than they seemed and didn't feel like they hindered his movements. There were two exceptions to the simplistic formal look. It came with quite tall and heavy-duty metal-reinforced combat boots, and gloves which also had metal at the back of his hands, fingers pieces like brass knuckles. Izuku would have preferred red boots though. It took him a moment to put on the mask as he took a glance at the design. But eventually he put them on. "Cool," he said, surprising himself with the distorted and low voice that came out of the integrated voice changer. Somehow the mask seemed to fit it, a communication device, a microphone, and what appeared to be filters for a gas mask. He returned to his MSTR. All of the low-tier Nomus were gone and there wasn't as much as a bloodstain left of the dead one. It was just his sensei, Kurogiri, and Tomura-kun. "Oh, brother," greeted Tomura. The young right-hand man looked at him for a moment and muttered, "Literally a mini-boss. Looks good, just as I expected. How does it feel?" Sensei asked casually with a smile. "Great, like it was custom-tailored for me," Izuku responded. "That is because it was. But I never got measurements taken. I had to replace my eyes with quirks. In some ways they are better than normal vision. Acquiring precise measurements was no problem. I even observed how you typically move. The costume was made to work as a formal wear like mine to be formal and representative, while still being simple and practical in battle. The material is fire and stab resistant, but you will need something heavier if you plan to get shot." All for one explained. "Formal," Izuku muttered. "When you first started teaching me you said that it's a quality of a leader?" "Yes. All might may have decimated my previous empire, but many separate operations still remain, mostly information gathering, secret research, and agents running my legal cover businesses. Things that cannot easily be stopped by punching. For years I have kept them under control from a distance, but now that I am dead, it wouldn't do. Kurogiri can do only so much while the doctor is busy with other matters." All for one explained. "So, you want me to take over those along the rest of your business in the underworld?" Izuku summarized. "Yes, you need a legal front. And who knows? It might get you more allies than you think." All for one said. Izuku nodded. "Alright, consider it done. Me and Tomura-kun will handle it. We need more resources to build our empire. The League of Villains will need all the money possible." Izuku said. "How do you plan on the recruiting process, my boy?" All for one asked intrigued. Izuku grinned. "Oh, don't worry, I already planned for that. We only need to wait until the new year starts. By then I should have gathered the resources and money necessary for the rise of my own villain empire." Izuku explained much like an excited infant showing their dad a good grade. All for one nodded. It was then that Shigaraki came with a grin. "Hello, my lord and young lord. I came to talk about the new project." Shigaraki said with a grin. "Young lord, you are a genius. A genius. The second generation Nomus are a success." All for one looked surprised at that, but in a good way, while Izuku beamed. "That's amazing, doctor. I am very happy that my idea was useful." Izuku said happily. "Useful? Useful?" Doctor asked like the word was an insult to everything he stood for. "Young lord, you gave us a new perspective. Those second-generation Nomus are, to say the least, gonna make making an army much faster and easier. Doctor cheered. The entire second generation was born when Izuku pointed out that if the Nomu creation process, which he was incredibly uncomfortable with, damages higher brain function, then perhaps using creatures who generally aren't very dependent on said brain functions made more sense. Basically animals, because Nedzu is a proof that animals could have quirks. Dr. Face palmed at the idea. Or at least he tried to. He froze mid-move and made the, "Oh my all for one why I didn't think of this earlier," face. The result was an entire line of Nomus built upon animals that developed quirks, and thus could be given more, but not sapience. Buying a dog with some minimal quirk on the internet was also significantly less problematic than kidnapping someone from the street. Izuku is still waiting for the right moment to inform the good doctor that he is only marginally less uncomfortable with the second-gen Nomus and that it's probably the time to do something less manically evil. His sensei gave him the green light to do as he pleased. It didn't matter to the old supervillain anymore. He was going to retire the second Izuku succeeded in the project. Project Absorb for Occupy, which Doctor was way too giddy with. But in all honesty, so was Izuku. So, let me get this straight. You hired me to help you rob a bank. Yup. Okay, but was there any point in making off with the ATM machine? Hey, that's just how we roll, kid. You should have known what you were signing up for when you chose to ride with Team Reservoir Dogs. The band of multicolored bad guys hollered together. Deku put a hand to his face. His debut, and it's helping a hero of Myron's. Not all that flashy, but he guessed he'd have to start somewhere. He just didn't expect his first clients to be so hyped. So, here he was, riding in the back of a pickup truck, with a cash register, as well as the counter it sat upon, with a bunch of thugs who had clearly watched too many movies. They even went so far as to give themselves nicknames for the heist. Man, did you see the look on that clerk's face when we ripped the machine out of the floor? Mr. Green, a punk teen with a spiked ginger mohawk and a face mask with a green stripe down the front, reveled as he lifted the counter up into the back of a truck. Yeah. He even tried to go for the silent alarm. All I had to do was lean over him, and he nearly wet his breathes. Mr. Yellow, the biggest of the bunch, wearing a torn-up ski mask with a yellow pointed nose, bellowed as he heaved the counter up from in the cargo bed of the vehicle. Too bad we didn't get to fight any heroes, though. I would have loved to see this guy's quirk in action. Mr. Blue, who wore a blue headband that held his towering brown hairdo, mentioned as he hiked a thumb at the young analyst in the back. Yeah. Looks like we didn't need your help after all, bunny boy. Mr. Red, wearing a black eye mask with 3 red horns sticking out the forehead, reveled as he got into the driver's seat. And since no heroes showed up, you don't get a cut of the job. They're not bunny ears, they're supposed to be hair strands, Deku grumbled. He really should have seen this coming. Deku didn't mention it out loud, but it was supposed to be a play on his old costume look, since before, he wanted to look like All Might as much as possible. This was his way of making himself out to be the opposite of what the symbol of peace stood for. The anti-All Might, if you will. But he had to admit, apart from the glaringly obvious design flaws, the outfit came out great. Whoever it was that made it had followed his designs to the T. He had a new green hoodie, where the hair strands/bunny ears were sewn onto the top, along with a face mask with a toothy grin printed on the front, which was modified to be a gas mask and voice modulator in one. A pair of red-tinted goggles covered his eyes, with a pair of dark green combat trousers and his trademark red shoes completing the ensemble. Second, even if no heroes showed up, don't think you can cut me out of my pay on a technicality. The green-haired boy noted. And third of all, I don't have a quirk that points out the weaknesses of heroes. Say what? Mr. Red took his eyes off the road to look back at the young analyst, a raised eyebrow under his face mask. Then what is your quirk? Deku sighed. Tomura gave him the advice of not telling his partners in heists about his little problem. That it could drive away his customers, as well as his chance of becoming a top-ranked villain before he could even start. The young analyst knew that just because he was lucky enough to come across a few crooks who didn't care about his lack of superpowers, didn't mean that every criminal would welcome him with open arms. However, keeping a secret and lying were 2 different things. Lying amongst villains is a sure way to land yourself in hot water. So, clearing his throat, Deku prepared to expose his quirkless nature and braced himself for the predicted ridicule and refusal of payment. Well, the truth is, look out. Deku's sudden warning arrived too late, as a massive figure came out of nowhere and ambushed the moving vehicle. The van struck the giant form, skidding across the tarmac of the road until it slowed to a stop. Everyone inside had been thrown out of their seats, groaning in pain as they came back to their senses. "Everybody okay?" Mr. Green asked as he rubbed his now sore neck. "I think so," Mr. Blue answered as he nursed his namesake. Our Yellow shook his head, his cheeks smacking together as he did. "What the heck was that?" Mr. Red lifted his head from the steering wheel. He blinked a few times to get his bearings back, but then immediately wished he didn't. Guys? Problem? What is it?" Mr. Blue turned to the front of the truck to see what or more exactly, who it was that they ended up crashing into. Oh crud. Mr. Yellow raised a trembling finger at the muscle-bound build before them. "Is that is that who I think it is?" It's. Mr. Green was too terrified to get his words out, but Deku, with wide rage-filled hateful eyes, was able to answer for him. "Death Arms." The heavy-lifting hero smirked. He had taken the brunt of the truck's collision in stride, appearing to have suffered zero damage. Wearing a blue, unbuttoned muscle shirt, with his trademark yellow and black headband and wrist guards, he grabbed the battered truck by both sides and lifted it off the ground. Deku and the team tumbled over one another as the heavy-lifting hero hoisted them into the air. "And here I thought I was gonna miss my workout today." Death Arms then threw the truck across the street. The truck landed on its wheels, but the momentum of the heavy-lifting hero's toss kept it in an out-of-control spin. The gang screamed for their lives as the truck collided with an oncoming lamppost. Mr. Red got a faceful of the airbag when the truck made its sudden stop. He lay forward on the steering wheel, putting pressure on the horn as it let out an unending honk. He awoke from his sudden concussion, only to see Death Arms coming their way, cracking his knuckles with sadistic glee. "That we're done for." The leader paled at the sight of the enclosing hero. "We're done for. It's all over. We're going to jail. We're going to the emergency room first." Mr. Blue grimaced. "Death Arms is famous for pounding on villains for the heck of it. We'll be lucky to even survive this. What are you waiting for, kid? Get out there and do your job." Mr. Green shoved the oversized crook toward the back doors. With an eye roll, Izuku stepped up to the looming hero, who looked down on him more than just because of his enormous height. "Go for it, bunny boy." Mr. Red cheered from the window. "Take that oversized muscle head down." Death Arms scoffed. "Bunny boy? Really? Is that your villain name?" "Not really, call me Green Rabbit." Izuku introduced himself with a flourish. He liked the act like he was on stage. It might be the old-age villains from comics that his sensei introduced him to, but what will you do? It felt great when he made a show. Death Arms scoffed. "Wow, there's no creativity in that name," the hero said, annoyed. Death Arms reached down and took one of the strands of cloth of his hood in his oversized finger and thumb, lifting it straight to get a good look. He smirked condescendingly. "What are these supposed to be? Your little bunny ears?" Izuku's eye twitched at the question. For FS sake, didn't it really look like the all-might strands of hair this much? He was half ready to grab his combat knife and shove it right down this a-hole's throat, but that's not what he came here for. Izuku turned to the thugs and called out to them in a casual way like he wasn't facing the towering figure of the punching hero. "Hey, grab your phones and record this. I'll get you an extra share if record the whole thing," Izuku said with a grin, not that anyone could see it beneath his mask. "What the heck are you doing, bunnyhead?" Mr. Green yelled in outrage, half tempted to get out of the truck and smack the boy one. "Snap out of it. You're supposed to beat heroes, not make a FING show." Izuku just turned around and shrugged. "This is my villain debut, man. Give me a break and get to work already, or come fight him yourselves," Izuku said with a playful tone, and the team shivered in fear at the idea. Their faces paled from the idea of facing Death Arms, so they grabbed their phones and started recording. "You really have a death wish, don't you, bunny boy?" Death Arms snapped as he cracked his knuckles with a warning glare that didn't intimidate Izuku in the slightest. "Then come and take me in," Izuku said cheerfully as he held up his hands for the hero, and the thieves started yelling at him, but he didn't care. Death Arms on the other hand indulged in the offer as he grabbed HNDCFFS and moved to Izuku. Izuku looked back up at the hero, who was taking his sweet time in taking him in. He was moving really slow. It was so pathetic. So slow that it was all too easy for him to step out of his way. "What the?" Death Arms asked no one as he tried to grab the boy again. The green-hooded mastermind stepped out of his path again. "Hey!" Death Arms tried again and again. But every time, the boy would step out of his way at the last second. "The heck's gotten into you, kid?" Deku was starting to think the guy was pathetic. Wasn't he supposed to fight instead of talk? As he dodged Death Arms's meaty fingers once again, it was in fact a piece of cake after a whole year of fighting Nomus. All of the training he'd received over the last year had come to his aid. He was actually giving Death Arms a hard time. He was brought back to the matter at hand when Death Arms gave a guttural roar and threw a closed fist toward him. Izuku just jumped out of its path, letting Death Arms strike the ground where he was once standing. Once Deku landed on his feet, he took in his surroundings quickly and spotted an alleyway. He turned his attention back to Team Reservoir Dogs, who were all agape at the performance the green-haired boy was pulling off. "You guys get out of here. I'll handle this." With that final order, Izuku took off down the alleyway with enough speed to impress Ingenium, forgetting that he was making a show to the camera. Death Arms snapped his head between the frozen dogs and the retreating Izuku. Wounded pride won over his better judgment as he went after the villain in training. "Get back here, you little punk." Team Reservoir Dogs was still stunned in place until Mr. Green snapped out of it and smacked Mr. Red upside his head. "What are you waiting for, man? Move it." "All right." Mr. Red caught himself and started the engine, which miraculously came to life with a deafening rev. The leader of the pack turned to the rest of the gang. He put the pedal to the metal and sped down the road to where the alleyway would exit out. Deku kept running for his life. He chanced a look behind him, and as he expected, Death Arms was still on his tail, charging after him like a mad bull. While Deku hopped and skipped over any stray garbage bins and dumpsters in his way, Death Arms bulldozed through all obstacles in his way. Soon enough, Deku came out the other end of the alley. He raised a hand to his face as the sun hit him in the eyes. Once he adjusted to the light, he took in his new surroundings. Across the street was an empty construction site, with a towering construct of girders sealed together. The thundering of Death Arms' stampede made itself known to the boy, growing louder as the hero drew closer. Deku raced across the street and into the construction site, right before Death Arms burst out of the alley, with brick and garbage flying everywhere on his arrival. The heavy-lifting hero spotted Deku heading to the site and gave no second thought as he chased after him. The fact that a scrawny little string bean made a fool of him was not sitting well with the heavy-lifting hero. No one made a fool out of Death Arms, and this kid was going to learn that the hard way. As Death Arms charged into the building site, Team Reservoir Dogs pulled up outside, catching the heavy-lifting hero still after the green-hooded kid. They spotted the boy and behemoth in the construction site, and Mr. Blue began scrambling around his pockets until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out his phone and turned the camera on. He did not want to miss a second of this or the boy might break his legs. Death Arms finally caught up with the kid and started swinging his fists wildly, wanting nothing more than to beat the painted-on smirk off the child's face. Deku grinned to himself as he ducked and weaved past all of the heavy-lifting hero's blows. Deku was running circles around Death Arms, hopping and skipping over and under the massive man's muscular limbs. The dogs watching from afar were in awe of what they were seeing, with Mr. Blue catching every moment on his phone. "Stand still, you little turd." Death Arms bellowed as he slammed his fists down like a pair of sledgehammers. Deku somersaulted out of the way, a blast of dirt and rock erupting from the hero's enraged attack. The villain in training took deep breaths as he peered through the clearing. Death Arms heaved haggard breaths of his own, his massive body rising and falling as he glared daggers at the green-hooded boy. His eyes were bloodshot and crazed, sweat dripping down his brow and his teeth bared and grinding together like a wild animal. Needless to say, Death Arms was ticked off. Deku took in the sight of the man's body. The guy was built like a tank, and there was no way he was going to be able to get under his skin with his small stature, no matter how much practice he had against the Nomus, especially that he wasn't trying to cut the hero's throat open. A light bulb seemed to go off in the boy's head, and an eager grin splitting across his hidden lips. Deku reached behind his back and retrieved something he'd been dying to try out since it handed to him when he got his costume. The green-hooded boy took in the sight of his new taser knuckle in his left hand. A pair of battery cylinders fixed into the modified handle were wired up to the carbon fiber paddle, where two exposed electrodes stuck out of either side of the head of the device. It was similar to some vigilante called Knuckle Duster who fights villains Quirkless and Izuku admired. Deku turned his attention back to Death Arms, who was now charging at him with bulging crazed eyes, and a little drool flying from his mouth. Deku decided to meet the heavy-lifting hero halfway, rushing straight for him with his new weapon clutched tightly in his hand. Mr. Blue zoomed in his camera as the two foes headed straight for one another, desperate to get a clear shot of whatever would happen next. He saw it. He recorded it. But no matter how many times he'd play it back, he still couldn't believe what he saw next. Death Arms lunged at the boy with an open arm, intending to clothesline the little green runt. Deku saw the attack coming a mile away, getting down on his knees and sliding under his arm, leaning his head back with his chin mere inches from the oversized hero's passing knuckle. Deku shot back to his feet, taking in the sight of Death Arms' exposed midsection. He pulled his arm back and held down the trigger to his new weapon. A crackle of electricity met the boy's, as well as the heavy-lifting hero's, ears. As Death Arms turned back, it was too late. Deku jammed his taser knuckle into Death Arms' ribs, a loud buzz going off the moment the device made an impact. Never had the outcry of a hero, in utter agony, sound so disturbingly delightful to the green-hooded villain. Death Arms clutched at his stinging side, which gave Deku an opening to plunge his new weapon into the heavy-lifting hero's chest, causing Death Arms to let out another wail of pain. Deku hopped back as he took in the sight of what he'd done. He almost couldn't believe it. He did this. He brought Death Arms, a pro hero, to his knees. Holy cow! Mr. Red gasped at the sight of the heavy-lifting hero hunched over. He noticed Mr. Blue to his side, still catching everything on his camera phone. Tell me you're getting this? I'm getting it, I'm getting it. Mr. Blue affirmed as he kept the bunny boy and Death Arms in his shot. The heavy-lifting hero turned back to see the team watching him from afar, one of them recording his most humiliating moment of hero work on his phone. Shame overcame the hero like a wave until he looked back at the boy who made a fool of him since the start. Shame and embarrassment turned to blind, burning fury. Death Arms rose to his feet, his enormous stature blocking out the sun and casting a looming shadow over the young villain. Yet for some reason, Deku could feel nothing but elation. Dare to say, he was actually not having fun. I'm putting you behind bars. Death Arms rose his fist high over his head. But not before I put you in a W. Death Arms charged at Deku, swinging his hulking limbs at the boy, desperate to get even one hit on him. But Deku denied him at every chance, backing away until the two were under the structure of the site itself. The dogs got out of the truck and hurried over to get a better view of the fight, Mr. Blue still holding up his device. He got a good shot of Deku hopping over Death Arms and delivering a knee to the back of his head, sending the heavy-lifting hero face-first into an oncoming girder, the impact causing an echoing ring. Deku took notice of how the structure around him began to shake all around him and the hero. It was then that his calculative mind kicked in. Death Arms is a hero who prides himself on his strength, being able to lift abnormally heavy objects without a struggle. Was that because he was just that powerful, or did it have something to do with his quirk? Deku decided to investigate. He reached up to his mask and turned a small knob, which raised the volume of his modulator. What's the matter, Death Arms? Having trouble keeping up? Maybe you shouldn't have skipped leg day. The heavy-lifting hero's response was to snarl and lunge at the boy, who all too easily ducked and rolled out of his way. In Death Arms' blind rage, he had knocked a girder supporting the building frame around them. Deku led Death Arms around the area, tricking him into smashing more of the structure's legs, with Death Arms too furious to notice. "I'm gonna rip those bunny ears right off your head." Death Arms threw one more punch toward the slippery rabbit boy. One more punch that Deku easily avoided at the last second. One more punch that collided with the fragile structure over the heavy-lifting hero's head. One more punch to start bringing the place down. Death Arms finally stopped seeing red long enough to notice the construct of metal beams starting to creak and groan. The structure of girders started to wane on itself, until one by one, the formation started to crumble. Death Arms was in the dead center of the construction, as a pile of girders fell right on top of him. But thanks to his signature super strength, Death Arms was able to hold up the load. However, more beams kept raining down on him as the structure around him continued to collapse. Death Arms groaned under the pressure, wincing as he once again fell to his knees. It was at that moment when the one who he had been trying to pulverize appeared before him. Death Arms looked up into the concealed eyes of Deku. Even though his face was hidden, the heavy-lifting hero could feel the smirk spread across the boy's face. "I had a feeling there was more to your quirk than just simple super strength," the young analyst deduced. "It only allows you to lift a specific amount of weight until your body can't take any more." Death Arms's anger started to rise once more, giving him a small boost of empowerment as he attempted to lift himself with the weight on his shoulders. "Why that you little? How much weight does your quirk allow you to handle, I wonder? 2 tons? 4 tons? The green-hooded boy tilted his head to one side as he investigated the mass of stacked metal the hero was holding up. "By my estimate, that has to be about 6 to 7 tons of weight, give or take. When I get out of this, I'm gonna..." Death Arms' threat died in his throat when the green-hooded villain produced a single pen from his pocket. From the look in the kid's eye from behind his goggles, Death Arms had a nasty idea of what he intended on doing with it. "And now hold on a second, kid. You don't have to do this. W can work something out. I can get you time off your sentence. How does that sound?" Deku tapped the pen against his bottom lip in mock thought, the red plastic reflecting in the sunlight with a deadly red glint. "Did I just hear that right? The great and powerful Death Arms bargaining with a lowly villain like myself? Just when you thought you've heard it all." The green-hooded boy stepped up to the trapped do-gooder, leaning in close until the two were face to face. "I think the pressure's starting to get to you, Death Arms. Seemed it. You don't want to do this. You don't want to be a hero killer." The heavy-lifting hero's reasoning was to sound more like begging to the green-hooded villain. "Oh, don't be such a baby." Deku waved off. "This much weight won't be enough to kill you, but I doubt you'll be doing any hero work for the next few months." Death Arms had this kid all wrong. He wasn't crazy, he was out of his freaking mind. "You know, if you can't even take down a bunch of small-time crooks like us." The quirkless child motioned to himself and the dogs watching from afar. "Then maybe you don't have what it takes for this job after all." The heavy-lifting hero's fear morphed into terror when the boy took off his mask and goggles, revealing an expression of pure, unrestrained malice and madness. "Maybe you should leave the heroics to the real heroes." Deku's cruel smirk turned into full-blown unhinged grin. "After all, if you couldn't defeat a quirkless middle schooler, then you're not worth you payment. But let me introduce you to the one who beat you before you go down." "What?" Deku did a flourish as he grinned. "I am Deku Shigaraki, the future king of the underworld. The one who will burn down this society and create a better one from its ashes. The emperor of all villains. Karma," Deku declared. The team looked gaping at the declaration, but for some reason they just knew he was serious. Deku placed his pen on Death Arms's load. "Karma caught up to you, Death Arms. No dash." The hero's outcry was drowned out by the collapsing clutter of iron beams finally getting the better of him. Dust and debris filled the area, making the dogs shield their eyes. When the noise died down and the dust began to clear, the team looked back to see an unimaginable sight. There stood the green-hooded villain, standing tall in front of a pile of destroyed construction. Beneath the mess of metal was the heavy-lifting hero, Death Arms. His eyes were rolled to the back of his head. His face was stuck in a silent scream. A sliver of saliva leaked from his gaping jaw, where a few missing teeth could be seen. The boy stood before the defeated hero for a little while longer, until he finally decided to walk away. He left behind the battered and beaten hero, who when it mattered most, stood by and did nothing when he ran out and did his job for him. If your job is to help people, then shut up and help them. Everyone clearly heard the words the quirkless child declared into the heavens. Deku walked out of the demolished construction site and up to the still gaping Team Reservoir Dogs. The team turned to the boy. They were dead silent as Mr. Blue lowered his phone and shut it off with a beep, but then the dogs all erupted into cheers and howls of ecstatic awe. Guys? Guys? Deku's voice was drowned out by the team's hollering until he turned up his modulator. Guys! Team Reservoir Dogs froze at the booming voice. They all turned to the child villain who took down Death Arms. I think we should get going? Deku suggested as the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. Adaro. Right. Mr. Red was the first to grasp the situation. Alright guys, do as the kid says. Team Reservoir Dogs, move out. The team scrambled into the truck, with Mr. Green and Yellow helping Deku up. Mr. Red floored the gas pedal, with the truck screeching into movement as they raced off from the scene long before the authorities showed up. Holy cow, kid! That was amazing! Mr. Red slapped the steering wheel in astonishment. You took down Death Arms. The Death Arms. Mr. Blue then held the camera to take clear shot of Deku as he made dramatic pose. Hello there, rejects of society. For years we have been oppressed by those sickos called heroes. Beaten down for being different. Those with weak, mutant, villainous quirks or no quirks at all. If you want to change society, then seek the League of Villains. It's where you will find salvation. Izuku declared to the camera. I, Deku Shigaraki, the future king of the underworld, will start my own villain organization to stand up to the injustice this society has gone into. Mr. Blue uploaded the video into the internet quickly as Deku finished. Tomura got himself situated into his favorite couch and put all his snacks and energy drinks into the small table in front of him, ready for a nice 7 hours gaming session, much to Kurogiri's dismay. He started the gaming console, but much to his despair and Kurogiri's petty amusement, the console needed some time to download some much-needed upgrades to the system. With a chain of curses profane enough to set someone's hair on fire, he grabbed his phone and started scrolling through it for anything worth his time. He took a sip of his drink just to spit it all out, alarming Kurogiri. Tomura Shigaraki. Is everything alright? The must villain asked in alarm, and Tomura motioned for him to come and see. The Nomu did as instructed and looked at the fanatic gamer's phone, and his yellow misty eyes widened in shock at the title of the video. It was a video entitled, Quirkless Villain Dunks on Death Arms and Declares War on Japan. They were beyond astonished as the video portrayed their boss, dancing circles around the heavy-lifting hero himself, striking him with some kind of electric device, then leaving him to be buried in a ton of construction site debris. Then they both saw his declaration and gaped. Kurogiri found himself taking a few steps back in his stupefied state. I can't believe my eyes. Is that the boss? Tomura questioned out loud, his mind struggling to accept that this was indeed the same green-haired ball of nerves he'd gotten to know over the 10 months. Tomura knew his lil bro was tough and had a large brain that would make Netsu think twice in a chess match, but this was amazing. They weren't the only ones to be shocked, amazed, or appalled by the footage of the young villain. The video became an instant hit overnight, its view count skyrocketing into the millions. The press eventually caught wind of the viral hit, displaying it for all to see. Needless to say, the video became a PR nightmare for Hero Society almost instantly. The video was eventually taken down by the website supervisors, but the lasting image of a battered and bruised hero was burned into the public's mind, as well as the vision of the green-hooded villain that was soon given the name by the public as the Green Rabbit. But that was just the beginning. In other news, the mysterious villain known only as the Green Rabbit has struck again. When the pro-hero, Airjet, attempted to stop a daylight bank robbery, he was intercepted by the virescent vandal, who tampered with his signature jetpack and sent the airborne hero flying into the window of an office building. We go live to Suki Monogatari, who is on the scene. Thanks, Miyagi. 2 hours ago, a clash between the law and lawless took place here in front of the First International Bank of Muzudafu. A gang of villains, led by the increasingly infamous Green Rabbit, attempted a daylight robbery, tearing down the vault door and making off with over 2 billion yen in cash. The airborne pro-hero, Airjet, arrived on the scene and attempted to put a stop to the gang's escapade. The Green Rabbit engaged the hero, showing feats of athleticism that would put many other pro-heroes to shame, as he dodged the hero's air blasts from his arm cannons. Unfortunately for Airjet, his efforts to stop the acrobatic assailant were in vain. After avoiding the hero's attacks, the Green Rabbit managed to inflict his own damage, rupturing the airborne hero's trademark jetpack, sending the airborne hero flying into a nearby office window. The Green Rabbit and his associates have long since made their escape, leaving emergency responders to come to the hero's rescue. We have been told that Airjet will make a full recovery, but his reputation has more than certainly taken a nosedive. Airjet hasn't been the only hero that the Green Rabbit has proven to be more of a match for. After making his debut 7 weeks ago after bringing down the heavy-lifting hero, Death Arms, he has gone on to become a well-known name among hero society. In a dark bar in the south of Muzudafu, a madman grinned estisti as he watched with twisted admiration the quirkless boy who saw what made a true hero, what was wrong with this society that worships the fakes, and decided to take action against it. Stain was truly intrigued by this boy. He would like to meet him, maybe even join him. Before the viral video was removed from the web, courtesy of the site's owners, as well as the HPSC, there was speculation over social media on whether or not the Green Rabbit was possibly quirkless. Before the viral video was removed from the web, courtesy of the site's owners, as well as the HPSC, there was speculation over social media on whether or not the Green Rabbit was possibly quirkless. Mizuki slammed his fist as watched the news. This boy that he was truly the nightmare for the law enforcement department. All their efforts to stabilize hero society is going out of the window. If this keeps up with the Meta Liberation Army, the Creature Rejection Clan, Inhuman Supremacy Party and Quirkless Liberation Front, Japan will go into war. Kamui Woods tried to fight the Green Rabbit, but the poor hero was set on fire by the brutal mastermind who used a lighter and a hair spray bottle. A young man with charcoal black hair stared down into his phone, the light from the screen illuminating the flayed and scarred skin around his eyes and mouth. The burned boy chuckled as he watched the green-hooded kid set the wood hero on fire for the umpteenth time that night. Now that's funny. Breaking news. The Green Rabbit has struck again. Breaking into a company that specializes in support gear and left with more than enough to start an army. The mysterious villain was intercepted by the pro-hero Vlad King, but the villain proved to be superior as he beat down the hero with just a combat knife and giving the hero multiple slashes across whole body. The screen showed Green Rabbit covered in blood as he threw Vlad King out of the building into a dumpster. Ugh. Look at all that blood. A young girl with a pair of messy blonde buns atop her head grinned into her phone, a pair of fangs gleaming in the dark of the alleyway she was loitering in. Her extra-large white cardigan was drenched in crimson, protecting the sailor-styled school uniform underneath. She trembled as she watched the green-hooded boy covered in the hero's blood. Her smile grew wider as blood splattered across the boy's face, helping to decorate his expression. He's just so cute and dreamy. I could just eat him. We have here several footage of the young man that declares himself to be the next king of villains, stating to be truly and utterly quirkless. And considering that there are no signs of quirk usage, it might just be true. A middle-aged man sat on a large leather sofa in front of a large plasma screen TV in a spotless meeting room. The beak-shaped plague doctor mask covering his mouth did nothing to hide the astonishment in his golden yellow eyes. The masked man slowly stood from his seat, walking around a coffee table as he kept his gaze on the quirkless villain on screen, watching as he fought the water hero backdraft, striking him with fierce verbosity. The man stepped up to the screen and placed a hand on the quirkless child's hooded face. Yes. Although it is hard to imagine with how the rabbit has managed to get the upper hand on many pro-heroes since his appearance, the footage and the boy's self-declarations can be seen as proof of the boy's quirkless nature. There were no signs of any quirk activation or use during his fights, showing that the Green Rabbit has a plethora of talent and experience in combating quirks. A man with a pointed nose and thinning, spiked ginger hair, wearing a sharp black suit and tie, grinned wistfully at his television set, while sat behind a large desk in a lavished office. He watched as the young criminal brutalized the pro hero in front of thousands. Though he held a gentle smile on his face, his right hand was clenched and trembling. As the report continued to play, Guran was on cloud 9. He was surrounded by bustling villains, handing over and taking in more money than he could count, inspired by the boy to take action themselves or asking for the League of Villains. His gap tooth was on full display with the enormous pleased grin on his face. As he handled his customers' cash, he turned his head up to face the TV once more. He caught sight of Deku taking down Ingenium by making him run into a wall. The villain broker had a feeling he was going to be having a lot more customers than even now in the near future. He laughed among the money running through his fingers, smoke billowing from his lips from his cigarette. Oh, yet business was about to get real good. The current king of the underworld was hooked up to his medical appliances as he chuckled in dark delight. He watched as Izuku Midoriya, or now Deku Shigaraki, the quirkless villain whom he took as his ward, was making a name for himself. His chuckling leads to a fierce coughing fit, a bit of blood escaping his dry lips. He merely wiped the red liquid away as a picture of the quirkless villain appeared. "Oh, my boy, you truly are something special." The old villain turned around. "Garaki, it's time to prepare the operation room. It's time for project, absorb for occupy, to get going. I've brought up the new recruits. I must say, Deku, your show with all those heroes and your bold claims made things really easy. Hope they're what you're looking for," Guran said with a grin as he entered the bar fooled by two figures. "Just bring them in already." Tomura was still in a bad mood. Deku won their last match. 1 win out of 172 losses, but Deku teased him to no end. It's fair payback considering that Tomura always did the same thing. Soon after, the group walked in. A man full of burn scars and a teen in a school uniform with the brightest smile on her entered with the info broker. Deku felt excited. He couldn't wait to know their quirks. "Let me introduce them. This one's name and face have been hidden by the media, but she's a suspect in a series of deaths by blood loss. Her name is Toga Himiko." Jiren started motioning to the girl. She had ash blonde hair tied up in 2 messy buns. She had sharp canines that was on full display thanks to her wide smile. "You're Green Rabbit, aren't you? I admire you so much. All bloodied up and badass." She blushed at the mere thought of it. The girl moved to Deku while bouncing on her feet. She was humming to herself as she did, once she reached the young mastermind. She held his cheek with her left hand. "I want to make the world an easier place to live. So please let me join the League of Villains. And can I stab you?" Toga said with a bright smile on her face that had a sadistic and slightly crazy glint to it. Deku first turned red and covered his face. He's talking to a girl. But as she spoke, he noticed her developed canines. Maybe it's part of her quirk. When she asked if she could stab him, curiosity took over and he could only answer, "Sure." Deku smiled widely and brightly like the sun itself, eager to see her quirk in action. "Just choose a place that won't kill me, please," he added a bit hesitantly, not wanting to be murdered, even if it was by such a pretty girl. Her look was that of immeasurable surprise. Like something that she didn't even consider possible just happened in front of her. "Did you just say yes?" Toga asked, bewildered look in her pretty face, her eyes wide in shock at what she jumped as he heard. "Great. You're all a bunch of crazies." The burned man interrupted. "Are you really the person in the vids against the pros?" Deku proceeded to ignore him. The green-headed mastermind stepped into the burned man's personal space with immeasurable that would make Ingenium impressed and examined him thoroughly, making him back off slightly in reflex with a cautious expression. "Oh, such scars." Deku squinted to examine the burn marks. "You must have a weakness to fire. There are a few candidates for your quirk, obviously not a cold-blooded mutant type since you don't show any outward appearances." Deku already had his notebook out. His nearly impossible to understand rumbling had started. Emitter or transformation. Emitter is more common, and out of those the most likely candidate is. He closed his notebook. Do you have an ice quirk? Can you generate ice or just control it? The man who had not introduced himself had a surprised look. Not nearly to the same extent as Toga, but still noticeable. Now is it because Deku got his quirk right or because Toga had decided to stab him? Maybe it's how she drank the blood on the blade afterwards? All those questions turned into new ones as she turned into an exact copy of Deku with a high school uniform over his own clothes. You can transform into whoever you drink the blood of? That's so cool. Is that why you like blood? Or why you want to see people covered in blood? Does it have to be their blood? Asking the wrong questions. How long does it last? Would you pass a DNA test? Fingerprints? Do you get their quirks? Can you undo your quirk willingly, or do you have to wait until time runs out? No. Does time even run out? Your clothes didn't transform. Deku's rambling stopped, and his blush came back stronger than ever. Does that mean that, for you to properly use your quirk, you have to get N naked? He barely managed to finish his sentence. Both Tomura and the burned man laughed hysterically, both enjoying Deku's flustered expression. Guess you really are the age you look. Name's Dabi. I wonder if a kid like you and the guy who beat all these heroes really are the same person? You got my quirk wrong, by the way. A blue flame lit up in his hand. A fire quirk? But he definitely probably maybe has a weakness to fire. How is this possible? One quick way to find out. The man smirked and the flame grew. Kurogiri. He was quick to react to Deku's call and involve the newcomers and Deku in his fog. After a few moments he dispersed it. He found Dabi with a knife through his hand and a katana pointed at his throat. Toga was back to normal. She was still smiling. That's impressive. You really are that hot warrior. Dabi, don't burn him. Burns don't make him bleed. They're not cute at all. Toga whined with a pout that helped decorate her features into a new level of cuteness. You use flames like that in a bar full of alcohol and we're the crazy ones? Deku was angry. It was evident in his tone. You really do move just like the vids. Sorry about that. Needed to be sure. Also, I wouldn't hit the bar. I have good control over my fire. Dabi said with a grin as he looked Deku apologetically. He raised his hands in a surrendered way. What about her? Could you have avoided hitting her when she was right beside me? Deku said with a scowl, motioning to Toga with his head, and she waved at him, making him blush much to Dabi's amusement. It seems the mist guy and crusty lips are also amused. Nope, but see this? He raises his stabbed hand. We had a few minor disagreements before coming here. She's as fast as you. She wouldn't be caught in that. Dabi assured. Deku sighed and lowered his blade. You could have waited a bit. I was planning on testing you guys. In a safer, less flammable place. I'm Deku Shigaraki. The villain emperor, Karma. Your new boss. He extends his hand and gave a smile. Dabi shakes it. That annoyed-looking person over there who hasn't moved a finger despite seeing his best friend and little brother threatened by blue flames is the League's second-in-command and leader of the Vanguard Action Squad, Tomura Shigaraki. You're fine, aren't you? I was more worried about having to dispose of the corpses of our new acquaintances. Tomura drawled as he gave Dabi a look that said, bullet-dodged moron, that Dabi picked on and kept a mental note on. Finally he spoke. He's been awfully quiet ever since I effortlessly kicked his butt. Deku made sure to emphasize the last part towards Tomura, who huffed. Which reminds me. Deku's expression grew serious as he held a controller. Before I officially welcome you into the League, do any of you play video games? Izuku asked, his face melting into a smile. Toga grinned and nodded vigorously. With that, all of them started playing together. Alright, these are the last two. Jiren said with smiles as he entered the bar. Jiren walked in with a blonde with a scar on his eye and a man in a stray jacket. Take that. I'm back on the throne. Try and make fun of me now. Tomura yelled in triumph. He hasn't smiled this much in a while. And it hurt his lips, but it felt good to win. Next time I want to be on Deku's team. Toga pouted. Sheet. Dimminute Dabi. You threw me off. We're supposed to be a team. Deku complained. Don't pin this on me. You're the one who stole the power-up. Dabi argued. Everyone ignored Guiran. They were too caught up in the team tournament. Kurogiri stopped their fun. Tomura Shigaraki. Young Guiran has brought up the last two. You should greet the newest members. Kurogiri reminded sternly. Deku didn't seem pleased by their arrival. Tomura also went from triumphant to cold neutral. These two would be strong allies, but neither of them thought they were the type of people they want in the league. The only reason Deku brought them is because they needed disposable pawns in their board. Kurogiri, be ready just in case. Deku instructed sternly, and the bartender nodded his head as he narrowed his yellow misty eyes at the two arrivals. The duo headed to greet them. Tomura took his gloves off and Deku grabbed his katana. Hello and welcome to the League of Villains. You must be Muscular and Moonfish. I'm Deku and this is Shigaraki Tomura. Please feel free to roam around and relax. Deku greeted politely with a smile on his face. You're Deku Shigaraki? The Green Rabbit? The man who single-handedly crushed Death Arms, Air Jet, Kamui Woods and many others? The one with enough ball to declare himself the future king of the underworld. The blonde had a skeptical look on his. He couldn't believe that the little punk in front of him was anything like what he was boasting to be. He looked too small and nice to be a villain, but in second glance he had that hidden aura of a dangerous murderer that you see in the worst of villains. That's me. He gave his warmest smile. The first fake smile he gave since he met Sensei. He wasn't a fan of these two villains, they weren't the type he sympathized with. They were nothing but psychotic murderers. The blonde responded by muscling up his arm and hammer it into Deku's head. He was fast and he was strong. There was blood on the ground. A lot of blood on the ground. Maybe you can gimme a fight. Come on. Show me some blood. The blonde villain yelled out manically as he grinned sadistically. Not fair. I want their flesh tea-dash. Moonfish began his rant about to activate his quirk but was stopped. Tomura moved before he finished his sentence. He forced his hand over Moonfish's mouth, withholding a single finger. You know my quirk? It allows me to turn things I touch with 5 fingers to dust. There will be no flesh left if I feel a single tooth. The entire league started to move but Tomura stopped them. Stay where you are. Tomura commanded with all the authority of a leader. What do you mean? Didn't that fucktard smash Lord Deku to a bloody pulp on the floor? How are you so calm? Spinner was ready for a fight. He was a Deku fanboy and his idol was seemingly just killed. He looked ready for war. Idiot. That blood isn't his. Tomura scoffed as he motioned to the two confusing the league. Ha! You're faster than me? You managed to cut me as you dodged? You're amazing, Deku. Let's fight to the death. Come on. Muscular turned to speak to Deku who was standing behind the big man. From the sudden start of the fight and the difference in their physiques, nobody saw him pointing his katana from behind Muscular. With a cold expression and empty dark full and lifeless eyes that made the league shiver in fright. Even Tomura and Kurogiri were disturbed whenever Izuku showed his darker side. Imasuji Goto, you were hired by me to do a job. Please don't start fights until the job is done. Deku said in an ice-cold tone, the threat very obviously hanging in the air. Alright, but after that, right? After that you'll fight me? Right? Right. Muscular asked in a mad tone, unhinged grin on his face. Sure. If you do what you're told, I'll fight you. Deku said as he sheathed his katana and put it down. As Deku agreed to his request, Muscular calmed down. His muscles disappeared and he settled in the bar. He made Compress slightly uncomfortable but eventually the fun came back to this place. Moonfish had a very interesting reaction. He is now completely obedient to Tomura out of pure dread. He keeps muttering about how his quirk is terrifying. How can he leave no flesh to be cut? He sometimes mutters to himself. Is that how others see Deku when he rambles? Spinner was going crazy after seeing Deku's skill. That was amazing. Deku-san, you really are amazing. I mean, you were fast in the video of you against Ingenium that time, but seeing in person is something else. How did you dodge something that fast? Spinner asked with stars in his eyes, clutching his own green rabbit hoodie while looking at Deku excitedly. Deku blushed. He wasn't used to being praised like this. or to be admired this much. He almost had a heart attack when he first met Spinner, who was literally as much of a fanboy to his as he was to All Might. I just thought ahead, you know? Spinner gave a look that says he in fact doesn't know. Sensei always said that there will always be someone stronger or someone faster. You just need to outthink them. From what I've seen so far, I think I know everyone well enough to know their moves, and with that I predict what they will do, then let my sharp battle instincts do the rest for me. For example, Mr. Compress relies on his misdirection. He'll move in a flashy way to create an opportunity to use his quirk. Dabi will attack with a short burst of widespread fire if I get too close. Toga is standing behind that couch waiting for you to go away so she can stab me again, even though all she needs to do is ask. Deku yelled that last part at the couch, and sure enough Toga came out from behind it. He extended his arm. This time instead of a stab, she simply cut him. Almost like she's taking care not to hurt him. Well, what I was trying to say was that you just need to move before they do. Make up their difference in speed and strength by moving before they do and figuring out their weak points. I read enough about those two to know they'd start a fight as soon as they arrived, so I moved accordingly. Deku lectured with a kind smile, trying to explain as best as he could. Spinner was focused. He was taking mental notes of everything Deku said. As expected of the great karma. Deku-san, you're on another level. Spinner said with a bow. Please drop the honorific. You're older than me. Deku is more than fine. Deku assured him with wave. It was then that Kurogiri came to them with a serious expression, or at least what looked like one. It was hard to read the misty villain's expression correctly. My young Isar has asked for your presence immediately. Kurogiri said as he looked at Deku, who blinked in surprise before looking at Tomura, who looked back, both puzzled and confused about why Sensei called him so suddenly. Any particular reason, Kurogiri? I am not in trouble for some reason, right? Deku asked with a frown. The intelligent Nomus shook his head in denial. No, but MSTR decided that now is the time. Your project is ready, my young MSTR. Kurogiri explained, and Deku looked surprised. What? Deku shouted, gaining everyone's attention. All of them came in running quickly to investigate, and he gave them an apologetic smile. Sorry, it's fine, nothing is wrong. Deku said to calm them down, then looked at Kurogiri seriously. How long would it take? 2 months, give or take. Being quirkless and your research made it much easier to get it down. Kurogiri explained, and Izuku nodded his head. Deku-kun? What is this about? Toga asked, worried. Deku seemed surprised. Deku smiled. Don't worry about it, Toga-san. But I will be gone for the next 2 months. Deku said, and everyone looked surprised. Why is that? Spinner asked in shock. Isn't it obvious? He is going to some mad scientist to get a super cool and super strong quirk. Mustard said, and everyone rolled their eyes at the conspiracy theory Mustard gave. It was obvious from the beginning that the gas villain had a knack for conspiracy theories. Izuku chuckled at that. As a matter of fact, Tomura-kun will help you station in the new hideout until I'm back. Deku explained, and everyone nodded, shocked at that. Tomura started handing notebooks that Deku wrote for when this time comes. These are short versions of Deku's analyses and plans for the next while, so follow it to the letter. Everyone but the 2 most recent arrivals picked up a notebook. Eyes broadened in surprise across the room. Read them up. We'll discuss the details of the plan later this week. Any questions? A few hands were raised. This ain't a classroom. Just ask the DMN questions. Why at the end of the week? Mustard asked. Did he really write this? Compress asked, impressed. You said these were the short versions? Spinner gaped at the detailed plans and the analysis on the gangs they were going to recruit into the league as outers and how to deal with them if things went south. Can I stab Deku just one more time? It's gonna be so long. Toga pleaded with big watery puppy eyes. Tomura smirked, seeing the amazement in their faces. His little brother deserves all praise in this cursed world. He really wrote this. He can analyze any quirk to an insane degree. He probably already knows more about your quirks than yourselves. Tomura was loving their reactions at his answer. And we're going to wait until the end of the week, because we will be spending it in moving the things from here to our new base. Yes, his little brother is motherfucking that amazing and he won't let anyone think otherwise. One person had a different reaction. His fault for not answering her question. I don't know about that, but feel free to ask him. She beamed and turned to Deku, who gave her his arm, but once more she gave a shallow cut, only enough to draw blood, then started drinking it for a bit, then stopped when she had her fill. But why are we changing the hideout? Mustard asked in confusion. Because this place will be found eventually when we make ourselves famous, so better have a secret place where the government couldn't track us. You will be going in and out of the base via Kurogiri's portals. The only ones allowed to know the location of the base are me, Tomura-kun, and Kurogiri. Deku explained to the league members. Well now people, the boss started this. He did most of the work and gave us reputation. He got us shit ton of money to start our operations through his heists and even got us contacts and plans to follow. He is not to be disappointed. By the time Deku is back, I expect that we finished all of our plans in this notebooks. Am I clear? So come on, let's put down this messed up society once and for all, Tomura said as he raised his fist and everyone cheered rilled up. After the crowd dispersed when they gave Deku their goodbyes and Toga gave him a big hug, and he almost fainted, he approached his older brother with an amused expression. For someone who looked so disgusted at having to interrupt his gaming to meet with everyone and take your post as their boss, you gave quite the speech. Did Kurogiri put you up for it? Deku asked, amused. No, Tomura said flatly. Deku put up his most doubtful-looking expression. No way Tomura could give a speech like this. Go ask him if you're so unsure. I initially just wanted to give them the papers, say, hey losers, I'm your new boss, start packing, and be done with it, but the look on their faces as they read your analyses made me want to show you off. Nobody ever appreciated you in your life. I wanted to show you that this people will. They're like us. Tomura explained with scowl at his brother's doubts. Deku was tearing up. He has the best big brother anyone could ask for. No crying. No hugging either. He said that, but he didn't offer as much resistance as he could. After that, Deku turned to Kurogiri and smiled. I'm ready, Kurogiri. Take me to sensei. The green-haired mastermind said as he prepared for what he was sure will be an unpleasant experience. Deku stepped out of the portal into the familiar laboratory of Dr. Gigantomachia. The young mastermind looked around at the many tanks filled to the second-generation Nomus, animals of many kinds in each one the tanks. Hunting dogs, bears, birds, tigers and many other types are being made into low tiers, middle tiers and upper tiers, as well as the very lovely high-ends that Deku wanted to see in action soon. The army would be ready in a year, give or take. It was perfect for the mastermind if you ask him. He already had an idea, a plan on how to make the operation go faster, but he needed to take his promised prize first. Hello there my boy, welcome back. I hope you are excited. Project Absorb for Occupy is finally ready. We only need the implantation surgery. All for One spoke as he welcomed his prized disciple with a smile. Now I'll warn you, the quirk implantation and body modifications will not be pleasant, but with your unrivaled tenacity it shouldn't be a problem in the slightest. The old villain said, and Deku smiled brightly. Don't worry, sensei. I will be fine, and I am very surprised that my idea was actually a success. Izuku said happily as he grabbed his notebook. So, what was the results? Was the fusion perfect? What can the quirk do? Is it truly what we hoped it is? Deku asked, and All for One smiled. Well, to answer those few questions, since it's all we know for now, Absorb for Occupy can, since it's All for One base, take quirks and give them, and since we combined it with a copy of the stockpiling quirk I gave my brother, it gets more power stockpiled by adding quirks to the core of your main quirk. The fusion between the two quirks was perfect in a surprising way. It went perfectly smooth. Just as we hoped. A gem greater than one for all. All for One explained, and Deku was taking notes until Doctor came with an excited look. Young lord, shall we begin? The operation chamber is set. Gigantomachia said in excitement. Deku chuckled at the doctor's enthusiasm and nodded his head. Yes, let's get to work. Deku said as he readied himself for 2 months of hell. But first, I need you to give me a list of quirks you would like to get to fill the stockpile so we could copy them. Keep it small. All for One said, and Deku nodded as he gave a list of quirks. The list had 7 quirks of 7 specific quirks that intrigued the young villains. All for one looked through the quirks, and if he had eyebrows he would have raised them at the simple choices. "Are you all right with this, sensei?" Deku asked, and all for one nodded. "Well, of course, but some choices is strange, such as quirk number 3, but it should be done." All for one nodded. "All right, let's get started then." Deku smiled as he followed the doctor to the operation chamber. Liquid dropped around Deku, leaving his skin sticky as he was pulled up from the tank. As soon as his feet touched the floor, they gave up and he collapsed on his knees. He was shaking and breathing hard in his oxygen mask. His body felt cold and weak. He was trembling, but this part of the operation was much more pleasant than the body enhancements. A shiver ran up the young mastermind's spine as he remembered the electric shocks he had to endure. God, it was like Bakugo all over again, but without a break. "Doctor? How's he handling the quirks?" Sensei's voice sounded somewhere nearby. Deku was too tired to look around for where it came from. Minor state of shock and residual pain, unsurprising since he is still fully human and the quirk has a strong impact on his physiology. Even if he can adapt to it thanks to his quirkless nature and didn't require other changes, it was still hard on him. "I could administer him sedatives to ease it, but he will properly recover faster without them," Doctor explained with a proud tone, obviously proud of his work. A firm hand landed on the boy's shoulder. It stayed there until the young mastermind's shaking eased and his sensei took away the oxygen mask and pulled him to his feet for long enough to reach a nearby hospital bed with a pile of towels already there. Deku grabbed one to clean his face. The sticky feeling was disgusting, but it felt much better than the electric shocks. "How are you feeling?" He had to wait for a moment while Deku wiped his face from the sticky chemical liquid. Deku could barely speak, his breath still heavy. "Never doing that again." The underworld future king wheezed out. God, he felt so exhausted right now. Gaining quirks that involve physical or physiological changes can be unpleasant, and implanting them artificially like this needs to be done with enough time. "You will not need to endure the same while acquiring quirks with your new quirk," the doctor assured. "How long was I in there?" Deku asked. "Just over 2 months, as planned. It is a Sunday evening and close to sunset." All for one explained. "Will I feel better by the morning?" Deku asked as he was flexing his hand. "Mostly yes," the doctor said. This time Deku could actually see the doctor. Deku looked away while wiping himself. "Don't bother. It won't go away until you get a proper shower. I will take blood samples for a checkup and then you can go," the doctor said, and Deku nodded in acceptance. "I just wanted to inform you that we added a copy of Super Regeneration into your quirk mix. It is one of the most valuable in my possession and will serve you greatly." All for one added, and Deku gave a surprised look. "Do you think it succeeded?" Deku asked. The doctor looked at him for a moment through his big goggles. He put down his still unopened needle for taking blood and picked up a scalpel, which he held in front of the young mastermind's hand. "That is up to you to test," the old man said. Izuku took the scalpel and stared at it. His hands started shaking again. "You don't need to try it now, but you should be able to endure much more pain than that," Sensei said with a neutral look. Deku gulped. He knew that, and the scalpel would be little compared to some of his training sessions. Cutting himself just went against fundamental human nature. He held open his left hand and brought down the scalpel with the right. He winced as the blade cut skin and drew blood. He cut about a 1 centimeter long cut and stared at it, feeling a little ill. At least he would have stared at it, but after blinking he couldn't find the wound anymore and there was no pain. "Wow!" Deku gasped in awe. "It was barely a second." The green-haired boy exclaimed. "Excellent, now you can survive actual training, and with my now full retirement we will also have time for much more of it," All for one said with a big smile. Izuku's hands weren't shaking anymore, but the cold shiver was almost as bad. Concerned for what actual training would mean, Deku decided to focus on something else and looked at the doctor. "So, did you implant the copied quirks, or am I supposed to take them myself?" Deku asked as he looked between the doctor and Sensei. "We implanted the quirks you asked for, young lord, along with a couple quirks our thought would be very valuable to you," Doctor explained, and Deku nodded his head in understanding. "To be fair, Deku, You picked relatively simple quirks. You could have asked for more powerful ones and I would have been happy to copy them for you. Yet you stuck to more simple but admittedly useful set of quirks, although I am not sure about a couple of them. All for One spoke and Deku nodded his head in understanding. You gave me extra quirks? That's generous of you, sensei. Deku smiled. So what else did I get? The boy asked, eagerly waiting for the answer. All for One chuckled before answering. Well, as I already told you, we gave you a copy of Super Regeneration. I also thought it would be beneficial to give the quirk, Prism, which allows you to change the color of things you touch, also your hair, skin and eye color in case you wanted to keep your former appearance. The old villain explained and Deku looked puzzled. Former appearance? The young mastermind asked in confusion. Doctor handed Deku a mirror, then walked off to do his work, and Deku took while giving the retreating doctor a grateful nod. He looked at his reflection and was surprised at what he saw in the mirror. His formerly dark green hair that he inherited from his mother was now snow white in color. His emerald green eyes were now bright red and shining. His skin was paler than he remembered, and that was his obvious changes. Even in his exhausted state, he could already feel his body to be much stronger and sturdier than before. Deku looked at the mirror and nodded. I'll keep the appearance, it will make me look more intimidating. Also the quirk would be excellent for disguise. Deku decided and All for One nodded. I also gave you the quirk Understanding, which allows you to analyze the quirk of anyone you touch without knowing it in the first place. The analysis is actually a pretty good rival to yours. It also would analyze your own quirks, which would make things easier for you. All for One added and Deku whistled at that. That would indeed make things much easier. Thank you, sensei. Deku smiled. So how much of stockpile did I fill? Deku wondered, then realized something. Does that mean I have vestiges in my head now like you, sensei? Deku wondered. You have filled around 10% of Absorb for Occupy and still have room to grow, Deku-sama. And no, you don't. When All for One transfers a new quirk into Absorb for Occupy, the vestige of that quirk is absorbed into it and eradicated. If Deku-sama chooses to infuse the quirk into the core of Absorb for Occupy instead of keeping it swimming in the space of the quirk, he will fill the power stockpiling, but if he doesn't fuse, then there would be no power increase. What the hell was that? Someone is talking in my head. Deku said frantically, looking at his surprised emissary in shock, and All for One activated a telepathy quirk that lets him communicate mentally to hear as well. Quirk Understanding is an emitter-type quirk first held by Ken Kanekoshi before it was stolen by Raijin Shigaraki using All for One. Quirk Understanding allows the user to know the exact capabilities of their quirk, what it can do, how it can grow, and what needs to be done in order to grow properly. In its original user, that previous description was the full extent of the knowledge granted. When taken by Raijin Shigaraki and later Deku Shigaraki, who possess multiple quirks, Quirk Understanding can be applied to any and all quirks possessed by that individual. Well, that would make things easy. Deku mused. Quirk Understanding, explain to us how Absorb for Occupy works, and how it is different from All for One. All for One spoke. Absorb for Occupy is an emitter-type quirk that is held by Deku Shigaraki after being crafted by Dr. Garaki Kyudai by combining All for One and power stockpiling, creating the quirk known as Absorb for Occupy. Absorb for Occupy is a quirk that takes other people's quirks, and thus said quirk is willingly fused into the core of Absorb for Occupy. It increases the amount of power stockpiling percentage. When a quirk is fused into the core of Absorb for Occupy, the vestige of that quirk is absorbed into it and eradicated, but the quirk is still transferable, or at least a copy of it. Deku-sama would still keep a copy of the fused quirk factor. It is possible to put and fuse quirks together into one, and even put a percentage of power stockpiling into the newly crafted quirk. Wow, I can now craft quirks. This is unheard of. The doctor is gonna flip when we tell him. I can easily make Nomus stronger. Deku grinned in excitement despite his exhaustion. Indeed, it would definitely make things much easier. And make your allies much stronger. All for One mused. Well, guess I'll let Quirk Understanding do the work for me. All for One decided. Explain multitasking to my successor. Multitasking. Deku repeated in surprise. Multitasking is an emitter quirk first held by Ikumi Munaka before it was stolen by Raijin Shigaraki using all for one. Multitasking allows its user to fully concentrate on 2 mental tasks for an hour, 3 mental tasks for 30 minutes, 4 mental tasks for 15 minutes, or 5 mental tasks for 5 minutes. Attempts to use multitasking for longer amounts of time or for additional tasks can be done at the expense of excruciating migraines. Any changes to multitasking upon being absorbed into absorb for occupy require more time to quantify. Sweet. That means I get to do more planning with less effort. Or do multiple plots at the same time. Thank you, Sensei. Deku said with joy. My pleasure, my boy, Quirk understanding explained Survivor. All for one said. Survivor? Deku repeated. He thought he knew all his teacher's quirks. I told you ones that you could use in combat, but you caught on some on your own, like 2 from the list. All for one said amused. Survivor is a mutation quirk first held by Tsuyoshi Sanura before it was stolen by Raijin Shigaraki using all for one. Survivor increases the time the individual can survive while lacking air, water, food, sleep, or shelter by 100 times the standard amount. Survivor does not allow its user to operate at peak performance without the usual amount of a resource, nor does it mitigate the pain nor adverse symptoms of deprivation. Any changes to Survivor upon being absorbed into absorb for occupy require more time to quantify. Survivor is not yet fully assimilated within Deku Shigaraki's body. Oh great! This quirk would be very useful for long-term missions in harsh environments. Deku smiled. Explain Blood Bank. All for one commanded. Blood Bank is a mutation quirk first held by Matteo Sanguinetti before it was stolen by Raijin Shigaraki using all for one. Blood Bank lets its user generate more blood than normal, replenishing lost blood nearly instantly. Blood produced by Blood Bank is more efficient at collecting oxygen from the lungs and nutrients from the digestive system, and the user is protected from ailments associated with the cardiovascular system. While the average human adult would die of blood loss after losing 2 liters of blood, Blood Bank would theoretically allow the user to lose up to 16 liters of blood before dying, due to replenishment. To keep up with this increased production, Blood Bank requires its user to consume more calories than a typical human. Any changes to Blood Bank upon being absorbed into absorb for occupy require more time to quantify. Wow, that would definitely be useful in case I was kidnapped and tortured or something, and with super regeneration it would be a treat. Deku mused. Super regeneration is a transformation quirk first held by Logan Wadsworth before it was stolen by Raijin using all for one. Super regeneration allows the user to heal from wounds inflicted upon them incredibly quickly. Lethal damage that is sustained at greater speeds than super regeneration cannot be healed along with injuries that was cauterized. Any changes to super regeneration upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. Deku smiled. Oh, that's cool. Wait, why is Survivor not fully assimilated within my body? Quirks granted to an individual by all for one have an adjustment PRD where the recipient's body must integrate the quirk and adjust their body accordingly. Quirks that lack physical changes such as multitasking and quirk understanding take the least amount of time to assimilate, while those that change the user's biology such as Survivor take longer. The reason they are not fully did not adjust because they were granted just few hours ago. Reliable data will be available within 24 hours. Well, this is good enough for me. Deku decided. You want to analyze the quirks from your list? All for one asked. Nah, I will do that tomorrow. I just wanna sleep. Deku said laying down. All for one nodded as he stood up. I will leave you to it then. Rest well, young man, your path has just started. And you are already ahead of others. With that, the supervillain used his mud warp quirk to make his leave. Deku sighed as he closed his eyes. He felt tired and just wanted to nap. Tomura Shigaraki was bored. He was really bored these days, and the new hideout didn't feel like home yet for some reason, like there was something missing, something that made the bar feel warm and welcoming, something that, who was he kidding? It was Izuku that's missing. The green-haired boy, ever since he showed in Tomura's life, said life became brighter a million times more. The kid, for all his anxiety, low self-esteem and insecurities, was a good kid that Tomura was more than proud to call his brother, And let's not forget about whenever the green bean enters his villain mode, he gets far more scary like a mini-sensei of the sorts. Izuku, or Deku as he prefers to be called now, was the core of the League of Villains. Heck, his debut was one of the boldest, coolest, most badass and brutal and terrifying, to the heroes Tomura has ever seen. And said debut was nothing compared to how he finished it by making an open invitation to all those like him and Tomura, the rejects of society, those whom were broken and treated like sheet for nothing. It made him sick because in the past 2 months he got to know those in the league one by one just by interaction in looking over and executing the boss's plans. He grew to somewhat like and respect them. They even slightly bonded over their experiences. Twice happened to have a split personality, and it caused him to be an outcast among his peers because people thought he was crazy, pathetic. Tomura knew crazy, and this guy was pretty sane all around if a bit of a goofball. And after losing his job he ended up using too many of his clones for tasks, and then there was this huge fight between all the clones, a battle royal and a free-for-all if you will. He was the only one standing, and he thinks that he might be a clone but not certain, so he is afraid of getting destroyed. It was kinda bullshit because if he was a clone, no matter the quirk, it shouldn't last that long, but the boss will deal with that when he comes back. Speaking of Twice and the boss, to say that Twice endeared the boss would be the understatement of a lifetime. The boss made sure to be nice to everyone in the league like they were family, even that a-hole Muscular that Tomura kicked out with the threat of murder when he started yelling that he wanted to fight and murder his lil bro. Even though Tomura knew for a fact that his lil bro could kill the psycho while Quirkless, it didn't mean he will stand the dipshit. Back on subject, Izuku always treated everyone with kindness and respect, and in some cases like Toga, Magna and Twice with sympathy and compassion. His kind heart made the new recruits to say the least adore and love him to no end, with Twice on top with Toga. The two saw his self-esteem issues and made it their life mission to shower him in praise. Tomura was happy by that. His bro deserved all praise and hugs in the world. Disagree and you die. Which seemed in the few weeks he stayed with the team before leaving it did improve his confidence a little. And speaking of the girl, Toga was basically a victim of her own quirk like him, and had shitty parents like him. Which was enough for the fanatic gamer to start seeing her as a little sister of the sorts. Anyways, her quirk made her fascinated by blood, like seeing others with blood on them, and crave it constantly. Her a-hole folks forced her to suppress her urges and didn't feed her blood for years, since she was 4 until junior high graduation, which, much to Tomura's and Kurogiri's terror, set off the boss on a royal level, and he actually made a self-pointed plot to murder her parents in very creative and brutal ways that Moonfish would puke. Apparently it's not very healthy neither physically or mentally for her to spend long PRs of time without ingesting a bowl of soup's worth of blood, so it was to say the least a miracle she was alive. Izuku instantly started ordering from Guran's special carnages of blood and told Magna to add them to her meals, and she was told by the boss to drink one every 2 to 3 hours. Heck, he even took her, dragged her, to doctor for a checkup, and the results weren't that pretty, but at least she seemed to get better these days, which made Yumura a bit happy. She was a bit loud and obnoxious, and she keeps saying how she missed Deku-kun and his cute and adorable face and keeps trying to prank Tomura. But she was definitely someone good to work with, and she never failed a mission yet, plus she wasn't that bad. The boss left her a bottle of his blood for her to enjoy since she expressed how she liked his blood the most until he was back, which Tomura wasn't sure if the green bean knew that counted as flirting, but he doubted it since the boy couldn't flirt to save his life. Dabi was the most reserved in the league and didn't want to tell about his past, but Tomura knew that Deku somehow knew exactly the dude's deal but chose to stay silent. Dabi had an obvious hate and disdain to Endeavor, which Izuku shared with the burned man. They would often just come up with insults on the flame a-hole or make roasting memes in their free time, which they were hilarious to say the least. Mustard was a kid with a villainous quirk, so it is easy to see that bullying in school got him where he is now. In fact, he and the boss bonded over that and even started sharing some of their experiences, which made Mustard actually believe his own experiences were mediocre compared to Izuku's in middle school. Spinner was your typical mutant discrimination victim turned to villainy case, but that didn't make it any less important. Everyone in the league faced some type of discrimination in their lifetime, with the boss on top. The irony, and Spinner had to endure some nasty shit from people around him saying that he was ugly, pathetic, not human, other shit like that. But the one that he hated the most was that he weak for just being a lizard, so to say that he worshipped the boss for beating pro heroes, while Quirkless is like saying that Izuku liked All Might as a child. It somehow made sense to Tomura. The lizard man was told that he was weak and was a reject, but he had quirk. So seeing someone so young, so powerless like Izuku ascend to far greater heights than what quirkless people do and beat pro heroes with their strong quirks, just like that must have been inspiring to the lizard man. And the fact that Izuku declared that he will accept the rejects with open arms and will stand up to corruption and discrimination. Izuku basically screamed, "Idol," to Spinner. When Gurren first introduced the guy, he was all fawning over Izuku, who looked like he was going to have a heart attack. Tomura and Chicken Nugget almost died from laughing so hard at Izuku's over-flustered expression while he stammered helplessly as the lizard man fussed over him. It didn't help the case that the dude dressed in identical hoodie had the mask to his neck since he couldn't put it on and wore the same goggles as the boss. Toga and Magna found the boss's expression to be the definition of adorable, and instead of helping ended up joining on the shower of praise. Maybe one day he might develop a small healthy bit of ego, but that would take a while. Same with Compress. Him and Izuku hit it off instantly over their shared love for drama and showmanship in villain work. Both of them would spend long time speaking about the most theatrical villains and even heroes who would always give one heck of a show for their heists. Heck, the two actually went on a couple heists together, and to say they made the entertainment of a lifetime while making the pros looks like a bunch of foolish buffoons would be the understatement of the century. The two easily became drinking buddies on tea, and they spoke about adding a third member to their showmanship club. And even though Tomura wanted to groan, he was just happy his brother found people who understood and even supported him, because God knows he needs it. His self-esteem was so low he wanted to go and dust that Bakugo prick over and over again for what he did to Izuku for years since they were kids. Seriously, Tomura had a shitty family when he was a kid, and he was just 5 when Sensei adopted him, and he was still traumatized from a couple years of mistreatment. So how the flying F can his little brother smile the way he does after all the horrors he had been through? Seriously, when he told Tomura and Kurogiri about his backstory and his childhood, to say Tomura actually almost cried for the first time in years would be the understatement of the century. That prick Bakugo was the definition of evil, and he wanted to be a hero. That day his resolve to destroy society hardened to steel, and the only reason he didn't brutalize that explosive piece of shit is because Izuku reserved him for self-fulfillment revenge. Tomura was actually excited to see what he has in mind. Every plan he gave was a masterpiece without the longing for brutal harm, so what will he do to that Bakugo prick? He couldn't wait until karma struck down. It would be a glorious day to say the least. Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri greeted as he came to Tomura's room after knocking on the door. The Decay user looked at the mist villain with a raised eyebrow. "What is it, Kurogiri?" "I am playing." Tomura with a huff, but the bartender didn't seem fazed by the hostility, being long since used to it. "Well, Tomura Shigaraki, I was informed by doctor that young SU will be here in few minutes, and considering how much you missed him, I thought you might want to greet him yourself." Kurogiri explained to the fanatic gamer, who gave a surprised look. "He's back. Hell yeah, I am greeting him," Tomura said with grin as he grabbed his microphone and spoke into the intercom system. "Hey you lazy bums, boss will be here in few minutes, so get your sorry asses to the living room." Tomura called out, then ran at the door into the living room. To say that it didn't take even 5 minutes for the League of Villains to get to the living room would be inaccurate. It took them 2 minutes top as they waited eagerly for their boss to show up. "Is he coming? Is he coming? For real?" Toga asked, excited, her shining as brightly as her smile. "Yes, I was informed by the good doctor that young MSDR's operation was a success. He should be now stronger than ever." Kurogiri explained calmly, and Toga grinned widely. "I can't wait to cut him and see his blood again." The friendly vampire squealed in delight, eager to see if her new boss became somehow even cooler than before. "So you think he would look different?" Mustard asked, and Spinner, who shrugged in response, not knowing the answer himself. "No idea, man. I mean, he already knows how to put the fear of God into people despite his innocent face, so maybe. But he shouldn't look that different since it's a small operation." Spinner said. "If it was small, then why the hell did it take 2 months and a bit?" Dabi asked, and Magna shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, it is quite exciting. Finally we get the big reveal. Mr. Compress said with a smile. Just then in the middle of the room a mass of black ooze started to form in midair, surprising everyone. As the mud end began to take shape, it took the form of a person until a figure appeared and the ooze dispelled. The League felt his ominous presence and felt a shiver go down their spines as the room was engulfed in the feeling of death and helplessness. They were all terrified by the figure that they were looking at his back, and he turned his head to look at them. Deku smiled as he looked at his friends. "Hello everyone, it's been a while," Deku said, and the suffocating feeling dispelled instantly. Look at you!" Toga squealed in delight, taking on Deku's appearance as she jumped forward to look him up and down. She first saw the black face mask that resembled the lower half of a helmet. It was thick and would easily cover its user's neck. The front had a thick shield-like part. It also had pipes coming from it, and it went up over the person's ears. She then examined his clothes, and instead of the green bunny hoodie he used to wear, he now wore a formal black suit that had golden buttons with a red tie as well as black dress boots, but she noted that the soles had some metal to them. All in all, he looked absolutely stunning. "You look amazing, Deku-kun. This amazing. You look like those terrifying crime lords from movies." Toga cheered, and the young mastermind blushed and smiled. "Thank you, Toga-san. I am willing to make this my new villain outfit." Deku said, embarrassed. "You look amazing, my friend," Compress said with a flourish as he examined his new costume. "Wow man, you look cool. And what the hell was it with the entry? It felt like death came to our doorstep," the gas villain exclaimed, and Deku chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you guys." The young mastermind apologized. "Nonsense, young Mr. Welcome back. It wasn't the same without you," Kurogiri said with a bow. "Agreed. We missed you so much, Deku-kun." Toga pouted. "So? How was the operation?" Dabi asked curiously, and they all stiffened as he gave them a blank, dull, haunted look with his eyes glassy. "Fine," Deku said robotically. Everyone decided to not mention whatever that was about again. Tomura looked his brother up and down, then said, "Oh, definitely a mini-sensei," under his breath before he slung an arm over the falsely green-haired boy's shoulder. "Come on, let's play some video games." Tomura aided as he guided the boy to the living room of their hideout. "So, what quirks do you now have?" Tomura asked with a grin as they started playing video games. Dabi was in Tomura's team with Spinner, while Toga and Mustard joined Deku in the game. Deku grinned at Tomura and replied, "I'll tell you about it later." Then he resumed playing. In a dark room, a black-haired boy was sitting down on the ground while hugging his knees. He had a bright red hat with golden horns on it. The boy was glaring at the TV screen that was the only source of light in the room. The screen displayed the pictures of two dead heroes along with picture of their murderer, a blonde man with dark eyes. The boy grit his teeth in anger as he cried, looking at the man with absolute hate in his eyes. "Why did you two leave me alone?" the boy asked quietly. "Cheers," Tomura said as he held his mug of beer high in the air in celebration. "To the glorious comeback of our great leader. And stronger than ever as well. Cheers." The entirety of the League of Villains, Deku included, cheered in unison, clanking their respective beer mugs together while grinning in joy. "To our amazing leader's comeback," Toga said with a bright smile. Deku smiled at his friends. "So, what did I miss? 2 months is quite a long time after all. What happened while I was gone?" The mastermind asked his group. Dabi was the first to answer the Future King's question. The Inhuman Supremacy Party are basically on a mad FNG rampage, murders, rapes, theft, vandalism, kidnaps, you name it. All on those who ain't mutants, led by this psychotic F called Beast. I mean, seriously, get more original for FS sake. The burned villain explained with a groan. Deku frowned at that. "So, a bunch of havoc-wreaking psychos? Guess we will have to deal with that along with others. I thought that heroes are the biggest problem, but looks like we will have to dismantle Sensei's rogue subordinates first." The green-haired mastermind decided. "If that's your order, then sure thing, boss. What are we gonna do with them?" Spinner asked, which was surprising considering he was a mutant too. "Well, we can track them down, but they seem more like a chaotic bunch than a villain organization. It would make things harder because hunting them down will be harder and slower than an organized front. Deku sighed as he drank from his mug of beer. Well, Deku-kun, don't worry. We will deal with that when the time comes, but for now let's celebrate. Toga said as she inched closer to Deku, who blushed a deep shade of red in embarrassment. Well, let's continue. Compress said without his usual flamboyant way of speech. That alone made alarm bells ring in the young mastermind's head. The Creature Rejection Clan members are basically a cult that believe that mutants are basically demons and they hunt them down and do ritual sacrifices with them. It's truly and utterly horrible. Something that would the likes of Moonfish puke his guts out. The magician said with a sad look, and Deku nodded grimly. Oh god, those are even worse than the heroes. Maybe forget about them for now. And the worst part is that some heroes are secretly part of this hate crime. Compress added in outrage. Oh, never mind, the heroes are still on the list. I see. Deku sighed, rubbing his temple at this new headache. And the MLA and QLF? Deku asked. Both still under the radar, but that doesn't mean we are, or anyone else for the matter, is safe from those snakes. It's more of the calm before the storm type of sheet. Tomura spoke up. Deku nodded his head as gulped down the rest of his mug, then refilled it with the alcoholic drink and smelled it, enjoying the scent of the alcohol. Letting it relax him slightly after all this revelations. And? How is in the hero's side? Is there anything I need to know? Deku asked, smiling in a goofy way after his second drink, and Tomura gave a sheet-eating grin as Toga, much to Deku's embarrassment, snuggled to his side. We got information that All Might is going to teach in UA at the beginning of the new school year. Toga said happily as she grabbed a knife and sliced Deku's cheek, much to everyone's shock and horror, but the young mastermind didn't react much as his wound easily and quickly closed as not even a scar was left on the boy's face. Guess that we will put you in the top of our list then. Deku said casually as he sipped his mug of beer. On the outside he might have looked calm, but on the inside he was so excited about the news. Now he could hit multiple bids with a single stone. The group of villains looked in astonishment at the display of instant self-healing, and some of them whistled or applauded while the blood-thirsty blonde vampire pouted heavily. You are no fun now. You don't bleed anymore. Toga whined in despair that her favorite person couldn't look cute anymore. Deku smiled as he rolled his sleeve and offered his arm to Toga, who looked surprised and confused. Have your fill, I have a quirk. That makes me immune to blood loss. So you can drink as much as you want without worry of me dying. Happy meal, he said with a bright smile, making the group look at him like he was crazy. Toga started him for a second to process the meaning of that before she dug her fangs into her new walking blood bag without a care in the world or any hint of shame. The rest of the league decided to ignore that scene and focus on their conversation with the leader as Toga had her fill of her favorite type of blood. So, what other quirks do you have now? Tomura asked, intrigued. Multitasking lets me focus on multiple tasks in the same time. Survivor, which lets me survive much longer without air, food, water, and other stuff. Super regeneration, which you already saw, and finally quirk understanding, which lets me know the full potential of quirks I take. Deku explained. Dabi let out a whistle. Cool, was all he could think of saying. Indeed, but do you happen to have other quirks? Compress asked, curious. Deku nodded. 7 in fact, but we can talk about them later. For now I want to know about the hero network. Deku smiled. Spinner and Mustard looked at each other. There has been a rumored man murdering heroes recently and leaving writings like fake, or hypocrite, or masked villain, and things of such. Mustard explained, and Deku frowned at that. That must the hero killer stain. I was going to meet with him anyway, so we will see if he is in our side or must be dealt with. Deku said. Don't worry about him, he is my problem. Deku assured. It's insane, this guy just popped up few months ago and started committing murders like that. The heroes he killed so far were assholes, but still, pretty scary. Spinner finished with a disturbed look. Deku just shrugged. I've seen worse. We dealt with FANG Muscular and Moonfish, damn it. That guy only targets bad guys, so he's not that bad. Deku waved off the concerns casually. It felt strange to the league. Their leader was confident, far more confident than before. Did getting a quirk give him this much self-esteem? It felt safe in fact, like he would take on any of their problems head-on and win. Anything else? Deku asked as he finished his mug and Toga pulled out her fangs with content smile. Deku's wound easily and quickly closed without a trace of the actual bite. It was very cool actually. Well, it seems that the HPSC are making the entrance exams to hero schools more thorough and they uptight the standards on who gets accepted. Twice said and Deku got what he was implying. It's cool now the discrimination is on full display. He contradicted himself but Deku was long used to it and even found it endearing. I see. Deku trailed off and the group picked on the change in mood as he smiled and laid his chin on his hands as he rested his knees on the table. Let's play a game of question. Deku grinned and everyone looked at him curiously. The young mastermind tilted his head. How would any of you change society if you take the wheel? The boss asked in curiosity and the villains looked at each other not knowing what to say. Toga hummed. Not quite sure. I think we can all agree that hero society is the root of the suffering. It's what shaped the way things are. It needs to go. But I think the only way to do that is to destroy the general populace's faith in their dear heroes. You might be onto something there. But what's the best way to go about that? Dabi smirked amused by her answer and Deku smiled slightly. Twice tapped the table as he thought up ideas. We could target the Hero Commission? They do control pretty much everything. Twice offered. Not terrible idea, no one would care. Mustard shook his head. I don't think so. People target HPSC officials all the time. It probably wouldn't even make the news. If we really want to get our message across then we need to make it big. We should target hero schools. I mean they all employ heroes as staff and if we show people that they can't even ensure the safety of their heroes in training that's sure to rile people up. The group looked at each other intrigued by the idea. If we really want to make a statement we should start with UA. They're the biggest and most well-known hero school. It's perfect. Spinner grinned. Magna smiled. We may just be onto something here. We could start off with UA and work our way through the other hero schools so they don't just think it's a fluke and UA was too confident. The only problem is how are we going to get enough information to stage an attack? I mean it's not easy to gain info on heroes. Compress hummed. Tomura hummed as thoughts ran through his head until he got the answer. The only thing I can think of is having someone inside U.A to get us the information we need. They should probably be a hero student. If they're the target they're less likely to be found out. It can't be someone with a bad quirk though. If they did get a brain and look into the students then they would be the first to be looked into. Tomura sneered. We're going to have to do some outsourcing I guess. The group realized where their boss was going with this and they looked at him and sure enough his expression was that of a proud dad whose kids got a grade. Ding 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 ding. We have winners. We need a spy in you today. And as you said it must be someone that wouldn't be suspected by anyone so they will need to have a good quirk. A spy would be excellent to our plans and give us insights on Nedzu. Deku explained with a smile that would give the devil a run for his money. The group cheered. Their leader was the best. I'm happy to hear you wish to join us as a teacher for the new semester, Toshinori, but I can't help but feel that there's more to this change of career than you're letting on. A small, white-furred creature wearing a black waistcoat and tie probed as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to his guest. The skeleton-like hero sighed in defeat at the principle of UA's question while taking the offered drink. As usual, you can read me like an open book, old friend. He took a sip of his tea, slowly as to not cause a coughing fit. Nizu waited patiently while Toshinori took a sip before speaking. I suppose it was only a matter of time before Nitai's warning caught up with me. My power is starting to fade at a quicker pace than usual. I can only maintain my all-might form for up to 4 hours now. It's only a matter of time before one for all leaves me for good. Nizu nodded in understanding. And so, you've decided to become a teacher here, so you can find a worthy inheritor to your power. Admirable, but I can't help but feel that this should have happened much sooner than now. The shriveled-up symbol of peace begrudgingly agreed as he looked down. I know that I was too caught up in staying as the symbol of peace, that I let myself grow worse in the process. My foolishness has cost me greatly. The man turned his head back up with determination in his eyes. But I want to make things right while I still can. I have to find a worthy wielder of one for all before it's too late. As I understand, Night High has found himself what he describes as a worthy candidate for one for all in one of our secondary students. The principal brought up, perhaps I can have you meet with him out of random coincidence? Your manipulativeness knows no bounds, old friend. The deflated number 1 hero laughed before blood spluttered from his mouth. It hurts to laugh. Nizu handed the skeleton-like man a handkerchief, so he could wipe the red from his mouth. Thank you. He handed the cloth back, which Nizu politely declined. Toshinori pocketed the blood-soaked tissue before speaking again. There must be a lot of talents in the new generation, so I would like to meet the next batch of first years first. It would be better to keep my options open. The hero said with a determined look. The principal smiled at the determined symbol of peace when a thought popped into his head. Speaking of talent, have you heard about what happened to Midnight a few months ago? Almost a year now. Toshinori looked at his friend in confusion. Can't say that I have. You know how caught up I can get in my work. Understandable. Nizu acknowledged. But this may be something you want to hear. Apparently, Nomuri was unable to stop the robbery of an ATM bank by a street gang local to the area. This bit of news shocked the number 1 hero. Midnight was defeated? Is she all right? Calm yourself, Toshi. Yes, Nomuri is fine, but she was more concerned with who was leading the group rather than herself. The sentient creature explained. Whoever it was, they predicted that Midnight would be the one to arrive on the scene, and had the crooks wear gas masks to counteract her quirk. They managed to get the drop on her and restrain her, allowing them to grab what they could and make their escape. The deflated All Might shuddered at the news. Thank goodness she's all right. So what you're saying is that we may have a new villain on our hands that can see into the future, much like Night Eye can. The principal shook his tiny head. I fear that may not be the case, Toshi. When Nomuri reported the incident, she told us that she managed to have a few quick words with the leader before they fled the scene. And from what the leader said, that he doesn't have a quirk at all. Toshinori leapt out of his seat and slammed his hands on the sentient creature's desk, his sunken eyes shaking, and his mouth agape in alarm. That can't be true. A quirkless villain, getting the upper hand on a pro-hero like Midnight. It must be some kind of bluff. I believe that this person ID the now infamous Green Rabbit, my friend. Nizu reasoned. Whoever this person is, he has been able to take down many heroes starting from Death Arms ever since. He may also have something to do with the increase in crime across the city. It's all speculation, as I said, but I personally wouldn't doubt it. He also seems to be starting a villain organization that is standing up to the government. We are going into a dangerous territory, Toshinori. The old symbol of peace slumped back into his chair, staring into space with a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A quirkless villain who could decipher the weaknesses of others? I can only imagine the horrific crimes such a character could commit with such knowledge. And that is only one of our concerns. Shoyuda and Emi has been detecting many gangs across the city joining forces with thugs in the streets, gaining the upper hand on police and pros. The common thing in all of these incidents is that they use the weaknesses of quirks. It's the Green Rabbit Toshinori, and I am sure of it. Not only him but those who follow him as well. Nedzu added. And the worst is that the boy declared himself as the king of the underworld. He seems to be ambitious, smart, ruthless, and very cunning as well as very charismatic. Does that remind you of anyone? The sentient animal asked. Toshinori got the message as his jaw dropped, his eyes shaking in terror as he gave the mammal a terrified look. No, it can't be. I believe we have a quirkless all-for-one riding to power Toshinori. Having a successor soon is a must, lest we suffer an unspeakable fate. Nedzu said gravely. Toshinori looked down at his hands. This is getting worse very quickly and I don't like it. The HPSC president is going out of her way in tyranny, the big four criminal organizations, and now this? What has Japan turned into? The hero asked himself. Inko stood at the stove, frying up another helping of her son's favorite food in the kitchen. The area looked as disheveled as she did, with dirty dishes piled up in the sink and food stains strewn across the counter. Her lifeless eyes stared down at the slab of breaded pork in the pan. Figuring that was long enough, she lifted the cutlet out of the bubbling oil and onto a plate, with a waiting pile of steaming rice on the side. She picked up the plate and made her way out of the kitchen and into the dining room. Missing posters with her son's face on them were scattered across the table, nearly making her lose her appetite. Deciding that eating around all of them would be too much for her, and moving them would just as painful, she made her way to the front room sofa and turned on the TV. Maybe a small distraction would do her some good. Breaking news. The villain Muscular attacked the mall last night week. The infamous villain had attacked with the intention of mass murder as he is known for his brutal crimes. He was intercepted by the famous water hose duo, but unfortunately the hero couple died intercepting the villain. A tragedy indeed. Oh dear. Inko gasped softly as she took a bite of her dinner. Her heart went out to the poor child of the couple who was left as an orphan as the reporter went on. She thought about how Izuku always wanted to be a hero. If he became one, he would have been caught up in all that horror. Guess it was a good thing that his quirk never dash. She dropped her head in an instant, cursing her mind for thinking such a horrible thing. The fact that he didn't have a quirk was the reason he wasn't here, eating by her side. Her eyes started to become misty, remembering that her child being quirkless wasn't the only reason why he ran away. It was because of her that she refused to believe in him, that it was all her fault. And today the Green Rabbit, after disappearing for 2 months, strikes again by picking a fight with a famous hero trio. The Elemental Trio. Inko was able to wipe most of her tears away in time to see the mysterious boy that had been making a name for himself since last year. She had been keeping up with the strange criminal's actions like the rest of the nation, but never paid much attention as she was more fixated on finding her son and surviving the influx of depression that weighed on her. The three heroes made a name for themselves by being able to counter each other's weaknesses, with Fire Fist having the ability to shoot flames from his palms, Boulder being able to create earthen walls, and the Blast shooting air blasts, but it was for naught as the green-hooded acrobat easily maneuvered around the three of them. She always found the villain to be quite odd. He always knew how to fight back against any of the heroes who went after him and always found a way to beat them, as if he knew how their quirks worked with a single glance. His costume was quite strange as well. The long green ears stitched to his hood almost reminded her of. She shot up from her seat, knocking over the coffee table and her dinner in the process. She ran up to the screen and brought her face up close to the TV, trying to get as much of a close look at the villain on screen. It couldn't be. There was no way. She must be going mad with grief. But that outfit. It looks just like. The frantic mother tore her way across the apartment, making her way to the one place where she'd been avoiding since her baby's disappearance. She nearly ripped the door to Izuku's room off its hinges, not caring a little about the cloud of dust that met he on her entry. Making her way to her son's desk, she opened up his drawers, searching desperately for something that would make the puzzle inside her head fit together. Inside the bottom drawer, she found what she was looking for. A stack of Izuku's old journals, the ones he made as a child until he rewrote them. Digging through the pile of aged papers, she pulled out one of the books and turned to a page, and let the book fall from her trembling fingers. She brought her shaking hands up to her face, covering her mouth as she began to sob large droplets of fear, disturbance, and relief from her wide, quivering eyes. At the top of a crudely drawn sketch was the written title, Hero Costume Design No. 1. The image below, drawn in felt tip, was a dark green figure, with 2 long, stretched-out strands of dark green sticking out of the sides of his head. Izuku my baby. The green-haired mother sobbed. They still hadn't found someone to take up the role of student inside A's heroics course, and while they had months left before the entrance exam, it was getting frustrating. The League of Villains were all assembled in the hideout's large living room, watching TV, playing video games, or just chatting about something or another. Mustard was entertaining them with his newest conspiracy theory about the second-year hero student Mirio Togata being All Might's secret love child with Night Eye as the godfather, and that's why the boy was interning in the hero's agency. Deku found it endearing and very entertaining. He knew it was complete bullshit and everyone else did so too. Heck, Mustard himself did, but that never stopped him from making things up, and if he enjoyed it, then who the hell was Deku to stop him? The League was after all a place where they could be themselves without restraints as long as they respect each other's privacy and feelings and most importantly safety. Toga violated that rule with him many times, but thanks to his super regeneration he barely even flinched, and thanks to Blood Bank it didn't matter to his health, plus it made her happy so he didn't mind that much. But for some reason everyone keeps giving him strange glances whenever he offered Toga-san his blood. With one of the quirks Izuku had gained they had a fragile backup plan, but he wanted it to be a last resort as it would require him to be absent most of the time and there was always a risk as Eraserhead is rumored to work at UA. He sighed. They had backup plans for their backup plans, but every single one of them required a 14-year-old with a heroic quirk and an awareness of how bad everything was. Not a typical combination. His hopes of making this easy on himself were starting to fade. Young Mr. Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri called from the doorway. The sensors we have in the old base had gone off for some reason. It appears that there is someone at the bar, the mist villain said. Deku got up from his place on the couch. Toga was snuggling to his side, much to his embarrassment, so he decided to politely pull himself out of the blonde girl's possessive grasp much to her despair as she whined in protest, but he had to check this out. Sorry Toga-sen, I know that you feel cold, but as the leader this is my responsibility to greet the visitors. Deku smiled apologetically and Toga pouted. The rest of the League wanted smash their heads on the wall from their boss's naivety. Seriously, he must be crystal pure if he believed Toga's bullshit excuse for cuddles. No fair. I wanna hug more. I wanna. Wah. She flailed around like a child while Deku looked on with hesitance, not knowing what to do with the blonde girl's antics. Tomura glanced at Kurogiri. Is that what I did look like? The fanatic gamer asked, not liking the sight of a teen acting like a little girl that was denied a chocolate bar. Oh yes, in fact you were much worse. Kurogiri said in amusement as Deku tried to negotiate with Toga for her to stop whining. To be fair, Deku was intrigued by the guests whoever they were. No one actually came in there for drinks. It was a front. People only entered if they were looking for something, usually a miracle that his sensei could provide. For a price, that is. Most people have heard of a little black book, but his sensei went a step further and kept large binders full of contracts he made with people. It made for limitless reliable resources because people were too afraid of losing their quirk, possibly life, to even mention all for one anywhere near a cop. Tomura groaned dramatically and made a show of dragging himself from his beanbag where he was playing Dark Souls with Dabi, Spinner and Magna, before turning his gaze down to the leader of the League. You wanna come or stay here? It's probably nothing worth mentioning. Deku nodded his head since he was already standing. He was too bored today to stay sitting, but somehow enjoyed being hugged, so might as well check out what is this about. He actually had a good feeling about this. Kurogiri, let's get this over with. Deku said with a yawn of boredom. Tomura nodded at Kurogiri and they were all warped into the back room of the bar before making their way out to the front. Good idea. Better to not let anyone know they have a warp gate at their disposal. Never hurts to be cautious. It was a girl his age or close to it. She was pale with brown eyes and shoulder-length brown hair. She was carefully observing the room, clutching tightly to the strap of her backpack as if it would be taken, which in this neighborhood was a valid possibility. Her attention snapped to them the moment they walked through the doors. Deku noticed that she looked tired, scared, hungry and very soaked, probably because of the rain outside. Kurogiri stood behind the bar and took out a handful of glasses. What would you like? The bartender, polite as ever, asked gently. She hesitantly glanced down at the glasses. In general or to drink? Tomura sat down on one of the stools and motioned for his little brother and boss to take the spot next to him. Kurogiri was already filling their glasses with their preferred drinks. Let's start off with what you want to drink first, then we can move on to what it is you came here for, the mist villain suggested. She walked up to the bar, taking a free seat closer to Deku, who blushed at seeing a pretty girl sit beside him, and so closely too. She probably just felt a little more comfortable around someone her age, that's all. May I have some iced tea? Soon enough the glass was sliding across the bar, coming to a stop in front of her. Tomura was side-eyeing her as she sipped the tea and eventually sighed. All right, Why did you come here and what's your name? She took a deep breath. My name is Ochako Uraraka. My parents said that if anything ever happened or if I needed something to come here and it would be taken care of. Wait, Uraraka? Deku thought in worry. Names and quirks. Tomura motioned for Kurogiri to be ready. Uraraka Haruto, his quirk was gravitational field nullification. Uraraka Saori, her quirk was telekinesis. She set her glass of tea down as she spoke. Oh, I know them. Deku interjected, stopping Kurogiri from wasting his time on the books. Both Tomura and Kurogiri looked at him curiously, and so did Ochako. They built multiple safe houses for the team to use, and they are the ones built our home. Deku said, and the two villains understood quickly. They were one of the people in the list of my favors. Their daughter is under my protection, so she is my responsibility. Deku explained, and Ochako looked at him surprised. Deku turned to her seriously. I need to see the proof first. Where is the thing that your parents gave you? Ochako blinked before she started rummaging through her backpack until she found what she was looking for and sighed in relief. Here. Ochako said, handing Deku a black card. It had a red flower drawn at the middle of it with some symbols only Deku knew, and to perfect it there was the villain mastermind's very signature on the lower left corner of it. Tomura nodded. All right, what did you need, kid? Tomura asked, now relaxed, to the girl. Uraraka straightened up in her seat and turned her attention from the binder to Tomura. Deku noted that she was on the verge of crying. My parents died in a villain attack. I need someone to put a relative into my file, an aunt or something, so I don't have to stay in foster care anymore. Consider it done. Will you need someone to pick you up from where you're staying? Deku smiled kindly at the girl, who, much to Tomura's and Kurogiri's amusement, blushed slightly. She thought for a moment, her face tired and her soaked clothes making her shiver slightly before she nodded her head in affirmation. Probably, I doubt they'd let me just walk out on my own. Protocols and such. Suddenly, Izuku was struck with a brilliant idea, and he knew coming here was the right thing to do. The answer to all of their plans was sitting right in front of them. But he will have to get the girl's trust first and show her he cared. He didn't want to make her feel forced or anything. The green-haired mastermind looked at the brunette with a smile. Would you prefer if you didn't have to go? You don't seem like you want to go back to wherever you are. Deku said in a gentle, worried tone. Ochako frowned. No, but I can't just not go. It will be suspicious. Ochako said with a frown and looked at the green-haired boy. But what do you suggest? She asked suspiciously, but she seemed considerate. Well, you can stay with us until everything is settled. But it's up to you, nobody is forcing you. Deku assured her with a gentle smile. Tomura and Kurogiri looked at Deku strangely, but they knew him long enough that if he was going to do something, he was doing it for a great benefit, and they both knew they letting him do his thing was the best course of action. After all, Sensei gave him the wheel from the start when it comes to making his own villain organization, and the results speak for themselves. They had very powerful and loyal members in their inner circle, and somehow they got a good chunk of the organized crime in the city under their thumb. Ochako, on the other hand, thought for a bit. She knew it was not a good idea. These were obviously criminals, maybe even villains. She could murdered or something. She wasn't someone to judge, but these guys screamed villains. But for some reason, even though the green-haired boy was obviously the boss and had that aura of danger around him, he only radiated kindness and safety. Why not? Ochako thought with a sigh. Sure thing, why not? This bar isn't that bad anyways. The brunette shrugged her shoulders casually, and Deku smiled. Oh, this? Deku asked, motioning around, then chuckled, confusing the pink-cheeked girl. This is a front, a meeting place if you will, where I do most of my business. The real home is a snap of fingers away. Deku looked at her with a gentle smile. If you are up for it, that is. He added kindly. Ochako was captivated by that smile, that DMN smile. It's like she was getting brainwashed by his affection and kindness. Was this some quirk? Would make sense, but the feeling of danger underneath the surface from him means it's not the case. After few seconds she nodded. If I die, at least the dude was cute. She thought, then blushed furiously at the thought. What was wrong with her? Deku beamed at her as he stood up, followed by the two villains, and Ochako stood up, then looked at the wet stool, then at Deku apologetically. "Sorry," was all she could say. "Don't mention it," he chirped, then snapped his fingers. The four of them were indulged in black liquid, swallowed them slowly. She should have been scared, but his reassuring smile made her relax. The League of Villains expected few things when the three came back. A couple scratches from dome fight? Maybe. To be covered in blood? That would have pleased Toga. To be perfectly fine and it was some mundane errand? Most likely. But what no one in the league expected was for the boss to show up with a girl his age that looked like a stray cat, wet, tired, hungry, and obviously scared to death. Dabi, bless his heart, decided to man the F up and speak since no one else knew what to say. "Another stray boss?" he asked with a smirk. The girl deadpanned at Dabi and replied with a huff. "Takes one to recognize one," the girl said indignantly. Tomura exploded into laughter and soon everyone followed his example while Dabi sputtered in surprise at the jab. "So the kittens has claws?" Deku looked at the league seriously and they straightened up in anticipation. "Everyone, this is Ochako Uraraka. She is under my protection, so my responsibility. Treat her well like one of us," he said with his leader voice, so he meant business. The green-haired boy looked at Twice and smiled. "Jin-kun, please step up. I need your help with something." Deku said, his leadership aura dispelled into his usual friendliness. Twice obediently did as instructed as he stood in front of his boss and gave a salute. "Yes, boss. How can I help?" The black and white spandex villain asked eagerly, excited to help his dear leader. Deku looked at Ochako, then Twice motioning to the girl who was much to everyone's amusement, Deku's embarrassment and Toga's jealousy hanging on his arm for dear life. Twice gave a salute as he grabbed his measure tape and started measuring the brunette, much to her confusion, but confusion turned to astonishment as a perfect clone of her materialized in front of her. "Wow," both brunettes said, and Deku smiled. "Kurogiri, take Ochako to her foster home and make sure she gets there safely. Compress, would you be so kind to prepare a room for our guest? Magna, please make a meal, and Toga-sen, please get her some of your clothes to change into." The green-haired leader commanded gently, and everyone gave a "yes, sir," as they went into their tasks. After a change of clothes and a very nice meal, Ochako was sitting on a bean chair facing Deku, who said he had a suggestion to her but first wanted to speak. Everyone else left, but instead of worry she felt fine. "So, may I ask about how your parents died? I know it's a sore subject, but they were from my favorite people." Deku asked gently. Ochako looked down in sadness. They were caught in a crossfire between a villain and... The brunette trailed off, then her face became disgusted. "And Endeavor." The brunette said the name like it was poison on her tongue. Deku scowled at that. "I see, and you were told it was an accident, but it wasn't? They were horrifically burned beyond recognition," Deku said with a sigh, like he heard this type of stories every day. Ochako wondered if that was the case. "Yes, I hate them," she cried as she hid her face in her hands. "I understand your situation and feelings," Deku said gently. Ochako glared at him heatedly. "Liar!" she snapped. "How can you understand me?" she said heatedly. Deku didn't lose his composure as he moved closer to her and put his hands on her shoulders. "But I do, the pain of having no one understanding your pain, of no one seeing your suffering, the loneliness of having no one to turn to. I will listen to you, so speak to me," the green-haired leader said gently. It was how the dam broke as Ochako started crying and clutched her chest. "I feel emptiness in my heart. No one knows how much it hurts to lose those you love. It hurts so much," she sobbed as she hugged Deku like a lifeline. Deku smiled sadly as he patted her head. "Oh, you poor girl. You don't have to worry about it. Because I am here," Deku soothingly said. After a bit of time, Ochako stopped crying and calmed down and dried her tears with a tissue Deku gave her. "Where are you planning on going afterward?" Deku asked with a smile at Ochako. She looked over at him blankly, too tired to react. "Once I get out, I should have access to my parents' money. I was planning on renting an apartment in Mizudafu. It's close to you today, and I'm planning to apply in the spring." Deku internally grinned like a fool. Looks like God is on his side today. Oh, what were you planning on applying for? The underworld's future king asked, intrigued. Either the support or management track. Probably management, but I haven't made a solid decision yet. Why? She asked, confused. Deku grinned in joy. Better make her see him like this, she could relax. I think we could help each other out. I would like to offer you a deal if you're up for it, that is, he added helpfully. I'm not agreeing to anything unless I know what I'm getting into. The brunette said, even though he was nice, better be careful. Smart move. How do you feel about going into the heroics track instead? Deku asked with a smile. She tilted her head. If you asked me that a month ago, I would have said yes without hesitation, but I'm not exactly the biggest fan of heroes at the moment. So, why would I go into heroics? What's in it for me? Ochako asked, curious. Well, what's in it for you is enough money you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life, and if you're into that kind of thing, maybe a bit of justice. Deku could feel the moment she decided, even before she did. Alright, I'm listening. What do you want me to do? Ochako asked, determined. We need someone to give us information on students in the hero course. What you're doing on certain days. If you're going anywhere. Who your teachers are. Basic information on the quirks of the people in your class. Who might be easily swayed to join us. Simple stuff. Deku assured her, no need to put into dangerous stuff without her consent. But if you are up to it, we can get you a position in the league as a member. We here are people who wish to change society into the better. So people like don't have to be victims. Ochako was convinced, but something worried her, like she didn't want to let him down for some reason. We don't even know if I'll be getting into the heroics track yet. Isn't planning on me getting in a bit too much? The village boss snorted. Your quirk is zero gravity. You're a shoe-in for the hero course. If you're really worried, we have a place you can train. And I can get you a nice quirk boost if needed. She stared down at the tea Mr. Compress kindly offered her for a moment before she let out a sigh. Alright, I'm in. Just tell me what you need me to do and I'll do it. And as for the league? If I'm caught, I'll happily join. Deku beamed at her and stood from his chair, holding his hand out for her to take. Welcome to the League of Villains, Uraraka. I think we're going to get along great. Ochako smiled. I hope so. Deku-kun. Ochako beamed. When Ochako was little, she loved watching hero fights. Not the fights themselves, but the other people watching. Seeing them happy and in awe as heroes did their work was worth everything to her. She wanted to make people feel like that. She just hadn't understood at the time that heroes were just as capable of ruining someone's life. She hadn't quite understood what her parents meant when they made her memorize an address and told her to go there if anything happened and she needed help. She was young and confused, so she wrote it off, letting it fade to the back of her mind. She also hadn't understood when they suddenly came into money around 7 months ago. All she knew was that she had to watch her parents struggle for a long time before one day they came home and it looked as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It was like all of their problems were solved. Of course, they hadn't started throwing money around because that's not the type of people they were. But they no longer had to choose between rent and food. Which was great to say the least. Things were good for a while. But if there was one thing she learned, it was that happiness had an expiration date. It never lasted forever in this world. Her parents were taking some well-deserved time off of work to go out for the weekend. The idea had been for them to go to Tokyo and enjoy the area together. They promised to bring her back something special and she waved it off as she gave them a hug and a kiss goodbye. Then the incident happened. The block they were in was decimated completely. They were still holding hands when she had to identify them, which was very hard because of the burns. She ended up in a foster home. They all said she was lucky because she was actually placed somewhere. She didn't feel very lucky. She felt awful. Her entire world had been turned on its head. So much time was spent admiring heroes for their ability to protect and bring joy to people. But there were always two sides to a coin. It wasn't a villain who killed these people. Or, not only a villain. Of course, that's what everyone was playing it off as. Because why would they make heroes face the consequences for their actions? Why would a hero visit the families of those who died? Why would a hero apologize for ripping away the people that someone cared about? They were just doing their job after all. It was collateral damage. Collateral damage. As if that wasn't people they were talking about. Ochako woke up at midnight and yawned as she took a look around her new room. Deku-sama said that this now her room. Whether she lived in an apartment or not. It was hers to stay whenever she felt lonely, whenever she was in danger, or if she just wanted to hang out. It was really sweet of him actually, and he even offered to buy her things she desired to decorate. At first she thought he was hitting on her, but when she asked the others they burst into laughter, telling her that Deku-sama couldn't flirt to save his life and that around girls he was a stuttering mess. It made her feel better knowing that someone was truly that kind and protective. It made her feel safe, wanted. Something she hasn't felt since the death of her dear parents to a-hole endeavor. That Tsunava Beach. She looked around absent-mindedly as she thought of what she agreed to. She didn't regret it. She knew that society was, to say the least, an absolute cluster F-. Heroes doing whatever they wanted selfishly, and villains abusing their powers for their own selfish reasons. It made her sick that it was like this and only getting worse. She wasn't dumb. She knew that the country was in fact a literal war zone. Not only heroes against villains but villains on villains and heroes on heroes too. It was messed up to say the least. The Meta Liberation Army and the Quirkless Liberation Front are on each other's throats. The group that hated the Quirkless. And the group that hated the Quirked. It was obvious that they hated each other's guts thoroughly. Same goes thoroughly for the Creature Rejection Clan and the Inhuman Supremacy Party. They were killing each other brutally. It was a massacre between the two groups that made her stomach turn. Ochako looked at the room for a few seconds. It was bare, just a desk, bed and a TV, but in all honesty it was pretty neat. The walls were pink, so that's a plus in her book. She was wondering if her parents really worked for Deku-sama. He was that an interesting character, she guessed. The boy was obviously a villain and a powerful one at that, but also he was very kind and understanding. He said that her parents were good people in his book and that he would protect her like he promised them, that he always keeps his word. It felt nice to know that someone out there had her back and that she wasn't alone anymore. Last night was emotionally exhausting to the brunette. She ended up speaking for a while with her new leader about how she will help them in UDA and all. Leader. Deku seemed like true leader from what she observed. He could be stern and commanding when needed, but he was gentle and kind most of the time, and it was obvious that these guys respected him more than feared him. She could tell that all of them had something keen to admiration for Deku-sama, but she hasn't known him for long enough to see what is it. Maybe it's how he said that he wanted to change society and make a better one? Was that what attracted them? The longing for a better world? The promise for a better life? It was truly something that would bring a lot of people together. Ochako could agree on that. The world needs to change, and she was actually respecting the fact that this young man was leading a villain organization that actually had enough power to command the gangs around. It was impressive to say the least. He was doing what no one else did, stood up to the wrongs of the world and tries to correct it. She was interrupted from her thoughts as there was a knock on her door, and she looked at it with curious expression. Since it was pretty late and everyone should be fast asleep, she decided to ask, "Who is it?" "Who's there?" Ochako asked. She knew no one will hurt her. Deku made that obviously clear that no one here had any ill intentions toward her, and she fully believed the leader's words. She didn't know what it was, but it was something that made her believe in him and want to follow him to the end. "It's me, Toga. I just want to talk, Ochako-chan. Please? Pretty please? It's important." Toga's voice called out from the door and Ochako tilted her head. Toga was an odd one. She seemed nice but talked a lot about blood. Not that Ochako minded much. It was, as Deku-sama said, a normal thing because of her quirk, but what was weird how she talked about Deku-sama's blood like she drinks it in the 3 meals or something. It much to her shame creeped her out. "Sure thing." Ochako shrugged her shoulders and Toga opened the door quickly, but instead of coming in she motioned for Ochako to come with her. Raising a skeptical eyebrow, she followed the girl as they exited the room and walked for a bit into another room that had a big poster with the words, "Queen of the Vampires," written on it with a picture of vampires behind the writing. Ochako supposed it made sense since Toga was a bit of a vampire herself since she drank blood and all. Said vampire opened the door and motioned for Ochako to come in. With a carefree shrug, Ochako entered the room and her first thought was, "That's a lot of Deku-sama." Ochako stated as she looked at the many Deku plushies and dolls on Toga's bed, shelves and even desk. It was obvious that Toga was basically a simp for her boss. which kinda made sense since he was all cool and strong and cute. Ochako shook her head furiously. What the F is it with her and the greenette? She barely met him today and she was already simping for him? That was bullshit. Sit down. We have lots to talk about. Toga grinned as she sit on the bed leg crossed and Ochako sit down on the bed as well in the same position facing the brunette. Ember orbs looked at Brown as the two girls stared at each other. Brown in curiosity and Ember in interest. So, what did you want to talk about? Ochako asked, curious to what the blonde vampire wanted to talk about. The two of them haven't interacted much today. Said Vampire smiled widely. Just wanted to talk to you. I'm curious if you think Deku-kun is amazing too. Toga said with a big grin displaying her big canines. Ochako blushed then gave Toga a weird look. What does that have to do with anything? Ochako asked in embarrassment. Because he is someone interesting. I want to have a girl talk with the new girl. Is that bad? Toga asked confused and Ochako sighed in exasperation. No, just strange that you called me in the middle of the night to just say that. We could do that later, but since I'm already here then sure. What do you want to discuss? Ochako asked and Toga beamed in happiness that Ochako was tagging along. The huge smile on Toga's face made Ochako very nervous. I feel strange around Deku-kun. I like him so much. I want to become him. But at the same time, it's different from the other times I felt like this. I end up not wanting to cut him but at the same time I want to cut him so badly. And I do out of instinct but he never gets mad at me. He looks so cute when he's all cut up, but I don't like it when he's too cut up. Why is that? I also love his blood. It's the best I ever tasted in my whole life. That never happened before with me. Toga looked very confused. Ochako looked at Toga for a bit then replied simply. That's love. Toga looked confused so Ochako continued. The reason you feel different to him is because you just liked those others. But this particular person is different, you loved him, so you don't want to hurt him, instead you want to protect him. That's love, caring about someone and their well-being. Wanting to make that person happy and safe, to help him achieve his dreams. Ochako explained. Toga hummed in thought. And you? Do you at least like Deku-kun? Toga asked smiling slyly at the brunette. The brunette blushed furiously and Toga grinned in triumph. Ah, you do? Toga giggled and Ochako groaned in misery. Don't you love him? What's in it for you if I like him? Shouldn't you be mad? Try to tell me to back off or something. That he is yours. Ochako asked. This girl was strange. Toga just giggled again. We can share, you know Deku has a lot of love in his heart. Toga sang and Ochako's face became red with embarrassment. Would you suggest something like that? Ochako stammered helplessly as she gave the blonde a bewildered look. Toga shrugged. The only thing more badass than a villain king is a villain king with a harem of overly deadly and appealing women. Toga said matter-of-factly like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ochako deadpanned. I don't like him that way. Was all she could try even though it was complete bullshit. Toga smirked. Few days, give it few days and you will be head over heels for him. I'm speaking of experience, you know. Toga said smugly and Ochako wasn't comfortable to that much confidence. Was she really by the time she leaves gonna fall for someone? It felt absurd. Toga grabbed one of the Deku dummies and started playing with it. I think Deku-kun is amazing. Did you know he was quirkless? The vampire asked looking at the dummy with a smile. Who doesn't? I mean he literally claimed it on TV many times before. All the heroes he single-handedly crushed alone proves that being quirkless does not make you powerless. Ochako smiled at the thought of all the vids she watched that was very inspiring. Did you know that the reason he is a villain is because people hurt him? So badly just because he didn't have a quirk? Day in and day out getting beaten down by other kids and ignored by teachers, tormented by all his peers. Toga's face became that of rage and Ochako herself felt slight anger that someone hurts such a sweet person. Toga smiled then. Until one day he decided he had enough, then his sensei found him and took him as his own, and our dear leader started working hard to build the League of Villains from scratch with his own hands. He wanted it to be a home for the likes of him, a home for rejects. For those whom society rejected or actively pushed to the brink. The vampire said, kissing the dummy, and Ochako blushed but smiled as she thought of the green-haired boy who gave her a home and even supported her when no one else did. She blinked, he was there for her when no one was, and he offered her the chance for justice and even to get stronger. The thought made her blush, maybe she did like him after all. The brunette grabbed one of the Deku plushies and held it. "Can I keep this?" Ochako asked, and Toga beamed in joy. "By all means, yes. Having one in your bed makes you sleep much easier and more comfortably." Toga grinned. The two chatted for a bit more than Ochako left for her room to continue sleeping. And true to Toga's word, the sleep came much more naturally as she clutched the Deku plushie to her chest. Kurogiri checked over everything in the kitchen twice. Then thrice for good measure. All the dishes were done and put away. Breakfast was prepared and ready to go for tomorrow. Floors were clean. Counters and stove as well. He smiled and let himself relax as he put his drink in the fridge. All in a day's work. He made his way through the halls and stopped by Toga's room first. She sometimes wake up with nightmares about her parents. Poor child, told that she was a freak by her own parents, the BSRDs, but thankfully she was clutching her Deku plushies and sleeping peacefully. It actually amused the mist villain to no end how attached to the young Emser Toga is. Compress, Magna and Twice didn't need checking since they were adults, but he still passed for good measure. Anyone could have a bad night or need something even if small, like a glass of water. And the bartender would be happy to oblige. Dabi was next. Resting peacefully and not causing complete chaos for once, though Kurogiri supposed that even destruction incarnates needed rest every once in a while. He stopped outside Tomura's room and closed his eyes, sending a quick prayer to God above him that might have mercy on him, that Tomura took his advice and went to sleep. He silently opened the door and felt a fond expression slip across his face. Making his way in the room, he grabbed a blanket off the back of Tomura's gaming chair and gently tossed it over his charge. He then went the young MSDR's room but found it empty. Letting out an exasperated sigh, the mist villain walked through the impressively large hideout that was basically an apartment complex fixed from the inside and rebuilt into a fully prepared base. His young Emser did an amazing job with only a year of hard work, and Kurogiri was truly proud. Anyways, Kurogiri walked through the hideout's large halls until he reached his destination, the young MSDR's office. The villain knocked twice and then spoke. "Young MSTR? May I come in?" The bartender asked politely. "Of course." The young MSDR's voice called out from the inside, and Kurogiri took that as his cue to enter. As he entered, he saw multiple maps and papers scattered around. Plans and notebooks were on the table as the young was standing in front of the planning board, writing on it and marking places while muttering a storm. He was probably using multitasking, and Kurogiri hoped he wouldn't overuse his quirk. Kurogiri was both proud of his MSDR's hard work and worried for his health, since the boy was a bit off a workaholic and didn't care that much for his health. "Young Emser, I believe it's time for you to sleep. You can finish tracking down the hero killer later," Kurogiri said, and Deku shook his head in negative. "I already got it anyways. Let me put my things in place and I'll go to my room," Deku said, and even though Kurogiri knew it was a lie, he decided to not call him out on it. Kurogiri nodded, and with a bow he exited the room but discreetly placed a cup of steaming coffee on the table before leaving. With everything finally done, he shut the door behind him and made his way to his own room for some much-needed rest. He could only hope the young MSTR take some rest. Tomorrow was fast approaching after all. Deku appeared in Dr. Garaki's lab in Jaku City using one of his quirks as he was going to do few stuff. He let himself observe for a moment. There were tanks upon tanks filled with Nomus. They were horrific. Amalgamations of quirks manifesting in such an awful way. "Young MSTR. It's good to see you again. We have much to do today." The doctor drew his attention. He was standing in front of a tank taking quick notes. Deku walked through the maze of tanks until he was standing beside the doctor. "Yes, we do. Where do we start?" "There are quite a few Nomus that I would like you to do the quirk transferring to, and there are few stocked copies of quirks you might want to take in case of an emergency," Dr. Garaki said with a smile as he walked. "What do you mean? Is it too time-consuming to do artificially? And what do you mean multiple stocked copies?" Deku asked in confusion. Right this way. Garaki led him through the maze to the outer edges closer to the office. And it's exactly what it sounds like. My lord and I made an interesting discovery while we were working together. We found that with some work we could make copies of pre-existing quirks. He found he was able to stack quirks on top of each other to create more powerful results. The Nomu that still retained some form of consciousness don't have the same level of control over quirks that Lord has, and eventually you will. Garaki motioned to a tank. That's pretty impressive. Is it very time-consuming? Deku asked as he approached the tank. Garaki is kind enough to make a list of the quirks each Nomu had and tape it to the rim of the tank. It really depends on the quirk. The more complicated the quirk, the longer the process takes. That being said, after we discovered the possibility of copying quirks, a lot of funding went into streamlining the process, so it's much quicker now than when we began. Applying them is the real goal. Once you've had practice, you will be a force to be reckoned with. You will be able to seamlessly switch between quirks and combine them to create effects that you may want. For example, combining several copies of strength quirks along with durability and flexibility quirks would boost your strength and adjust your body for maximum damage and range. Garaki explained. Deku furrowed his brows slightly. How did a quirk like this even exist? It's so OP it's almost unfair. For everyone else, that is. Deku nodded as they got to work, then Deku gave Garaki a notebook. The old doctor grabbed it with anticipation since last time he did that it was the second-generation Nomus formula. I had a bright idea for a new brand of super soldiers and worked on the perfect formula on my free time ever since we perfected the second-generation Nomus. These are the third-generation Nomus. They are supposed to be far better than the high ends of the second-generation Nomus. Much better, but you are the one who taught me, so I came to ask for your opinions. So what do you think of them? Deku asked, but Garaki was still silent. The green-haired mastermind looked at the doctor, who was staring at the studies wide-eyed with amazement and almost salivating at the contents of the notebook. Young lord, these are. The doctor trailed off in astonishment. Truly magnificent. I can't wait to try this project. But how would we get a volunteer for this? Garaki wondered, and Deku smiled reassuringly. Let me worry about that, good doctor. You just do what you usually do and I will handle the rest. Deku smiled and Garaki nodded his head. Deku felt something was wrong and he looked at the doctor. Check the knots and tell me what you think later, I gotta go. Before Garaki could reply, Deku snapped his fingers and walked away. Stain, the hero killer, stood on top of a building, his body covered by the shadow of a water container. He was looking down at the streets, his eyes narrowing as he looked for his next target. If you want to surprise me, you'll have to do better than that, remarked Stain, looking to the side to see Kurogiri appearing in a swirling vortex of black purplish mist. Ah, but I am merely a humble messenger and transporter, bowed Kurogiri. Please, if you could come with me? My leader is very interested in a serious discussion, and I will provide refreshments. He added. What interest could your group even offer me? Sneered Stain, not impressed by the mist villain. Well, we are the ones that control most of the crime in this city, shrugged Kurogiri. That has to count for something. How polite, scoffed Stain as he hopped off the ledge he had been standing. Very well. Take me there. Kurogiri nodded as he opened a portal for Stain to walk through, just to find himself in an old bar. He looked around, taking note of his surroundings and exit while noticing Tomura and Kurogiri, who had just worked himself behind the counter, ready to serve drinks. I see, so you're the League of Villains, mused Stain, and you want to add me to your numbers. He deduced. Yeah. Come on, you've got so much more experience as a villain, pleaded Tomura with a rather monotone voice. Stain could pick up a hint of sarcasm in it too. And your goal? Asked Stain with a huff. He did not see anything worth noting yet, and the guy seemed like brat. I want to kill All Might. I want to change this messed up society and make a better one. I don't like the current society much. Tomura explained the League's goal as far as he knew. Stain narrowed his eyes. I was foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I hate the most. The serial killer said with a scowl on his face. Both Kurogiri and Tomura looked at Stain in confusion while Stain continued on. You want me to go along with your childish tantrum? What meaning is there to killing without conviction? Kurogiri looked at the scene in worry, as they had brought Stain here on the intention of recruiting him while Deku took Ochako to see some apartments while disguised, of course. Or was that a clone? It was hard to know what the boss is scheming, but they wanted to lift some weight off his shoulders. But with how the situation was going, he couldn't help but try and make peace among the two. In an instance, however, Stain already threw 2 knives, wounding Kurogiri on the arm and drawing blood. Then, with a burst of speed, Stain stabbed Tomura in the shoulder, toppling him over. Before Kurogiri could even attempt to do anything, he felt his body suddenly seize up, unable to move. Kurogiri looked around as best as he could to see what could have frozen him but was unable to tell just what it was. He did notice that the knife that Stain and nicked him with was right next to Stain. No matter what you want to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and longing. Those without and those who are weak will be weeded out. It's only natural. That's why it turns out like this, lectured Stain. Tomura growled in pain before asking Kurogiri to warp Stain out, only to find out that Kurogiri himself was unable to do anything. This society is overgrown with fake heroes where the word itself has lost its true meaning, and criminals who wave their power around idly should all be purged. Stated Stain as his other blade began to approach Shigaraki's neck, only to halt as Stain felt the hairs on the back of his head stand up, but he was already slammed on the wall farther away from Tomura. As he registered what happened, he saw a boy with snow-white hair and demon-red eyes looking at him coldly, holding one of Stain's knives right by his throat. The kid was wearing a dark mask on his mouth and ears, with some of it covered his neck like plates and tubes on it. He was wearing a formal suit and a red tie. Stain being the experienced warrior, he was recognized danger when he saw one, and this boy was probably the biggest danger the hero killer came across, yet as the look on his eyes alone was enough to make Stain raise his hands in surrender instantly from fear that he thought he would never feel. If you dare touch my followers ever again, I will brutally murder you in such horrible ways that you will be mistaking hell from paradise when I am done with you. Deku growled darkly as he put the blade closer to the hero killer's neck. Understood. Stain knew when to pick his battles, and this was not a fight he was going to take. Understood. The serial killer said with nod. The hero killer was harshly thrown across the room to the ground, causing him to grunt in pain, and as he got up he saw the boy walk to the other two and check them up. Boss? Tomura asked in surprise, not expecting the boss to show up so suddenly like this. Young, we are so sorry, but he Kurogiri started but was cut off by the boss's gentle voice even through the voice changer. It's all right, Kurogiri, you were trying to help, I'm not mad. Just don't act on your own, please. If you get hurt, I could never forgive myself. Deku said gently. And how are you feeling? Damn it, can't move a muscle. Tomura grunted. It's just paralysis, it will wear off in few minutes. Stain explained, and Deku sighed as he turned at him and removed his mask with an apologetic look that surprised Stain as all the malice the boy radiated was gone. Sorry about that, I don't like it when someone lays a hand on my followers. Deku said as he helped Stain up. The serial killer looked the suit-wearing boy up and down before speaking. You are the real boss here. Stain stated matter-of-factly, and Deku nodded his head. Looks like if Stain kept from the two, the boy will be civil. Good to know. Why did someone so young become a villain? I was curious to your origins, future king. Stain said after a bit of time. I'd prefer to talk about the future. Namely, are you interested in joining the League of Villains? Deku asked, curious. Normally I'd test your mettle now. Stain replies calmly. People on the brink of death show their true faces. But I already know yours. Stain said with a frown. He could still see that look in the boy's eyes. That steel-like determination was something that shook the serial killer to his very core. What are your goals? The hero killer asked, intrigued. Controlled demolition of Japan. Deku stated in a loud, proud, and straight voice. All might? He has maybe a few years left, Stain? Stain's eyes widen in disbelief. How does that boy know if that was true? If it was, then Japan truly is screwed. His very quirk is burning out. When he ends, everything breaks. We no longer have time to repair this country. All we can do is ensure that those who could take advantage of the chaos won't be there when it happens. Deku explained. Hero Commission. Stain replies with disdain. Yes, but not only that. The mastermind says, Meta Liberation Army, Quirkless Liberation Front, Creature Rejection Clan, Inhuman Supremacy Party. I seek to weaken them so much that when the symbol of peace falls, the remaining heroes true to their word will have a fighting chance. Perhaps even the UA if the commission falls and Nedzu decides to actually drive humanity to extinction. He was more than sure the rat considers it, but will he? That's not a goal, that's a plan, boy. Stain said before he could stop himself. The future king just smirked. I know, I'm just drama queen, my goal is simple in nature. So? Stain is interested. Probably. The man is unreadable. So I'm going to dismantle the villain groups I don't like. Deku replies. While leaving the villain groups I like, under the better version of my sensei's empire who happens to be the legendary Quirk thief. My version. That took Stain off guard. But before I can take up the mantle of the symbol of evil I need to clean up the rabid remnants of my sensei's times. I can't control the world of villains from the shadows when it's tearing itself apart, and I can't control the society from the shadows when the society is on fire. If I heard such words from any other 16-year-old kid, I'd laugh at them. Heck, if I heard from an adult I would have still laughed. Stain replies after a few seconds of silence. But you? The look in your eyes, the power bubbling under your skin, it's that if a true leader. If you agree to join me in some missions I will with pride join you in your path. The serial killer said and Deku raised an eyebrow at that. Why do you want me to join you? Deku asked in curiosity. Obviously intrigued. There's a light in your eyes, something that piqued my interest. I want to see what you got in your mind and heart, boy. And in return I will show you how I see this world. Stain answered. Deku hummed for a bit then sighed. Alright, you got yourself a deal, hero killer, but if I tell you, just maim, or do not kill, or this one is to be harmed, you will listen to me or else. The threat was crystal clear and Stain nodded his head in acceptance since the boy seemed to be as good of a judge as himself. It was then that Tomura and Kurogiri got up from the ground, obviously out of the paralysis effect. What the hell was that about? Tomura glared daggers at Stain who looked at him with an indifferent expression. You seemed too childish for a leader. I thought you are the one pulling strings here and that you would just be another psychotic brat in this cluster F of mad organizations. You could have told me you are not the leader, that would have made things much easier for both of us. I don't care for the ideals of followers but the leader. Stain explained and Tomura huffed as he looked at Deku. I don't like him, boss. Do we really need the likes of him in the league? He might attack someone just like that. Tomura asked in annoyance and Deku shook his head as he put back his face mask. Do not worry, Tomura-kun, I am going to judge his ideals just like he is, if his determination proves to be flawed or that he has any ill intentions to the League of Villains. Deku narrowed his eyes at the hero killer and the air itself grew dense, the feeling of suffocation washing over Stain as he took a step back, but that was all he could do since his body refused to obey him further than that. That buoyed at his aura, Stain thought, and Deku smirked in triumph as he used one of his favorite quirks at Stain. Deku's quirk No Degree 1. Suffocating Aura. The quirk allows her user to turn his animosity and negative feelings into a wave of powerful presence that intimidates the opponents. It can be specified on which opponents it's used the most. The stronger the negative feelings in the person's heart, the stronger the quirk gets. Deku loved this quirk. His usual presence was strong, but this quirk made him ridiculously fearsome. No wonder it was one sensei's favorites. The look on your opponents' faces was addictive, to be honest. Loyal to your people, admirable. Stain said with a nod. Deku turned to Tomura. Tell Toga-san that there's a bottle of my blood in the fridge's drawer. This might take few days. Deku said gently and Tomura groaned dramatically. Why am I the one delivering the news to that spoiled gremlin? He ummed in despair and everyone else in the bar looked at him like he was crazy. A pot calling kettle black. Kurogiri mumbled quietly. After that they split off and that was the start for long few days. In the news tonight we have the number 2 hero Endeavor heroically catching members of the Creature Rejection Clan in a church in Okinawa. The hero arrested in the raid with several of his sidekicks and other pros around 52 cultists and recovered the corpses of 12 civilians with heteromorphic mutant quirks and saved around 4. Hey, what have I told you about listening to the radio at missions? Stain asked, irritated as he let the unconscious body of his newest victim, who much to his annoyance Deku decided that maiming to end his career was enough punishment. Deku, who was listening to the radio through his earpiece of the mask, gave Stain and I smile since his mouth was covered. The boy was wearing his suit with his white hair for these missions to gain reputation. Oh sorry Stain, I am obsessed with collecting information and see how it would affect the League's long-term goals and plans. It's a bit off a habit. Deku apologized sheepishly. Stain looked at the unconscious body of Shining Star, a pro-hero that was more busy with giving autographs and had a very quirkiest attitude, always hurting mutant villains more than others. He didn't go as far as to kill them, so Deku decided to just end his career by cutting his hands off so he couldn't use his quirk, light manipulation, that allowed him to manipulate light into blasts and even solid objects. Deku took a glance at the unconscious hero, then removed his glove as he walked closer to the man, and Stain stood to the side as Deku placed his hands on the man's face and started taking his quirk. It would truly and utterly useful for him or someone else. After a moment Deku was done and the two took off into the rooftops. Deku looked at Stain, who was crouching on a ledge, and frowned. He still doesn't understand what Stain was interested by with him. Hero killer Stain, his atrocious acts and the cases conducted by him has been vastly attracting the attention of society and heroes recently. His atrocious acts, as if they are the punishment for this messed up society, are likely from his sheer motivation at the level of insanity. His words were, "The light in you eyes is different from these guys. The eyes are filled with hatred but shine with an unbreakable determination. I want to know what is behind those dark orbs of yours." Deku, even it has been days, hasn't understood what the man meant. Deku looked at the man from behind with his hands in his pockets. He came to realize after a while with the man that he is the embodiment of the ego of dissolute punishment. The result of his obsession was that he was the one closest to my determination. I wonder what kind of determination this man, who went insane for his ideology, expects from me. As they were in the rooftop they heard a yell for help. Deku looked down and his eyes widened. That man is going to kill that kid. Someone call the heroes. A woman yelled as she ran for dear life. Muscular started to cackle. I was in my hideout and now this dumb brat from that hero couple came to me himself. Muscular declared. Pathetic. That be heroes or villains, there are a lot of those who use their quirks for idiotic purposes. Stain turned. Let's go? The hero killer found that Deku wasn't behind him. What's wrong, kid? You were the one who came to me in my hideout, so take responsibility and entertain me more. Muscular declared as marched closer to the boy. He was short with black short, a white shirt and red hat with golden horns on top of it. He looked terribly scared too. Shut up. Mother, father and you all like to do things as you wish, that's why bullshit happens everywhere. The boy yelled in hatred. Muscular just gave a homicidal grin. What's with kids these days? You brats like to blame everything. I just do what I want. Take this as souvenir to you next life. In this the one's at fault. The muscle villain charged with his arm ped back ready to deliver the final strike, and the boy closed his eyes. Those who failed their intentions like your parents. As he was about to hit, he was blocked in place by a hand that was much smaller than his. Muscular looked at the new arrival in shock. What the hell? Deku, is that you? Muscular yelled in shock. Great. Now we can have our fight dash. Deku just held his hand to a nearby car. Said car started floating in the air and shot at Muscular. The muscle-headed villain was thrown straight at a shop and was slammed inside. Deku let out a sigh as he adjusted his hood. Oh well, my old habits never changes. Deku thought to himself as he turned to the kid, who stared at him wide-eyed in shock and amazement. Deku's quirk No Degree 2, moving objects. Can affect 2 objects regardless of the weight of said objects. Can only affect things visible to the user. Stain watched this unfold with a grin. Yes, he has a sufficient right. I knew I did well by following him. Stain jumped down as Muscular got put of the hole in the shop ready for round 2. Take the kid, I will deal with this guy, Stain said and unsheathed his katana, taking a battle stance ready to take the meathead on. Roger that. Deku nodded his head, picking the kid and jumping to a nearby rooftop. The two villains began their fight as Muscular charged, trying to nail him down with punches, but Stain was too fast. Diamen, this guy is swift as a cockroach, and judging by the blades he is good at techniques, Muscular thought as Stain quickly dodged his attacks. This guy isn't very fast. But his muscles are too dense to cut though. I will just stall for that monster of a leader until he is back, Stain thought. As the two were fighting, the boy was watching the scene in bewilderment and anger. Everyone is out of their freaking mind. What's so important about heroes and villains anyway? The boy growled, looking from the railing on the rooftop. They're all selfish people who do what they want. Go to hell, all of you. The boy screamed. Deku glanced at the side to see the boy crying. It broke his heart, to say the least. The underworld future king put his hand on top of Kota's head. So his name is Kota. The boy looked surprised before getting mad and slapping the hand away. Don't touch me. You saved me to play hero, didn't you? Deku looked at the boy sadly. Oh, poor you, my boy. Water hose, right? They died heroes, that's what they said, isn't it? Deku said gently. Kota looked surprised. A mind-reading quirk? The boy exclaimed. Something of the kind, it let me see you pain. Deku said kindly as he knelt by the crying boy. Deku's quirk No Degree 3, Reading Touch, allows the user to read the mind of anyone they touch, or read an object's short-term memory. Can also change memories of others, but that takes time. Liar! How can you understand me? Kota screamed in outrage. But I do, your bitterness and confusion. You don't know what's right and wrong anymore. Look down there, we are in a world that praises the age of heroes who are nothing but glory-hounding fools. The world is spinning and no one cares about the aftermath or what harm the heroes leave behind. Deku said as he put his hand on the boy's shoulder supportively. Everyone must be telling you that don't cry, or your parents died heroes, sort of thing. Deku said knowingly. Deku continued. Isn't that ridiculous? You only have to suffer the consequences of others' deeds? The world wants us to smile when are actually crying. They tell to smile and stay strong while you are bearing your suffering alone. Deku said sadly. Kota started crying harder as he clutched his chest tightly. I just don't know, my chest hurts so bad, like it gonna kill me. I don't know what to do next. Please tell me what I should do. Kota whimpered and Deku embraced him gently. Poor you don't have to worry about a thing. Because I am here. Let's change this world that takes our pain for granted. Deku pulled away, facing the boy as he removed his mask, revealing a bright smile that illuminated the darkness of the night. For the brighter smile of our future. You mean? Kota said in awe. The two looked down to see that Muscular punched Stain into a wall. Not so tough now, are you? Now where are you, Rabbit? We have a match to do. Muscular yelled. Isn't that bad? Your friend will get killed. Kota looked at Deku, panicked. Deku just put back his mask on and sighed. Kota-kun, observe me. Let me show you the power that will change this world. The power that shall open the path to that future. Deku said as he held his wrist. AFO, absorb for occupy, sense stimulated, reaction increased to 1% of full power stockpiled. Dark sparks danced in Deku's palm as he started levitating in the air. The boy slowly descended into the waiting Muscular. Deku gave an unimpressed look. I think I promised you a fight, Goto Imasuji. So let's get this over with. The winner lives, the loser meets the devil in the pits of hell. Deku coldly as his eyes glinted. Yes. You have no idea how long I waited for this, Green Rabbit. Show Lu your blood. The insane villain screamed as he charged at the green-haired mastermind, who simply sidestepped the punch and ran his sparking fingers through the villain's skin. Muscular screamed as black lightning that had green tints to it exploded through his body and he fell to the ground, his large fibers of muscle tissue tearing apart quickly. Electrotherapy, ever heard of it? Deku asked casually while the madman screamed in true agony. You can relieve pains by sending a mild electric current to your skin. What I did was sending one into your muscles. The mastermind continued. It stimulates your tissues greatly that they are torn apart. Inflammations and damages of a bodybuilder's muscles are way more painful than others. The future king informed casually while the man flailed around and yelled out for mercy. Your quirk muscle tissue to increase power? Then what if those tissues are slowly stimulated and torn up? Deku inquired as the villain wailed in agony and he turned to walk away. Deku just sighed as Muscular was down for the count. Pathetic, he can't even bear 1% of my power. Pathetic, Deku said as he helped Stain up to his feet. Poor you, all trashed up like this, let's go home. We enough work for few days. Deku said gently and Stain looked at him with a wide anticipating grin. I finally found you. You are the line between good and evil. The gray between the two. You are the one who can truly judge and discern good from evil unprejudiced. You are the one who will prove the world the true nature of these fake heroes. Stain declared. Gray? You mean there is good in my dark heart? What lame joke is this? Deku asked in annoyance. Don't underestimate yourself, boy. You are the one I was searching for. The man that would clean this world. The child of prophecy. Stain declared. Deku sighed as the two jumped into rooftop where Kota was. That was the last time Kota Izumi was seen. Few days later Deku was with the doctor in the lab working on their newest project together. So, is the subject stable? Deku asked as he observed the fight or the slaughter inside. Muscular could be seen and heard screaming for mercy as he was being tossed and smashed around like a rag doll. Yes, young lord, the subject is perfectly stable. In fact, the experiment was more than a success. It was a breakthrough. Shigaraki said excited. The screaming continued and Shigaraki sighed. You should have done something about his vocal cords. Young lord. Please. Mercy. No more. It hurts. Muscular shouted from the testing room as he started banging on the glass window desperately. Get me out. I don't want to die. The muscle villain pleaded. Lord Karma. I'll FO everything you say. Serve you with passion. Just save me. Deku looked at him bored. Come on, I gave you the chance to survive and even break free. Keep fighting, my dear child needs it. Deku gave an unhinged grin. This my creation, the third generation Nomo. He declared. Behind Muscular came a figure slightly taller that resembled an armored knight with a helmet that had sharp red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The helmet resembled a shark and the knight's body was one that would give all might a pause. The knight grabbed the back of Muscular's head and smashed him to the ground as he started brutalizing him. After a bit the knight stopped and walked to the exit. Good job. I'm so proud of you, my child. You did well. Deku praised as the knight's form started shrinking down. Kota-kun. The form finally went back to that of Cat, who was beaming with joy. Thank you so much, father. Kota said as he hugged his adoptive father's leg and Deku smiled. Good thing I took the original copy of Muscle Augmentation before the test and gave him a copy. Deku mused as he looked at the smashed corpse of the psychotic murderer. Let's go home, father. I want to show Uncle Tomura my new quirk. Kota beamed and Deku nodded, then looked at the doctor telling him to clean up the mess. The two then disappeared with Deku's warping quirk and Dr. Shigaraki was left remembering something All for One told him. Deku was a born leader. He could attract people with his sheer charisma and make them follow him. That was truly the proof. Deku sighed in annoyance as Muscular was down for the count. It was ridiculously easy. Pathetic, he can't even bear 1% of my power. What a waste of time. Deku said as he helped Stain up to his feet. Poor you, all trashed up like this, let's go home. We enough work for few days. Deku said gently and Stain looked at him with a wide anticipating grin. I finally found you. You are the line between good and evil. The gray between the two. You are the one who can truly judge and discern good from evil unprejudiced. You are the one who will prove the world the true nature of these fake heroes. Stain declared. Gray? You mean there is good in my dark heart? What lame joke is this supposed to be? Deku asked in annoyance. Don't underestimate yourself, boy. You are the one I was searching for. The man that would clean this world. The child of prophecy. Stain declared. Deku sighed and decided to let the man be as the two jumped into rooftop where Kota was waiting impatiently. As the two villains, Kota stared at Deku in amazement and admiration with stars in his eyes. It was obvious the show of power left the boy satisfied seeing his parents' murderer get crushed like this. That was so cool, sir. How can I get like you? Kota exclaimed in amazement. Deku smiled widely. This works for him just fine. Well, if you come with me, you will get enough power to never need a hero again, and if you wish change the world alongside me, Kota-kun. Deku suggested. Line, hook and sinker. Yes please. I want to put JRKS like him behind bars. And get those fakes who do only as they wish what was coming to them. Kota pleaded. Stain frowned. He is too young to be a villain leader. He is what? 6. Stein asked in irritation. Kota gave a steel glare full of determination. I don't care for what you say. I want to make sure no one ever lose their parents again. Kota declared and Deku smiled. Deku nodded as he looked at the boy. Well, now that's settled, time to go, shall we, Kota-kun? Stain, you are going to be sent to the bars, so wait for new members for Team Terror. Deku inquired and Kota nodded. I want to be strong like you, Deku-san. Kota exclaimed and Deku smirked as he patted him on the head. Oh, you will. I'll make sure of it. And from now call me Father. Deku said as the three were warped away by the villain emperor. That was the last time Kota Izumi was seen. Game Master. Hey, the boss has just finished a boss-level fight. It was caught on camera. Apparently FNG Muscular was trying to murder a kid, then the boss saved him. Neutral face. Vampire Queen. Ah, smiling face with hearts. Deku-kun is so sweet. Smiling face with heart eyes. You a spy. Are we sure he is villain material? He could be one of the real heroes, and God knows we could use some. Expressionless face. Deadpool. Yeah, are we sure he should be the bad guy? He is just too nice. Thumbs up. Light skin tone. World's A stage. Yes, we are. Deku-kun is truly determined on changing the world to the better no matter the cost, and I would be extremely happy and proud to write history alongside the talented young man. We will be legends. One of the greats of time. People will say our names in amazement. Grinning, squinting face. Gecko Man. Well, what happened? Is our great and amazing leader okay? Sad but relieved face. Everyone loves the bartender. I believe that Deku-sama was alright. I would hate if the young Mstar got hurt to such a mindless brute. In fact, I would be very upset and will personally have few words with said brute myself. Slightly smiling face. Sunglasses. You mean you will be so sad you will shamelessly and happily warp the brute to space and let him suffocate? Grinning face with sweat. Deadpool. Yeah, that sounded more like threat than an inquiry. Grinning face with sweat. Everyone loves the bartender. I will neither confirm nor deny the statement. Slightly smiling face. Vampire Queen. Oh, face with tears of joy. Gecko Man. LMAO rolling on the floor laughing. Game Master. Yeah, no, the boss easily beat that meathead in like 3 seconds. It was so FING hacks and he is not even on New Game Plus with the guy. It was a first try game and he got critical strike and a KO. Burn bitch, you mean 30 seconds, right? Face with raised eyebrow thinking face. Game Master. Nope, actually motherfucking 3 seconds. Boss was OP as a quirkless, but now he got the super hacks quirk with all the cheat codes and skills. I say he is like OP OP type of character. I actually feel bad for the heroes he will go after for grudge. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Deadpool. Well, that's cool. Smiling face with sunglasses. You not a spy, so he beat an A-rank villain in 3 seconds? How do you know that? Face with raised eyebrow. Burn bitch. Yeah, is it on the city? The young mastermind was with Dr. Shigaraki. The two were working on their newest project that Deku initiated. And to say that Doctor was excited would be an understatement. It's rare nowadays to find someone else who uses manual method of taking notes in this day and age. The doctor mused as he was checking a tank with a Nomo, but not only did it have the usual purple liquid but also with substance that looked like black mud. It resembled sludge in nature. It's been my habit since I was a child. Though I want to ask, how was your experiment? I hope my idea to craft our Nomus much faster was a success. After all, I had high hopes for this particular quirk. Deku mused as he walked behind the doctor to take a look at his handy work. To say Deku and Shigaraki bonded over their love for quirks and how they were just fascinating. Don't underestimate a man in his 200s, young lord. Besides, it wasn't just an idea, it was research, and a great one too. The doctor looked at the tank with a grin, his goggles shining brightly, giving him a creepy appearance. It was what we needed exactly. I really can't believe it, young lord. You are genius. You found a way to accelerate the nomification process with just one quirk. Shigaraki exclaimed, and Deku chuckled at the doctor's praise. The praise is warming my heart, good doctor. But it's not that good yet. I need more practice to do it perfectly. This quirk is really as hard to use as it's useful. The green-haired mastermind commented with a smile as he observed the tank closely. From an unusable quirk. To be honest, me and your sensei never thought of using this quirk that way. Your sensei was confused by your choice in the second quirk, but I was with this one. Until now anyways. You in 3 days finished the procedure necessary for a month or more, and you could even go farther. Doctor said in amazement as he took notes on his clipboard quickly. His excitement barely contained. Deku smiled at that. Nothing is useless if at least one person sees its use. That's what sensei always said. Deku said fondly. Deku's quirk, No Degree 3, Living Parasite. Liquid-stated parasites in the carrier body boost their carrier's physical and recovery power by times. They can also process its cell division and transmit to targets to provide the boostings and allow the carrier to control the infected. It gives user the ability to turn his limbs into sharp claws and blades, and cover the skin in a black armor that can't be easily cracked. It can be used to reconstruct the person on the cellular level and stabilize any damages to the affected's body. They also give their carrier the target's quirk. The success rate is up to various conditions. The two walked to a tank in the middle of the room, but instead of purple, the liquid was blue. Inside, Kota was sleeping soundly with a smile on his face as the sludge was being absorbed into his body. Yes, my boy, get stronger and together we will destroy this messed up society. Deku grinned to himself as he cackled. Get me out of here. Someone yelled, and Deku rolled his eyes as he walked into a tank. The tank had the sludge villain trapped inside, who looked at Deku with immeasurable fear. Please free me. You got my quirk, so why the hell keep me? Free me. The villain yelled, and Deku grinned. Because this is your karma for ruining my life. Deku declared proudly. You are insane. The sludge villain yelled in horror, seeing the boy's unhinged grin. It was then DDT the mastermind decided he had enough as he fortified the tank to shut him up. God, he was annoying. The subject is perfectly stable, young lord. Shigaraki called out. It's truly genius of you. The young children between 5 to 10 are more capable of handling the mutation to their quirk factors since it hadn't fully matured yet, so you use your parasites to reconstruct and enhance the body into the normal form, and thanks to the fusion of the sludge into the body of the kid, he can transform as he pleased. And with the list of water-related quirks you fused together, the only thing separating him from fighting one in the top 10 is the battle experience. Shigaraki exclaimed, then looked at Deku. And you said that my experiments are manically evil. Shigaraki grinned as he teased his emissary. Deku huffed a laugh at that. I didn't revive human corpses, doctor. I merely made a child capable of defending himself and made my many pets more powerful and obedient. I am preparing this for a special test, and I already have someone to test it. After all, I sent Tomura-kun and Kurogiri to capture Muscular on his way to Tartarus. Deku remarked with a smirk. Oh, your evil knows no boundaries, young lord. Shigaraki giggled to himself in pride. I groomed this boy well. Really well. Few days later, Deku was with the doctor in the lab again, testing on their project together. Kota has truly gotten turned perfectly, and now he was the first human Nomu to be perfectly stable and human. His list of quirk are water, wave, hydrokinesis, and instant rehydration, along with a copy of super regeneration and blood bank. So, is the subject stable? Deku asked as he observed the fight or the slaughter inside. It was entertaining to the sadistic mastermind and the mad doctor, and it was giving valuable data too, so that was a plus. Muscular could be seen and heard screaming for mercy as he was being tossed and smashed around like a rag doll by the namufied child. The boy was obviously enjoying his test, and Deku couldn't blame him. The second he gets the chance to pound on Bakugo, he will and take his time in doing so. Yes, young lord, the subject is perfectly stable. In fact, the experiment was more than a success. It was a breakthrough. Gigantomachia said, excited. The screaming continued, and Gigantomachia sighed as he looked at the muscle villain in irritation. You should have done something about his vocal cords. Young lord. The doctor said, cleaning his ears. Please. Mercy. No more. It hurts. Muscular shouted from the testing room as he started banging on the glass window desperately to be freed from his hell. Get me out. I don't want to die. The muscle villain pleaded, desperate for survival. Lord Karma. I'll do everything you say. Serve you with passion. Whatever it is. Just save me. Deku looked at him bored. He really wasn't interested in having a psychopath like him in his ranks. The mad dog couldn't follow the most simple of plans, and that wasn't something the green-haired mastermind wanted to work around. Come on, I gave you the chance to survive and even break free. Keep fighting, my dear child needs it after all. Deku gave an unhinged grin. This my creation, the third-generation Nomu. He declared. Behind Muscular came a figure slightly taller that resembled an armored knight with a helmet that had sharp red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The helmet resembled a shark, and the knight's body was one that would give all might a pause. The knight grabbed the back of Muscular's head and smashed him to the ground as he started brutalizing him. The villain's blood splattered on the floor as the Nomu tore the man's limbs off and ripped him apart. After a bit, the knight stopped his well-deserved vengeance and walked to the exit of the testing room. Good job. I'm so proud of you, my child. You did well. Deku praised as the knight's form started shrinking down and turning into sludge. The sludge was being absorbed into the skin of the boy. Kota-kun. The form finally went back to that of Kota, who was beaming with joy as his father praised him. Thank you so much, father. Kota said as he hugged his adoptive father's leg, and Deku smiled in satisfaction. Good thing I took the original copy of Muscle Augmentation before the test and gave him a copy. Deku mused as he looked at the smashed corpse of the psychotic murderer. Let's go home, father. I want to show Uncle Tomura my new quirk. Kota beamed and Deku nodded, then looked at the doctor, telling him to clean up the mess. The two then disappeared with Deku's warping quirk, and Dr. Gigantomachia was left remembering something all for one told him. Deku was a born leader. He could attract people with his sheer charisma and make them follow him. That was truly the proof. Tartarus is a special place. There is no other location like that in the world. There are many inescapable prisons for the worst of the worst, or, in some unfortunate countries, for the best of the best but there is just a single Tartarus. The bulk of the facility is located 1 kilometer off the coast of Japan. Only the uppermost layer extends over the waters, the remaining 3 are under it, or, in case of the third one, are located under the bottom of the sea. The surface layer is the biggest one. It houses close to 7,000 A-rank villains, and some choice B-ranks whose crimes were sufficiently terrible. It has several blocks concentrated around the central spire, which is a fortress within a fortress. Its 20 meters tall walls made from the hardest materials that Japan had access to house the command center of the entire prison, barracks for the wardens, on-site hospital, and enough weapons and combat robots to wage and win a small war. It's not often, but sometimes one of the inmates from this level gets to leave the prison. Save for a single block, the one for the most insane and deadly of the A-rankers. The uppermost layer is a simple, if high-security, prison. There are quirk suppressors and ever-watchful wardens, but the inmates get to stretch their legs a bit. There are no such privileges for those housed in the segments hidden under the surface, save for some choice exceptions, typically brought by extremely good behavior and some attenuating circumstances. The first underwater segment houses 1,074 S-rank villains, including a bit more than 100 of those from Japan, the United States, Korea, the Siberian Federation, and even the European Alliance to a smaller degree all contributed to the number. Tartarus is the world's highest security prison, and Japan bought a lot of political favors by taking in inmates from the other countries. Beneath that level lies the second underwater segment, this time housing 224 SS-rank villains, with 22 from that number being Japanese. Villains of this rank are typically executed after capture, just like majority of S-ranks dash, but there are some for whom execution is seen as a form of mercy they do not deserve. And some who are seen as not deserving death for exactly opposite reasons. Their accommodation on this level varies greatly, but not the security tightness around their cells. Situation of the 72 SSS rank villains housed in the underground level of Tartarus is similar. Although only 12 of those are Japanese, almost uniformly former All-for-One's lieutenants captured by the All Might during his long war against his fated nemesis. The entire facility is defended by 2,000 wardens, 75 heroes stationed there permanently, and numerous combat robots and automatic security measures. Wardens and heroes alike come from multiple countries and have their past screened with extreme attention to details. Even the slightest sign of past misbehavior is enough for the head warden to refuse an application. But that's merely a single part of the Tartarus defenses. The waters surrounding are permanently patrolled by a detachment of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. Sonars constantly scan the underwater for any signs of an attack. Ships themselves are armed to the teeth with both conventional weaponry and water-oriented heroes, and only give the approaching ships a single warning before annihilating them if they do not change their course. The only alternative way of accessing the prison are 2-kilometer-long bridges connecting the facility with the mainland. However, there is another layer of defense there. An escapee that would manage to cross the bridge would have found himself in the middle of the last remaining base of the ground forces of the JSDF. Surrounded by 10,000 soldiers, armed with the best of the conventional weaponry that was created before quirks made those obsolete. And it's not like it was just a normal military base, as it would be understood by someone from a century's past. Like Tartarus itself, the entire base was a labyrinth of concrete and steel, overseen by the automatic gun turrets and artillery towers. Less a base and more a massive and interconnected network of bunkers, designed to force the enemy forces to divide itself between core bastions, and then whittle their numbers in numerous killing fields. Tartarus was designed to withstand every imaginable assault. Unfortunately, the villain emperor wasn't here to assault. Deku materialized in the front side of Tartarus along with Kurogiri, Mr. Compress, and Stain, the best stealth emissaries of the League of Villains. The four were men on a mission. Their mission happens to be woman in her 30s with indigo hair with pink strands. And a very dangerous hitman, or more accurately a hitwoman that was one of the best Diamond pros before all her dreams were snuffed out of her grasp by this rotten corrupt society. The four ran across the bridge and Kurogiri opened a portal for them to go through, passing through the gates of Tartarus unseen by the security system. Good, no need for any confrontations. This was a get-in and get-out mission after all. So why are we going after some hitwoman? And an HPSC servant no less? Stain asked in irritation. Probably, the man was a poker MSTR really. But he obviously was bothered by the idea of working of a servant for the corrupts and a fake heroine. Because she was a victim to them as much as those she killed, it was either kill or be killed. But she eventually snapped and killed her boss, the former president of the HPSC, and then was placed here like a broken tool. Deku said with a wrathful expression. This dirty world turned a good woman into a murderer with multiple murders of innocent people on her belt. Not just villains but heroes, politicians, and anyone the HPSC president did not like. But the worst about it is that the law enforcement department was in it too. Deku added in disgust. Compress hummed softly along with his leader's rant. I see, so we are here to recruit this injusticed and powerful woman. What a twist! Didn't expect our journey to lead us into Tartarus. Wish I had a camera with me. Compress said in disappointment. If it's any help, I actually am wearing one as a button of my suit. Kurogiri added helpfully. Oh magnificent! You truly are a lifesaver, Kurogiri. Compress said in joy. Can it? You will get us noticed. Stain hissed sharply and the two looked sheepish. Sorry. They both said apologetically and Deku nodded, accepting the apology. The group of four ran through the huge grounds of the prison. They skillfully evaded the lights of the scouting towers as they went into the surface level. The four quickly ran into the main building and Kurogiri opened a portal for them to get inside. After doing so, they went into the building where they should find Nagant. Deku led them through the halls as they passed by the cells of countless dangerous criminals. Deku didn't even spare any of them a glance as he passed by many doors until they got to the door they were waiting for. Good thing he got a map of Tartarus before getting here. Looks like if you have enough money, Guerin could get you anything you ask for. Finally they reached their destination. Lady Nagant's door. Deku pet his arm back and it crackled with black lightning before he rammed the fist into the door. The metal gate didn't stand a chance against the future king's immense power. The door burst open, revealing the purple-haired woman who looked at the door startled with wide eyes, shock, fear and joy in the eyes of the woman. Deku stepped forward as the alarm bells rang in the prison and the lights turned red, and Nagant looked at them in panic, obviously not wanting to be caught. Deku smiled as he held his hand for her to take. Kana Tsutsumi, formerly known as the pro-hero Lady Nagant. I came here to rescue you from the injustice you were facing. And to give you the chance to take down this distorted society. And especially the Hero Public Safety Commission. So would you join me? Deku asked, still extending his hand to the woman. Kana saw a lot of clowns and flourishing idiots in her life as a hero, a lot of drama queens and the kind, but she really wasn't in the mood or the position to say sheet, so she silently took his hand and then black mud engulfed her and the others. After a bit she was teleported to new location. It seemed like bar of the sorts, old and worn out but still good enough to live in. The boy removed his mask and gave the markswoman one of the brightest smiles she ever saw. Was this guy really a villain? Because half heroes she worked with in her days couldn't smile half this nicely. I believe we should introduce ourselves. Dear leader. Compress said flamboyantly as he removed his mask and lowered his hat in greetings. Deku nodded his head at the suggestion. Hello there. Lady Nagant. I am Deku Shigaraki, the future king of the underworld and the one who shall get rid of the corruption in this country. Deku said with a flourish, and Nagant looked a bit weirded out but intrigued by his goals, and if he seriously just broke her out of Tartarus then maybe he was into something there. After all, she really couldn't name a single villain no matter how powerful that could pull it off. Hello there? Why did you break me out? Not that I'm not grateful, but why? Nagant asked after a moment of thinking. She was thankful she was out of that hellhole, but still, better be careful. She didn't know them and the jacked dude with swords and knives was eyeing her, waiting for her to attack. Because we are the same. Deku said sadly with his smile shrinking noticeably as Kurogiri took his place in the counter and grabbed a handful of glasses. What would everyone like? Kurogiri asked politely as he looked at everyone in the bar. Nagant glanced at the guys before shrugging and sitting on the stool next to Stain since he was the most quiet one. Anything really, I didn't have a drink in a long while. Nagant answered simply. And by God, she really could use a drink. Get her one of the rare wine bottles, Kurogiri, she deserves it. Anyone who was sent to Tartarus unfairly deserves some condolences. Deku said with a smile and the bartender nodded his head in acceptance. Right away, young MSTR. Kurogiri said as he went to the back to retrieve the item, and Nagant looked around for a bit. So? Change society, huh? That's bold, but you seem to have the means to back it up, so what am I getting into? Nagant asked, intrigued. This boy was charismatic, that much is obvious, and strong enough if the fact that she was subconsciously weary of him said anything. Deku beamed with joy. Happy that you are open-minded, Kana-san. Well, I am in fact more of a leader for rejects, to be honest. Everyone in the League of Villains are people who face the horrors and unfairness of society. We are those whom society rejected and pushed away, and I want to change that. I want a better world for everyone to live in, but I can't do that if the likes of the Hero Commission and the Law Enforcement Department are around. Deku looked at her with a sad smile. And she could see the compassion and sympathy in those red eyes of his that shined with kindness. You are one of us, Kana-san. You were broken by this society. Your dreams and hopes were snuffed away by those in power. You were used for your gift in ways you couldn't bear, and when you had enough you were discarded like a broken pencil or something of the kid. I don't accept that. You deserve better. In fact, we all do, Kana-san, so please. Lend me your strength so we could create a better world for the next generations. Deku explained passionately as he smiled at her, and Kana found herself swayed by his speech. She saw manipulation before, this wasn't it. He was honest with her and she couldn't say he was wrong. This society really needs to change, and the fact that someone so young understood that made her sick. He looked much older than he was, like he saw things a young child shouldn't. She felt the urge to join him, protect him and help him realize his goals and ambitions. With a sigh, she did something she hasn't done in a long, long time. She smiled and shook the white-haired boy's hand with satisfaction. She felt she was doing the right thing for once in a very long time. Alright, count me in. Chief. Kana said with a happy smile. Deku grinned as he held her hand with both of his in satisfaction. Welcome to the League of Villains, Kana-san. Specifically in Team Terror. The young mastermind exclaimed in happiness. It was then that Kurogiri came back with a bottle of wine that they shared together. The five celebrated the new member and Kana felt like she made the right decision by joining. Plus the dude who kept an eye on her was decent looking and jacked. Deku was in the convenience store to grab a candy bar for him while he waited for someone to get him the info he needed on a specific group until he bumped into someone on their way in. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Deku said bashfully. No need to fret, my boy. No harm done. The man replied in a flamboyantly polite tone. Deku managed to get a good look at him, and everything about the figure before him just screamed extravagant. Oh, he knew him, and this was a great coincidence. Today was his lucky day. He wore a black tailcoat with an overreaching collar, a pair of low-hanging striped breeds, a dark purple scarf, slicked back gray hair with a single curl at the front, and a short beard and a handlebar mustache sitting above his mouth, holding a silver cane by his arm. The man clearly stuck out like a sore thumb, and Deku thanked the god above for this opportunity. This would be an excellent two in the price of one deal. The sharp-dressed thief placed a friendly hand on the boy's shoulder. Might want to leave, lad. It's about to get quite rowdy around here, he said to the green-haired mastermind. The man walked away, and Deku decided to follow his advice and walk out of the store but not leave. The clerk behind the counter had no idea what was happening until the criminal drew a knife on him in one hand, whilst revealing a briefcase in the other. I do apologize for the inconvenience, my good man, but would you be so kind as to open the cash register and retrieve all of your cash, please? The stranger flashed a dazzling smile as the now terrified cashier did as told. Up above the store, perched on the edge of a building, a small girl with enormous crimson-red pigtails and dark-rimmed eyes watched the robbery take place. She recorded the whole thing with a camcorder in her gloved hand and had a beaming smile that was threatening to bubble over with giddiness. You're doing great, gentle. The tiny girl squealed. Your next video is gonna be the best one yet. She kept the lens on the flamboyant thief as the cashier placed the last of the cash in the briefcase. She saw the star of her shot raise a hand to his ear and heard his voice come to her own. I don't doubt it for a moment, La Brava. Be sure to get my good side, won't you? Oh, gentle. All your sides look good. The girl, La Brava, swooned until she caught sight of something out of the corner of her lens. Heads up, gentle. Heroes at 3 o'clock. True enough, a band of caped crusaders arrived on the scene. Drop your weapon. There's so many of them, gentle. The girl grimaced. What do we do? The flamboyant thief merely grinned. La Brava. Cut to black if you please. Deku did indeed leave the store but decided to witness the robbery. He needed to see the man's skills now that heroes are sure to come here. As he hid behind a stray dumpster down an alleyway, he pulled out a pocket telescope and aimed it at the sharp-dressed man holding a knife to a panicking cashier who hurriedly filled a briefcase full of money. All of a sudden, a multitude of multicolored heroes showed up. They struck their poses and ordering Gentle to drop his weapon and surrender. Gentle complied with dropping his knife, but it soon became clear that he didn't need it. The flamboyant thief used his quirk to easily put the heroes down for the count in the least harmful ways possible. Something Deku admired greatly. Deku watched as the flamboyant thief pressed a finger to his ear and started talking to himself as beat the heroes. The young mastermind smirked at the criminal's skills. He will be a great add to he team. He wasn't working alone, no doubt talking through an earpiece to whoever was possibly watching over him. Probably, in fact, definitely La Brava. Hold it right there. Gentle froze on the spot. Deku saw the bravado he'd shown up to that point all of a sudden disappear. The young mastermind took note of the thief's trembling legs, quivering lip, and wide, shaking eyes the gentleman villain now wore. The flamboyant thief slowly turned around to face the new hero who'd shown up. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dark green ninja uniform, with 2 bamboo shoots strapped to his back, and a pair of bamboo stalks over his ears. Deku recognized him as Takeshita, the bamboo hero. Gentle? What's the matter? La Brava called into the man's earpiece so loud, Deku was able to hear it from where he was. He doubted the villain could hear her, stuck in his stupor no doubt. Takeshita took a fighting stance, prepping himself for whatever attack would come. You may have taken down those other heroes, but I guarantee I won't be so easy to beat. Gentle said nothing. He couldn't if he tried. The bamboo hero took notice of this and smiled. What's the matter? Scared stiff now that a real hero's shown up? He began to approach the stunned villain with a reaching hand. Gentle, please. Get out of there. The voice of the tiny partner in crime sounded close to tears. The flamboyant thief finally came back to reality but was still shaken. He began to look for a way out of there, but Takeshita was one step ahead of him. He sprouted more bamboo shoots around the 2 of them, reaching high into the air. Gentle was once again caught in a daze at the sight of the bamboo hero's ability. The shoots seemed to start reaching down on him, closing in to seal his fate. Time to pay for your crimes, evildoer, Takeshita declared dramatically. He was so caught up in his victory, he failed to notice someone bending one of his bamboo's shoots backwards behind him. Wow, it's Takeshita. Can I get an autograph? Deku yelled loudly. Well, of course you can. The call of a fan was more than enough to grab the egotistical hero as he turned around right into a faceful of his own bamboo. The force of the swing sent the hero flying across the parking lot, skidding across the gravel and landing headfirst into a car door, clutching at his aching head. Arg! What the heck? The sight of his old classmate sprawled out on the pavement shocked Gentle out of his trance. He looked to the one who came to his aid, seeing the boy in the green hoodie he'd passed a moment ago, now sporting a gas mask to hide his face. The green-haired child turned back to him with a look of determination through his mask lens. Run! Deku grabbed him and slung the flamboyant thief over his shoulder and then quickly jumped into the rooftop where La Brava was startling her before grabbing her and tucking her under his arm, then flying away at high speeds. Hey! What do you think you're doing? La Brava shouted indignantly, not trusting the flying away boy. Yes, lad. Why are you grabbing us like this? Gentle asked loudly. Making sure a newly wedded couple wouldn't go to jail? Deku said sarcastically, and the revealed to be married couple looked in shock. After a minute, Deku stopped in a faraway rooftop and left the couple to catch their breath from the traumatic experience of high-speed flight. How do you know that? Gentle asked after a bit. Deku reached into the top of his hoodie and untucked the forcefully tucked rabbit ears from his hood. The couple stared at him jaw-slacked and he chuckled as he started his speech. Recruiting them wasn't as complicated as he thought. Denjiro-kun recognized and sympathized with Deku since it was the same for him. He recognized him from the Sludge villain incident. He was happy that his team was getting together actually. But his mood soured as he was called by one of his business associates telling him that Sasuke Shimano from Nabu Island has sent him his will. Apparently the FNG-QF attacked and took over Nabu Island to use it as base. Which made sense now that Mightless learned how to use her Quirk laser disc as a warp gate. The father sneaked his 2 children into a small ship and sent them on autopilot into the main body of Japan to save them before the QLF killed them. He will greet them and take care of them. He owed the man that much anyway. And the QLF has a lot coming to them. The entirety of the league showed up for the meeting. It was something that Deku doesn't usually call, so it must be something important for him to ask for all the members of the Vanguard squad to come. Tomura, Dabi, Toga, Mustard, Spinner, Magna and Mr. Compress. Alright, you guys have a special mission, Vanguards. Deku declared loudly, and everyone gave their full attention to him. You will be recruiting Gigantomachia into our ranks. The mastermind said seriously. Wait, Machia is real? Tomura shrieked, scaring his team. He never seemed scared of anything before. What the hell is Gigantomachia? Who the hell is Gigantomachia? Dabi asked in confusion. It all for one's ultimate weapon/bodyguard. I honestly believed it to be an intimidating lie, especially as it didn't show up during the clash against All Might. But I met him in person. Deku said with a shake of his head. A former follower of All for One of such an unquestioning loyalty to him and powerful body that he survived receiving 7 quirks without Garaki's nomification process, without going brain dead, although it is supposedly a bit mentally disabled. Deku said with a wince. Deku described everything he knew about the Gigantomachia. There were pictures. There was a recording. They had to be ready to see how Machia actually acts, just to not be startled. There was a dissection of the list of its quirks. They didn't like it. Endurance. It allows Gigantomachia to convert his morale into physical strength and stamina, while recharging his other quirks. So for as long as his will isn't broken, he is extremely hard to take down. It's also supposedly his original quirk. Pain blocker. He is unable to feel pain, regardless of the severity of the injuries. Which has a nice synergy effect with the first quirk. It has the mind of an enthusiastic child, and without pain, it's extremely hard to lower its morale. Gigantification. The more angry or agitated in general he is, the larger he grows. His maximum height approaches 30 meters. It seems to be a variant of mutant quirks, granting Gigantomachia exceptional sense of smell to aid him in tracking targets from afar while also allowing him to detect incoming enemies. It makes him extremely hard to surprise, as other senses are improved as well. Energy saver. It allows Gigantomachia to operate on minimal amounts of sleep, food and water. By minimal, it's 2-3 hours of sleep a month, and a similar amount of food and water. Fierce gains. Muscle hardening quirk, apparently enough for Gigantomachia to be able to tank artillery rounds. Save for All Might, there are no heroes strong enough to cause physical damage to it, unless they hit where it hurts, eyes for example, or attack with heat for example heat, Dabi Ma-man, etc. Mole. It can grow mole-like claws from his fingers, spines on his back, and a visor to shield his face, to help him dig through the earth. It can hide underground easily and burrow under you for a sneak attack. So to recruit him, the only way of making it submit is to prove your strength. And to do that, you need to, well, defeat it. Deku said lamely. Easier said than done. Spinner comments. I mean, come on. Just figure out a nasty plan to have All Might soften it up for us and there. Done. The lizard man groaned. Machia will only accept you if you beat it down. Deku replies. He is standing in front of the crowd with serious face. He wasn't playing around and they knew it. I have an approximate location of Gigantomachia's hidey hole, which is in Niigata Mountains, so you will be spending the next few weeks fighting it. Sorry, but I have nothing to help you out in this. You are on your own. Deku explained casually. What? Why do we have to do this? Can't you join us, boss? How will he listen to you if you don't beat it? Mustard asked in confusion. Oh, it already does. I beat it before I started the league as my final test by Sensei. Deku said casually. Everyone stared at the green-haired mastermind in disbelief. How the hell did you beat that thing? Dabi yelled in shock, unable to believe that he beat that monstrosity, Quirkless especially. They knew their friend and lord was OP, but that's bullshit. Deku gave a kind smile as he replied. That is for me to know, and for you guys to find out. Was the simple answer. The league wanted to protest, but they knew better than to question their leader. He was just too smart that he probably has a hidden purpose beneath the hidden purpose. Alright, so basically, you are sending us, your loyal servants, to fight a monster made by the underworld king himself, one of the most powerful weapons of mass destruction, in order to recruit it into our cause even though you can just tell it to because you just want to test us. Tomura summarized. Pretty much yes. Deku nodded, his smile still present on his face. The truth was far more complicated and appealing, this gonna take months of extensive quirk usage. In fact, he would shocked if they didn't at least experience quirk awakenings one time each, at least. This should be fun to watch, and if they bother to see the weakness it has, then good for them. It took him a month to beat that thing, let them suffer a little. He needs something to let out his SDSM after all. Tomura Shigaraki wanted to die, not figuratively, but literally. He was so tired beyond belief and beaten up. His life for the past 2 months was an absolute horror, and that's putting it even lightly. The monstrosity known as motherfucking Gigantomachia was, as Deku described it, a fearless monster with unquestionable loyalty to his sensei and little brother that it wouldn't even budge in the slightest. It was a hacks character with too many OP skills. Seriously, how the F did his brother beat that a-hole? Machia spoke about Deku like he was a riot. Yeah, he is, and he had yet to tell them how the green-haired bean managed to put him effing down. Whatever his brother did must have been crazy because nothing mundane would work on this guy. He must have used some cheat codes or something. The demon thing was, to say the very FING least resilient, F, that they needed to create a whole new but word to FING describe it. Resoloyal is the best FING thing they could come up with to describe it. It wouldn't FING budge. It was like negotiating with the world's FANG ugliest dog / brick wall / moron in history. All in all, it was a living hell for all of them, and the only help their generous leader offered them was a Nomu with a healing quirk and another that lifted exhaustion with some quirk called cell activation that he wanted to try so they could fight more, and more 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 and F more. Anyways, so to sum up, the past 54 days were an absolute horror. A field trip to hell and back of constant warfare with the dumb demon, almost constant existence on the verge of quirk exhaustion. No video games. Very limited contact with the outside world. If not for Kurogiri still bringing back food and some bits of news, Tomura wouldn't even be sure if Japan still FING exists at this point. They engaged that despicable giant in combat for days and days and days, and it just refused to drop dead. It must have the highest HP the fanatic gamer has ever FNG seen. It's like it had a saver bar with the super long bar with the self-restoring health bar all at once. But, eventually, they somehow succeeded when Uraraka decided that she had enough and decided to just F it, and let out a chain of curses, insults and all-around swearing that would have made a drunk sailor turn red in shame. Shockingly, it hurt the giant's feelings so bad that his resolve broke. Then they were able to take him down. Dabi had the ball to yell at the brunette with a, "Why didn't you do that before?" Like he had some FING death wish or something. Said brunette answered with a, "Freeze in hell, you overcooked chicken nugget." With an unhinged glare that Stain himself would pieces himself. They decided that day that an angry Uraraka is a scary Uraraka. So after that, Gigantomachia decided that they are worthy of him, mostly Uraraka. He was warped to All for One's residence in his very own motherfucking tropical island because of course Sensei has his own effing island. Where the ugly BSRD of a demon probably flooded the entire region with tears after discovering that the Lord himself was waiting for him. They all warped to the base. They mostly went to sleep immediately, which was the best FANG reward for this quest. Tomura and the vanguards were warped by Kurogiri to the base's living room, where he found on the couch a bunch of people, most of them he didn't FNG know and didn't give a shit honestly. There was Stain sitting with his katana like one of those motherfucking samurais and meditating. There was a woman in her 30s with indigo hair with pink strands that was checking her phone. A trio of brats playing video games on beanbags that he only knew one of them, and an indigo-haired boy with messy locks who was playing cards with the boss, and finally a couple of a man in his 30s with some redhead that was barely 20 or so. Oh wait, there was on the coffee table a blonde girl that seemed to be working on some device. God, he was too tired for this sheet. Tomura blinked before Deku waved at him with a bright smile on his freckled face. "Hey Tomura-kun. Welcome back. I take it Machia is dealt with?" Deku asked cheerfully. The fanatic gamer blinked once more before he followed everyone and went to his room where he fell face first to the bed and died for only God knows how long. Game Master, you planned for this player too? The boss. Whatever you are trying to accuse me of, I'm innocent. Game Master, what about you setting us up on a deadly twist against Gigantomachia to force our quirks to evolve and level up and our combat points to increase exponentially? The boss? Oh, looks like I'm caught red-handed. Game Master, dash. The boss. So how many quirk reawakening did you get? The boss. I spent 54 days imagining those. And probably making some bets with Sensei. Game Master. He was in on this too. The boss. What parent doesn't want their children to grow? The boss. What parent sends their children against a 30 meters tall kaiju to make them grow? The boss. He does? Game Master. IHATE. The boss. Cultivate it well. It will destroy society as we know it. Game Master. Okay, so I'll admit, it worked swimmingly. We gained so much EXP that it's ridiculous. The boss. YES. The boss. Details? Game Master. No. The boss. I have bought you the newest edition of Call of Duty. Game Master. You've been successful at persuading me to share the details, boss. The boss. Ouch. Game Master. Me. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Game Master. Toga. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Game Master. Magna. Awakening once. Class change 3 to 4. Game Master. Twice. Awakening once. Class change 3 to 4. Game Master. Mustard. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Game Master. Compress. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Game Master. Dabi. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Game Master. Uraraka. Awakening once. Class change 4 to 5. Izuku. Spinner. No awakenings because complex mutant, but he got massively stronger and faster. The boss. Details please. Game Master. The boss. You are learning. Game Master. Stop making this awkward. Game Master. Okay, so. Izuku. I first learned how to exclude certain things from decaying and I don't need to carry the gloves anymore. Then he almost crushed me and I went panicked to the point where I almost decayed Machia into dust while simultaneously decaying absolutely everything in the vicinity. It's an aura of decay that seems to be capable of reaching dozens of meters in diameter and can still decay only specific things. Though it only spreads through surfaces, so it can't attack flying targets and so on. The boss? Oh, that's really a dangerous thing. Game Master. YES. Game Master. Toga got one of the craziest awakening I could imagine. You are gonna flip for sure. Game Master. She can now use quirks of people she changes into. The boss. So she can experience potentially dozens of quirks during her lifetime? Oh, that's wonderful. Also, it's gonna be useful in the long run. Game Master. Yes, a copycat character would be useful for espionage. Game Master. Twice now does F clone himself. And with hundreds. He single-handedly swarmed Machia for 2 hours while we rested. The boss. That's wonderful. He finally surpassed his trauma. I'm so proud. Game Master. Uraraka got some type of zero-gravity field ability now, a circle of 10 meters diameter in general. Super useful for Dabi to shoot himself around and burn that a-hole badly. The boss. That's truly magnificent. Game Master. And Dabi learned how to empower fire that isn't his in the vicinity. He can turn it blue, make it hotter and control it, but only to some degree. The boss. This is even more than I expected, Tomura-kun. The boss. This is more than what hoped for. It's gonna make our missions much easier. Game Master. So, who won the bets? Demon Lord. I did, of course. Game Master. Right. Naomasa Tsukachi, a high-ranking detective in the Muzutafu Police Department, leaned back in his chair after being hunched over for far too long. He had taken off his signature beige trench coat and matching fedora, hanging them both on a rack beside his office door. He had just come back from his assembly with some pro-heroes on an important investigation. As he ran his fingers through his short black hair, a knock came at his door. It's open. Detective Sansa, a fellow detective and Tsukachi's partner, stepped inside with a piping hot cup of coffee in both his hands. Hey, figured you could use a pick-me-up. Thanks. This paperwork is killing me. The high-ranking officer smiled as he took the offered cup and drank down the warm bitter liquid. Sansa gave his partner a moment to enjoy his beverage before asking. So, how'd it go with the heroes? I told them everything we were able to fig up about the League of Villains, or lack thereof. The young detective expressed after taking his cup away. We couldn't find anything about this Karma character. No name, no quirk registration. It's like he didn't exist until the day Death Arms was crushed under the steel beams. Freaky. The laid-back detective commented as he looked over the documents scattered across his partner's desk. Wow, the Green Rabbit has partners now? Sansa asked in shock. Yup, we were able to identify them as the hero killer Stain and the Tartarus escapee Lady Nagant. And like usual, we always are late to catch up to him. He is one step ahead like usual. Nomus sighed. Man, that is one wascally wabbit. Sansa cracked, putting on a cheesy grin to go with his terrible joke. Tsukachi buried his face in his hand, yet couldn't help the grin that refused to leave. After the moment passed, Tsukachi picked up the picture of the Green Rabbit, looked at it closely. So that means he has dangerous partners now, and we still know nothing about the League of Villains. Sansa sighed. I guess. The strict detective agreed, but wasn't all that convinced. The Green Rabbit had been on the department's most wanted list for near to a year now. Ever since his debut on the internet for bringing down Death Arms, the mysterious criminal had gone on to foil and immobilize every hero who's attempted to stop him by figuring out their quirks, deciphering their weakness, and using it against them, all in a matter of moments. So, you managed to figure out who he is yet? Sansa asked hopefully, taking a sip from his own cup. Afraid not. Tsukachi shook his head. But I do have a theory. That's so. The laid-back detective raised a curious eyebrow. Well, your hunches have always turned out to be spot on. Yet, but this is the first time that I hope that I'm wrong. The strict detective grimaced. Sansa slowly lowered the cup from his lips. Okay, Nomus, if you're trying to scare me, then you're doing a good job. Tsukachi brushed more of his papers aside. Until he found a file buried beneath the pile. Opening it up, it revealed a missing person report, as well as a picture of a soft-faced preteen boy, with fuzzy dark green hair, freckled cheeks, and a warm yet anxious smile. Isn't that the missing quirkless kid you were put on to find 2 years ago? Sansa inquired in confusion. Yeah. Tsukachi answered sullenly. I know it's been forever since his disappearance. And usually, when it comes to missing people without a quirk, it mostly ends with an unhappy outcome. Sansa closed his eyes in grief, knowing exactly what his partner was talking about. Suicide rates for quirkless people was something of horror really. But you should have seen his mother that night, Tsukachi explained as he turned to the laid-back detective in his seat. She was beyond distraught. Like her entire world was falling apart. I couldn't help but swear that I'd find him and bring him home. Or at least, find out what happened to him. Sansa nodded respectfully at his friend's determination. He then looked between the picture of the missing boy and the security photo of the Green Rabbit. His mind put the dots together, snapping his attention back and forth between the two images in disbelief. Wait. Nomus, don't tell me that you think that dash. When I got the call and headed over, I spoke with the mother, Izuku Midoriya, about what her son, what enjoyed doing. The strict detective detailed with a very anxious expression. She told me that he liked to make notes about heroes and their quirks, hoping that it would come in handy one day if he ever got his own. Bibtsu. That's just that I mean. Come on. A quirkless person, a kid at that, being a villain? Sansa babbled. That's a little. I know, it's beyond far-fetched. The high-ranking officer clarified. But like I said, it's just a theory. You can't deny that it could be a possibility. How he was able to foil the likes of Death Arms, Slugger, and Kamui Woods. Please don't bring up Kamui Woods again. It took the fire department forever to put him out, at least he made out okay. Sansa shivered at the horrifying memory until he got back on track. But come on. He took up the picture of the missing boy's bashful face. There's no way a kid as tender-looking as this could pull off a stunt like that. The laid-back detective said in disbelief. Maybe yes, maybe no. Tsukachi took up his pen and gently tapped it on the surface of his desk. I paid a visit to the boys' middle school and asked the staff a few questions. They gave the boy a lot of praise, but I could sense that they were all hiding something. What, you mean like quirkless prejudice? Sansa inquired, a pit opening up in his stomach as he was starting to get where this was going. Wouldn't be the first time, Tsukachi confessed. Not only that, but have suspicions with Katsuki Bakugo. He and Izuku used to be classmates, going back as to when they were toddlers. And there's no way that that's pure coincidence. The laid-back detective pointed out with a frown. I agree. When I first questioned Bakugo about Midoriya last year, he came off as the exact opposite of what the teachers described him to be. The strict detective stated with a scowl. Every time I asked him about Midoriya, he'd react with hostile disinterest, claiming that he didn't care about him in the least. I don't like this. Sansa rubbed his head with a grave look on his face. He then pointed to the innocent-looking boy in the picture. If that cinnamon bun of a kid really is the rabbit, then it sounds to me that he had plenty of reason to snap. Sansa said with a haunted look in his eyes, if such an innocent child became the evil boy whose name is enough to make the best of heroes shiver in fright, that the world really is nearing the apocalypse. My gut's been telling me the same thing. But like I said, Tsukachi picked up the picture of the missing child, smiling shyly back at him. I really hope it's wrong if I have to tell Ms. Midoriya that her son has become a villain that sent over 78 heroes to the hospital. It just might break what's left of her. Tsukachi said with a sigh. To say that Nezu was scared shitless would be the understatement of the century. It has been 2 months now since the League of Villains has attacked, sneaked into to be precise, Tartarus, and broke out Lady Nagant from the lost secure prison in the world in such a quick and precise way that it might as well be a work of art. He was to say the least curious to why would someone like Karma want to break out a disgraced assassin of the HPSC like Kana Tsutsumi, formerly known as Lady Nagant, but after he did his research on the matter, the results horrified the principal of Yu'd at A to no end. To say that Kana-san was a victim would be putting it lightly. She was a SLV, a murder dog for that BSRD before the current witch, and the worst is that scumbag Mizuki was part of it. Nagant was a dangerous woman and could easily kill anyone if told to. If Karma somehow managed to pull her into his ranks or even actually get the woman's loyalty, then Nezu is terrified of the consequences of a boy with so much anger being able to order around a woman who could kill anyone before they knew she was even around. Nezu had to give it to Karma. The young man was smart, cunning, resilient, reasonably ruthless, charismatic, and knew how to pick the best shogue pieces for a game, as well as how to use it in the best ways imaginable to a person and sometimes Nezu himself. Each strategy the young man came up with was a masterpiece that would bring the principal to tears. Karma has taken over the organized crime in Mizudafu and was expanding to the whole prefecture, possibly the country, and to say that every place under his control became impossible to work in for the police and heroes would an understatement. The thugs got better at dealing with heroes and avoid capture. They got smarter and their deals are much more secure and hard to track, and Nezu would be happy to bet the boy was challenging him, and to his shame he was enjoying having someone cunning enough to make the rodent run circles like this. It was exciting. But that isn't what he was worried about. It turns out that Karma wasn't quirkless but hasn't lied either. It seems that he was in fact a lat. The doors of the principal's office swung open and then came inside a furious Toshinori Yagi who seemed ready to commit genocide. Ah yes, the mammal knew how this worked and what it was about. It seems that Karma struck all might where it hurts. Whether it was intentional or not is yet to be decided, but for now he will see how this plays out. Tell me you have a lead on that boy. He went too far with his antics, Nezu. Way too far. The old symbol of peace said in a furious tone that matched his expression. Even when in his stalled form the man radiated danger. Nezu took a sip of his tea calmly and looked at the furious blonde with a smile. Calm down, Toshinori, it's not something to lose your cool about. It's gonna be alright, and don't forget that we are very busy these days. Not just that one matter. Nedzu spoke calmly and Toshinori's eye twitched at that. Not something to lose my cool about. That boy kidnapped my goddamn niece Nedzu. Toshinori yelled and Nedzu sighed at that. Ah yes, the organized assault on Island. To be honest, Nedzu blue-screened when Eraserhead told him that somehow someone unknown sneaked into Island and warped his followers where they wreaked havoc and took a lot of materials and rare resources along with the daughter of David Shield and got away without leaving a trace. To say Nedzu was amazed would be the understatement of a lifetime. Wow, he was really saying a lot, huh? But praise must be given. If Nedzu met this young man before he turned to villainy, Nedzu was almost salivating at the thought of having him as his successor in his plans for controlled world domination, but it seems the kid was groomed by someone else. Pity really, but now he must calm down his old friend before the man goes into a mad rampage. I am very sure that Melissa is fine. Toshinori. Karma was quirkless himself, so he would give her a good treatment. In fact, I am sure she would be very safe in his custody until she is saved. Nedzu assured gently as he took another sip of his tea. Toshinori sighed as he slumped into his seat and ended up coughing blood into his fist. The principal gave him a tissue that he used and kept since he didn't want to give it back dirty with blood. So, well now, are we just gonna stand around while some mini quirkless AFO is running around found whatever he wants? He broke into Tartarus. The Tartarus. All for one never managed that. All Might said outrage and the mammal sighed at that. It was then that the doors were kicked open by a very set-off Aizawa who entered the office with a look that would kill a puppy on sight, followed by a very grumpy Tsukachi-san and a deeply scowling Night Eye. Oh dear, now that's worrisome. Aizawa sat down and took the coffee mug offered to him and gulped it down before slamming it to the coffee table. The erasure hero grumbled under his breath before Nedzu decided to speak. May I know why you are in such a bad mood, Aizawa-kun? Nedzu asked politely. The erasure hero stared for a second before saying what he wanted. The hero killer works for Karma. Aizawa said bluntly, earning winces from Night Eye and Naomasa. Nedzu, even though he kept his smile, felt his face going pale, but thankfully his fur kept people from noticing that. Oh, and how did you deduce that? If it's about Hat video 2 months ago, it's just a coincidence dash. Night Eye interrupted quickly with a cough. The Green Rabbit aka Karma was seen with Stain and Lady Nagant killing commission lackeys for the past 2 weeks, some more brutally than others. The Foresight user said, and All Might paled, which was understandable. Scotchy cleared his throat to speak. We also had some footage from cameras of this particular trio running around and committing slaughters on commission members and lackeys, then sending evidence and dirt on them to the police stations and internet. So it's safe to say that they are doing judge, jury, and execution duty. Naomasa said, troubled, and Nedzu nodded grimly. Yes, and I am afraid that this isn't the worst part. It seems that Karma is a late bloomer. With a very powerful energy manipulation quirk that he used in multiple ways to do superhuman feats since it manifested 3 months ago. The abilities varies from physical enhancement to warping and electrical discharge, and maybe even more. Nedzu said grimly. The mammal could see the look of horror on their faces and he couldn't blame them. The boy was dangerous as a quirkless, but now he is easily an S-rank villain. Oh god. This is even worse. You are saying that the one who's been running circles around the prod while quirkless is now in possession of a class 6 quirk. Toshinori said, horrified. The rest could already guess what this is. This a horrible situation turned into an actual nightmare. The villain known as Karma was, to say the least, a nightmare for every hero agency and a cop in Japan. The mention of his name is enough to send shivers down the spines of the most experienced of veterans in the hero business and make someone in the top 30 flinch. No one will forget how he dropped a building on death arms or how he set Kamui Woods on fire. Oh, that one was actually enough to make the principal wince in sympathy. It took the fire department a lot of efforts to pull out the wood hero. Nedzu looked at the others in the room who looked grim and horrified and decided to let his theory about the boy's mentor for later. No need to cause mass panic after all. Deku was sitting on one of the couches in the large living room in League of Villains' hideout. The young mastermind was writing on his notebook labeled as How to Destroy Hero Society No Degree 7, with a thoughtful look on his face as he examined the contents of his notebook and added on them. In the room were the members of Team Terror doing their own thing, and Deku looked around at everyone and smiled in it content. Kana was reading a light novel about the roots of corruption in the hero system in societies. Written, but unfortunately the government unpublished the book and imprisoned the writer, which is just typical, the commits suicide in prison. Kana seemed very focused on the book. Deku was happy he got this poor woman out of her imprisonment. She seemed to fit in quite nicely, but for the past month and for the life of him, he didn't know why she was starting fights with Stain. Well, he is the one to start a fight, but she indulged him every time and they almost kill each other every time. It was really annoying. He was happy he didn't have a quirk that revived the dead, or they would have killed each other a million times by now. In the other side of the room, the three young children could be seen playing video games while sitting on bean chairs while chatting about something or another. All of them engrossed into the game and not focusing on anyone around them. They looked adorable, and Deku snapped a picture of them for himself. He might be a villain and a horrible one, but he had an appreciation for cute things. Gentle and La Brava were drinking tea together and chatting happily while looking over how many hits their last video got. Deku and Gentle robbed an HPSC facility yesterday and made one hell of a show while doing so, outrunning and fooling with the heroes, that it was a travesty. The video became viral in an hour, and La Brava made sure it wasn't taken down, and it wouldn't be anytime soon. Stain was sharpening his word with a whetstone and checking his equipment. Even when not on the clock, the man is still working. He was the embodiment of relentless determination. He was always focused on his objectives. He married the concept of killing fake heroes for the creation of a more just society. Deku agreed with the man on some level. There are heroes that are just irredeemable. Monsters that should be slaughtered. So instead of stopping him, Deku made sure the hero killer went after those who had it coming. Then there was Shinso. They spoke on an online forum, and after few weeks of chatting and bonding, the boy told his story. It was similar to Deku in nature. His application was refused because of his villainous quirk, and Deku would bet his very quirk it was Thunderbolt who was behind it. The No Degree 3 hero and the president's most loyal lapdog. So after he was denied the chance to be a hero, to prove the world wrong about him, Deku offered to meet in person in condolences. And well, it seems that Deku didn't even need to tell the boy about how much society SEK, because well, he knows, so they just shared their own experiences about the living hell that is middle school. The indigo-haired boy was obviously all in when Deku told him about the league, that everyone there had a villainous quirk and that no one there is judged, that they were all family and stood up for each other. He didn't need to be told. Twice, and then the Team Terror had a new member, and to say Deku was fascinated by his quirk would be an understatement. Brainwash was obviously one of most dangerous quirks if you had the element of surprise. Deku will make sure that it was properly utilized to its full potential. Because if those fools of heroes didn't know something good when they saw one, then it's their loss. Deku glanced at the table where Melissa could be seen working on blueprints for costumes and support gear for everyone. The girl was insulted by everyone's bare amount of support gear and equipment that she gave Deku a fierce tongue lashing, but in his defense, that's why she was here. Melissa Shield was probably the hardest person to recruit, not only for the fact that he had to sneak into Island and find the chance to speak to her, but also for her sheer intelligence and loyalty and closeness to All Might. But thankfully the Quirkless experience made them bond, but it was still hard, and she was close to giving him to the alarm system, but he went prepared. He went after getting a quirk called Memory Link that let him show her his memories. So he showed her everything from the bullying, abuse, neglect to the sneers and insults and the beatings by Bakugo and everyone else. And the final nail in the coffin was the Sludge villain incident. To say she was a crying mess after he showed her the All Might tell him that his dream was impossible just like that and walk away filled the girl with pure unadulterated rage. Then he decided to expose her father's plan on the iExpo to get the whole island attacked by hired villains for a goddamn device that he destroyed and kept a decoy before the meeting. Not keeping something that dangerous around made the girl furious. He let her confront her father and he couldn't help but eavesdrop, and boy wasn't that one hell of a family drama. By the end of that talk she despised her father and uncle with her very being, and the best part is that he didn't need to use any manipulation. He just showed her how the Quirkless outside Island are treated, exposed the corruption of those heroes to her, and voila. He got himself a genius support engineer that would in a couple years rival David Shield. To say Deku felt content right now would be an understatement. He was so proud of himself for how the league was turning out. The feeling of contentment filling the young mastermind to the brim. This contentment is the exact reason why he briefly thought about strangling his brother when he spoke up from his 20 hours slumber just to give a piece of news that Kurogiri delivered from the bar. But because he's a good person, he restrained himself and just smiled in a dark way with his left eye twitching uncomfortably. That overhaul guy is still demanding a meeting with the league. Since the you took your operation, he's been relentless. It's really starting to piss me off, Tomura snarled. His hands flexed as he actively worked against the urge to scratch. Deku groaned loudly. I was trying to forget about that, Tomura. Why do you have to remind me of that prick's existence? I know, but the problem obviously isn't going away despite us ignoring it. Tomura drawled skeptically as he looked at his irritated boss. You think we should check it out? Deku asked, looking away from his notebook for a bit, but begrudgingly. Anything to get that fucker to leave us alone. If he decides to PSS us off when we get there, we can just kill him and the problem is really gone. Tomura offered with a grin. There's an idea. Deku sighed and dragged himself off his chair with a groan. Alright, let's do it. Wait now? Tomura said, surprised. Yes, now. You're the one that brought it up. Besides, I already made the effort of standing up, so there's no going back now. Let my team know that we're leaving in 10 minutes. Deku said, shooing his brother off. Shouldn't we call overhaul first? Tomura asked, skeptical of Deku's urging. No. He's been a pain in my butt. He doesn't get the privilege of a courtesy call. I want to see exactly what it is they're doing anyway, and I can't do that if they're expecting us and hiding all the dirty details. Deku said with a frown. He seriously hated Shigaraki and wished for a reason to get that guy a piece of karma, pun intended, because he was the type Deku hated. Fair enough. Tomura pulled himself to his feet and left to go inform Team Terror of their unscheduled trip. But to be fair, none of them are going to disagree with Deku. Heck, no one in the league does. Deku wouldn't say it out loud, but he was mildly curious about what operations overhaul had going on. There was talk of Quirk erasing bullets, and the thought of such a thing was not something Deku liked unless it was a severe emergency. He especially didn't like the thought of the Hero Commission hearing of such things and seeking it out for themselves. If they got their hands on something like that, things could get tricky, and Deku liked the degree of freedom he had at the moment. He wasn't interested in staying home all the time unless a mission popped up, unlike Tomura, who could eat, sleep, and breathe video games. Deku just wasn't that type of guy. He was an active person who always looked forward to the next act and plan. It's what made him the mastermind he is now, after all. The two leaders stood face to face, with their subordinates behind them, acting as bodyguards. Looking at his opposition, Chisaki was honestly pretty surprised that the rumored karma was still so young. At first glance, he looked like a mere teen, though granted, not many teens have pale white skin and snow-white hair, red shining eyes, and a group of legitimately serious-looking villains at their backs. Stain the hero killer and Lady Nagant, to be precise. So, let's start with a bit of context. Overhaul opened up the meeting. Prior to the rise of heroes, there were gangs after gangs of criminals just like you, terrifying ones who thought of themselves like gods, and yet, all that remains of them today are but rumors, legends, and stories. Villains nowadays are but an artifact of a bygone era. Chisaki explained with a sigh. So I've heard, replied Deku. Sensei used to tell me stories of the era of villainy, before All Might started his crusade to purge the world of these villain leaders. Deku said with a scowl hidden beneath his mask. Destro, the leader of the Meta Liberation Army, Jiren, the king broker of the underworld, and Atrocity, all for one's former second-in-command, these people, whose mere mention of the name can send shivers down the spines of the common folk back in the day, will nowadays lead to confusion and laughter, and maybe a few curious Google searches. Chisaki continued, my point is, villains nowadays have been casted aside, thrown into the shadow of the hero's glory. We are now but tools to their success. Chisaki said in disgust. But many villain groups are on the rise, and even causing havoc and making a shadow war. Izuku pointed out, and now there are many lesser thugs that are up over their heads, thinking that this is their chance. Deku said with an eye roll. It's the fall of all for one that led us here. As long as the heydays of villainy, he was always recognized as the emperor, the kingpin, ruling the criminal underworld. The villains of this generation treat him like an urban legend, while the old-timers either fear him or admire him. He was the villain equivalent of the symbol of hope. Only the hope he brings are given to a much different crowd. Shigaraki said with thoughtful look. His tone of voice changed upon mentioning All for One, as he looked at Deku with critical eyes as if judging him. And now, here I stand, face to face with the heir to the throne of the dark underworld, the one many call the Prince of Darkness. I should be flattered meeting with such a living legend, but so far, I'm more disappointing than anything else. Shigaraki frowned under his mask. Your point being? Deku raised a brow. If foresight was correct, the time is getting closer to what he expected to be the changing moment. Do you know what it's like to be regarded as a god? To be seen as someone far greater than one actually is? My point being, you may have the rights to the throne, but you do not deserve to hold such power. I possess everything that you have and more. All that we're lacking is money. Shigaraki said casually. Hearing this, Deku let out a small chuckle in amusement, realizing what the man was planning. He wanted to feel insulted, but he just couldn't be anything but amused at this 30-year-old amateur. He was almost 20 years younger and he could do a much better persuading. Was this what his sensei meant by saying there was a lot of dramatic idiots playing mafia around? He couldn't help but chuckle. You want us to join you, don't you? He asked, trying desperately to hide the amusement in his voice, but it was for naught, as it was obvious he saw them as a bunch of amateur fools. First, you are very young and have no experience. Second, you have a lot of enemies that you can't handle, and all you have to back up your claims are a bunch of flashy robberies. Third, the claim of you being the Quirkless king disappeared when your quirk somehow bloomed a while ago and you seem too childish for leadership. That's all that I'm saying. Shigaraki replied casually. Stain and Nagant were on the verge of charging at Shigaraki to behead him, but Deku held up his hand to stop them from murdering their possible partner. The two stopped obediently. They shot the bird-masked boss a murderous glare filled with malice but stayed put. And what about you then? What brilliant plan do you have? What can a small-time Yakuza group like you possibly have or do to pique my interest? You are not as special as you think, so why should I waste my time on you? Asked Deku in boredom, causing Shigaraki to scowl at the boy's disinterest and absolute dismissiveness. The Yakuza boss got up in response, lending the green-haired mastermind a briefcase, containing a few bullet-like syringes with different colored liquids inside of them. Blue, black, green, and curiously red. Quirk enhancers, triggers, weakeners, injectors, we have them all, but most importantly, we have an experimental one that can erase other quirks, permanently. Shigaraki said proudly as he eyeing at the mastermind's expression with a pleased expression on his face. Deku froze at the sudden revelation with his eyes wide in surprise. So then what do you have? Asked Shigaraki. What can you bring us that stands out from the rest of the crime gangs? The Yakuza boss inquired with a skeptical look. Deku just snapped his fingers, and then 3 spots in the air started oozing out a black liquid that started expanding so quickly that in 3 seconds 3 Nomus from the second generation were in the room. And after a second snap 2 of the first generation came as well into the room. So? Do you like my bioengineered multi-quirked super soldiers? Why are you so calm, Shigaraki? The Nomu ate your tongue? Deku asked smugly as he shot the bird-masked boss a look of triumph, enjoying and reveling in the boss's stupefied expression. Shigaraki seemed to be unable to answer that question, as he was too dumbfounded by the beasts standing before him. Seeing this face of shock made the green-haired mastermind grin smugly, as he leaned back on the couch and waited his answer. Stain and Nagant smirked at each other as they glanced at the fool staring dumbfounded at their boss's property, which he had in dozens of and could get more easily if he wished. Shigaraki was unable to answer as he stared at the fascinating beasts in disbelief. He was imagining all the things he could do with these supreme soldiers under his command. Deku leaned forward and smirked. Give me the perfected bullets, and you will get them for free. In fact, I think I could. Take you under my wing maybe? Show you how a true leader operates, and maybe you will get closer to my level. Deku offered, and the Yakuza boss snapped out of his trance at that suggestion, very insulted but couldn't deny how disadvantaged he is in this deal. Why, you insolent dash? Chronostasis grabbed a gun from inside his robes just to be slammed into a wall hard as his arm was bent behind his back in a painful angle about to snap from place. Gah! The robed man cried out in agony as Stain was pointing a blade to his throat and twisted the arm further, making a cracking sound. Ah! Threat the child of prophecy again, and I will cut your head off. Stain said darkly as he pulled the blade closer, making a small cut. Mimic would have moved if it weren't for the sniper lady about to blow his head off with a bullet from her rifle. My bullets can move at the speed of 3 kilometers a second. Don't move or else. Kana threatened as she pointed her rifle at him. Shigaraki would have moved if it weren't for the dark blade at the side of his throat from the transformed child, whose red eyes were shining wildly and the whites of it became pitch black. Dark lightning was pouring out of the eyes like the energy could barely be contained inside his body. And the worst is that the 5 Nomus were surrounding the Yakuza boss from all angles, trapping him in place. I believe this is a civil meeting, no Shigaraki-san? So why don't we all calm down and stand back? Deku asked politely as his arm went back to normal and his quirk was deactivated as he warped the Nomus away. Shigaraki sighed in relief at not being beheaded or beaten to death by the beasts and nodded his still intact head. Everyone stood down and backed away to their previous positions to resume their talk. Well, Shigaraki-san, as punishment for this childish acts, you will give me a copy of the perfected bullets and we will arrange a new meeting. Or I'm afraid that we no longer can work together. Deku said plainly as he glanced to the door in boredom. Shigaraki really wanted to shout or attack for this brat's insolence, but he knew he will be killed on the spot if he moved a muscle. So he swallowed his pride and nodded his head in grudging acceptance of the terms. It was then that the room's door burst open as a small figure ran into the room. It was a small white-haired girl with pale skin and red eyes that had a horn sticking out of the right side of her forehead. She was barefoot and wore an old hospital gown and had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Stain and Kana looked surprised. Chrono and Mimic were annoyed and Shigaraki was furious at this interruption. The girl ran at the spot Deku was sitting and grabbed into his arm. Please help me. Save me. The little girl pleaded as she looked at Deku with terrified, pleading eyes. The sight of the girl's frightened face, as she clutched his arms, her bandaged ones, trembling in fear and staring at the red eyes and imposing dark figure of his, was heart-wrenching for the young mastermind. She looked almost like what would have happened if Uraraka-san's or Toga-san's eyes were attached to a puppy, a small, trembling, frightened, abused puppy on the side of the dark cold streets of Kamino Ward. Oh, so not only weapons dealing but also human trafficking. Nice taste, Mr. Yakuza. Stain snarled as he gripped his katana tightly. Kana summoned her rifle and Shigaraki tried his hardest not to growl. He steeled himself as he replied calmly to the skeptical guests who were glaring at him. This is my daughter, she gets rebellious sometimes, it's normal. Shigaraki lied in such an obvious way that Deku prepared to murder Shigaraki and dropped the deal. Looking down at her, examining her face, the young mastermind then looked back at Shigaraki with narrowed eyes. This does not look like the face of a rebel, Shigaraki. She looks terrified. Deku replied with an ice-cold tone. Yes, because I just scolded her. Shigaraki explained, irritated. Oh, Deku knew that type of bullshit all right. He went to Fealdra, thank you so much. For misbehaving? I don't think girls just wrap bandages around their arms for fun, unless you're telling me it's all part of your scolding. Deku said, about to snap his fingers, and Shigaraki panicked at that. She's a bit clumsy and often falls down. Shigaraki said quickly in panic. That still doesn't explain why she would be this scared of you, Shigaraki-san. I've seen spoiled kids throwing tantrums, and trust me, they are usually screaming their lungs out, yelling about how much they are the best of the best and that they get what they want and swearing with their surprisingly rich vocabulary. This isn't some kid throwing a tantrum, Shigaraki-san. Deku said, his fingers twitching. Don't go comparing my kids to common spoiled brats, you just wouldn't understand. Responded Shigaraki, frustrated and terrified. Knowing that there was no way to make Shigaraki admit what he was doing, he had no choice but to play along. The young mastermind put his hand on the girl's head. You cursed diseased child. You are my property, Arie. You will never escape me. Your blood is all you are good for. You're nothing but a living weapon. Deku's eyes almost burst into tears as he saw the little girl's memories. This was evil. He saw and did many things in his Kara, but he is drawing a line here. Hey, let her go. Chrono tried to pull her, but one glare from the young mastermind made the white-robed man step back on instinct. Arie? Was it? Deku asked, putting his hand on top of Arie's head with a smile. This man's so warm. He is different. Arie thought. I am busy with your father now, but later I will bring my kids to play with you, and you will be very happy. I promise. Deku said gently. Arie, can you hear me? Don't talk, just think. Deku thought. Weiss, I can. Arie stuttered. Good, wait for a couple more days, and I will come save you. I promise. Deku cooed gently. Ah, really? Of course. Deku smiled, then scowled at Shigaraki. What are you doing to her? Deku asked sternly. He already saw, but now he gotta play along. Hearing this though, while the Yakuza boss's face stayed the same, the underworld future king could easily feel his anger and aggressiveness, and he was anticipating the fight between them. Humph. I swear, some people are just so DMN sensitive, it's pretty annoying. Shigaraki commented as he begun to remove his gloves under the table like he was somehow being secretive. Some kids are just so hard to understand. Frankly, it makes me so frustrated sometimes. Just then Arie noticed that Shigaraki was gonna attack, and Deku, who wasn't fazed in the slightest by the bird-masked man. That I could almost kill someone. Shigaraki drawled. Before Chizagaki's glove could be fully removed, Arie jumped out of Deku's reach and obediently ran to Shigaraki. Done with your little tantrum, I see. Shigaraki said, as Arie's face was sealed in an emotionless mask with her eyes empty. Arie? What are you? Deku asked in surprise, until he realized that Arie was trying to protect him from Shigaraki. The fact that such unspoken horrors were done to such a sweet and adorable little girl who was being described as a rebellious brat, despite it all being a lie, made the green-haired mastermind's blood boil madly. As the girl was taken away, Deku let out a sigh as he decided to keep his temper in check. Deku decided to get back on topic as he was left alone with Shigaraki, and the men looked uncomfortable to say the least, which was good. So where were we? Shigaraki asked quietly as he looked at his green-haired counterpart with hope. Deku hummed softly in thought before snapping his fingers as he pretended to remember. Oh, we were about to seal the agreement of our partnership deal, no? Deku asked as he extended his hand for a handshake. Stain and Nagant looked baffled for a second as they looked at their leader in disbelief, but decided not to speak to not ruin it for him. Shigaraki blinked for few seconds before he came out from his bafflement and nodded quickly with happiness. I believe we were. Shigaraki shook Deku's gloved hand with his own as the two agreed. So? The Nomus? Shigaraki asked hopefully. Get me the corpses from your morgue and I'll handle the rest. Deku assured with a casual wave. Shigaraki produced a black box from his coat as he offered it to Deku. This is a prototype of the perfected bullets, but it still needs some work. Shigaraki said as he slid the box across the table. Deku picked it up and examined the contents with a hum. Well, this should do. Pleasure doing business with you, Shigaraki-san. Deku said with a nod as he stood up and was about to leave with his bodyguards. As the green-haired mastermind was about to exit the room, he looked at Shigaraki over his shoulder. Tell Arie-chan I said hello. I will bring my own kids to play with her soon. Deku said with a smile. Will do. Shigaraki said awkwardly as he glanced at his men, who only shrugged helplessly. Deku sighed as he was cleaning the hand he used to shake Shigaraki's with a tissue filled with alcohol. Better kill all the germs that freak might transfer after all. So? How did it go, Deku? Melissa asked as she looked at Deku, who sighed in annoyance. Melissa, call the heroes and give them this info. As an unknown, of course. We are taking down the shy Hisaikai members and their leader. Deku explained as he handed the blonde scientist a notebook filled with info on all the members with their quirks and all. Melissa looked skeptical. What's in it for you to help the heroes like this? Kinda not your thing, Deku. Melissa admitted, and Deku sighed in annoyance. Sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and it works in here perfectly. So yeah, please give it to them. Deku said gently, and Melissa nodded. The blonde scientist wasn't sure, but if wanted it, then he gets it. So do I prepare for war? Melissa asked, and Deku nodded his head. That would be for the best. Deku smiled affectionately, and Melissa blushed furiously. The scientist got up about to leave, and Deku smiled at her even wider. Thank you, Melissa. I am happy you joined us. Deku said in appreciation, and Melissa's blush spread through all of her face. Don't mention it, Chief. Just doing my job. Melissa babbled as she exited the room quickly. Deku sighed in defeat as he thought of his next step. He could always storm into the Shy Hisakai base and kill everyone, but that would cause so much fuss. His best bet would be to wait and let the heroes do the heavy lifting while he gets Arie-chan out quickly, but it would take at least 2 days to put a raid in order. 2 days of suffering for the precious unicorn who deserves all hugs of the world. 2 days of that sick freak bleeding her dry and stitching her with his quirk. Oh, he is so taking it all right. It will be excellent addition to his ever-growing collection, which reminded him that he should visit the good doctor to acquire more quirks. He has been doing that for the past few weeks, and his collection grew from his personal 7 with the 5 sensei provided to 20. As he kept on his thoughts, Kurogiri, Magna, and Mahoro came into his office as he called them all to help him with something related to the soon-to-be part of the group. Hello, young sir. What did you call us here for? Kurogiri asked politely as he stood in attention like the 2 females by his sides. Deku sighed at that as he rubbed his temple in stress. Well, to sum up, Kurogiri and Magna, I need you to prepare a room for a 5-year-old girl, and it should be ready by 2 days. Mahoro-chan, I would like you to pick some clothes since you are the same age and all. Deku explained with another frustrated sigh. As you wish, young sir. Kurogiri bowed. Sure thing, we will get to work now. Magna said. Another girl on the club? Heck yeah. Mahoro pumped her fist in the air in celebration as she bolted to her room. Deku chuckled at the girl's enthusiasm, and the 2 adults bowed before exiting themselves. He thought of something as he sit in his office, a memory she thought of. A blonde boy in a costume let Chizaki take her even when she was in his reach to save. Heroes were disgusting. Hold on, Arie, you are going to be fine. Selena Gomez. Hello, is this the U.A group chat? The brain, and who might you be? I spy. Yes, who are you? Neednap, and how the hell did you hack into our systems? Selena Gomez, irrelevant. Super Punch, who do you happen to be? Selena Gomez, someone who hates a specific villain organization that happens to do despicable human experiments that makes me sick. The brain, please. Continue. Neednap, we are listening intently. Very intently. I spy, and this organization is? Super Punch, how do we trust you? Selena Gomez, you can't, but that only matters if you are hesitating in taking the risk to save an abused child. Super Punch, I am all I. Neednap, if it's an abused child then it's personal. The brain, and those unpleasant people are? Selena Gomez, Shy Hisakai. I spy, you have any proof on them? Neednap, yes, we can't do a thing if we don't have evidence. Super Punch, do you have any proof? Selena Gomez, too much. Neednap, I am afraid of asking. The brain, well, that's great, we will have a team storming in sometime this week. Selena Gomez, get me an exact time so I could run for the hills, no need to be caught in that mess. I spy, 2 days tops. Super Punch, we will see about that. Selena Gomez, hope you are true to your word. Magnificent. In just 2 days you turned what we were going to burn away into supreme soldiers. Chizaki exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the 10 tanks filled out with Nomus. Deku nodded his head. Yes, I always deliver, Chizaki-san. Always, but how are the perfected bullets coming? I am willing to fund, but you gotta prove it to me that you can make more. I don't like wasting money like that. Knowing that the entire facility was gonna be overrun with heroes, whatever answer he comes up with wouldn't matter, and although he really wants to wear out the man's patience, he knows that telling him exactly what he wants to hear would distract him much more in contrast to pissing him off. Chizaki turned to Deku and nodded his head. Yes, of course, we have been successful at making the perfected bullets karma. And we are more than willing to with you. While the meeting was going on, Arie lied in bed, as despite being given a nice room, a warm bed, and tons of candy and toys, everything around her still felt soulless and empty. She hid her arm, where she remembered feeling the kind stranger's warm hand. It was a feeling she had never felt before. All this time, people come in, wearing smiles like masks. That man, whose face she was unable to fully see, seemed to radiate the most genuine and loving smile she had ever felt. But it was useless. She knew that as long as Shigaraki was there, she would never escape. She turned her face into the cold pillow, thinking about that kind boy, and how it was going to be the last time she was going to see of him, and she sobbed. "Hey, don't cry, Arie-chan. It'll be all right." A mysterious voice was heard. "Yeah, you're safe now. Follow us." Another mysterious voice said. That's what most of Arie's visitors say to her, before sticking a needle into her arm or cutting off a piece of her skin. She clutched her pillow, knowing that whoever was there, they meant no good. She would have thrashed and yelled and cried, but she has learned that doing so would only lead to her captors dropping their kind demeanor to slap her quiet. Knowing what was to come, it only made her sob louder. Until she felt a pair of hands the same size as hers gently pull her out of her bed. As she opened her eyes, she saw two kids her age with the most reassuring smiles she ever saw. "Hello there, Arie-chan. Father sent us to pick you up. Time to go home," the boy said, extending his hand to her. "Yeah, come on. This room is like a torture chamber in some creepy horror movie," the girl with a pink dress said, grabbing her other hand and walking her out of the room. She was scared but followed anyways. As the two walked her through the halls, she noticed that it was awfully quiet today. She wondered why. Outside the building, where several of the gang guards were perched, they noticed several police cruisers pulling into the driveway, and legions of policemen flooded out of said car. Seeing this, Chronostasis, Shigaki's head advisor, ran to inform his boss. While that was happening, the pro-heroes had also arrived on scene. Several big-name heroes were already at the door, such as Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Night Eye, and many more. "Shigaraki, we have a problem. The heroes, they are at our door," yelled Chronostasis. "Besides me and Mimic, all the right bullets are gone." "What?" Shigaraki yelled back. "How is this possible? The heroes were never this bold before." Then it hit him as he turned to Deku, who gave him a smile. "I suggest you run, unless you rather fight an entire army of heroes. And shouldn't you try to evacuate your daughter?" Deku asked cheerfully. Hearing this made Shigaraki even madder, not because of Izuku's attitude, but because he knows that the kid was right. They aren't prepared for a hero attack of this magnitude. Even if he kills this bastard, he won't have time to evacuate Arie. "I believe this the moment we start fighting? Because I have been waiting for this, but then again I have a far better opponent for you," Deku said cheerfully, and just then someone popped out of the dude wall and punched Shigaraki straight in the face and sending him flying into the Noma room and out of it. In the same time as he backhanded Chrono, sending him back. "Who do you happen to be?" Mirio said, looking at Deku, who smiled brightly. "The one who gave you the info. Now go deal with that trash of a man before he runs," Deku urged, and Lemillion begrudgingly did so. Shigaraki stood up after the punch and glared at the charging boy hatefully, who leveled him with a cold glare of his own. Letting out an annoyed grunt, Shigaraki placed his hand on the floor as the tiles shattered like glass, before reforming into spikes, covering the entire battlefield. Mirio was unharmed, luckily. "Do you have no regard for your own child? How could you monster do the things you did to her?" Mirio yelled. "I have no child," Shigaraki coldly replied. "Besides, it doesn't matter whether I destroy her or not, I can just rebuild her with my quirk." Hearing the sheer lack of care coming from Shigaraki made Mirio's blood boil. But what the two did not know was that it did so even more to Deku, who sent a glare at Shigaraki as he watched. "Besides, it wouldn't be the first time I used it on her," Shigaraki added. That last line did it. The blonde boy charged at Shigaraki and went for a punch to the face. Shigaraki tried to block, but the first phased through and clocked the Yakuza boss in the face, sending him back. Just then, Chrono got back up, trying to fire at him, until his face was grabbed by a now gloveless hand of Deku, who grinned with mirth as the two others were occupied with their own battle. Chrono tried to pull back but Deku had a firm grip on him as he took his quirk, the energy from Chrono pouring into the hole in Deku's palm who seemed thrilled. Don't waste it, no one resists all for one. Deku smirked and as he finished taking chronostasis he snapped the man's neck. Deku turned behind and covered his face just for a large blast of flames to cover him and engulf him entirely. The wall behind the green-haired mastermind was obliterated and melted to nothing. As the smoke cleared it revealed Deku looking at the new arrival with a scowl on his freckled face, his eyes narrowed and shining with mirth as he had a disgusted expression. Well, if it isn't the number one a-hole himself? It's such a displeasure seeing you here, Endeavor. Deku said mockingly as he spat the hero's name like it was poison in his tongue. Endeavor growled at the boy's insolence and disgust. Who was that villain brat to talk to him like this? Shut it, you insolent rascal. A lowly villain like you had no right to speak to me like that. Endeavor yelled in outrage. You are too careless, fancy but kid. Deku looked behind to see Mirko in the flesh in the middle of performing an uppercut kick to him, which was enough for the mastermind to cross his arm's end block but was sent flying backwards few meters. If I didn't have shock absorption that one would have been a close call. Deku thought to himself. You're tough kid but not tough enough. Mirko yelled as she jumped and charged at the future king with a grin on her face. Woman wait. Endeavor yelled but it was for naught. Reflex boost, muscle augmentation, shock absorption. Luna fall. Mirko shouted her super move as she threw an axe kick at Deku and smirked as the hit landed but her previous sense of victory vanished and was replaced with shock and confusion as the green-haired boy blocked her kick with his forearm without being damaged. The green-haired mastermind grinned sadistically as he gripped her leg with all his strength cracking her ankle and as she grunted in pain her threw her to a wall. Deku quickly leaned to the side as a small but surprisingly heavy projectile shot past him then moved to the side dodging another and another and another. The green-haired mastermind looked to see that Sir Night-Eye interrupted quickly his fight with the two with his signature seals. What the heck? Endeavor, Mirko and now Night-Eye. Is this some hero reunion? If I was my older self, I would have bawled my eyes out by now. Deku exclaimed as he jumped backwards and the air itself shifted. AFO, absorb for occupy, sense stimulated, reaction increased to 10% of full power stockpiled. The heroes tensed as dark energy started pouring out of the green-haired boy's eyes and his body got arcs of black lightning dancing around him. The green-haired boy blitzed past Sir in a second as he charged at Endeavor about to punch him but the man was fast enough to explode into flames forcing the future king to jump back. As he did so, he ducked his head avoiding a kick from Mirko as he backhanded her and shot her backwards. Endeavor shot a jet of flames but Deku easily avoided the attack and shot at Endeavor. The flame hero tried to dodge but was too slow as a fist struck him in the gut throwing him back and slamming him into a wall. Then he felt something's wrap around him. As he looked he saw Sun Eater and Kamui Woods using tentacles and wooden branches to restrain him so he couldn't move. Now, Nijire-chan and Ryukin. Sun Eater yelled through the intercom. The wall in front of Deku exploded as three figures burst through. Eraserhead jumped in with his hair floating. The man shot his scarf and binded Deku just as he felt his quirks leaving him. It was then that both Nijire-chan and Ryukyu prepared their attacks. In the corner of his eye Deku saw Endeavor also charging a flash fire fist. And then the attacks were unleashed on the trapped boy who couldn't move because of Eraserhead's scarf wrapped up around his upper body. Deku took the attacks point blank and was bodily thrown backwards just to be trapped in a large bubble of the sorts. Eraserhead kept his gaze on Deku the whole time to make sure he was secured. Target secured. Bubble Girl cheered loudly. It's over, brat. You no longer could run. It's time to face justice and you are not getting anywhere. This is the end. Endeavor said with a smirk. Are you sure about that? How long could Eraser keep this up? 1 minute? 2? Nah, that's generous. I give him 44 seconds. Deku said cheerfully and the look of shock on the Erasure hero's face was obvious at his weakness being exposed so quickly. Deku grinned at everyone but no one could see it through his mask. And even if you managed to keep me contained it would be only the end. If I was alone that is. Deku said with an unhinged grin startling everyone. Then both Bubble Girl and Mirko were tossed out between the walls like they were trampolines until they were shot through a hole in the ceiling. The hell? Endeavor yelled in surprise. Sorry, but I couldn't stand ladies in the battlefield, so I invited them out. Gentle said with a flourish. Gah! Sun Eater was blasted by Nijire-chan's wave motion into a wall. Nijire-chan, why? Sun Eater asked until he saw her neck wrapped in bandages by a boy in a full purple suit, a high-tech mouth mask, and has bandages similar to Eraserhead. Nijire-chan seemed somehow under his control as she pointed her hand at herself. The boy also had Kamui Woods trapped inside his scarf. I don't like blood, but if you move I'll make her blow her own head off, understood? Shinso said, and both those that trapped Deku were trapped. The irony. What the FNG hell is going on? Endeavor yelled as he dodged knife from the hero killer himself, who looked annoyed. A bunch of heroes ganging up on one kid? Disgusting. Stain snarled. By the side, Lemillion and Overhaul still had their long battle that seemed to be stale late as neither of them knew how to land a finishing blow on the other. Team B. Do you copy? Where are the reinforcements? Ryukyu called through the intercom system. Shout all you want. No one could hear you. La Brava cheered while she took shots of Gentle for the next video. On the outside of the base, the police were trying to force their way through the entrance but were stopped by the relentless blasts of water from Kota's Nomo form. I won't let a single one pass through. Deku stood up as he looked at the downed heroes and smirked. Bullets shot out of a hole in wall and Endeavor barely dodged them as Nagant exited from it with a frown. He dodged my sneak attack. Guess he has the power to back up his position. Kane amused. Wow, how boring. Everyone looked at one of the exits of the huge room where they were fighting to see the three kids passing by. I can't believe Deku-san told us to walk through an entire base to find Arie-chan the fight 6 Yakuza members. So gross, let's go home, new sister. Mahoro pouted. Not yet, big sis. The mission is yet to be over. Katsuma said nervously as the two walked in the front, and behind them Arie was following, terrified of what was happening. Shizaki saw Arie and charged at them quickly without hesitation. Give me back my Arie. The Yakuza boss yelled as he held his hands to attack. Mirio's eyes widened in horror as he watched Shizaki ignore him and run at the kids. Kids, run! Mirio yelled, but it wasn't necessary. Shizaki's world spun as the back of his head was slammed to the ground from the namufied child's lariat. Katsuma Shigaraki, 3rd generation gnome. Quirks, cell activation O, muscle augmentation, energy saver, shock absorption, super regeneration. You are next. Mahoro said as Sludge started coming out of her skin and giving her a new appearance as a monster materialized behind her. As everyone, even those in Team Terror, gaped, Deku just chuckled in pride at his masterpieces. Mirio dodged the beast but felt no force behind the attacks, and it had no shadow of its own. An illusion? Mirio thought to himself, just be hit into a wall with one of the monster's claws. They might be illusions, but I can make them solid if I want. The girl grinned in triumph. Mahoro Shigaraki, 3rd generation gnome. Quirks, hologram, light manipulation, gas manipulation, super regeneration, physical boosters. Deku watched the chaos around him unfold as his team ganged up on the remaining heroes and sighed before walking to Arie, who looked around her with fear and confusion. As he walked, he passed by Chizaki, so he used his quirk to create a dark blade to cut off his arms. Why? You have planned for this all along? Chizaki said in disbelief as he was stuck on the ground, armless and bleeding. Yes, in fact I'd say. Deku placed his hand on Chizaki's face to take overhaul from. How you do your business disgusts me. You should build the power with your own hands, you know. Deku said as he was absorbing the energy from the downed Yakuza. How many do you think have been sacrificed on the path to the power you got? Deku asked as he dropped the BSRD. Actually, we could have cooperate well if your method of experiment went another way. Deku mused as he kicked the man in the face. I do agree with your notion, though. Deku said cheerfully as he pulled out the black box with the perfected bullets in them. As Deku turned his back on the previous Yakuza, he reveled in the cries of pain, despair, and sorrow. Karma caught up to you, overhaul. Deku called out cheerfully and Shigaraki screamed even more. The bombs are set and will go off in 10 minutes, Chief. Melissa called out from the earpiece. Arie-chan. Deku called out gently. Arie perked and ran at the kneeling Deku, who embraced her with love and kindness. I said I will come back for you, didn't I? Deku asked gently, and he felt the crying girl nod her head. Karma! Mirio yelled as he appeared in front of the two. Arie turned her head to look at the person, and she glared at the boy who let Overhaul take her away. Let her go! Mirio yelled as he charged at them. Stop! Arie yelled, and Mirio stopped dead on his tracks with a look of confusion on his face, and Deku picked up the girl and brought her to his chest. Said girl hugged him like a lifeline. This man. He promised to save and he did. He did not let me go. Don't hurt him. He is my hero. Arie cried out, and Deku smirked at the horrified blonde. Heartbreaking, isn't it? Deku asked. A little girl seeing a villain like me as her hero, what has the world came into? Deku asked as he snapped his fingers. All the notion around stopped, and the members of Team Terror started being covered with dark mud as they were teleporting away. Deku's last words will haunt the blonde boy for the rest of his life. If you can't save a little girl in front of you, then don't disgrace the name of hero by calling yourself one. Deku shouted before disappearing. Lemillion looked down and stopped moving as everything around him seemed to fade out. He failed. The heroes failed, and to villains no less that came to save the girl. Villains did better than them. The blonde fell to his knees and cried silently. I'm sorry, Arie-chan. He sobbed. The place started to detonate, and as he was dragged away, he could only think of Karma's last words. I am really pathetic. Mirio sobbed. Deku watched the chaos around him unfold as his team ganged up on the remaining heroes and sighed before walking to Arie, who looked around her with fear and confusion. As he walked, he passed by Shigaraki, so he used his quirk, Living Parasite, to create a dark blade around his arm to cut off his own, and they flew in the air before dropping beside him. Why? You have planned for this all along? Shigaraki said in disbelief as he was stuck on the ground, armless and bleeding profusely. Yes, in fact I'd say. Deku placed his hand on Shigaraki's face to take Overhaul from him, and the man started struggling. How you do your business disgusts me. You should build the power with your own hands, you know. That's what I did, and you on the other hand worked on other people's hard work. Disgusting. Deku said as he was absorbing the energy from the downed Yakuza boss who was trying his hardest to break free, but no avail. How many do you think have been sacrificed on the path to the power you got? Deku asked as he dropped the beasties to the ground, earning a grunt of pain him. And here I thought we could cooperate. Shigaraki grunted in pain. Actually, we could have cooperate well if your method of experiment went another way. Deku mused as he kicked the man in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. I do agree with your notion, though. Deku said cheerfully as he pulled out the black box with the perfected bullets in them. I'll carry on your will then. I hope you will like the work I will create. If you survived long enough to see, that is. As Deku turned his back on the previous Yakuza boss, he reveled in the cries of pain, despair and sorrow of said man. It felt good to hear. Karma caught up to you, Overhaul. Deku called out cheerfully, and Shigaraki screamed even more at that, his screams turning from pained to hysterical. The bombs are set and will go off in 10 minutes, Chief. Better get the target and leave. Melissa called out from the earpiece. Roger that, shield midden, we will be out in a minute, everyone ready for the warp. Deku said through the earpiece. Yes, sir. Everyone said in unison. Deku walked to Arie, who was looking through the side of the door in worry and fear. It broke the white-haired mastermind's heart. Arie-chan. Deku called out gently as he knelt down to her level. Arie perked and ran at the kneeling Deku, who embraced her with love and kindness. I said I will come back for you, didn't I? Deku asked gently, and he felt the crying girl nod her head. Karma! Mirio yelled as he appeared in front of the two. Arie turned her head to look at the person, and she glared at the boy who let Overhaul take her away carelessly and even smiled at her. Let her go! Mirio yelled as he charged at them, about to punch Deku in the face. Stop! Arie yelled, and Mirio stopped dead on his tracks with a look of confusion on his face, and Deku picked up the girl and brought her to his chest. Said girl hugged him like a lifeline, and This man. He promised to save and he did. He did not let me go. Don't hurt him. Despite his carry looks and violent nature, he is a good person. So don't you dare hurt him. He is my hero. Arie cried out with tears in her ruby eyes, and Deku smirked sadistically at the horrified blonde's expression of anguish and torment. Heartbreaking, isn't it? Deku asked as he rubbed the girl's back soothingly. A little girl seeing a villain like me as her hero, what has the world came into? Deku asked as he snapped his fingers. All the notion around stopped and the members of Team Terror started being covered with dark mud as they were teleporting away. Deku's last words will haunt the blonde boy for the rest of his life. If you can't save a little girl in front of you, then don't disgrace the name of hero by calling yourself one. Deku shouted before disappearing. Arie braced herself as the mud enveloped her, but she wasn't scared because Nice Mr. will protect her. As the two were warped away, they entered into a new room with all the nice people that helped Nice Mr. save her. The second she felt the warmth in the air that contrasted the cold, soulless feeling of her old bedroom, Arie felt herself at ease. As she saw some people of different outfits, opposing the similar uniforms everyone she met made her relax. They were sitting by what seemed to be a couches in the very big living room and drinking, although she didn't really know what they were drinking. As Nice Mr. walked past some of these characters, one of them, a young blonde girl, got up, running to Nice along with another girl with brown hair cut in a bob. They both looked worried. Like very, very worried. She wondered why. Oh my gosh. Deku-kun, are you okay? What happened to your suit? Why do you have those nasty burns? Why do you look disheveled like this? Are you hurt? The blonde girl fussed over Nice Mr. worried. And Arie understood. Nice Mr. looks really hurt, and she felt bad for getting him hurt because of her. Because he risked himself to save her from Overhaul's clothes. What she said? What happened, Deku-sama? You said it will be a quick pick and leave mission. How did you get this roughed up? Who could get you this roughed up? Will you be okay? The brunette girl kept fussing along, and Nice Mr. looked overwhelmed by the two overly worried girls. Arie shuffled slightly in Nice Mr.'s embrace, and the two girls seemed to notice her, and they brightened up instantly. Their gazes were warm. Oh my god. She's so cute. The girl with buns squealed energetically, looking at her with a loving gaze. It made Arie feel warm, but she was too scared to speak up. OMG, OMG, OMG. She is just adorable. The brunette girl squealed happily, looking over Arie with an amazed expression. It felt very nice. Easy now, Toga-san and Uraraka-san. She just arrived. I think it's best if we took this a little slower. After all, wouldn't want to overwhelm our newest member like this. Nice Mr. said, pushing them back a little bit. But they didn't seem to mind. You're right, Deku-sama. We apologize. It's just that she is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. The girl with a bob said sheepishly as she looked at Arie apologetically. Her eyes were warm like Nice Mr. Nice Mr. walked through the big room, and Arie noticed everyone looking at her, but their gazes were kind, some curious and some worried, but none of them were hostile. She felt safe, probably because Nice Mr. is still holding her in his arms, which was super nice actually. She felt warm and she felt safe. The two girls followed him and looked at the little girl with hearts in their eyes. They seemed to like her. Nice Mr. walked to a couch and placed her down and was followed by the two nice girls, another blonde miss with glasses and Mahoro-chan, who helped save her. All of them smiling at her warmly. Arie-chan, you are safe now from Chizaki. He will never hurt you again. I promise. So what would you absolutely adorable princess like to do first? Take a bath with the girls and change your clothes, or eat first? You are free to choose. Nice Mr. said with a blinding. What are you doing with your face, Nice Mr.? Arie asked, pointing to Nice Mr.'s face. He looked confused before asking her gently. You mean? Smiling? Nice Mr. asked, what worried and slightly horrified. Arie nodded her head. Yes, I want to do that too, but I don't know how. Arie looked down. Arie felt the mood change and Nice Mr. in a breath and hugged her tightly. You will learn, Arie-chan, I promise. Nice Mr. said. Nice Mr., you never gave me your name. Arie said in disappointed tone. Nice Mr. looked at Arie surprised, and the girls behind him gasped in surprise and shock. How could you forget that, Deku-kun? Blonde Miss asked in shock. Come on, tell her, Deku-sama. Miss Brunette said with a pout. Forgive me, my dear. My name is Deku Shigaraki. And you are in my home now. Sorry for not telling you earlier. Mr. Deku said with a big smile. His smiles were warm. I want to change, I hate this clothes. Chizaki gave them to me. Arie said, and Mr. Deku nodded his head in understanding. Of course, Arie-chan, go with the girls and get better clothes. Ones you actually like. Mr. Deku said gently as he picked up Arie and gave her to the tall blonde miss. Hello, Arie-chan. My name is Melissa Shield. Call me Melissa. And don't worry. Melissa said, holding Arie in her arms. We will make sure you look great. Mahoro-chan exclaimed as the girls rushed to the bathing part of the hideout. Come on, little one. Miss Purple said, patting her head, and Arie left with the girls to bath and change her disgusting clothes to better ones. As the girls left, Deku let out a long-suffering sigh filled with despair. Oh my god. The white-haired mastermind groaned as he buried his face in his hands and started mumbling curses at Chizaki and wishing him the worst time in Tartarus. Okay, boss, time for answers. Who's that kid and why does she look like she was an abused child that lived in a lab as a FING experiment rat? Mustard was the first to speak, being the resident curious conspiracy theorist of the League of Villains. He looked too startled and disturbed, which was fair, honestly. The rest looked as worried and slightly disturbed by how messed up, terrified and sheltered she looked. Even those in Team Terror didn't know the details. Deku gave everyone a look that said, you don't want to know but I'm telling anyways, as he started the tale of what he saw through the girls' memories, which was just a part of the whole thing, and let's say that the guys wanted to vomit at the end of the tale. Even Stain, who saw his fair share of gruesome sights, seemed disgusted. Holy shit. That's evil. Twice yelled, so shocked his two personalities agreed on it instantly. What the f dash dot? Kota uttered in disbelief with his eyes wide in horror. Katsuma was so shocked he couldn't say a word. And they called us evil. Tomura screeched while scratching his neck furiously. In the distance, Deku saw the mist on Kurogiri's form vibrating, an obvious sign that he was livid, which Deku agreed with wholeheartedly. Boss, I respect you, but if you ever do that type of shit to a kid, I'm burning you to the point you can't heal yourself and throw away your ashes. Dabi said flatly, and Deku nodded in agreement. I would be very proud, Dabi-kun. I might be the underworld future king, but I have morals and standards, and I'm drawing a line here. Deku said, tired as he pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled. Tomura looked at his brother. So you killed that a-hole and took his quirk? The resident gamer asked, and Deku grinned. Oh, definitely. It will be very useful in the long run, but I ripped his arms and let him be taken to Tartarus. In fact, I wonder how it fused with my quirk. Deku mused to himself, and Quirk, understanding, started speaking. Overhaul is an emitter-type quirk that allows the user to reconstruct any matter they touch as they please. It was first held by Kai Chizaki aka Overhaul before it was stolen by Deku Shigaraki aka the Villain Emperor, Karma, by using Absorb for Occupy. The quirk has fully fused with the core of Absorb for Occupy and now can easily reconstruct the bodies of people, and without the excruciating pains that used to be caused by the previous user or the need to rip the person apart to put them back together. Deku whistled at that. Maybe he should get that one quirk Sensei and Doctor told him about called Diagnosis. It would make him able to heal anyone with a touch of his hand. It would be excellent addition for the League to have an instant healer. Young MSTU, I wish to remind you that we still have the esteemed guests in the basement. So you might want to greet them now. No need to keep them waiting after all. Kurogiri reminded about the prisoners, and Deku nodded. Oh right, we don't want to keep the good folks that worked right under overprick waiting. No need to keep them waiting like that. Deku said with a dark smile as he got up from the couch and stretched a little. The rest knew exactly what he was going to do and felt a shiver run down their spines. The white-haired mastermind grinned as he walked into the basement to find the beaten-down 8 perceps, or 7 now that Chronostasis is dead. Oh wait, Tabe and Didoro are dead too, so that's 2 less members. They were 5 now. Not that it mattered to him much anyways. Shin seemed to be the first to see Deku entering the basement prison as he growled with a cold glare. What have you done to Overhaul? Where is our boss? Shin yelled in outrage as he glared daggers at Deku, who smiled in amusement and mirthful satisfaction. Oh, poor you. I can answer that. The BSTRD is being scooted with a police convoy to Tartarus as we speak. Armless and humiliated. And he is the least of your worries, honestly. Deku said casually as he walked to the man and placed his now ungloved hand on the man's face and gripped tightly to make sure he wouldn't be interrupted. As Deku started taking his quirk, Shin yelled in absolute agony and flailed around, but he was too well tied up to move much. As Deku finished, he glared at the man. When you get to hell, say hi to Muscular for me. The white-haired boy said darkly as he slapped him in the face, making him explode in a shower of blood covering the mastermind, his other mates. Confession is an emitter-type quirk first held by Shin Nemoto, then was stolen by Deku Shigaraki. The quirk allows the user to force his victim to answer with the truth after asking them a question. After fusing with Absorb for Occupy, it now could work on multiple targets in the same time. Deku smirked at that and at the expression of the Yakuza members. The rest looked in disbelief and horror as they saw their own leader's quirk in action by this boy. The legendary quirk thief. Tengai uttered in shock as he gave Deku a terrified pleading look, pleading for mercy. Deku smirked in triumph as he grabbed Hekiji's face next and took his quirk, and boy did that not make him feel amazing. After taking the quirk, Deku gave the man the same fate as his friend. Barrier is an emitter-type quirk that was first held by Hekiji Tengai, then stolen by Deku Shigaraki using Absorb for Occupy. Barrier allows the user to materialize an extremely durable dome-shaped force field around themselves. The strength of the force field has been compared to that of a steel wall, but in fact it is harder than diamonds. This quirk can be projected at a range of the user's choosing, with said user themselves at the center. It is confirmed that the size affects the durability of the quirk. After fusing with Absorb for Occupy, said problem is no more. Despite being very sturdy, the barrier can be broken if an extreme amount of power is used against it. Also, if the user become too weakened or injured, they become unable to summon more barriers. Deku turned to Hojo and raised a brow at him. Well, I guess you are next. Deku said casually, ignoring the pleas for mercy. Hypocrites, calling quirks a disease while you're attached to you owns so much. Deku shook his head as he blew He-Man apart with a touch. Crystallize is an emitter-type quirk that was first held by Hojo, then was stolen by Deku Shigaraki using Absorb for Occupy. Quirk grants the user the ability to produce sharp, durable crystals from their skin. This power is effective for both close-ranged offense and defense. The user can grow their crystals into a sword around their arms. After fusing with Absorb for Occupy, the user now can shoot the crystals from their palms like bullets. The range of the shots is 50 meters. Deku decided that the big guy was next since he was that scumbag Chizaki's manager. Placing his now hand that crackled with black lightning, Deku grinned, and the man flailed in agony and screamed bloody murder as he felt his quirk being ripped apart from him. Then when it was done, Deku beheaded him instantly with his dark blade. Deku turned to the other two and took their quirks in the same time before blowing them to bloody juice on himself, the walls and ground. Mimicry is an emitter-type quirk first held by Joy Irinaka, then was stolen by Deku Shigaraki using Absorb for Occupy. Quirk allows the user to merge their body and mind into an object, granting them full control over the object as if it were their own body. The user can only use this power on objects the size of a refrigerator or smaller. Larceny is an emitter-type quirk first held by Tuya Setsuno, then was stolen by Deku Shigaraki using Absorb for Occupy. Quirk allows the user to instantly relocate an object from someone else's possession to their own hands. They need to be able to see the target, and there is a limit to size of what can be stolen. After fusing with Absorb for Occupy, the quirk Larceny can be used to steal things the size of a large bag, with the weight limit being 10 kilograms. Deku looked at the big guy who was left last and raised a skeptical brow as the man seemed fearless, like he was prepared for whatever Deku could throw at him. Deku respected that, and for it alone he will set him free when he is done. So he started the process of quirk transferring, and Rappa stayed silent as he clenched his teeth. Strong Arm is a mutation-type quirk that was first held by Kendo Rappa, then was stolen by Deku Shigaraki. Quirk allows the user to rotate their shoulders at extreme speeds, allowing them to attack their targets with a near-endless barrage of bullet punches. The quirk can only stay active for a few seconds at a time, but this is all the time needed to wear down most opponents. After fusing with Absorb for Occupy, the quirk's strong arm can be active for 10 seconds before being deactivated. With that, the white-haired mastermind snapped his fingers, teleporting the strong-armed man to some local bar. Deku looked at the leftovers of the Yakuza members and scoffed. "Karma caught up to you, BS so this." The white-haired mastermind whispered into the empty space. It was then that Toga came down and opened the door to speak with a bright smile on her face. "Hey Deku-kun. Dinner is ready if you..." The blonde vampire trailed off as she looked at the now bloodied Deku, who was glaring at the beheaded man disgust. And her face heated up beyond description at the sight. It was hot and he looked just dreamy and cool and cute and Toga stared at him like he just descended from the heavens, introduced himself as a god of blood and proposed to her while offering her half of his godhood. Deku has just noticed her and seems to come back to his senses as he looked around at the mess he created before looking at Toga sheepishly. "I need a bath, I think," was all he could say as he passed by the blonde girl, who looked at him in awe, attraction and absolute lust. Deku sighed as he finished showering and dressing up as he thought how coldly he killed those guys. To be fair, he felt a bit guilty about that, but what could he do? As he walked to the dining room, which was as big as a cafeteria, someone came running at him quickly and jumped into his chest. Arie has jumped into his embrace. No way in hell he was passing the offer. He hugged her tightly before he put her down and looked her up and down with a bright smile. Deku felt any guilt he had over killing the Chizaki followers evaporate instantly at seeing that they in fact tortured this angel. Actually, he might revive them before it's too late to and kill them. "Mr. Deku? Can I sit in your lap?" Arie asked hopefully, and Deku has completely forgotten what the hell was he thinking about as he picked the little unicorn and went to sit in one of the tables with his other kids, Uraraka-san, Toga-san and Melissa. "Do I look nice in my dress, Mr. Deku?" Arie asked innocently. Deku was on the verge of crying at the sheer adorableness Arie was letting out. She was just too good for this world. "Princess, you look amazing," Deku assured as everyone started eating their dinner and chatting happily together. "So whatever happened to that anyways?" Kota asked as he drank some milk. Mr. Deku cut his arms, said some stuff I couldn't hear but made him scream loudly. Arie answered. Deku gave her a horrified look. "You saw that?" Deku asked in shock and she nodded. "Yes, but I still think you are my hero." "You are a nice person, Mr. Deku," Arie said, and Deku patted her head gently. "The U.A Council. The brain. I believe that this raid was an absolute disaster, I'm afraid." Super Punch. "Yes, we were played into karma's trap like idiots. It's truly shameful." Neednap. "The kid is smart, he has a wild team like Special Operations Military and is MST our strategist. A spy. He was also capable of fighting me, Mirko and Endeavor on equal grounds for a good chunk of time. It seems his body is heavily modified even without his quirk." The brain. "Modified, you say?" Ninip. "How do?" Super Punch. "I have a bad feeling about this." I Spy. "He could take a flash fire fist from Endeavor and a full-powered kick from Mirko and not seem phased, and he was fast enough to dodge my seals." Neednap. "Then he is a combat expert and a very well-trained one too. Someone like that with enhancement abilities are easily S-rank villains." I Spy. "Yes, and he unfortunately played us to raid the base so he could sneak his team, take out the main members and take the child." Neednap. "It was well thought of and calculated. He knew exactly what we would do and our weaknesses. The only thing that threw him off was Endeavor doing teamwork." Super Punch. "And boy, what a fight that was." The brain. "Then to sum up, we were played like chess pieces by a 15-year-old boy and did exactly what he wanted, and he had enough power to keep multiple top and skilled heroes at bay and a team of precise and organized members to bring down the shy Hisaikai down." I Spy. "Much to my regrets, yes." Neednap. "What wouldn't I give to have that boy in my classroom? Such a waste of amazing potential." The brain. "What wouldn't I give to have him as my successful?" I Spy. I would give half of my merch collection and all of my money to have him as a member in my agency. Super Punch. Indeed, such a waste. The war with the commission would have been easier if he was on our ranks. I Spy. Karma also broke Mirio. Neednap. Identity. The brain. Yes, I am very fond of young Togata. Do elaborate. I Spy. Mirio met Arie, but under my orders he didn't start a fight with Overhaul to save her in a crowded area to not get people hurt. The brain. Very understandable indeed. Neednap. Very logical. I approve. I Spy. Yes, but unfortunately when Karma picked her up and Mirio tried to attack him, she yelled at Mirio, telling him that he abandoned her and that he shouldn't hurt her hero. It broke him to no end. And Karma added salt to the wound, saying that if he couldn't save a little girl then he shouldn't call himself a hero. Super Punch. Oh no. The brain. Oh dear. Neednap. Sheet. That must have been like a stab to the heart. Super Punch. I can stop by your agency by coincidence and decide to give him a pep talk. I Spy. That would be very valuable, generous and appreciated. All Might. Thank you. The brain. Good idea, Toshinori. Proceed. Neednap. Yeah, hate to admit it but you're the best at this stuff. Go get him a pickup talk. I Spy. I still can't believe Karma kidnapped a little girl. Super Punch. Don't remind me, should have been there myself. PRB Dmed. The brain. I don't think she was kidnapped, I think Karma in fact saved the girl. I Spy? Super Punch? Neednap. What do you mean? The brain. Well, one of the interrogated Yakuza said that our white-haired nemesis was gonna make a deal. I think he was actually teaming up with the shy Hisaikai, but when he discovered the atrocities done to young Arie, he decided to rescue her himself. Neednap. You really think that? I Spy. Well, he keeps speaking about corrupt heroes, so it's safe to say he might have been a fan once in his life but discovered the dirt of the commission, so he decided to clean it up, but he got a distrust to heroes, so he went villainy instead. Neednap. Sheet and the treatment as Quirkless helped too in that. Super Punch. Oh no. We should maybe reason with him? The brain. We could try but no guarantee he would listen. I Spy. Worth a shot if no more heroes will be killed even if they had it coming. Neednap. Alright, I'll ask Emi to get us some way to contact him. The brain. Thanks for the effort, Aizawa-kun. I Spy. Yes, appreciate it. Super Punch. Thanks, folded hands like Neednap. Just hate wasting potential, I hate so much. It has been 2 days since Arie was rescued from the 8 precepts of death, and since then, she has been residing at the hideout. While she's still getting used to the new environment, she has taken quite a liking to some of the League's members, including the kids, Nagant, Stain, Toga, Kurogiri, Tomura, Ochako, Melissa, Magna, Twice, Shinso, Gentle and La Brava, and most importantly, Deku was her favorite. As the girl was drinking a cup of milkshake at the counter, Izuku came into the bar. Good morning, Kurogiri, how's Arie doing today? Asked the leader as he put on his black vest of his suit preparing for today's activities. She's doing fine, replied Kurogiri. I mean, she still needs some time getting used to being in the League, but other than that, she's fine. I see. Deku replied as he sat next to Arie. Said girl smiled brightly at him. She can smile now. It truly made Deku truly happy, now she was truly saved. Good morning, Mr. Deku. Arie said happily. Good morning, Arie-chan. Deku replied, rubbing her head gently. So, how are things going in the... Before the white-haired mastermind could finish his sentence, however, she quickly backed off, keeping her distance. Weirded out by the little unicorn's behavior, the villain boss turned to the bartender with a questioning look. Kurogiri, what's wrong with her? Deku asked sternly. She's scared of hurting people with her quirk, young MSTR. Her quirk activated by mistake this morning and rewinded an apple to nothing. Replied Kurogiri with a sigh. She has made people disappear in the past. Not only that, but for a girl her age, she's ridiculously smart and rational too. So imagine how accidentally murdering all of those people in the past while having such a pure mind would affect a child. Kurogiri was right. The first kill is always the hardest one. To see someone's life disappear in front of you, and knowing you were the one who caused it, it can shatter anyone's innocence. Sure, he has done it so much that his morale was long gone, but he understands how painful it must be for Arie, especially given her age. He can still recall the nauseating feeling he got when he stabbed first killed, the feeling of blades entering the hero's flesh, the screams in pain, and worst of all, the despicable pleasure. If him doing such a thing could lead to passing out for 2 hours, he can't bear to imagine the impact it's having on her psyche. Turning back to Arie, now sitting by the couch near the windowsill, peeking out to see the buildings in the distance, Izuku walked up to Arie, sitting beside her again, only for her to back off again. Seeing this, Deku's breathing felt funny. It was an emotion he hasn't felt in a while, and why it's coming back to him now was beyond him. Letting out a breath to calm his inner turmoil, he let his parental instincts take the wheel for this one. It's fine. Deku started gently, taking out a knife and cutting himself, only for the wound to heal almost immediately. You can't hurt me, not even I can hurt me, you can trust me. Seeing this, Arie turned around hesitantly, facing him. Please tell us what's wrong? Asked Deku with the kindest voice he had. Looking down at her hand, she formed a fist, as her arms started to tremble. I hurt so many people with my powers. They told me I was dangerous, that I was unwanted. You told me I wasn't unwanted, that all of you really do care for me, and I trust you, but... Arie muttered, looking at him with teary eyes. Will you still want me if I accidentally hurt any of you? What if I snap again and hurt someone? Please, I don't want to get thrown out, I'll be good, I swear. Dear God, what have they done to her? Rot in hell, you beasties, thought Deku in disgust and outrage. But it's okay, I'm happy here. I'm even smiling, see? Arie continued, smiling slightly but as much as she did before. Sorry, I think I might have forgotten how to smile well. Deku stayed silent at that for a bit as he stared at the little girl with a thoughtful look. Mr. Deku? Arie asked hesitantly. I see. Deku said quietly. The white-haired mastermind got up from the couch and picked up Arie in his arms. He walked towards Kurogiri and gave him a serious look. Take me to Sensei Kurogiri. Deku said with a frown. Kurogiri looked surprised at that. Young Mr. but dash. That wasn't a request, Kurogiri. Deku said sternly, and Kurogiri nodded hesitantly as he opened a warp gate that Deku stepped through. Arie and Deku found themselves in a sunny tropical island in the Caribbean as they were now far away from Japan. The white-haired mastermind and the little unicorn walked together, and Arie seemed to enjoy the weather of the island, which was good because he will be sending her with her siblings here often when he is going to do things that they were too young to be traumatized by as a supervillain. The two walked for a bit in the sand of the beach until they reached a spot that seemed like a picnic spot with an umbrella in the middle of the place, and on a seat was the over 200 years old supervillain whom ruled the underworld of villains since it started, dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts and drinking freaking lemonade like a retired businessman of the sorts. If Deku ever got the chance, he would send a pic to All Might in his deathbed as a one big fat middle finger to the symbol of hypocrisy. It would be glorious seeing the emotional agony he experiences when he is on the verge of death, knowing that his own goal was never accomplished to begin with. But that was a matter for another time, as Deku now was in a mission. As Hei got closer, they passed by the giant form of Gigantomachia, whose face brightened up instantly seeing his young lord in the flesh coming to visit them. Welcome here, young lord. Machia exclaimed loudly in booming, joyful voice. Arie looked more surprised than startled by the giant, which was good because he forgot about Machia when he brought her here. The voice of the giant made the 2-century-old man stand up and walk to his successor with a smile on his scarred face. He was actually genuinely surprised, since Deku only visits twice a month with Tomura and no more than that to focus on work, which is something the supervillain respected. Hello Deku, my boy, what is the reason for your sudden visit? Not that I'm complaining anyways. Raijin Shigaraki, formerly known as All for One, asked, intrigued as he walked to the younger white-haired mastermind. It was rare for Deku to break his usual schedules. Last time he came out of the blue was to introduce his new grandson young Kota, and to say that the third-generation Nomu process wasn't fascinating would be the biggest, most obvious lie Raijin ever made. Raijin liked the boy from first meeting. It was like a younger but surprisingly less childish Tomura. And the second time was also to introduce young Mahoro and young Katsuma to him. They were an adorable pair of kids and very endearing. His few-year scheme for grandkids is still on motion, but those will do for now. It was meaning that this time it's a new child and the villain really hoped it's a girl. Hello my boy, am I right to assume it's a new grandchild for me to spoil? Raijin asked, and Deku chuckled in amusement. You can say that, Arie-chan, this sensei, my teacher, mentor, predecessor and father figure. He can be like a grandfather to you. Deku said, nudging her to go say hi. Arie shuffled awkwardly for a bit before looking at the poorly scarred man and speaking. Hello sir, my name is Arie. Mr. Deku saved Lu from a group of bad yakuza. Arie introduced herself. The old villain frowned as he looked at his successor. When you said you wiped out an entire yakuza clan to save someone from being a lab rat? Raijin asked, and Deku sighed in exhaustion as he nodded. I see, I was told that you have a fascinating quirk, young Arie. The first and only Class 6 healing quirk. Raijin inquired, and Arie seemed uncomfortable. My quirk hurts people. It's as Chizaki told me bad. Arie said, and Deku patted her head. No quirk is bad, Arie-chan. You can use it to help people, in fact we are here to prove it to you. Deku smiled as he motioned to his teacher. Sensei had something called quirk notification, so when he touches you your quirk will stop, so use it on him. You can help him feel better. Deku said cheerfully. Arie looked surprised at that as she glanced at the probably surprised man. It was hard to read a faceless man. She thought about it for a bit. On one hand she could hurt him, but on the other she could help him, as Mr. Deku said, so they will give it a chance. Arie nodded her head at Deku and he motioned for her to go to his sensei. The previous supervillain looked at Deku for a bit, who nodded. So? You are my new granddaughter? I already met your siblings, so why don't we get to know each other? Raijin asked gently as he knelt down and spread his arms, inviting the little girl to a hug. He spoke like he used to speak to Tenko when he was her age, to comfort her. Arie nodded her head in acceptance. If he was like Mr. Deku, if he was his teacher, then he is a good person for sure. Arie hugged the 2-century-old man and her horns started glowing with glowing golden energy that covered them both. Deku watched in fascination as in less than a minute his sensei's face started reverting from its current state to what it used to be. The scar tissue reformed into smooth skin and a nose appeared, as well as eye sockets, and hair grew on the man's skull. The man was back to his prime in less than a minute by the little girl and her endlessly fascinating quirk. It was appealing to say the least. Raijin opened his closed his for the first time in years as he took on his surroundings. It was more appealing than what a sensory quirk offered you. The white-haired man looked at his successor as he picked up his adopted granddaughter and smiled as he took a deep breath of air. God, how he missed a full breath without support equipment. This is truly refreshing, my boy. I can see how you said that this quirk will be the greatest healing quirk in history. My previously unhealable injuries are gone like they never existed. The supervillain looked at Arie with a smile. See, young lady? You helped me. The man said cheerfully, and she beamed. Ah, really? Arie asked hopefully. Arie looked at him in confusion. I helped you? But I did not activate. Asked Arie in confusion and worry. Yes, my dear. Thank you for using your quirk on me. I'm feeling much better now. Raijin smiled warmly. And your longing to help me activated your quirk, which is natural with healing quirks. He explained. Looking at herself, she felt so weird. It was the first time her quirk has ever helped someone. It wasn't like before, it was different. It felt so heartwarming, so refreshing, it felt so good. Arie's doubts were replaced by confusion. Her quirk, the same one that was said to only cause harm, actually helped someone? The man looked so happy and relaxed too. Was it really her doing? You see, Arie? Asked Deku with a bright smile, patting her gently in the head. You are wanted. You have a very unique ability, one that can save many lives and make many people happy. If you can control this power, this man won't be the last person you make smile. They say you're dangerous? Ignore them. I'll make sure that they will beg for you to help them once you show them what you can really do with your powers. Deku said with a grin. He was happy this worked out and now his sensei can enjoy his retirement without coughing and staying on life support. Hearing this, Arie smiled brightly and looked at Deku from her new grandfather's arms. You mean it? asked Arie, tearing up with joy. Of course. You don't have to worry about hurting anyone anymore, Arie, because I will help you control your quirk. Izuku smiled at her, picking her up in his arms from taking her from the protesting ex-supervillain. Arie nodded her head vigorously at the offer. Yes, please. I want to help people with my power like you helped me, Mr. Deku. Arie said happily, and Deku nodded his head. Hey, Machia. Deku called out, and the giant perked up as HF looked at Deku with anticipation. Yes, young lord. Machia asked cheerfully. Why don't you get Arie on your back and take a tour around the island? My daughter could use some tourism. Deku smiled and Machia nodded vigorously. Yes, young lord. As you wish. Machia said as Deku placed Arie on his back with moving objects, then Machia took off with a squealing unicorn on his back. It was then that the two warped into the supervillain's villa to have a chat over some wine and a nice meal. So, are you planning to return to the business now that, and no offense, you don't look like a mushed potato for a face? Deku asked as he took a bite of his steak. The supervillain chuckled at that as he shook his head at the question in negative. Oh no, not at all. Raijin Shigaraki, known to everyone as All for One, the worst villain in the history of Japan, replies calmly without skipping a beat. I've spent 6 years on life support, with next to no chances of recovery. It's something that changes your perspective on life. 2 centuries of undisputed lordship over the Japanese underworld is enough. The world of villains needs some new perspective to evolve. Raijin said cheerfully as he sipped from his wine glass and enjoyed the flavor and savored it. He doesn't have to add that Deku was and still is his preferred successor. There was a reason why Raijin left him his money, contacts, and, although that one was slightly different and much more fascinating and powerful, his own very quirk, or at the very least a copy of it. Deku's collection of quirks is pathetically small when compared to Raijin's, and he can only keep 3 active at once. But Raijin was still proud and assured his successor that it would change. When Raijin was his age, he could only keep a single quirk active and he got it at 4. Deku could use 3 and it has been only 6 months, so Raijin was an enormously proud emissar and father right now, and he was proud of Tomura's quirk awakening too. These two were growing into fine villains, he approves. Plus, I am enjoying retirement. Hearing about how my dear successor and adopted son is running circles around heroes, how he is murdering and exposing commission lackeys and making the government look like the absolute buffoons they are is better and more satisfying than any scheme I ever did. Plus you are doing much better in leadership than me. Raijin said, amused and supremely proud. Deku blushed under the praise and smiled. Thanks, I had a very good teacher. And curriculum in villainy was enough to cover everything I needed, from how to gather money, info weapons, and even subordinates to my cause. So it's all thanks to you. Deku said as he sipped his glass of wine, and the older man waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, my boy. The quirks you chose first were so simple I didn't think much of them. Especially reading touch, but you wanted it to bond with others, to see their pain and connect with them, and pull them into your side. Such cunning move never came to my old mind. I am proud. And living parasite? Boy, I never saw the potential of that quirk, and it was one of the first ones I acquired. You have truly succeeded me, Deku, and I am waiting for how you will do what I failed at, or at least did not fully finish. Changing society to the better and make sure only the good heroes stick around. Raijin said, and Deku smiled brightly. I'll make sure you are proud, Sensei. Deku said, I don't have the slightest doubt you will. Raijin smiled as he ruffled the boy's already messy hair. Deku was standing in the middle of the training room with Uraraka-san, Toga-san, and Melissa. She insisted he calls her with her name, with the 3 girls in track suit that covered them well and didn't expose anything. He didn't want to risk getting a heart attack if he saw anything through training, and was easy to move in. The 3 girls looked excited and ready for whatever, which is good because today he had something special for them. It would be important to get them a power-up since they were the least offensive in the league, especially Melissa. So, Deku, what did you want to do with us today that was so important that you asked for only the 3 of us alone? Melissa asked, intrigued. She was swayed by the 2 other simps into this little group of theirs. And well, to say she didn't like the white-haired/green-haired boy would be a fat lot of bullshit, honestly. He was just perfect, and if the price to have him is to share, then to hell with it. He was just too strong, nice, smart, understanding, and when not in villain mode, adorable. He was somehow the perfect mix between an adorable sunshine boy and a mysterious prince of darkness. How the heck does that even work? She had no idea, but he had a way to make it work. She was pleasantly surprised when he came to her asking her for an important training session and ended up with Himiko and Ochako, who looked as clueless as she was. The three of them weren't sure why he called for the three of them alone, since it wasn't in his nature to be secretive about things. Did he catch up to their schemes and accept it? That would be nice. She wouldn't mind sealing the deal with a kiss, honestly. Or maybe a little more than that. Deku-kun? Is there something you want to tell us? Toga asked teasingly as she grinned cheekily at him. Uraraka blushed. You can tell us anything, Deku-sama. Anything. The gravity girl cooed as she smiled brightly at the white-haired mastermind, who smiled back. Well, to be honest, it's a bit embarrassing, so I didn't want to do that in front of the others. Sorry. Deku said bashfully, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. The girls took a deep breath at that statement. Wow, not as much of a cinnamon bun, huh? Well, at least he is a gentleman about it. They could respect that well. And honestly, none of them minded at all. They were interested in that type of stuff, actually. The three girls smiled brightly at his statement in an understanding way. Well, no problem, Deku, we understand. Melissa was the first to speak up as she waved it off. Deku tilted his head and smiled. Really? That's good. Deku said with a smile, and Toga stepped forward with her eyes shining. So? What is it, Deku-kun? You can tell us anything, we are good girls after all, Toga cooed as she got closer to the white-haired mastermind, who blushed. Well. Deku started sheepishly and the girls leaned forward. Well. Uraraka smiled brightly as she waited for a confession, then a heartfelt moment, then a kiss. I wanted to give you quirk evolvements but didn't want to do that in front of everyone else to not show favoritism. Deku admitted sheepishly with an awkward smile. The girls blue-screened at that for a split second before their face faulted with sweat drops as they gave the white-haired mastermind a look of incredulity and bafflement. For F's sake, stop being a cinnamon bun. The girls internally ummed in despair as they got up and smiled at the confused boy. God, he was too innocent for this world. Melissa was the first to speak, actually realizing what this meant for her. You're giving me a quirk? Melissa whispered in shock, and the white-haired mastermind smiled brightly as he nodded his head. Yes, in fact I think we should start with you, Melissa, so step up. Deku said, removing his gloves as he motioned for her to get closer, and the blonde scientist did so, obediently vibrating in excitement as she gave the white-haired leader an excited look. Looking back, she saw her two friends giving her encouraging and happy smiles as they gave her the thumbs up. Melissa took a deep breath to calm down slightly. She was getting a quirk. She was finally getting a quirk. Her very own quirk. The day finally came. God, she waited for this moment for so long, and now it's finally happening. What is she gonna get? An emitter-type quirk. A transformation-type quirk. Maybe a bit of both. Now what do we get, our dear resident genius support engineer? The white-haired mastermind wondered loudly with a teasing sum, since he already picked what he wanted for her, and said resident engineer blushed furiously at the praise. Deku thought about it before he nodded his head and decided. He reached into the very core of his quirk and started feeling his earned quirks, looking for the ones he wanted to merge copies of together for this particular quirk. Deku focused as he pulled out and then fused few quirks together into one. Muscle augmentation, shock absorption, super regeneration, reflex booster, blood bank, and finally strong arm, all wrapped up inside a copy of power stockpile. And the cherry on top, he added 5% of his stockpiled power as a backup and to make the quirks even stronger. As he felt the copies of the quirks merge into one single orb of appealing shining power, Deku smiled as he grabbed the hand of Melissa, whose face turned fully red in embarrassment and happiness. In the back, the girls looked both jealous and happy. Black and green lightning crackled from Deku's hand as he transferred the quirk to its new wielder. He did it slowly and gently, not wanting to get the blonde girl in any pains, and after a bit of time he let go of her hand. Melissa internally groaned as he let go of her hand, but she was so excited for what she got as she flexed her hands and grinned at her chief widely. So? What did I get? What did I get? Come on Deku, tell me. Melissa asked, vibrating in excitement. Her eyes shining in excitement as she looked at her leader with hopeful eyes. Deku looked fondly at Melissa and chuckled in amusement as he answered. Well, we can call it superpower. I gave you muscle augmentation, shock absorption, super regeneration, reflex booster, blood bank and finally strong arm, all wrapped in power stockpile along with 5% of its power. With time you will fill your own quirk through training. So to say you will be a force to be reckoned with wouldn't be enough to describe it. Deku explained kindly, and Melissa looked at Deku with awe and shock and a lot of disbelief. He didn't just give her a quirk. He gave the quirk. She knew he wasn't the type to half-butt things, but that's just. Melissa teared up as she hugged him tightly and cried out in joy with tears leaking out of her eyes. Thank you. 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 Melissa sobbed as she actually felt something within her waiting to be used. Incredible power waiting to be unleashed at a moment's notice. What Melissa didn't notice was that she just shoved the poor boy into her chest and he fainted with a red face after feeling a girl's melons on his face. After a bit of time the white-haired mastermind woke up from his coma and he looked at the two other girls with a deep blush, and Melissa looked away, bashfully rubbing the back of her head sheepishly with her hand. Alright, let's continue. Now Uraraka-san and Toga-san, I'm going to take your quirks, but I will give them back. So just relax and it shouldn't hurt. It only does if you resist. Deku instructed gently as he stood in front of the two, and the two girls nodded their heads in understanding. All right, Deku-kun, Toga said cheerfully as she jumped in front of him. Uraraka smiled brightly and stood in front of her boss with a confident look on her face. Do what you must. With a nod, Deku grabbed both of the girls' hands and started slowly and gently pulling their quirks out. The process took a bit of time but was worth it. Now he felt zero gravity. And transform within him. Floating in the space of his quirk but far enough from the core to not merge. He didn't want to destroy their vestiges. Idea felt wrong to him honestly. He first started with zero gravity. He added first moving objects because it would an excellent addition to zero gravity, and added physical booster with reflex booster, then decided to wrap them up in a copy of power stockpile charged with 5% of his power. Deku moved to transform and added a copy of blood curdle because the two would complement each other perfectly. Then he added physical booster with reflex booster, then decided to also wrap them all up in a copy of power stockpile charged with 5% of his power. After all the quirks he acquired, he charged to 35%, but he could physically handle only 20 at the moment, so he decided to get rid of the rest. He could always recharge. There are a lot of bad guys with fascinating quirks after all. As he finished and opened his eyes, he gave the two girls a kind smile, and they have smiles of their own. The white-haired mastermind gently grabbed their hands again, and black lightning started crackling around intensely as the two girls felt an intense surge of power go through them. The two wheezed slightly and were about to fall, but the white-haired mastermind caught them both. Deku, are they okay? Melissa asked in worry since the girls looked pale. Yes, is a side effect of getting a different copy of the quirks they had. Their bodies are adjusting to the changes, but since their main quirks are the base of the improved ones, it will take only 10 minutes. Deku explained casually as he gently helped the girls down, and they smiled in appreciation. Thanks, a warning would have been nice though. Toga said as she sat on the floor and took deep breaths. I feel like I overused my quirk. Uraraka groaned, and Deku offered them both energy drinks. The girls took them without skipping a beat and downed them instantly. After 10 minutes passed, the three girls were now standing in front of their leader, who looked excited. Alright, now time to try out your new quirks. Deku said cheerfully as he grabbed a notebook and a pen to write down everything they observe. The girls nodded enthusiastically, or in Melissa's case barely contained excitement. So, how do I activate it? I never used a quirk before. Melissa said embarrassed, and Deku smiled gently and understanding. I was there, you just need to feel it within you. Quirks are a part of the body like muscles and limbs. If you think of using it, it will be used, so imagine your muscles hardening and it will. Deku explained helpfully and Melissa nodded her head. She felt within her a stream of power that was about to strengthen her but waiting to be called upon, so she imagined her muscles flexing and the blonde scientist's body got slightly bigger. She grew a couple inches taller, her muscles bulged into a bigger size, her eyes started shining and even her hair became livelier. Deku watched in fascination as he looked at her for a couple seconds before saying, "You look like a younger, less muscular Star and Stripe. Wanna get a matching costume?" Deku joked and the girls giggled. "I am so adding an American flag cape into my costume, yes," Melissa said before looking at herself and smiling widely. "This great. I feel so powerful." She threw a couple punches before she punched a training dummy, snapping it in half and looked sheepishly at Deku. "Sorry." Deku shook his head in amusement. "I gave you strength but you need control. Let's see what Uraraka-san and Toga-san got, then we will move to actual training," Deku suggested as he looked at the two girls who nodded their heads in affirmation. The two girls closed their eyes and focused, and after a second they summoned the power their dear MSTR gave them. The two didn't change physically but got similar arcs of lightning coursing through their bodies. Toga's lightning was blood crimson and it danced around her body with her eyes turning red and shining brightly. Uraraka's lightning was bright pink in color and it danced around her body with the sound of static, but her eyes stayed silent. Deku stared in fascination as he started taking notes. It seems that the fusion with muscle augmentation gave Melissa a buff form similar to All Might, while Toga-san and Uraraka-san got more similar to my quirk in nature, which makes me wonder if they can discharge electricity like me or not. Can Melissa use electricity or is it just Toga-san and Uraraka-san? What and why did the quirks change upon fusion? How dash? Deku-kun, you are muttering again, Toga said in a sing-song way, and Deku snapped out of his muttering. "Sorry about that, I know it can be annoying sometimes." Deku apologized sheepishly. The girls shook their heads at that. "Oh, not at all, Deku-sama. It's kinda cool how fast you could speak and write." Uraraka smiled brightly as she waved at his apology off casually. "Well, what do we do now?" Melissa asked, and Deku grinned as he cracked his neck and knuckles menacingly. "We train, you need to get used to fighting like this and I'm helping you with that. After all, Uraraka-san has her entrance exam in a month from now," Deku said sadistically, and the girls gulped. "Well, at least he is the aggressive type, good to know." And with that the fight began. A very one-sided brutal fight. Gah! Toga was slammed into a wall for the millionth time today and groaned. Even with super regeneration it is seeking to be kicked and punched around, and looks like their great leader is not afraid of beating girls to a pulp in training. "Time for a break," Deku declared, and the girls groaned loudly in satisfaction. "Finally!" Toga whined as she walked to Deku to get her delicious snack from him. Melissa and Uraraka stared at Toga blankly as she grabbed the boy and pierced his neck with her fangs and started skinning the blood out of him like milkshake while he seemed unfazed in the slightest. The two girls stared at him blankly and he smiled. "Pain blocker," was the simple response, and they nodded their heads. Toga looked surprised as she let go earlier than usual, causing Deku to look at her surprised. "Toga-san, are you okay?" Deku asked, worried, as the girls flexed a little and grinned widely. "Deku-kun, I think blood makes me stronger. I drank yours and I feel now much stronger than usual." Toga cheered as she jumped around in joy. Deku looked surprised at that. So basically fusing quirks together could cause mutations to occur and make new abilities. That's unbelievable. Uraraka-san. Melissa, is there anything else you noticed? Deku asked, looking at the girls curiously. The girls looked at each other before Arie started to experiment with their new abilities. "The boss, I have an announcement." Sir, Demon Lord, what is it?" Face with raised eyebrow. "Dr. Evil, I am intrigued." Face with raised eyebrow. "The boss, I gave Melissa, Toga-san and Uraraka-san quirk evolvements, and in Melissa's case a quirk to begin with." Slightly smiling face. "Demon Lord, and you made a new discovery by accident, but a very welcome one?" Thinking face. "Dr. Evil, I am all ears, young lord." Sir. "The boss, yes. It seems that mixing quirks results in mutations and creates new extra quirks." Exploding head. "Demon Lord, This is phenomenal. Exploding head. Dr. Evil. This is an absolute breakthrough. The potential with the Nomus are endless. Exploding head. The boss? I know. Exploding head. Demon Lord, what are you waiting for, Deku? Details. Sir. Dr. Evil. Please, young lord, I need— Oh no. Sir. The boss. Well, it seems that now Toga-san got a new quirk we decided to call Blood Boost. Basically fusing transform and Blood Curdle caused somehow the mutation and creation of Blood Boost, which is as it sounds, the more blood she drinks the stronger she gets. 5 liters and she lifts a car. Exploding head starstruck. Demon Lord, that's fascinating. Exploding head starstruck. Dr. Evil, agreed. Thumbs up, Lightskin. Demon Lord, so now we can see what quirks could create if mixed without quirk marriages. That's wonderful. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Dr. Evil, this will make studying quirks much more exciting, young lord. Sir. The boss, indeed. Sir. Demon Lord, Uraraka-san? Thinking face. The boss. Mixed moving objects with zero gravity, and now it mutated not only to increase gravity thanks to enhancement from power stockpile, but she can telekinetically increase and decrease gravity from objects. Exploding head. Demon Lord, this phenomenal. And extremely fascinating. Exploding head. Dr. Evil, absolutely magnificent. Sir. The boss, I know. Exploding head starstruck. The boss. Anyways, it seems that having the new quirks doesn't mean you lose the old ones. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Demon Lord, so basically you take 2 quirks and get a 3rd for free. This is amazing. Sir. Dr. Evil, this is a gold mine in Nomu creation, my lord. Sir. The boss, IF no. Sir. Demon Lord, and Shield-sen? Thinking face. The boss. Basically, it seems that muscle augmentation fused and shock absorption with her copy of stockpile and gave her a quirk similar to Ofa and gets stronger the more shocks she absorbs. Exploding head. Demon Lord, this is magnificent. All Might will lose his sheet when he sees that. Sir. Dr. Evil, we gotta record his reaction in the family reunion. It would be glorious. Sir. The boss. 1 step ahead of you, good doctor. I already plotted the very scenario. Smiling face with horns. The boss. Anyways, she bulks up, not too much but noticeably, and looks like a younger Star and Stripe. All Might will PSS himself. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Demon Lord, this amazing, my boy. I really wonder what else we might get from quirk fusion? Thinking face. Dr. Evil, my lord, the possibilities are endless. Starstruck drooling face. The boss. Well, I was planning to mix Dabi's Flames quirk with an ice quirk and see what we get. Sounds like a nasty and balanced combination. Beaming face with smiling eyes starstruck. Dr. Evil, dear God, the possibilities. Starstruck drooling face. Demon Lord, you managed to somehow make me prouder every day, my boy. I don't know what to say. The boss, just watch TV. In the new school year, Uda and the other schools will suffer my wrath. Smiling face with horns. Demon Lord, don't spoil it, my boy, I want to see what you got. I am a very patient man. Smiling face with horns. Today was the day. Today his plans on U.A and Japan will go to the surface. The League of Villains will start the move and show everyone why they should be feared. He already had plans over plans, and it all starts with U.A, then specifically All Might and Bakugo, because he was going to be there. Obviously, it was their dream school after all. Well, because he was a different person now. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya, that weak, shy, nervous, pathetic little brat that fantasized over being one of those dirty, backstabbing, glory-hounding psychopaths. No, he was Deku Shigaraki, the adopted son and the successor of All for One. He was the Prince of Darkness, the future Emperor of Villains, and the one who will bring down this rotten, disgusting society. The only thing his revenge on Bakugo that would be bitter is what would happen to his mother when she finds out what an absolute garbage her son was. Deku really loved his mom. She was always his pilar and sunshine. He loved her too much and always did and always will care for her. He might have not seen her face to face in 2 years now, but he made sure to keep an eye on her. He always sent Kana or Kaizome to watch how is she doing. Seems like she lost weight in the past 6 months and that his Auntie Mitsuki has started dragging her around into outings and parties and just trying to cheer her up. For that alone he won't kill her son, but he will hurt him and badly. Alright, Uraraka said, breaking him from his malevolent and dark thoughts. Is there anything else we need to go over before I head off to the exam? Last-minute warnings, advice, or plans? Anything at all? She gave her leader a sweet smile and he smiled back kindly. Deku then looked at her surprised. Oh, right, the entrance exam is today, he said, earning a look of disbelief and bafflement from everyone. I'm kidding. I didn't forget, the boy said with a chuckle and everyone rolled their eyes. Uraraka glared at her leader with an adorable pout on her face. Thin ice, mastermind. Thin ice, she said annoyed. He raised his hands in a placating motion as he chuckled. Alright. Serious time. I think we've covered everything for the most part, but I do suggest that you don't show the full range of your abilities while you're there. It would likely draw unnecessary attention to you. Stay in the middle of the pack, so to speak. Let them make their own assumptions about your strength. She nodded slowly, processing his request. He could see the variations playing out in her mind. Okay, I think I can do that. I'll probably just stick to canceling gravity rather than the full range I have over it. People will be less likely to ask questions that way, and it works out well cause my quirk is still listed as 0 gravity on the quirk registry and I never bothered changing it. You know, I've been meaning to ask you about that, Tomura spoke up. Why is your quirk still listed as 0 gravity while now that's not anywhere near what you can do? She grinned up at the 20-year-old. Well, that's simple. I didn't want to attract too much attention and getting a quirk awakening out of the blue would make the school suspicious. Okay, that's valid. Melissa agreed, sipping some coffee. Also, it's a great slide of fate for us. Makes things easy and believable and we get the bonus of not having La Brava tweak your official records again. Deku said, I did have something I wanted to talk to you about though, Uraraka-san. Uraraka tilted her head curiously with smile. I'm listening, Deku-sama. The mission you're going on is going to be solo, and while you will still have contact with us, I would feel much more comfortable if you had something to fall back on. He grabbed a black box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a small ring. Uraraka blue screened as everyone stared at him in disbelief while Melissa giggled. This is a tracking device and an emergency button. If you feel in danger, just press the button and Deku will summon you with his warping quirk. Melissa explained to clear the confusion. She hummed in agreement. One more thing. Where am I going to be staying while I'm in school and how am I going to communicate with you? I'm going to go off on a limb here and say that coming to and from the bar would not be the smartest move in the world and this place is way too far for a train ride. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. We, as in Kurogiri because he doesn't trust our decorating skills, are currently setting up an apartment for you in Muzutafu not too far from the school. It'll just be a quick train ride away. As for communication, I had La Brava setting up a secure and untraceable laptop and phone for you. I do recommend that you keep the laptop hidden somewhere in the apartment when you're at school. Better safe than sorry. And you don't have to worry about anything money-wise. Rent and utilities will be taken care of and I'm going to be giving you a card before you go for food. Deku explained casually. You can always count on me. The tiny hacker called out cheerfully. Can always count on you to be thorough, boss. Dabi said with a grin as he looked at the young leader that put the fear of God into him from first meeting. The brunette's phone buzzed as her alarm went off and she dismissed it before downing the rest of her lot. Alright, everyone. That's my cue. Time to do my most average on a life-changing exam. Wish me luck. Good luck, Ochako-chan. Toga beamed happily as she looked at the brunette who smiled back. You won't need it. We have total faith in you. You have trained hard for this and you have the intelligence and skill. Just try your hardest. Deku smiled at her. Plus he could always call the Aoyamas if he needed. A mastermind as himself always needed a backup plan after all. Uraraka nodded her head and stood up as Kurogiri warped her away. Toshinori sat in silence as he closely watched the monitors. He'd been given the privilege of watching the newest batch of potential heroes, and he was a little overwhelmed. There were so many strong quirks on display. These children had bright futures ahead of them, and he was going to be a part of guiding them there. It was terrifying, and he didn't know how Gran managed it for even a single year. He was going to do his best to give these children the best experience he could provide, even with his time limit shrinking by the day. It brought a new urgency with the need to pass one for all on. He just wasn't in the condition that he had been before, and that had been an eye-opener of sorts. Perhaps he would even find the next holder among the new batch of students. His eye was drawn to a screen where a young girl was stuck under a piece of rubble while the zero-pointer loomed ever closer. Is she going to be all right? He hesitantly asked, looking at the girl in worry. Do not worry, there's an emergency stop button. As of right now, she's in the clear. Netsu spoke up before calmly taking a sip of his tea. This is where the real test begins. The emergency stop button was apparently not going to be needed. Toshinori watched as a young man ran forward and launched himself in the air with powerful explosions from his hands. He landed roughly atop the robot and strategically used his quirk on a weak spot on its neck, which immediately brought it to a halt right before time was called. Toshinori felt himself smiling. He had a good feeling about that boy. He skimmed through the files listed on the data pad in his lap until he came across his picture. Bakugo Katsuki. Perhaps he had found a suitable candidate after all. He would make sure to observe him in class before talking to the boy, though. It's pretty simple. Just split that half into 3 equal sections and cross the sections over each other, Toga explained as she braided the left side of Arie's hair with practiced ease. She was surprisingly patient when it came to teaching, and Deku was eternally grateful for that because he was taking a bit of work. Izuku bit his lip and split the right into even sections and started the braiding process, occasionally glancing over at Toga-san's work to make sure he wasn't messing up. He didn't want to take much longer because while Arie-chan clearly had the patience of a saint, she was staring a hole through the caramel apple cheesecake that Magna had made for her with a ferocity he hadn't seen in her before. He wasn't keen on keeping her waiting. No father would do that to their child. Not bad, Toga-san praised and took the completed braid from his fingers before tying it off. It wasn't as smooth as Toga-san's, but Deku would consider it a win for his first attempt. Toga-san twisted the braids and strategically pinned them into place around Arie-chan's head until they almost formed a crown. All right, Arie-chan. This is very important, Toga-san said, drawing the girl's attention away from the cheesecake for a bit. Toga-san gave her a big smile and held out 2 hair combs. One looked like a golden butterfly while the other one resembled red roses. Which one shall we use today? Arie-chan's brows furrowed and she stared down at the combs, clearly thinking through her decision before she pointed to the red one. Toga-san beamed at her and slid the comb into place. All right, now you don't have to worry about getting anything in your hair. Arie gave her a large, innocent, beaming smile. Thank you, Mama Miko. She went to turn but paused and looked at Deku. Thank you so much, Papa. Toga-san clenched a fist in her shirt, clearly holding back the happy squeal while tearing up slightly. Deku smiled at Arie affectionately and kissed her forehead. Anytime, Arie-chan. You can go ahead and eat if you want. Her eyes brightened and she whirled around, immediately zeroing in on the cheesecake, which drew a few laughs around the room. It didn't stand a chance against the adorable 6-year-old. I'll make demon puppy eyes from Hell.1. Arie was drawing a crayon drawing of her papa beating overhaul on the table until she felt like playing with someone. She looked around and smiled as she decided. She then walked to her uncle, who was playing an RPG with Dabi, Spinner, Mustard, Kota and Katsuma, before smiling at the fanatic gamer. What's wrong, kiddo? Tomura asked as gently as possible, and she smiled brightly. Can you let me ride on your shoulders? Arie asked innocently with her big smile. I am busy right now, he replied, trying to not lose to the others because they will never shut up about it. Please, uncle. Pleading face, Arie said with the most powerful puppy eyes in history. Tomura stared blankly for a second as he blue-screened entirely. Okay, who the fresh F taught her that? That's a nuclear-level cuteness. It should be illegal. It should be a war crime. Tomura just paused the game and sighed in defeat. Sure thing, why not? Tomura said as he picked the cheering girl while giving everyone a Not a FING word, look. Deku smiled from his place on one of the couches until he got a text from Uraraka-san. Uraraka, I reached my new apartment. My neighbor is super nice. Her name is Midoriya. The boss? Good to know. I picked a good place for you. Deku smiled at that. He decided to give his mom a bit of a joy by getting her a nice kid his age to care for. She deserved a bit of happiness after all. She deserves it all. Once he revealed his identity, he will warp her into the island to spend the rest of her days happy. Katsuki smirked as he looked at the destroyed zero-pointer. He had destroyed it. Now everyone will know he was the FNG best. And nothing could make it questionable. None of the extras with their busted quirks could hold a candle to him and his unbelievable power. He was the best. The strongest. He was on top of the world. That's why when a robot came from behind since the time was done yet and a rock pierced through the robot as it shot like bullet made the mad bomber look in surprise. He found some weird chick with a brown haircut in a bob with brown eyes and pink cheeks holding her hand like she was the one to shoot it. That fierce look in her eyes made him feel weird in his stomach. Did he eat something wrong today? Or yesterday maybe? Wait, she was under the rubble? He never saw chick, he just went for the robot because it would be his chance to show all these busted D-listers who was boss. Whatever she got lucky he was around plain and simple, no need wasting his time thinking about that type of bullshit about saving lives. He was here to beat the shit out of villains and get the first rank. Hey, thanks for the help. Pink Cheeks said passing by him with a smile that was disgustingly similar to that useless, quirkless, pathetic, quirkless, worthless, quirkless weakling. The Deku, ever since he disappeared his old hag would never shut up about it. She keeps praying he would come back like the useless worthless is still kicking. He was too pathetic to survive this long. But his parents seemed as distraught as the nerd's mom, who somehow lost her mind to say that worthless was the Green Rabbit or Carla or whatever the he's called these days. And the worst is that in the start of the past year the nerd's mom cracked and spilled what he did to that waste of space. All the bullying and shit, she snitched it all. It infuriated him how he got bruises by his old beach that would last for weeks and was grounded for a while the year. His old man to this day looks at him like he was a mistake. Heck, they are having another kid because he was a disappointment. Katsuki Bakugo. The future #1. What the F did this shitty world come to now? Katsuki scoffed at her as sneered, his eyes shooting a heated glare that would melt to walls instantly. I didn't help you, squirrel. I just destroyed it because it would show everyone how FNG badass I am. Nothing more. Katsuki snarled. The chick gave him a heated glare before scoffing and walking off. You know, being aid to others isn't gonna make yours any bigger, you a-hole. Pink Cheeks called out. The blonde blue screened for a bit before he scoffed and walked off. Looks like she got ball interesting. Ochako felt pretty good about herself and her performance in the test. She basically got around 36 villain points, which is the bare minimum amount of points to enter the hero course. She was happy with that. No need to get more than necessary and get too much attention. She sit in the train waiting for her stop and thought of everything that happened in the test. She made sure to look for any hero candidates that she could bring into their side because Deku-sama told her that even those from hero schools had it rough sometimes. There were a lot of quirks that her lord, emissary, chief, leader and hopefully future husband would like to get into his arsenal of quirks, like that one explosion quirk from that blonde Bomberanian or the electrification quirk from that friendly blonde kid, or hat one hardening quirk from the redhead. There were so many. Deku-sama was right. Heroes were just an open all-you-can-eat buffet for him and all he needs is for them to step out of line and they are under his mercy and he can dig into his meal cool. She sit in the train and her thoughts started drifting from the present to the past, how her life used to be and how is it now, all the things that happened. It was really a long journey, wasn't it? From a little girl that idolized heroes to a teen that lost her parents to a villainous and a follower of one of the most infamous villains who was just her age but somehow became a villain feared on the level of Redestro, Mightless, Maria and Beast. It was truly something to admire since he debuted and gained said reputation as a quirkless person. It was truly the biggest F.U. to a quirk-obsessed society like theirs and she admired him for it to no end. When Ochako was little she loved watching hero fight so much. Like too much. Not the fights themselves but the other people watching. Seeing them happy and in awe as heroes did their work was worth everything to her. She wanted to make people feel like that. She just hadn't understood at the time that heroes were just as capable of ruining someone's life as the villains, if not more so. She didn't quite understood what her parents meant when they made her memorize an address and told her to go there if anything happened and she needed help. She was confused and worried, so she wrote it off, letting it fade to the back of her mind as parents being paranoid and nothing more than that. She also hadn't understood when they suddenly came into money when she was close to 14, like it was a slide of luck or they won the lottery. All she knew was that she had to watch her parents struggle for a long time before one day they came home and it looked as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It was like all of their problems were solved. Of course, they hadn't started throwing money around because that's not the type of people they were. But they no longer had to choose between rent and food. Things were good for a little while. But if there was one thing she learned, it was that happiness had an expiration date like anything else in this cruel world. It never lasted forever. Her parents were taking some well-deserved time off of work to go out for the weekend. The idea had been for them to go on a date together. They promised to bring her back something special and she waved it off as she gave them a hug and a kiss goodbye. Then Endeavor happened, that Tsunava beach. The street they were in was decimated in a fight between Endeavor and someone called Gaiten. It took a while to find their bodies, and by that time she had been moved into an orphanage temporarily. Part of her still had hope that maybe they were just hurt. Until she was pulled out of school to identify them. They were still holding hands. She ended up the orphanage permanently. She felt awful. Her entire world had been turned on its head. So much time was spent admiring heroes for their ability to protect and bring joy to people. But there were always two sides to a coin. It wasn't a villain who killed these people. Or, not only a villain. Of course, that's what everyone was playing it off as. Because why would they make heroes face the consequences for their actions? Why would a hero visit the families of those who died? Why would a hero apologize for ripping away the people that someone cared about? They were just doing their job after all. It was collateral damage. Collateral damage. As if that wasn't people they were talking about. Were they dehumanizing them to make the shreds of guilt easier to brush off? Or did they just not want to think about the lives that they ruined? Not a villain. They were not infallible, but everyone sure treated them like they were. She stayed in that orphanage for a long, horrible, excruciating month and pretended not to notice the comments about how she wasn't acting right. Of course she wasn't acting right. Her parents were dead and she was stuck with some a-hole workers who seemed like some quirk supremists of the sort and kids who acted like they were delinquents from juvenile detention. It was so painful to sleep every night while seeing her parents leaving her every time. The nightmares kept torturing her so much. Then, one day she was curled up in her bed looking through a memory book she had managed to snag from her home. Most of her precious memories had been taken and thrown aside as if they meant nothing, so she clung to what she had and raised hell when anyone went near it. As she got to the last page, her mother's hastily scrawled writing stood out to her. It was an address and a small note underneath that said, "Emergencies only." Suddenly the memory came back to her. Maybe whoever was here could help her get out of this mess. So she grabbed her backpack and shoved the most important things inside of it. She was too afraid that if she left them there they would be gone by the time she got back. It took hours of her time, but she eventually made her way to Kamino Ward. It took even longer to find the bar. It was so run down she had passed it 3 times before she realized that was where she needed to go. Yeah, at this point she had more than realized her parents were into. Some shady business, but if it meant she could get out of that gilded cage of an orphanage, then she wasn't going to complain. Stepping into that bar was the best thing she could have done in her life. For the first time in months she had met and talked to real people. They gave her a home and helped her through her nightmares and bad days because they knew what it was like to be stuck and have no one there to save you. They weren't her parents and they would never replace them, but they were family. She may have originally agreed to that deal so she could get some extra cash for emergencies, but that wasn't why she stayed. They gave her something back that no amount of money can buy, and that was a family. It was dysfunctional and super weird at times, but it was hers and she was never going to let go. Which is exactly why she would do everything in her power to make them proud. Kurogiri was always gentle and somehow had a sixth sense for when people were in distress, so he could shower them with comfort food and wrap them in a blanket. It was incredibly sweet coming from the seemingly cold warper that towered over everyone in the house. Tomura was awkward to say the least, definitely socially stunted, but he still cared in his own way. He was the first to push her favorite latte into her hands and just sit beside her quietly because sometimes silence was its own comfort. She always felt safe around him. Dabi was a bit cold and socially unaware or too blunt at times, but he was a good listener surprisingly. He would let you rant for hours and wouldn't interrupt, only sip some coffee or alcohol, and when you're done he would get you something to drink and get you a flat answer or advice of what he thinks you should do, and somehow you'd feel better. He was great that way, like a natural big brother. Twice, Mustard, Spinner and Shinso were good people to go to for a long conversation about anything and nothing, or just rant about anything for the heck of it. To just talk and throw away whatever problems you had off the window and forget them for a bit. And they would always indulge her no matter what it was about. They were great that way and she loved them all. Melissa and Toga were like the sisters she could throw all her problems at and would be helped with, the sisters she always wanted to crack and joke and just be with. The three of them bonded in a way that would baffle most normal people considering their shared romantic interest, but the league wasn't a place for normal people. The kids were just a bunch of sunshines and rainbows in adorable little bodies and very soft and cute huggable pillows that would wash away all of your problems and negativity. Arie and Katsuma were all in for a hug if needed and would even ask for some sometimes, which no one, even Tomura or Stain, would deny them. Kota and Mahoro were a bit hesitant about that type of thing for personal reasons or a bit of touch paranoia, but would always indulge anyways. It was sweet. They were so sweet. Especially Deku-sama, the young, powerful, handsome, kind, understanding and loving guardian she was blessed by meeting. For all his villainy, he was more human than most people she met, and that said something honestly, but she was proud of joining him and the league. He was someone who would be there for you when you need someone the most. She remembers crying over his shoulder from nightmares many times while he comforted her like a parent protecting their child. He was just amazing that way. And she loved him for it. It was really funny how life could change so quickly, but then again, isn't that how everyone in the league came to be? Life just broke them and let them fall between the cracks just like that? It was sickening, honestly. Very sickening. Her phone vibrated in the pocket of her coat, so she grabbed it and answered quickly to find that she was texted in the girls' group chat, or more like the Sims group chat. The Demon King's devoted lovers. Harem Mistress. So how did you do in your exam? Slightly smiling face. Helving. My most average, almost was crushed by a robot while I could have beaten it, but hey, nobody suspects me, so that's good. Slightly smiling face. Devoted simp. Good job, but are you okay? Frowning face with open mouth. Helking. Yeah, got saved by a loud cussing bomb for hands dude who acts like a mini Endeavor expressionless face. Devoted simp. Does he have spiky blonde hair and demon red eyes? Pouting face. Hail the king. Yes. Face with raised eyebrow. Harem mistress. Am I missing something here? Face with raised eyebrow. Devoted simp. That BSU was the one who tortured our Deku for just being quirkless since they were 4 years old, just because he was quirkless. Face with symbols on mouth. Harem mistress. What? Pouting face. Hail the king. I'll kill him. Pouting face. Harem mistress. Are we sure he was that bad? Crying face. Devoted simp. He told our Deku to take a swan dive off the roof of some building and pray for a quirk in his next life. Face with symbols on mouth. Harem mistress. I am going to stab him to death and let him bleed out in an alleyway. Angry face with horns. Hailing. I might be in his class. I'll make his life a living hell for our Deku. Angry face with horns. Harem mistress. Devoted simp. You better. The things he did were irredeemable. Pouting face. Hail the king. I have a feeling I don't want to know what you mean. Downcast face with sweat. Devoted simp. Don't. Face with symbols on mouth. Telling. I will torture him for sure now. Pouting face. Harem mistress. As enlightening this conversation is, I think we should get back on track. Any interesting possible members? Beaming face with smiling eyes. Hail the king. For the league or this group? Face with raised eyebrow. Devoted simp. The league first please. Downcast face with sweat. Harem mistress. Whatever. Just possible new friends. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Hail the king. Well, there were few nice people all around the place, some jackasses and some straight dipshits, but nothing worth worrying about. Neutral face. Hail the king. So possible friends? Honestly, none of them seemed like villain material from first meeting. All up straight people. Some straight like rods, literally, grinning face with sweat. Devoted simp, I see. I guess if they were villain material they wouldn't go to a hero school. But keep searching, there might be someone like us hidden from view. Neutral face. Harem mistress. Well, if no friends, then is there any possible sister wives? Sir. Hail the king. By the way, how many people are we getting in this group anyways? We are already 3 and sorry, but that's usually a stretch to say it nicely. Sad but relieved face. Devoted simp. Fair enough, no need to stretch it too far. Or we might not be able to share. Worried face. Harem mistress. 2 or 3 more. That's all. You are right though, no need to expand the group too much or the king wouldn't split his knights fairly in a week. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Hail the king. Toga. Flush face. Devoted simp Toga. Flush face. Harem mistress. What? You are saying you don't want to have a piece of the boss the second you can? Face with raised eyebrow. Hail the king. Flushed face. Devoted simp. Flushed face. Harem mistress. Yeah, that's what I thought. Not that you are to blame. Our leader is the best indeed. Starstruck. Devoted simp. Stand that. Starstruck. Hail the king. You literally worship him for giving you a quirk, even though to him it's just a sure because you are my friend thing, but to you it means the world. Rolling on the floor laughing. Harem mistress. All face with tears of joy. Devoted simp. You are one to talk. Unamused face. Hail the king. Change devoted simp to devoted slave. Devoted slave. Screw you. You will both be his slaves in bed. Pouting face. Hail the king. Obviously face with raised eyebrow. Harem mistress. Is that new? Face with raised eyebrow. Devoted slave. You too have issues. Flushed face. Hail the king. You are one to talk. Unamused face. Harem mistress. Can we get back on the more sister wives thing? Sad but relieved face. Devoted slave. Whatever. Unamused face. Hail the king. Not sure. Haven't met any girls yet. I'll tell you when my class starts. Although no promises it will get you anything. Grinning face with sweat. Harem mistress. Thanks for the effort. Hailed. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Devoted slave. And good luck on your mission. Slightly smiling face. Hail the king. Thanks. Folded hands. Light-skinned. I will make you proud. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Hail the king. I got to my destination, so bye. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Harem mistress. Bye. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Devoted slave. Bye. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Ochako went to the apartment complex where she would be staying. She walked through the halls and searched for her door until she found the desired one. She grabbed her key and opened the door, then entered what would be her home for the next while until her mission was over. The home was perfectly fine. It was decorated nicely and had a nice smell. Kurogiri, like usual, was a saint by all means if the word, and that was obvious in this apartment as he went out of his way to make it perfectly good for someone to live in. She entered and took off her shoes as she went to her bedroom to change into more comfortable clothes. She entered the perfect copy of her bedroom with all her stuff and even her Deku plushies. She went to the closet and all her clothes were already there too. Ochako smiled warmly as she would bet anything this is from the resident one-man army and the resident bartender. Her family was sweet. Ochako grabbed a pair of pajamas and decided to dress up in her Deku-themed, yes, she has a freaking green rabbit-themed pajama sue her, and put them on since they made her feel safe, and went to the kitchen to see what she can make for dinner. She looked through the filled fridge and thought of all the possible options for a celebratory dinner but didn't know what to make for today. While there were so many options since Deku-sama was the incarnation of a loving guardian. He would for sure going to look after her even when here somehow, and it made her feel very warm inside. As she kept in her dinner dilemma, she heard someone knocking on the door gently. Ochako flinched, then glanced at the door suspiciously. Who comes to visit at this hour? It wasn't late, but she sure as hell didn't know anyone that lives here. Deciding to be cautious about the visitor, she grabbed a knife from the kitchen and hid it behind her back as she slowly approached the door. The knocking went on again, and it was in fact gentle like a woman's knocking sound, so she could argue it was a friendly neighbor saying hello. Ochako opened the door slightly and it revealed a appealing green-haired woman with emerald green eyes and a very warm smile that made Ochako feel at ease. The woman saw Ochako and her smile grew wider as she held a plate of cookies that would rival Magna's if not better. "Oh, you must be the new neighbor. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you young lady," Izuku said cheerfully and Ochako relaxed as she opened the door. "Hello Miss Midoriya. My name is Ochako Uraraka and I came here to start studying in a school close to this place." Ochako introduced herself with her own smile. Ochako invited the woman inside and asked her to sit down. The two started their chat and it was clear they would get along just fine in the future. This woman reminded her of her own mother honestly. The woman fussed over her in worry when the brunette expressed that she lives here alone and almost seemed to adopt her. It was almost like Deku-sama. What were the odds in the world? Earlier that day, Momo Yaoyorozu knew that coming to Mizudafu in order to be close to Yude was her only course of action if she wanted to attend the best hero school there was, considering that she lived with her family in the Aichi prefecture. She had gotten accepted by the school thanks to the recommendation she got from her family, and while she had aced the written test, she had been hoping to test her might against the famous practical exam of the prestigious school. What she was regretting now, however, was insisting on her coming alone on her trip. She loved her parents with all her heart, or at least convinced herself, yes, but they could be so overbearing possessive that at times she got annoyed, suffocated by them. The only reason that was her only reaction was because she knew that they did it out of love and worry for her, more like worry for the future of their fortune and legacy, not because they wanted to control who she was and what she wanted to do. That was the truth though. They had even gotten the recommendation because of an offhand comment from her during dinner about wanting to apply for the UA, but she would bet they wouldn't let her take a lesser school. They told her what they did for her as a birthday gift even though they were never into that silly things. It had possibly been the best day of her life so far, but she had a feeling things wouldn't be that simple with them. When they had wanted to come with her in order to help her settle down and stick around to monitor her, explore the city and make sure she had everything she needed at the freaking penthouse they had arranged for her to live at because it wasn't a horrible waste of money that could be used to help people. She had put her foot down immediately and was scared half to death while doing it, claiming that she wanted to start learning to fend for herself and that she couldn't do that if they accompanied her god. She just wanted to be herself for a bit. Thankfully, her parents were intelligent enough to see that she was right and didn't want to show their true faces, and they needed to give her the freedom she needed to grow and become a woman, to marry her off to some arrogant JRK who thinks the world owes him something, since she was aiming to become a pro-heroine and all that, which would be great for them to bring more prestige to the Yaoyorozu name. "Mom, I blame you and your Demon T jeans for this," she screamed in her mind as she backed away from the three shady-looking men that were leering at her with lecherous eyes and sick grins. One of them had tentacles instead of arms, the other had a shark-like face with matching teeth, and the last one looked normal except for the fur that covered his face and the sharp-looking claws on his hands. "Stay back!" Momo shouted at them as she put her suitcases in between them as a shield in hopes to protect herself. Though outwardly she appeared quite calm, on the inside she was panicking. She could use her quirk, creation, to deal with them, but she didn't want to get in trouble on her first day in the city and jeopardize her already assured entrance to UA High. Instead, she was waiting for them to get close enough to smack them around using the hand-to-hand techniques her father taught her to precisely deal with situations like this one. Well, more like forced her at 6, but it came in handy. "Come on, Missy. Show us a good time and we might make it worthwhile for you," said the one with the fur and claws, the other two nodding in agreement as they approached. But thankfully, just when she was about to drop her suitcases and ram her knees into the crotch of the man with tentacles, a flask of water that still had some judging that some of it jumped out when it suddenly smacked into the temple of the man with the shark-like features, so fast that she barely managed to see it. The flask was thrown with so much strength and accuracy that it sent the man flying, already unconscious and with a nasty cut that was already bleeding and would sight hurt too badly in the future. Momo didn't even have time to turn in the direction from which the flask had come flying from when a teen her age came almost flying and rammed his knee into the face of the man with tentacles. She watched with wide eyes as he then brought his elbow down to strike him on the top of the head while still airborne. Then, with a swiftness that had her almost gasping, he grabbed the man by his tentacles, turned around, pivoted and slammed him into the ground with enough strength to leave an indent on the concrete of the alley in the shape of the man, who was unconscious. Momo's eyes widened when she saw the man with fur and claws approach the teen from behind at speeds she knew would be difficult for even her to deal with his wicked claws ready to impale him through his back with them. "Watch out!" she yelled out. Still, she knew that it was too late for him to look back, butts the threat and respond accordingly. So, it was to her shock, and that of his attacker more than likely, when he tilted his body to the side without looking his head and let the claw pass by him harmlessly with only a few centimeters to spare. Without turning his head, his arm sharply came up and he caught the attacker on the nose with his elbow, breaking it and stunning him as his head snapped back due to the force of the attack. The teen then spun once with a hop. He caught the temple of the man with the back of his foot after performing a perfectly executed reverse roundhouse kick. The man promptly dropped like a sack of potatoes, and it was the coolest thing the girl ever saw. Still wide-eyed, Momo stared at the teen as he breathed out slowly, something she recognized to be done when one wanted to calm down from a moment of sudden excitement. She blushed prettily when she saw how handsome he was. He was redhead with dark blue eyes and was a bit shorter, maybe an inch at most, but was obviously muscular from the physical feats he showed. He wore a black hoodie and blue jeans with red sneakers. She shook her head and averted her eyes when he bent down to pick up his flask. "Hey, are you all right?" When she heard his voice, which was very pleasant to her ears might she add, she turned towards him only to blush again when she saw his concerned blue eyes. She also noticed a bit of a blush across his slightly freckled cheeks and the way his spiky and curly hair complemented nicely his angular face. Coming here to live alone might not be so bad after all, she thought to herself almost giddily before she answered. "Oh yes, I am thanks to you," she said, bowing deeply. Seeing this, Deku, who was here hunting an HPSC lackey undercover, blushed as he started to wave his hands almost frantically. "There's no need to thank me. It wasn't a big deal, really. I was just passing through and saw your predicament. I just had to help," he said, speaking truthfully. Since he was just walking into his destination, and he didn't want to miss the target, he decided to take a shortcut through the shadier bit of the city. No sooner had he realized what was going as he was jumping between rooftops, he had come running to help. He chuckled nervously as he looked at the girl. "Besides, to me it looked like you were about to do the same to them." As he looked her up and down, Deku told himself that he was giving her the inspection of a martial artist. He was certainly not appreciating how good her mature body looked in her blouse, short jean skirt, and knee-high boots. Catching him checking her out, Momo felt embarrassed but strangely thrilling to see that he liked what he saw. "Your parents wouldn't approve of this." She smiled at him humbly as she rubbed her right forearm with her left hand. "Well, yeah. I couldn't use my quirk to deal with them since it is against the law to do so without a license, but I know enough to hand to get by. But seeing the speed at which the man with the fur and claws moved, I doubt it would have been as easy for me as it was for you. It didn't even take you 15 seconds to knock the three of them out," she complimented him, also enjoying how he blushed at her praise. I have practiced martial for a while now, so dealing with men like them is easy for me since I am used to fighting others that are way better than me," he said, which was the truth. While he was stronger and more powerful than Stain in a fight of only skill, he was on the losing side. Instead of remembering that, he focused on another thing she said. "So, what can you do with your quirk?" Momo raised an eyebrow at the way he worded the question but shrugged her shoulders, making Deku blush as the motion resulted in her prominent assets doing interesting things. She of course noticed this, but instead of being annoyed, she was embarrassed that he noticed, amused at the fact that he looked away, looking even more embarrassed that she felt, and strangely happy that she had that effect on him. "I can create anything using my body's fatty tissue as long as I am familiar with the components of what I am creating," she explained and raised her hand to quickly create a pair of dices that seemingly emerged from the back of her hand. Whoa, the way said it and the way he was looking at her hand made Momo feel somewhat self-conscious. "Wait, are you telling me that if you know the components of an atomic you can just make it using your quirk?" he exclaimed, looking at her in awe. His eyes glimmering in amazement. Blushing under his stare, she averted her eyes shyly. Theoretically speaking I could, yes. But since I have to use my fat cells to create something, there is a limit to just how much and how powerful the creation would be. I would have to eat constantly for a long period of time while creating the parts of the bomb. And then I would have to assemble it, which would take more time. Deku nodded in understanding. That makes a lot of sense. But still, holy CRP. With enough time and food in your hand you can do literally anything. The world is lucky that someone with a quirk like yours isn't a villain. He trailed off and he raised an eyebrow at her. You are not going to be a villain, are you? He asked, narrowing his eyes at her. But she saw a bit of amusement at that. She decided to ignore it. Momo rolled her eyes, seeing the playful glint in them, and scoffed in good humor and feeling oddly flattered that he would consider someone like her a very serious threat if she turned a villain. For your information, no, I'm not planning on becoming a villain. Quite the contrary actually. I will be attending UA High School when the new school term starts, she said with a proud tilt of her voice. Mostly because of your parents' money. Really? That's nice. But the entrance exam was today, so how are you so sure? Deku asked, knowing the answer. I kinda got a recommendation, and because of it I don't have to take the practical exam, which means that technically I have already been accepted even if the acceptance letter hasn't been sent yet, she said nervously. It's cheating. You didn't take the test like the others. Cheater. She expected for him yell at her and accuse her of cheating like her former friends at her old high school did when she told them. For some reason, the thought of this boy hating her made her chest feel almost painfully tight. You must be more awesome than what I already thought you were. You got a recommendation to enter UA and it got accepted? Sorry. I'm only now realizing that I don't know your name. Mine's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, he said with a blinding smile. She blinked at him in shock for a few moments before her cheeks turned a healthy pink, and she smiled her biggest smile in quite some time. She enjoyed how his cheeks colored as he looked at her. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Please call me Momo Midoriya-kun. Only if you call me Izuru, was his immediate and almost automatic response. Both of them blushed in embarrassment as they finally realized what they were requesting of the other despite having just met. A few seconds later they started to laugh. The moment continued for few long moments, and when they finally calmed down, Deku presented his arm for her to take, and with an exaggerated flourish he indicated towards the exit of the alleyway. Well, Momo, I will have to insist on skirting you to your abode, seeing that this part of town is not the best place for an appealing woman such as you, he said dramatically. Blushing at the compliment, Momo accepted his offer, linked her arm with his, smiling when he took one of her suitcases from her with the hand of the arm that she wasn't holding. The kind offer is appreciated and very much accepted, good sir. You will be doing this lady a grand service with your actions, she said cheekily, following him on his game. Excellent, he exclaimed grandly before with a flourish and a bright smile. Momo pulled out her cell phone after settling her suitcases on the ground. But first, I believe the authorities should be notified of what this lot tried to do to me, no? They should arrive here in a few minutes, and taking our testimonies won't take more than 5 minutes. Momo suggested cheerfully. Deku thought about it for a bit, and since no one knew his face or description no one will know him, so he nodded and she called the police and reported the incident. Knowing that they were going to be waiting in the alley for a few more moments, Momo asked him something that had been nagging at her since they talked about her quirk. So, what's your quirk? I noticed that you only used martial arts to deal with those guys. Momo asked politely. Deku smirked at that confidently as he pointed a finger at himself. Oh, in fact I don't have a quirk. Momo's eyes widened in shock. That was amazing. He was this skilled and strong that a quirk wasn't needed. She needs to train more. I am practically quirkless. Most people look down on me for that, but I don't care about it. Deku explained, and she nodded at that. Yes, you should not listen to other people and their nonsense quirk bigotry. In fact, that type of thinking disgusts me to no end. I wish to use my family's money to support people who suffer from discrimination and poverty when I inherit my family's business. Momo explained to the boy who saved her and was pleasantly surprised by the look he gave her, like she was diamond in a sea of dirty coal or something of the kind. The two on their way to Momo's house found themselves in a cafe having a heated conversation about the most interesting of quirks and their most useful applications. How they got so far off their objective is really anyone's guess. But it's probably that they both had compatible personalities and tastes all around. I am just saying Izuru-kun. If Odd Eyes and Mrs. Joke worked together, they would be an unstoppable force. Mrs. Joke's quirk works when people talk and Odd Eyes makes people talk. It's fascinating, Momo said with a bright smile as she was drinking some tea and having the time of her life speaking with someone else who was as educated and intelligent as her. I know, and imagine if Ragdoll and Snipe worked together. Ragdoll would pinpoint the location of the enemies and Snipe would easily shoot them to SBMs and they would truly be an unstoppable hero team. Deku added as he drank from a mug of coffee. How the hell did he end up too far away from his main objective? Good thing he used Double when she wasn't looking and created a clone to do the work for him. The two kept discussing all the things that varied from quirk, hero schools, politics, economy, hero systems and rankings into the problems of the ideology of each of the elite four of the villain organizations in Japan. Momo for some reason found herself very able to talk to Izuru-kun and it was so easy to say whatever she wanted without being judged. That's how she found herself spilling her own insecurities to him. I feel like my parents see me as a tool more than a daughter. Momo started hesitantly as she looked down in shame. Deku lowered his mug of coffee and looked at Momo gently. Elaborate, it's not that uncommon for wealthy families. Maybe I can help you clear up any suspicious. Deku offered gently and Momo found herself quietly ranting for over half an hour. After she was done she smiled at Deku who did nothing but offer her kind words and encouragement. You are much nicer than you are given credit for. Deku-kun. Momo said fondly and a slightly sadistic part of her enjoyed how he choked on his coffee and stared at her startled. How? Deku managed to utter in shock. The creation girl giggled in amusement. Quirkless, very quick and skilled. Very intelligent and knowledgeable about quirks. As well as someone with a political stand on our current society. Not that hard to piece together. She explained casually. Deku stared at her for a bit before chuckling in amusement. So? What happens now? Deku mused as he leaned on his right hand and looked at her intrigued. The creation girl produced a chessboard and pieces as well as a clock and put everything in place for them to start. I want to see the cunning and intelligence and strategic planning the Deku is known for. I never in my life had a worthy challenge. Momo said in excitement, her eyes shining in excitement and her smile widening greatly. In all honesty, she agreed with him that society needed to change, and he confirmed that her parents are in fact funders of the creature rejection clan, so now when they are sent to prison, that would be leaving her with enough wealth to do all the good she pleased. She wouldn't feel bad. She might even fund the league. Oh, who is she kidding? She definitely will. Deku just smirked and chuckled in humor. You dug your own grave, Momo. I am not the worst missed cunning villain around for no reason. Prepare for my wrath. Deku said as he removed the first piece. The two played for multiple rounds before the time to leave the cafe came up. And now the future king got himself a wealthy supporter for their antics. Melissa would be happy to find an investor for villain enterprises. Finally, it was when they arrived at her apartment building that they noticed that have been linking arms since leaving the cafe. Both were embarrassed, and the amused looks everyone was shooting them had not helped at all. Still, they exchanged numbers and promised each other to stay in contact regularly, which Deku will make sure they did. Omake, the love radar. Harem mistress, we have a situation. Anxious face with sweat. Devoted slave, so you felt it too? Fearful face. Hail the king. Are you kidding me? I felt a shiver go down my effing spine. Face screaming in fear. Harem mistress. Someone is trying to take our Deku-kun. Pouting face, pouting face, pouting face. Hail the king, over my dead body. Angry face with horns, angry face with horns, angry face with horns. Devoted slave. Well, we could offer her a slot in here. We were looking for new members. Just saying. Shrugs, person shrugging, light skin tone. Hail the king, fine. But if she tries to take him for herself, then we get her to disappear. Pouting face, pouting face, pouting face. Harem mistress. Ditto. Kitchen knife, kitchen knife, kitchen knife. In Momo's apartment complex, the girl felt like she was in danger. Why do I feel like I need to learn how to share? Lest I suffer an unspeakable fate. The raven questioned in confusion, getting up from her bed.